a storm while it's happening, devastating many, impacting lives. David Alford, Chief Forecaster for Storm TV Network, is here for you ahead of the storm and during the storm for more than 4 years.
Weather in Central Texas can be unexpected a lot of times. Stick with Storm for your trusted local weather updates so you can get your daily forecast updates and storm weather coverage from a trusted team you can trust. Stay ahead of the storm with Storm Austin. Storm Austin, Austin's trusted local weather source.
From knowing if the right weather conditions could cause an impact or not. Check out Storm Plus now streaming live on Stream Endlessly. Exclusively watch minute-by-minute updates.
From the Storm Austin and San Antonio weather team, this is a special weather alert.
Hey everybody, I'm Chief Forecaster David Alfwx. Welcome over to the Storm TV Network YouTube channel, and it's another long night tonight where we're tracking flooding, rains anticipated for our area. We have a severe weather threat tonight. We have a flash flood threat tonight. A lot of rain is expected to occur tonight. It's just like the night we saw last weekend. And I hate to say that, and we could have some very similar impacts. So right here, here's a new little widget where my hand is at. It has the temperature for the capital city here in Texas. That is Austin. As of right now, we're sitting at 85 degrees. I do have eyes on the live chat, so of course if you guys got any questions, comments, or anything like that, feel free to throw that in my direction. So before we get into the radar and everything, we're going to read some comments right now as we are on the air. Earlier ago, we had live on Tropics here, so hello to you. We had Weather Tracking Plus on here earlier too. So good evening, I should say, or good late evening. We got Josh in the chat there. Good evening as well. Mike is saying, here we go again. Definitely so. You actually voted yes for the flooding being ready, but I'm not ready. Understandable. I know a lot of people are not ready for the flooding, and I hope people are prepared for the flooding, because it's going to be one of those nights where it's going to be so we got like another hour to 2 hours until like the event really starts to get going. And I got a feeling a lot of people are going to go to sleep here probably around the next 20 or 30 minutes, or probably after the stream potentially. And they're just going to probably wake up to potentially water in their home or something like that. There's that risk tonight. There is a good risk for that tonight. Just want to point that out. But before you go to bed tonight, make sure your iOS device, Android device, or whatever phone you have is turned on so you can get notifications when weather alerts get issued in your area. If it's a flash flood warning, those typically get issued, but if it's a flash flood emergency, they really go off on your phone. So again, please, please, please do that. What if the school gets flooded? I mean, it kind of flooded already last weekend at the football field. So
from the Storm Austin and San Antonio weather team, this is a special weather alert.
It was a special weather alert, but there we go. Thank you for that, Tommy. And as we take a look what's going on, this is my latest Twitter. So of course, if you guys have anything that's happening, make sure to tag me on Twitter what is happening in your neighborhood. I want to know what's going on. If it's flooding, your power's out, or anything like that, feel free to tag me on Twitter. Also, we do have the power outage tracker with me tonight. Let's actually refresh this here. And there you go. There's our power outage tracker. As you can see, already some significant problems across the Lone Star State. Nearly 19,000 people without power, mainly favoring the Waco, Central Texas area, but even some in Northeast Texas. But as of now, no impacts to Central Texas at this time. All right, now let's go ahead and get to your radar, because this is where we are seeing some storms beginning to initiate right now on our NextGen radar. Look at this. Before I went live, we did not have much of anything. Wow, we already have lightning being indicated on the radar. Wow. Okay, it's going to be a very long night, and I'm going to be honest, I could have waited maybe another day for the rain to come. Today's not really the day, but I'm forcing myself to, do the streaming today. Alright, anyways, we're tracking some isolated storms out there, kind of clusters of storms right now across sections of Llano and Burnett counties right now. Northeastern Llano County, northwestern Travis County, or Burnett County, excuse me. We got some storms out there that are already producing lightning. These storms are not anticipated to fall apart. They're not anticipated to die. They're actually going to only increase in coverage, and they're going to expand. So that's how it is right now. They're just these little tiny isolated storms. A lot of people thought the HRRR model was wrong. It is it's starting to verify right now, unfortunately. An ARRR model was predicting that storms would develop and it would just sit and train over Burnett, Llano, Mason, Gillespie, all the way towards San Angelo to Kerrville for hours. And as of now, the pre-beginnings of it is already developing. Some forecast models are saying nearly 9 inches of rain from Kerrville to Burnett, potentially towards Brady, but there'll be obviously isolated swaths in that mix of near to 9-inch totals. So now I want to go ahead and show you this kind of a breaking news type deal here coming in from the let's see, this is not the National Service. Yes, it is. Excuse me, National Weather Service. They have a mesoscale discussion circled for pretty much a good chunk of Central Texas. They are saying, actually, I've not read this myself yet, but let's read it. So they include Austin, Williamson, Milam, and the entire Hill Country in this update here. They're saying that a serious risk of high-impact flash flooding from slow-moving and locally training shower and thunderstorms will exist later tonight across Central Texas, including portions of the Edwards, Plateau, and Hill Country. The GOES East proxy visible satellite imagery shows a slow-moving vort centered gradually drifting east across the Concho Valley, moving overnight, which will actually broaden its location over the Hill Country region. And this is going to create the risk for 1.5 to 1.75 inches per hour rain rates across the Hill Country. Meanwhile, the air mass more broadly pulled air across the Hill Country region is quite unstable. Okay, that's why we're seeing storms right now across Burnett and Llano counties. Our atmosphere here is really unstable. Last time we saw rain was a long time ago, I think, here in Burnett County and Llano County. So maybe like early this morning, maybe, but we haven't seen rain in a long time. So that's why we're already seeing these storms really starting to pop off right now across both of these counties right now. So I'm going to turn off our mesoscale discussion here that is outlining our area for very extremely heavy rainfall. Also, with tonight's update here, the Storm Prediction Center does have a low-end marginal risk of severe weather tonight across the Hill Country tonight. This goes all the way up towards Dallas. What are the impacts looking like? Tonight's tornado threat is non-existent. The wind threat, though, there is a wind threat, and there's even a hail threat, too, tonight. So that is actually going to be quite interesting here. We do have a hail and wind threat tonight with some of these storms that could be strong to severe. If so, they'll be very low-grade severe potentially, which is 58-mile-per-hour winds and gusty winds towards 60 miles per hour. All right, following up some more information here, the Weather Prediction Center has thrown out a level 3 out of 4 moderate risk of flooding. They've actually upgraded this for portions of far northwestern Burnett County, Llano, Gillespie, far northwestern Blanco, pretty much the entire county of Kerr County, Mason County, all under these alerts. I really hope, I believe they have so as you'll know, there's search parties underway in Kerrville and Hunt right now. I don't think they're doing overnight searches. Are they doing overnight searches? If they are, they're going to maybe want to continue that for maybe another hour and then just call it for tonight. It's not because I don't want them searching. Well, actually, at this point in time, going from 30 minutes from now until the rest of tonight into tomorrow, I do not want any first responders searching for people because, well, we have a very large area under a moderate risk of flooding, and tonight's forecast is forecasting some significant rainfall tonight, potentially catastrophic flooding once again. So that's why I don't want anybody out and about. So again, if you plan to be driving around tonight or going anywhere tonight, I would recommend holding those plans. If you plan to go to like the gas station or something, it's like near you, now's the time to do it. But if you go, well, let's say go to Walmart. Actually, Walmart and H-E-B, they're open for like another 45 minutes. So if you want to go to those places, I guess you can. But after 11 p.m., it's hunker down time here in Central Texas, especially in the Hill Country, because again, this is where the training effect of storms will really start to get going here soon. Latest update from our San Angelo radar indicating some showers right now in Mason County. It's also indicating some storms just east of El Dorado, just south of Tom Green County, so that's going to be something to watch here. All the storms that are developing off towards our north, these should have zero impact to our area that are like towards Goldthwait and San Saba. Those should stay to our north. It's what develops from Burnett, Llano, Mason, Gillespie, Blanco, Kendall, and Kerr counties. That is the area that we're going to have to keep our eyes on here for the next several hours, unfortunately. And again, we could have some catastrophic flooding potentially in some areas. And as Crim Overrated is saying in the chat, we do not need any more rain. We definitely do not need any more rain. We really do not need any more rain. And the reason why I'm saying catastrophic flooding, well, our ground is super saturated. I've driven around parts of central Texas, especially in the hill country, the last few days, and there are still ginormous puddles of just water, and it's just swampy. Especially towards Horseshoe Bay. It's very swampy over there. No offense to whoever lives over there, but it's just swampy over there because it's been raining, and we've seen so much rain. But unfortunately, with all that water that's still on the ground, or it's still in the sponge, aka the soil, the soil is so spongy here in central Texas because of this rain. The heavy rain that we get, some of it may absorb for maybe the first 10 minutes. Some of it may absorb, but after that, the more rain we see for more than 10 minutes, yeah, we are in a bad situation. This is where we start to introduce the runoff situation, standing water, the water rises, creeks will start to rise. It's not good. And by the way, creeks here in central Texas, lake levels and everything like that, and rivers, they are higher than usual, especially in the month of July. Typically they're quite low, but since we've seen so much rain last weekend, that risk for higher lake levels and the rivers and creeks to go higher is much better. Hey, Crim, you're by Lake Buchanan. I have not looked at Lake Buchanan yet, especially this weekend, but plans got changed. Obviously, you can tell why. But if you look, can you let me know if you looked at the lake? The lake is supposedly at 86% full pool. And I'm really curious if it's really full. Let me know if it is. I don't know if you've seen it or not, but I'm really curious. But I've been wanting to know. Anyways, a valid point is that people are more aware because of the previous flooding events, so they'll likely take warnings more seriously. Yes, I really hope people take these alerts seriously. If you plan to go to bed tonight, I recommend you to set an alarm from 2 hours from now, so you can check the radar just to make sure there's no alerts that's near you or anything like that. And of course, if you want, if you have a TV or something, run the stream in the background. There will be times here and there where I'm not talking 24/7. There will be times where the music and radar is on, just a heads up. But every time there's a new alert, I'm back, stat. But just want to point this out, I will be up all night long tonight and all day tomorrow covering this event. Again, dedication right here. I'm continuing the coverage. But again, there will be times where I will need to take a miniature break, but if we have flash flood emergencies, that will not be the case tonight. Unlike last weekend events. And most of last weekend I was here for. Actually, the entire event of last weekend I was here. And here we are this weekend, weekend 2, unfortunately, with significant flooding. We got Storm Dakota in the chat there. Hello to you. Of course, if you guys got any questions, comments, or anything like that, feel free to join the live chat this late evening here. Lake is halfway up to people's docks. That's fantastic. I mean, the lake, I know a lot of just rich people, I've heard it for the past few years, they're just so mad and devastated that the lake is just so full in. They spent tons of money on renovations and boat docks and everything, but now the life is about to come back for areas towards Lake Buchanan, and even Lake Travis too. All right, so you're working for Kerrville. Me too. Kerrville, you guys are under the gun. I actually have a few people that I know that are in the Kerrville area tonight, and even in Hunt, Texas. I am going to be messaging them constantly, getting updates on them. They are doing search and rescue, and they're spending the night there. So that's why I'm going to be in contact with them. Potentially, if it gets so bad, we might be on a phone call with one of them, potentially. But again, does anybody know where the camps are at? Not the camps, but where all the volunteers are sleeping at? Isn't there? I'm sure there's hotels, right? But isn't there a hub kind of for where all the volunteers are at? Isn't there one? I just hope it's not by the lake, and I hope the Kerrville officials and Hunt officials and anybody in Kerr County was smart tonight to not let anybody by the river. And the river is it's still going back down, but now we're just about to add some more rain to it, and we don't need it. You marked all the camps on weatherwise near Kerrville. That's really smart. Hotels. So everybody's sleeping in hotels. Okay, so hotels are better, I think, but actually not. I think they are way better. But again, That's insane. But thank you very much. There's a lot of news people down there. You got all the local Austin people there, San Antonio there, people from all over the state of Texas, even people across the United States, and even some people across the world. I think I saw a story that some people from Taiwan were in Kerrville helping out. I also saw on Ken's 5 yesterday that a pregnant woman that was supposed to give birth on Sunday was today here in about 2 hours on Sunday, tomorrow. She's supposed to give birth tomorrow, and she's helping out people in Kerrville. So we got some really good people out there in our area and here in the Lone Star State, and I guess in the world pretty much too, that are helping out Kerrville, and they really need the help for sure. And I believe over $10+ million, maybe even significantly more amounts of money, more than that I just mentioned, has been sent into the Kerrville area and areas surrounding. So thankfully we are getting this, and of course I'm getting messages right now saying God's got this. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. We got Krim in the chat saying here, the problem is that the lake reaches 100% capacity. It'll have to open floodgates. If another flood event happens, there's less floodgates going to Lake LBJ and Marble Falls, so it may flood there. It wouldn't surprise me, too, I'm going to be honest. I mean, look at active radar right now. Look at this. We got storms just north of Lake Buchanan, but there's a thing called Colorado River right here that's actually going right into Lake Buchanan, so all the rain that's falling right now will come right into Lake Buchanan. So, yes, there is water coming into Lake Buchanan right now as we are speaking. Not probably super heavy rain. It's probably not doing like a big amount of much, but the only thing it's doing is just raining. It's just sitting rain. That's what it's doing right now. But if we get that red core right there and the intensities of the rain bands start to intensify over the Colorado River that goes through Lake Buchanan, that's when we'll start to see the potential of Lake Buchanan start to increase just a little bit. For now, at least in the next hour. Just a little bit. So that's the keyword. Just a little bit in the next hour. If the heavier rain starts to really get going across the Colorado River and Lake Buchanan, that's when we'll start to see things increase. Yes, so if the lake is at what? We're at 86% as of yesterday capacity for Lake Buchanan. This is the highest ever since I've lived here. That's the highest that Lake Buchanan's ever been since I've lived here. I used to live right by Lake Buchanan. I actually have a weekend house over there. My dad does, or he lives there permanently. But it's an interesting living situation I have. But anyways, I'm over there on the weekends and or every other weekend, and I've been living there for 3 years. After this month here, and the lake has always been low, so I'm very excited to check it out potentially next week, and we'll see. But anyways, we'll see how things go. But now, as y'all can see right here, I actually have the logo right here of where the Storm TV Studios is at. That's where we're broadcasting from right now. So of course, I am in the flood risk tonight, but I'm not in the level 3 risk. I'm actually just like right outside of it. But anyways, there's an idea of where we're streaming from tonight, in case y'all are curious, or if I'm under a flood alert later tonight or something. All right, showers are really starting to blossom right now across Llano County. One new shower northeast of Atlanta, one shower southwest from Llano County. Some isolated showers starting to intensify in northern Mason County, so things are starting to get going right now. A lot of people got their belongings from Camp Mystic. There is like nothing on the ground now except for kayaks and some pillows, blankets, and clothes have been reunited with their owners. That's wonderful news. And of course, I know a lot of people. I hope this too. I hope everybody's taking this round. Unfortunately, round 2. Well, it's actually not round 2. It's like our 5th round of rain, but in just a week. Let me just say this. This is our 2nd weekend in a row of seeing excessive, catastrophic eventful chances of rain in our area, and tonight I got a really strong feeling that tonight could be really bad. I was going to say that. And there's more words I could say, but I don't want to scare anybody at all. But of course, we're going to watch things very, very closely for you guys tonight. It's not full yet. If we get up another 10 or 15 feet or so, they may have to open the gates just down the road if another event happens. It may be bad if dams downstream simply can't keep up. Yeah, especially Lake LBJ. It's the Stoltz. Is it Stoltz or is it the Starkey? I think it's Starkey, right? Maybe it's Stoltz and Starkey. But it was the Starkey Dam, I believe, that had to open their floodgates with some heavy rain that occurred just a few days ago in Llano County, and that went into Marble Falls Lake and through the Colorado River. Is that Colorado River? Or is it? I always get my lakes mixed. I always get the rivers and lakes mixed up in Marble Falls. There's a lake called Marble Falls. Literally, it's just called Lake Marble Falls for like a small area, but then the rest of it is just a river. I think it's Colorado River. Is it Atlanta River? Yeah, it's the Colorado River. That's what I thought. Colorado River. So, very interesting. We'll have to see how things go. But once that goes through, we'll see how things go. But yeah, hopefully this does underperform. I really hope this does, but unfortunately, I do not think this will. I do not think this will. But yeah, the dams, the water, guys. I mean, we've seen so much rain. The waters, creeks, low water crossings are actually starting to go back down finally. But the rivers are still kind of high. The lakes are significantly higher than they were before, especially from before 2 weekends ago. So not counting the 4th of July, but the 2 weekends before that, lakes were super low. I mean, it's just. I mean, it's good. It's good that we're getting lake level rises. That's like the only benefit that we're getting from this. Is just the lakes that are rising. I mean, we've been needing the lakes to rise for 3 or 4 years now. Thankfully, we're finally getting that. But unfortunately, it is coming with a cost, with devastation and just a lot of rain. We don't need widespread rain. We just need rain to just sit on top of the lakes for a certain amount of hours, but don't. Create downstream flooding. It's another thing that we don't need. But anyways, it's good that we're getting the rain, especially for the lakes, but everyone else, especially for like the lands and so saturated, that is not a good thing that we are anticipating to get. But again, we're watching everything closely. But once again, guys, we are monitoring all of this very, very closely for y'all. Virginia Hall is still missing. I have a friend that went to Camp Mystic. She lives in San Antonio. She's home safe and sound. All right, that's wonderful news to hear that she's doing safe, or she's safe right now, and it's good. Thankfully, as of right now, I don't know, is there any camps in the hill country that are like underway right now? I mean, a Hope's threat was assigned to cancel camp events. But we'll see. We'll hear it on the news tomorrow. I hope not, but we'll see what happens. But again, guys, the radar right now is active across Burnett, Llano, Mason counties right now. It's just isolated showers and storms. Nothing catastrophic yet, with a period at the end yet. Things will start to uptrend. Things will start to get more widespread. Things will start to potentially get more catastrophic. It's not really catastrophic right now, but they'll get a little bit more catastrophic here, I think, in just a little bit. So, again, I made some videos today. If you look at my YouTube shorts, we published a video talking about how the uptrend of heavy rain does look possible tonight. And so far, the models are now verifying. The models were just about an hour off. They said storms would start around 9 o'clock, and now it's 10 o'clock, so there's an hour off. And of course, even though it's even an hour off, I was still pretty confident that storms would develop sometime tonight. And just a matter of fact, just like 45 minutes later, we started to see some ignition starting to get going across the northern hill country. Let's see here. It looks bad. Let's see. It looks like this won't reach the Austin area until dawn tomorrow. I think so. Prolonged rainfall is indeedable. Yeah, so if you're in the Austin area, here at Storm, we do cover Austin. Actually, we cover... So if anybody's new to the channel, let me just quickly talk about all the counties we cover. We cover the city of Mason and Mason County. We cover Fredericksburg. Starting today, we are now covering Kerrville in Kerr County, because that area is just... gotten to me by heart for sure. So we're covering Kerr County now. Kendall County, that's towards like Bernie, we cover you guys. San Antonio, we do cover San Antonio and Bexar County. New Braunfels, we cover y'all. Seguin, we cover y'all. So Comel, Guadalupe, Gonzales County, we cover y'all. Fayette County, LaGrange, Schulenburg, Lockhart, San Marcos, in Hayes County, Austin, Travis County, Round Rock, Georgetown, Williamson County, Rockdale, and Cameron, and Milam County. And then in Lee County, we cover Giddings. And then in Bastrop County, obviously, the city of Bastrop. So that's my that's my 19 counties I cover. So again, just a few hours ago, I have made Kerr County be part of my viewing area because it's just right there. And again, that area has just gotten to me tremendously the last several days. So now I want to cover areas in Kerrville. And I've even had some people specifically from the Kerrville area message me saying thank you for updates, thank you for keeping us prepared. And not just Kerrville area, several other areas here in Central Texas. So it's just one thing I love to do is keep people informed with everything here. But again, tonight's one of those nights where we need you to be on guard. We need everybody to stay away from low water crossing areas, rivers, creeks, streams, lakes, lakes. I would recommend staying away from the lakes tonight, especially towards Buchanan. I mean, Lake Buchanan's almost at 100% full pool, which is absolutely insane. Which means it's almost completely gonna overfill itself, pretty much. So, it's wild. So again, tonight's one of those nights where I want you guys to stay away from anywhere that has water or you think that will have water. If you're in a high area, like on a hill, you're good to stay there. I hope. But if you're in a low-lying area, it's not a good idea to be over there tonight. But again, Mason, Llano, Burnett, Kerr, Gillespie, Blanco, and Kendall counties here in South Central Texas in the Texas Hill Country. This is where we're on guard tonight, starting from now until who knows when, until tomorrow. Sometime tomorrow, probably by midday tomorrow, that's when the storm should start to wrap up, potentially. But again, we're watching things very, very closely for you, and we're monitoring it all. Again, I do not want an event like this tonight, but as of now, the event is slowly starting. And again, you heard the key word there, slowly. That's how the storms are going to be tonight. They're going to be slow moving, and you see a lot of yellow. That means moderate rain. The storms are slowly moving and will produce heavy rain in just a short period of time. And it's been raining for most of these areas for quite some time now. And actually, if we go ahead and take a look at some rainfall totals here in just the last little bit, you can see that we've already seen potentially up to about, let's see here, maybe a quarter of an inch, maybe a half an inch of rain. Oh, well, maybe I think half an inch is overperforming. Maybe a quarter of an inch of rain at least. For sections of like far northeastern Llano County and northwestern Travis County. That's what I'm going with right now. But then you see this whole swath of blue. That's about half an inch of rain. And some of those greens you see, that is rain amounts approaching 1 inch. So again, that's the latest updates in the last 24 hours with the rain. And again, we do not need any more rain in our area. And again, just to break down tonight's flash flooding risk, we have a level 3 out of 4. That's a moderate risk for portions of Burnett County, Blanco County, Gillespie, Kendall, Kerr, Mason counties tonight. Again, the risk there for very excessive rainfall. I don't want to say catastrophic, but the risk is there. 3 to 6 inches of rain are quite possible to likely. I'm not saying everybody in the dark red circled area will have 3 to 6 inches of rain, but if you are in that red circled area, you have the risk of seeing 3 to 6 inches of rain and the potential for seeing isolated amounts nearing 10 inches of rain. Lightning visible in Cottonwood Shores. I'm pretty close by to Cottonwood Shores, actually. So good to know. As of right now, just near us, we got some storms just to our far northwest, just far north of Lake Buchanan. That's where the nearest storms are at. And of course, if you guys are curious where we're broadcasting from right now, we are just south of Marble Falls, pretty much just between, almost you could say Burnett and Blanco counties, just almost. But again, that's where we're broadcasting from, just south of Marble Falls. Well, once again, guys, we have tons of storms out there. Just north of our areas where like the bulk of the activity is. We don't cover Lampasas County or San Saba counties. I have mentioned this before, like last weekend. I will only cover these 2 counties if there's like flash flooding that occurs or severe weather or anything that's significant. And it wouldn't surprise me if potentially a flood advisory gets issued for Lampasas County here in a little bit, because that rain has just been sitting there for quite some time. And the reason why I'm saying Lampasas and San Saba counties is because if you watch TV, like news stations here in the Austin area, some local stations here cover Lampasas and San Saba counties. And since we're streaming on the internet, some of y'all may have like different TV stations you watch, and you're probably just, I don't know, you're probably going to be different with the counties we cover. I mean, like the Austin area, they cover just the from Hayes County points north. I cover counties all the way down towards San Antonio. So, of course, I'm a little bit different with things here. But anyways, based in the Austin area, San Saba and Lampasas counties, we will cover y'all only when there's like significant alerts occurring. And again, even a flood advisory will work for that potentially too. All right, storms. Lake Buchanan, just north of y'all, just going to the Colorado River. That's where we got some storms underway right now. We got Kristen Brown in the chats. Good evening to you. And of course, if you guys have any questions, comments, or anything like that, feel free to comment down below in the chat. And just a reminder, if y'all are experiencing anything in your neck of the woods, feel free to tag me on Twitter at davidalfwx. We will get it shared on stream if you want your photo or video to be shown. It actually could be a pretty big help potentially if you do share whatever's happening in your area. It doesn't have to be a picture or video. You can just tag me on Twitter saying I'm seeing rain in what city, and then boom. But anyways, just another feature there that we have this evening here. But once again, guys, the radar is just showing storms. I know you may be thinking there's not a whole lot happening. Is this going to be it for tonight? No, it's not. This is just the beginnings of everything. Again, things are slowly evolving. They're slowly developing. And again, the key word is slowly. That's going to be the moral of the story tonight. The storms that develop are going to be slowly moving. They will also be slowly developing. We have tons of electric charges in our skies tonight, and that's why you're seeing some of those lightning bolts right now show up near that storm. Our area, our atmosphere here in the hill country it's super uncapped. So things are really starting to bubble up right now. And again, I expect the coverage to really intensify here in the next hour to 2 hours. Out in Mason County, some storms right now. Any storms towards Kerrville or anything like that right now? It doesn't appear so right now. The nearest shower I can find right now that's just north of Kerrville is just north of Harper, potentially northwest of Doss, but again, just a little tiny shower, not doing a whole lot. But again, these are slowly developing, and they're slowly moving. And we have tons of moisture in our area. We've seen, if we saw rain today, guys, that would have probably lessened up our moisture potential. We've also seen sun for several hours today. That also helped the atmosphere, and that's why we're seeing some storms initiating. So that's also another big factor of why we're seeing thunderstorms initiate. We also have a disturbance off towards our west. I have forgotten the name of it. It's like 4 letters, I think, but it's just south of San Angelo, I believe. Actually, we can just go over here and I can find it for y'all. Let's do this. It's right here. It is called... Oh, wait, that is not it. We just flew all the way to Missouri. North Texas. Oh, yeah, quick tropical update. Y'all see some tropicals. That yellow there is a tropical area to watch over the next few days. Some models are saying tropicals moisture may come our way again for like next weekend potentially, but we will see how things go. As of now, most of the impact should stay towards like Florida from what things are looking like right now. But again, we are watching things very, very closely here in Central Texas. All right, back to your weather here. Okay, so here it is. So what exactly and why are we seeing this stormy event here in Central Texas? I'm going to give you the real reason. It is because of where did you go? There, let's see. Where is it? Well, the air mass is really broad right now for sure. Oh, we have a stationary front too. So since it's being stationary, that's that means, so what exactly a stationary front is? That means it's like I think it's a cold front potentially, or a cool front, how we say it in the summer. It's a cool front that is just sitting on top of an area for quite some time, and storms develop behind the cool front, and nothing develops east of the cool front. So that's what we're seeing right now. And actually, I can give you an idea where exactly is that cool front or cold front right now. As of now, the cold front is just right here. That's the cold front right now. It's just sitting right there. But it could push more to the east. That's why we're not seeing much storm development like in Blanco County or Austin right now. It's because the stationary front is just to our northwest. But again, throughout the next couple hours, the stationary front should start to eventually push more southeast. Very slowly though too, since it has the word stationary. Storms again across the hill country, mainly favoring Lampasas County right now. Out in Lampasas County, again, I've mentioned this, would not be surprised if a flood advisory gets issued because of how long and kind of already a training effect of showers and heavy downpours have been occurring for quite some time. Across San Saba County, just near Lake Buchanan, Colorado River, which will go into Lake Buchanan, we got some moderate to heavy downpours falling on top of the river right now. That's just going to go down to Lake Buchanan. Question is exactly how heavy is it? The rain, could that increase a foot of rain potentially or foot of water towards Lake Buchanan? Maybe not, but we got multiple opportunities for that tonight. Storms in Mason County right now. Northeast of Mason, a pretty good storm, pretty good cell right now. Llano County, 2 little blips. In northwestern Gillespie County, some showers. Of course, tonight we're going to be monitoring Kerr County all night long tonight. As of right now, nothing on the radar as of 10:41 this evening. Yeah, hopefully y'all can get some good sleep tonight. I know a lot of us probably won't, especially me, because I'm going to be up all night tracking these storms. True dedication right here. I love tracking storms. But again, we're going to be monitoring everything for y'all tonight here on the Storm TV Network channel based here in the Austin, San Antonio area. And last weekend, we did cover I'm going to say historical. We did cover your historical catastrophic flash flood event last weekend, and we are going to cover this one as well here this weekend. As of right now, it's not catastrophic right now, thankfully, but the risk is there to be potentially catastrophic later tonight. So again, the activity is very little. It's very light right now, but the coverage is slowly starting to expand, and things should really start to become heavy. I think probably between like 12 a.m. until 6 a.m. potentially. I think that's where we'll be like in the core of the very heavy rain, potentially. We'll see. If things continue to be super slow at this rate here, it may be another hour before 12 a.m. potentially. We'll see. But again, we're watching things very, very closely this evening. Of course, if you guys have any questions, comments, or anything like that, feel free to mention those down in the chats. If you guys have any pictures or video or anything that's happening in your location, feel free to tag me on Twitter at davidalfwx. And whatever you send me potentially could be shared on stream because I have the notifications right there. So whatever you tag me with, it will pop up. But anyways, just a reminder on that level there. All right, storms I'm noticing a little isolated cell in Mason County is now starting to actually get a little bit more bigger now, but as it does, it's pushing northeast, so it's starting to exit our viewing area. So we'll watch it. But yeah, overall, the juicy storms, the more healthy storms, they're actually now exiting our coverage area, which is very interesting for right now. And again, the motion of the storms tonight, they're moving north or they're going to be moving northeast. Again, we have a stationary boundary underway right now, and that's why they're going in a northeast direction this evening here. Let's see. And y'all can probably already tell where exactly the stationary boundary is at. Pretty much anywhere. Well, looks like an isolated shower's popped up just southeast or south of Gatesville, so potentially the boundary is developed like that, maybe. Yeah, that looks decently okay looking, I think. So that's an idea of what I think the boundary set up as right now, across sections of the hill country. But again, the stationary boundary will slowly move more to the southeast here tonight. So, going back over our outlooks for the rainfall tonight, we have a level 3 out of 4 moderate risk for flooding for sections of Burnett, Llano, Gillespie, Mason, Bandera, Kendall and Kerr counties tonight. I don't think Bandera is a county, but Kerr and Kendall counties tonight for the risk of 3 to 6 inches of rain, potentially rainfall amounts upwards towards 10 inches in some spots. And unfortunately, there is that risk. Some models are saying maybe up to a foot of rain in some isolated spots too, anywhere in that red. I'm not saying everybody in that red risk will get a foot of rain or near that level, but there's going to be these isolated pockets that will see some very heavy rainfall tonight. And taking a look at your flood threat for tomorrow, as of right now, a level 1 risk from the Austin, San Antonio I-35 corridor points west and then out towards Llano, Gillespie, parts of Kerr County points northwest under a level 2 risk for flash flooding. It would not surprise me if that level 2 risk of flooding gets pushed back to the I-35 corridor probably sometime early tomorrow morning, but we'll see what the Weather Prediction Center does with that outlook right there. All right, let's go and take a look at your severe weather risk for tonight. The Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma has outlooked the entire county of Gillespie, Mason, Llano, Burnett, Kerr counties, and portions of Blanco and Kendall counties tonight, and Williamson and Travis under a low-end severe weather risk tonight for the risk of gusty winds up to 50 to 60 miles per hour, and there's even a hail risk tonight as well. Potentially up to quarters. That's typically what you see in a hail risk and a marginal risk. So that's going to be interesting how things develop. Again, severe weather is not super likely tonight, but that risk is there. And you may be asking exactly how does the severe thunderstorm warning work, like the criteria. You got to have 58 mile per hour winds and or quarter size hail that is 1 inch diameter. So one of those two factors could cause a severe thunderstorm warning. So a little bit more of a in-depth sciencey look, I guess you could say, into how a exact severe thunderstorm warning works. So again, tonight's moderate risk of flooding favoring western Burnett County into northwestern Blanco into northwestern Kendall County and points into the heart of the hill country and even portions of the big country too included in this risk. So again, we're watching and monitoring things very, very closely. As of now, storms continue to push off towards the north-northeast. I do not think I have my alerts turned on. Do I? I do. Do I have flood advisories turned on? I do. Okay. Alright. I'm a little surprised that there's not a flood advisory or some sort of flood alert for Lampasas County right now, in the northern county at least. I'm surprised there's not. Just because of how heavy the rain has, and it's just been sitting there for the last, at least the past hour now. Let's see how much rain has fallen over there. Again, we don't cover Lampasas County, but tonight we're keeping eyes on that because that's where majority of the activity is underway at this evening. So the latest updates from what we are seeing right now, they are saying, okay, yeah, it's barely enough rain to issue a alert actually. Radar is suggesting nearly a half an inch of rain in portions of Lampasas County, but you do see some of that green, and that's a sign that we're nearing 1 inch rainfall totals across western sections of Lampasas County. So again, we're watching that very, very closely. How about in the last hour? Let's see what this does. Okay, last hour, it is saying nearly 3 inches of rain. Wow, in the last hour. So I got a feeling that using our the 1 hour rainfall total rate is more correct than the last 24 hours. So this is saying nearly 3 inches of rain. So we're kind of at the criteria of issuing a flash flood warning. I don't issue those, obviously, but we'll see what they do. By the way, maybe thinking, maybe asking, do we have a, well, probably none of y'all were thinking this, but just to add this here. Lampasas County is not owned by the Austin-San Antonio National Weather Service office. It is actually owned by the Dallas-Fort Worth area, so anybody that lives in Lampasas County or nobody that lives over there, the local alerts, like here in the Austin-San Antonio area, do not get issued by Lampasas County. That is issued by Dallas-Fort Worth. Same thing for Rockdale and Milam County. It's the same thing. Hello there, Nicholas. Good late evening. And if you guys are curious about San Angelo, one county we cover, that's in Mason County. You guys are owned by San Angelo, so how the alerts affect the Austin-San Antonio area and criterias are much different. How San Angelo does stuff. And that's the same thing for San Saba County and Brady area as well. So again, just a more in-depth look there on exactly how the alert system works and who owns what. If you have any family up in North Texas, want to talk about this, we got some torrential downpours underway with flooding concerns just in the downtown Dallas area right now, and even a flash flood warning in northern Dallas County right now, as well as Cobbling County and Denton counties. 2.5 to 3.5 inch rain totals have been confirmed so far in those 3 counties in North Texas. This is going to be radar indicated, but again, already some insane flooding concerns over there. Nearly 600,000 people under that flash flood warning right now in northern Dallas County. So again, that's going to be an alert to watch, and I believe I've seen some reports of power outages too in that area. And unfortunately, I believe more storms are forecasted for North Texas later tonight. And I think these storms right now in Lampasas County and out towards south of Stephenville, I think those storms are coming towards DFW potentially here in just a little bit. It just depends. If that boundary continues to shift more to the southeast at a quicker rate, these storms should not impact Dallas-Fort Worth, but if they continue to stall out the boundary, there's a higher risk that these storms could impact Dallas-Fort Worth. But we'll see what happens for any of our friends and family over there. And I do got some family up there in North Texas too, so of course keep an eye on that for my fam over there. We got some isolated storms that we're monitoring across western Llano County right now. One little isolated cell right now on the west side of Llano County. Looks like some isolated storms right now in Mason County. But that's about it. Again, this is just the pre-beginnings of tonight's event. I know it's not like a whole lot that we're monitoring or a whole lot we're tracking. But again, we're just in the beginning stages. So things should start to get going here soon. If things seem boring or just things, or me just like repeating the entire time, I would highly recommend to come back to the stream in an hour from now because the activities should be potentially a little bit more widespread, I think. All right, of course, we're keeping eyes on the Kerrville area. As of now, no storms in Kerr County as of 10:52 this evening, thankfully. But we are monitoring the isolated shower activity increasing right now north and northwest of Harper and just southeast of Junction. These storms should be developing and shifting northeast. So, as of now, these storms should stay away from Kerr County, or these isolated showers should stay away from Kerr County. But we will continue to monitor and watch these as these continue to progress. And of course, if you guys have anything happening in your area, make sure to tag me on Twitter at davidalfwx. I'm always curious with what's happening in your neck of the woods. Alright, tonight you may hear this quite a few times. A flash flood warning. How do those get issued? Those are issued when dangerous flash flooding is happening or will be happening soon. Some roads will be flooded. Homes and businesses may be flooded. And unfortunately, like last weekend, we had several flash flood emergencies. I hope we don't have any tonight, but there might be a few potentially. We'll see. But a flash flood emergency, how it does get issued, those are usually that is an exceeding rare situation when a severe threat to human life and catastrophic damage from a flash flood is happening or will be happening soon. So again, we don't want this to happen. We don't want neither of these alerts to happen tonight, but the risk is there that we could have some intense storms tonight. And again, I don't want that to happen, but we are going to watch it closely. So, speaking of that, tonight we have a level 3 out of 4, moderate risk of flooding. Remember, over the 4th of July weekend, we actually have this pretty much the exact, from the Weather Prediction Center, we have the exact same risk that we had over the 4th of July weekend, and it does occur at Kerrville. So, it's pretty much a copy and paste situation from 4th of July to tonight. We're not talking like days of rain or anything like that, or hopefully nowhere near the same totals of rain that we experienced, but the risk is there for that to happen. Nearly 3 to 6 inches of rain is possible. Areas in the circled red area and isolated amounts could be approaching a foot of rain potentially. So again, we're really keeping our eyes on this closely as the night progresses. And we're not just going to be worrying about the risk for some significant flooding or potentially catastrophic flooding tonight. We are also going to keep our eyes on for the risk of a few strong storms tonight, maybe even a low-grade severe storm across sections of the hill country for some hail and maybe some gusty winds. But again, we're going to watch things very, very closely. Again, this is the latest update as of 8 p.m. coming in from the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center coming in from Norman, Oklahoma. All right, as of now, end result, no severe weather, nothing strong, nothing flooding, nothing like that happening right now, just some storms just beginning to blossom right now across areas east of Junction and across sections of Mason County. Again, I got a feeling, Lampasas County, flood advisory, it's definitely coming your way in the next 5 to 30 minutes. Definitely somewhere in that time period. Llano, Burnett, Gillespie, Blanco, Kendall, Kerr counties, nothing happening right now. That does not mean it's time. Well, that doesn't mean it's time to turn off all of our alerts and go to bed for tonight. I mean, you can go to bed tonight, but here's the requirements that I want you to do before you go to bed tonight. Go to your settings on your app, go to your settings on your phone. Go to where you get alerts, being like amber alerts or severe weather alerts. Make sure those are turned on. I'm curious, is there optional alerts, or like can you get pinged for like specific weather alerts, or is it all weather alerts? I don't know. If anybody has that option or has anything like that, let me know. I'm curious. But I'm just used to clicking on a button and it rings me for any alert I get. But anyways, make sure you got those turned on tonight. That is a requirement. If you don't know how that works, I'm sure you can just search it up on Google or ask AI or watch a YouTube video. There's a way how to do it. I should have made a video or made a step-by-step of how to do it. But all I can tell you is just go to your mobile device settings, go to search alerts. Go to the, it might be called a weather alert section or National Weather Service or something like that. Go to there, make sure the alerts are on, toggle it from gray to green, and then your alerts should hopefully work. And they typically issue alerts from the National Weather Service when a flash flood warning or a flash flood emergency gets issued. And you may be thinking or asking, how long does it take to receive that alert? It typically takes about 30 seconds to 10 minutes for those alerts to get issued. Yes, in some cases, it could take over 10 minutes for an alert to get issued, especially if it's like a flash flood warning. Actually, I've heard stories in Kerr County that it took until after the flash flood emergency and devastation situation. I heard that like 6 hours later, people got notifications about it. There might have been a cell phone tower or something that was down, but I don't know. But just ignore what I said there. These alerts are quite life-saving. And also, another thing that I really recommend, hello, there's me. Another thing that I recommend is a NOAA weather radio. These are super helpful, super beneficial to like forecasters or people like me. You can get updates on alerts. radio, and much more. But again, NOAA weather radios are like, how much are they? Like $10, $20 maybe at Walmart. So highly recommend getting one of those if y'all want to get like a fast wave alerts. Now there's one downside about this. When it's 3 o'clock in the morning and you have the risk of severe weather, it will go off very loudly. It's happened to me a million times, so just a heads up on that. But anyways, that's what we're watching. All right. Let's see. We got a new radar update. It is now showing an isolated shower developing out in northwestern Kerr County. Nothing catastrophic from this, nothing like that. It's just one little shower. But just to let you know, things are slowly starting to evolve right now across Kerr County and Junction County, I believe that's what it's called, and Mason County. And again, you may be asking, maybe thinking, where exactly is our frontal stationary boundary? It is right here. That is where our boundary is at right now, and that's where all the storms are developing at. These storms cannot develop outside of the boundary, and you may look in 30 minutes and you may see the storms potentially over the white line that I drawed earlier. And that's because the boundary is shifting. The stationary boundary is pretty stationary, but it is slowly moving and progressing to the northeast or southeast. So that's just one thing I want to point out. That's why we're not seeing like crazy storms initiating right now in like Burnett, Austin, or Kerrville. It's because everything is developing just northwest of there. That's why. But again, the trend is that all these storms that are happening over here will start to get more widespread, and eventually we'll just sit over across the hill country and just dump rounds and rounds of rain that will cause flooding concerns. And that's exactly what the Weather Prediction Center is predicting. That's why we have a level 3 out of 4 moderate risk for flooding tonight across the hill country in areas towards San Angelo. So again, this is something that we want you to be aware of. This is not one of those nights tonight where it's just go to bed normally. It's one of these nights where you need to check that you have a way to receive alerts, make sure you're not in a flood-prone area, and be smart. That's going to be a big thing. Be smart, for sure. But yes. And of course, if you guys have any questions, comments, want to say hi or anything like that in the chat, you guys may do so. And just quickly to make things less serious right now, the more you chat, you get there's like a leaderboard thing in the chats YouTube has done, so you guys get points every time you chat. So if y'all want to chat with one another or chat with me, y'all can rack up points. So as of right now, we got Krim Overrated and Josh that are tied right now with over 75 points, so that's very nice. So again, the more you chat, the more points you get, and the ranks. We'll see who gets first place by the end of the stream. We'll see. All right, and again, the stream is expected to last all night long tonight, going into potentially midday tomorrow. I will be gone tomorrow afternoon. I will be watching the brand new Superman movie with my friend, so I will not be here, but I should be gone for about 2.5, 3 hours, but I'm hoping that nothing significant happens in the mid to late afternoon while I'm watching the movie. But we'll see what happens, guys. We've been live streaming for about an hour now, so appreciate everybody that's been tuning in for the past hour. Again, the stream's anticipated to continue again all night long tonight. We've been doing coverage, me talking non-stop for the last hour, so that is absolutely amazing. And the coverage continues for a little bit longer here. Storms are starting to really initiate right now across Llano and San Saba, Lampasas counties right now, even towards Gulfway. Some pretty good storms developing right now. Again, nothing strong, nothing severe, nothing flooding rains yet, but again, the risk for some very heavy rain. This is just the beginnings of everything. And again, storms are slowly developing. they're just slowly developing. They're slowly forming. That's why it's taking a while for just widespread storms to get going. And again, we also have a frontal boundary that's in play right now. So you may be thinking, yeah, the storms are kind of in a sideways look. That is because of a frontal boundary that's keeping the storms behind the boundary. So area storms like Round Rock, St. Marcos, New Braunfels, Burnett, Fredericksburg, Kerrville, Blanco, Marble Falls, things are dry for now. But the frontal boundary is stationary, so that means it's just sitting there. It's not moving. But throughout the next couple hours, the frontal boundary will slowly, I'm talking like very slowly, will progress to the southeast. And as it slowly progresses more to the southeast or more to the northeast, the shower and storm chances will actually start to increase. And this is kind of different from what we had last weekend, barely. This time we have a boundary that's in play, but we also have a disturbance back out west. As of now, and from what I've seen and have heard and have witnessed and noticed, this is not tropical related from what it looks like right now and from what I'm understanding. This is more frontal boundary related and interesting dynamics that we have across our area. So just to point that out there. But again, we are watching everything very, very closely for you guys this evening here on the stream. Again, here and there, I will be taking breaks because I'm going to be up all night, so I'm going to need some mini breaks, obviously. But every time I'm taking my miniature break, I am still right here watching the radar, still watching everything. And there will be times where I may not talk for a moment. I'm just checking notifications on my phone, see what y'all are saying. Because a lot of y'all got questions and stuff, of course, online on other social platforms. So of course, I'm checking those out. Don't want to miss out everything there. Okay, as of just right now, the National Weather Service has just updated their flood watch. That means they've just updated the alerts. Okay, we got some developing information. They have now upgraded so we're under a flood watch still, but they're saying 2 to 4 inches of rain are possible in isolated storms, but they're saying up to 9 to 12 inches of rain are possible. I've been saying that up to 9 to 12 inches of rain is possible for more than an hour now, and now the National Weather Service decides to update it and adds exactly the wording I said. Again, they didn't even, that's literally words I just put together, and just an hour later they decide to agree with my wording, and I guess they agree with whatever I was looking at too. Actually, I wasn't even, well, I guess they were, but anyways, again, the alert has now been updated for 9 to a foot of rain possible in some spots. Again, areas in the flood watch. But again, the greater risk to see 9 inches of rain to upwards to a foot of rain will be areas west of I-35. That's going to be the most favored areas for some potential significant and unfortunately catastrophic downpours for tonight. And again, we're gonna monitor everything very, very closely for you guys. And once again, if you guys have any questions, comments, or anything like that, feel free to comment down in the chat. Helps me out with everything that is happening for y'all. Okay. I am starting to lose my voice a little bit, which is not a good sign, but I'm holding on. Tonight, I got some Dr. B with me, guys, so that is helping me survive. As y'all know, if you're new, but, well, as most of y'all know, I'm a big Dr. Pepper. I'm a Dr. Pepper lover. So, since there's nothing, like, crazy significantly happening right now, let's just quickly ease the mood right now. Just focus on me real quick, and then we'll go back to the flooding. Tonight, got some Dr. B. It's helping me survive. I got a whole 12-pack that I just got. Got a dang of honey buns right here. Y'all know me, I love honey buns. I also got a whole cake in there in the kitchen. And we got some pickle chips. So, again, these are things that will help me survive and run the night tonights. There y'all go. David in sleep, talk about a bad combo. There you go. David in sleep is a bad combo indeed. Again, 0 sleep tonight. And I kind of went to bed at the worst time yesterday. I went to bed at 3:30 yesterday morning. It's actually 11 p.m. in the night right now. So I went to bed at 3 o'clock this morning, and I woke up at 8 or 9. So I did not get enough sleep. which was not a smart thing. Because I'm going to be honest, this morning, none of the models were saying nearly a foot of rain is possible. All the models were saying, 1 to 4 inches of rain, maybe isolated pockets up to 6 inches. But this evening, everything's been updated to a foot of rain now, potentially. So, as y'all can tell, this morning, there was not a whole lot of what we were watching. And the more as the night progresses, the more I may make less sense, unfortunately. We'll see. Alright, so, let's see what my boy Hunter Williams is saying from KView. If y'all didn't know, him and I met in real life, so just going to put that out there. Very, very amazing guy. Let's see, as suggested by recent high-res computer models, slow-moving heavy downpours are taking shape across the hill country. Coverage and intensity of rain will likely grow overnight, and the flood risk will increase. Before going to bed, is he going to bed, or is he telling people? Before going to bed, ensure you have a reliable way to get weather alerts, particularly in the hill country. If any flood-prone areas near a creek, stream, or river, have an emergency plan to get higher ground if needed. So pretty much exactly what I just said 30 minutes ago. So again, very good saying that Hunter has just pointed out there. And again, Chief Meteorologist of KView, exactly what he said. I can see why he's chief. Very good updates there. Thank you, Hunter, for that. And again, storms continue to progress right now across the hill country. Again, nothing strong, nothing severe. We do have that severe threat tonight, but it's not like the top priority. It's flooding. So, in weather terms now, nothing flooding alerts as of now. There are some isolated showers starting to develop right now just southwest of Kerrville. We're going to have to keep eyes on this here, as the activity is only going to increase here throughout the next little bit. And again, this is not looking good, but we're going to watch things very, very closely. All right. Sorry about that, everybody. Again, a lot of y'all are messaging me like behind the scenes, like in different social media platforms. So I'm trying to respond to those as well. And I kind of recommend everybody to come on the YouTube stream and try to communicate with me. It's the more better way to do things, but again, tonight's one of those nights where I am going to have to be checking out on a lot of people. And again, I know a lot of people in the hill country, and I even know people that are in the Kerrville area right now and Hunt area right now. So, of course, I am on high alert tonight. That's why we are in red mode right now. It's because this is the high alert mode. And again, as mentioned, I'm going to be up all night long tonight. No matter if I'm really tired, I'm going to be up all night. And again, I have ways to keep me up. I showed y'all just a few minutes ago what they were. And they will, I think they'll get the job. I think they'll get the job. But again, guys, the shower and storm activity right now isn't crazy bad right now. Again, it's just far northern sections of northwestern Burnett County. A storm. Okay, we got a storm that's now starting to blossom across west of Llano right now. So we actually have the Llano River right now experiencing a pretty good storm right now. It's probably not like extremely heavy rain, but it is. So there's a possibility that the river may go up by like 1 centimeter probably, but again, a pretty heavy storm developing just west of Llano. And by the way, when you're in the storm, it's probably more intense than what the radar is indicating. Again, you can see the radar legend right there. The red you see and the yellow and orange, that means moderate rain. The red, pinks, and black means heavy to very heavy rain, and the black and white means extremely heavy rain. Potentially, like, your entire house and area is just going to be water, or a river, pretty much, or a lake. Which last week, we never had the radar scan to white, thankfully. It's always been at the pink level. That's what it was last weekend. So again, we're going to continue to watch and monitor all of this very closely for you guys. Of course, prayers to Central Texas for sure. Tonight is one of these nights where it's going to be a long one. And again, we've been streaming for nearly an hour now, and we are already starting to see quite the storms. The bulk of the activity, thankfully, is just north of our viewing area. It's towards San Saba, Lampasas counties, towards Goldthwaite, Hamilton, and Comanche. That activity is obviously pushing away from us, but there is one impact coming from these storms in San Saba County. There's a river called the Colorado River. It's actually right here, and where we have these heavier storms that are initiating right now, all that water is slowly fueling in to Lake Buchanan. So that's one thing that we're still seeing from these storms. The impactful side of things is, yes, still some showers and storms are pushing through Lake Buchanan. All right, moderate to heavy downpours right now just west of the city of Llano right now in western Llano County. A storm that's now entered southwestern San Saba County that was northeastern Mason County. We got a storm north of Mason right now, some storms southwest and southern sections of Mason County. Far northwestern wow. Gillespie County. There we go. My brain just quit working on me. I think I need to eat something real quick. Anyways, northwestern Gillespie County, we got a few little storms that are blopping up right now. In tonight's stream and the streams further on, we are covering Kerrville now in Kerr County. Kerrville, welcome to the channel. We do now cover y'all. Last weekend, here at Storm Austin San Antonio, we don't cover Kerrville, but last weekend we were talking about Kerrville a lot. And it was at this point, at that time, at the rates, where I had quite a few people from Kerr County and areas surrounding really appreciating my updates, which I appreciate for all the nice comments y'all have sent me last week and a half just about. But anyways, a lot of people from Kerrville are like, you don't cover our area. I'm like, I don't. And just I had so many messages. There was so much like different ways of how people said stuff and how I said stuff back. And it's almost 12 in the morning, so my brain's not working. But just so much people that I did not realize that watched from Kerr County that actually watched me. And some people were watching me, specifically in the Kerrville area when we were live last weekend. So that's why I now cover Kerr County, because some people actually from Kerrville do tune into my streams. No matter what, if it's just one person, two people tuning in, no matter what, I'm still covering the county. Especially over the last weekend and days after, Kerr County specifically it's really come to my heart. So Kerrville, Kerr County, we now cover y'all. Again, that now includes 19 counties that we cover here at the Storm TV Network YouTube channel. But yeah. All right, looking at the chat right now, we got Gaming Clinton there. Hello there. Good late evening. And of course, if you guys got any questions, comments, or anything like that, want to say hi, feel free to do so. We do have the chats working this evening. All right, storms right now in western Llano, northwestern Llano counties too. Some storms in northern Mason County, but again, that's just pretty much it from what things are going on right now. Let's go ahead. Let's take a quick pause of the radar. I think we need a radar break, right? Let's go take a live look outside in Bee Cave, Texas, where things are, clear maybe? There might be some overcast skies potentially. I don't know if anyone's... So I got... we just saw some lightning, I think. Yeah, those flashes. Those look like flashes of lightning to me. So yeah, we got some lightning in the distance, I believe. So, but obviously it's not raining here on this live shot here in Bee Cave, Texas. This camera is brought to you by KXAN, by the way. But again, not raining there in Bee Cave, just overcast, lightning. All the storms are well more than 50 plus miles away from y'all, but storms should make its way into the Bee Cave area here in just a short little bit from now. Let's take a look at Santa Rita Ranch. This direction of the camera is actually towards Burnett, towards the city of Burnett, just west of Burnett County. And look at that. We just saw some lightning. Look at that. Oh my gosh, these are some electric storms that we are seeing out in the distance right now. What a shot. This is Santa Rita Ranch in Liberty Hill out in western Williamson County. And again, this camera is facing towards Bertram and Burnett in Burnett counties. But again, what a light show that we are seeing right now. Man, it is a... I mean, I hope this vantage point that we are seeing right now is a sign to not drive around. Please stay home. I wish there was like immediate notice, like here. I don't know. Is there a thing called "stay at home, don't go anywhere" order? I wish there was a way for that. I wish there was like an alert for that, because there needs to be one. But anyways, again, that camera is in western Williamson County, and all the storms are all the way in northwestern Lampasas County. So we're seeing all the electric storms from Lampasas County, and the lightning is traveling miles away from the parent storms, which is wild. So again, things are very electric. We have a lot of electric charges in our atmosphere, in our area, and just a whole lot in the mix. And the cap is super unstable too. So that's another factor on these storms tonight. Again, I am extremely surprised we don't have a flood alert been issued yet for Lampasas County. Lampasas just being hammered and hammered and hammered with rain and storms. At least a flood advisory or something to get issued for Lampasas County, but we'll see what they do here in the next little bit. Llano County, we've been watching this storm just west of Llano. This storm has just been sitting here in western Llano County for more than, 15 minutes, and it's just sitting there slowly developing and growing. So it's interesting how this storm is initiating. But again, all these storms that are developing are pushing to the northeast. We are monitoring some storms out towards Kerr County, just northwest and southwest of Kerrville. We are watching this isolated shower. Again, this is moving to the northeast, so this will make a run towards the potential airport here in a little bit, maybe even make a direct hit to Kerrville potentially. If the shower can hold together, we may get a downpour impacting Kerrville here in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So something that we're watching very, very closely. And again, we obviously don't want this to happen, but we'll see what happens throughout the next little bit. And then in western Kerr County, we got a pretty good storm right now just near Interstate 10, just towards southeast of the Junction area. But again, guys, this is just... Oh, there we go. Hey, guys, I told y'all I can predict the future with alerts. There we go. Flash flood warning now in effect for Lampasas County. Again, we don't cover Lampasas County, but in today's terms, we are. Like 45 minutes ago, maybe an hour ago, I was talking about how a flash flood warning for Lampasas County. Voila. But there you go. Flash flood warning in effect. About 2 to 3 inches of rain have fallen in the warned area for Lampasas and Mill counties. This is radar indicated hazard flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source is radar. This is for Coppers Cove, Lampasas, Goldthwaite, Kempner, Lomita, Moline, Center City, Star, Adamsville, Pecan Wills, Cardigan, Bozar, Rumley, and Pretty, all in this flash flood warning now. This does include the entire county of Lampasas in subsections of Mills County. So again, Lampasas, Kempner, Goldthwaite, and Coppers Cove, all in this brand new flash flood warning coming in from the National Weather Service in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Again, we don't cover Lampasas County or the city of Lampasas here on the network. It's not our viewing area, but in tonight's purposes, since it's just next door of our area, we are covering you guys tonight. So again, this is the latest activity that we are tracking and that we are monitoring for you guys so far this evening. So again, a lot that we are monitoring already. Again, it's very electric outside, tons of lightning out and about across the area. Let's see. Again, I'm checking socials. A lot of y'all have been DMing me on other social platforms. I mean, I appreciate y'all DMing me, but I really would prefer it if it was like on YouTube, so I can actually not get sidetracked back and forth, if that makes sense. But, however, it's always important to inform everybody with what's going on. And as y'all know, I go to the school in the Burnet area, and so many people from the Burnet area have just asking me so much questions about tonight's flood risk. And even people in Passes and Llano and Fredericksburg, so just a lot that I'm trying to answer back to tonight. Let's see. So that's pretty much all I have to check for right now. Once again, if you guys have any pictures, video, or anything of what's happening, like in your neck of the woods, feel free to tag me on Twitter. That will be at davidalfwx. If you got some nice lightning that's happening in your area, feel free to tag it my way. If you got some wind, let me know. If your power's out, your Wi-Fi's acting weird, anything, tag me on X if you want. And we'll share it on stream. And we'll share it just like this. We got Gaming Clint in the chat saying be safe. Thank you very much. And obviously, I'm sure that's not directly towards me. I'm sure that's for anybody that's in the risk for flooding tonight. He wants all of us to be safe. So thank you very much. And I hope everybody stays safe tonight. Again, I hope nobody's driving tonight, because the risk for some very heavy downpours and flooding rains is quite possible or likely tonight. All right. Flash flooding information. So we have a flash flood warning right now in Lampasas County. How did this get issued? This is issued because of dangerous flash floodings that are happening or will be happening soon. Some roads will be flooded. Homes and businesses also could be flooded as well. A flash flood emergency is issued when exceeding rare situations when a severe threat to human life and catastrophic damage from a flash flood is happening or will be happening soon. As of now, 0 flash flood emergencies, but last weekend we had more than 10. In flash flood warnings, we had more than like 30, I believe. So far tonight in our viewing area, 0, but we have 1 just outside of our viewing area, as mentioned, just towards Lampasas County. All right, storms developing in Llano County, northwestern side. These storms should graze areas towards North Lake Buchanan as of what things look like right now as of 11:27. But these storms will make a run towards the Colorado River. Again, the kind of only impacts that we are seeing right now from the storms out in Lampasas County is this little area of storms. As the storms continue to backbuild, the Colorado River is right here. And all that water that's over there right now where the river is at is streaming into Lake Buchanan. So the lake might rise a little bit more, at least in the next couple minutes or so, potentially. But by tomorrow morning, can I tell you how much the lake will rise? Not really, because nobody knows exactly how much the lake will rise tonight into tomorrow morning, but we'll find out, all of us, by tomorrow morning. All right, anyways, let's take a still image picture shot of Marble Falls, Texas, where it is nighttime out there. Obviously, people enjoying the night out there. Here is a look at Bee Cave, Texas. Here in just a second, you'll see some flashing in the distance. That is indications of lightning. A lot of electron nitrogen. Whoa, where are my words tonight? We have a lot of. Wow, I forgot the word for it. But anyways, we have a lot of lightning in the sky. Let me show you more of an impressive live shot. This is Santa Rita Ranch. Look at this. Look at that storm. This storm is in Lampasas County, but the lightning is traveling miles out of the storm. into far western Williamson and sections of Burnett counties. If you're in the city of Burnett, you're probably just seeing a lot of lightning right now. And I'm actually noticing some of this lightning is kind of cloud ground lightning. So I'm kind of curious what exactly is like being under the storm, potentially. But again, a lot of cloud ground lightning underway. Obviously, hopefully this live shot at Santa Rita Ranch makes you want to stay home and don't want you to drive around. As mentioned earlier, if you guys have like anything you want to do for like tonight, I'm sure there's like maybe a few gas stations that are left open still. There's some 24/7 Whataburgers around. Now's the time to like go to those places. But after that, after like 2 a.m., that's when you should not be driving around across the hill country. So really anywhere from, let's say 1 a.m. until midday tomorrow, I just don't recommend driving around across the hill country. Just because of the intensity and how widespread the rain chances should start to get going here soon. All right, of course, we've been monitoring this area closely. Looks like we got 2 isolated storms that could make an impact towards the Kerrville area here in the next few minutes. Here's Ingram over here. There's Hunt, Texas over there. Waltonia, Mount Wesley. We're going to watch this closely here as 2 little blips get closer and closer to the city of Kerrville. And again, this is an area where we tremendously do not need any more rain. And you may be thinking or asking how much rain is falling out of the storm. Probably a quick little 1/10 of an inch. So yeah, new scan came in. Still showing pretty good. A little cell developing. Looks like another cell developing just west of Medinian. But that's about it. Anything in Bexar County and San Antonio, nothing in New Braunfels, nothing in San Marcos, nothing in Gonzales, nothing in Seguin, nothing in LaGrange, nothing Bastrop, nothing Giddings, nothing Cameron or Rockdale, Georgetown, Round Rock, Austin, San Marcos, Dripping Springs, I-35 corridor, things look all right. Burnett, Marble Falls, Cottonwood Shores, Johnson City, Blanco, Fredericksburg, things are okay for right now. But the risk for storms should start to intensify here in the next couple of hours. I don't really expect storms to get going until like the Marble Falls area, probably until like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, potentially. We'll see. All right, latest suggestions and latest updates here from the Weather Prediction Center. They have outlooks. Far western sections of Burnett, northwestern Blanco, northwestern Kendall, all of Llano, Gillespie, Mason, and Kerr counties under a level 3 out of 4 moderate risk for flooding tonight. The risk for 3 to 6 inches of rain is possible in isolated pockets. Upwards to a foot of rain and results could be possible. And then tomorrow, we have a level 2 risk of flooding for portions of Llano, Gillespie, and Mason counties. Probably here in a few hours, we'll get an update to this, and it'll likely make the slight risk of flooding go all the way down towards the Austin area, probably. We'll see what they do, though, but I got a strong feeling that they will decide to extend that risk all the way towards the Austin area. On top of that, we do have a low-end severe weather risk tonight. We have a level 1 out of 5 marginal risk of severe weather from Medinian, Rock Springs, to Sonora, to Junction, to Fredericksburg, to Kerrville, Burnett, Marble Falls, Johnson City, Llano, Mason, Brady, all the way up towards DFW tonight. The risk is there for some quarter-size hail and gusty winds up to 60 miles per hour. I'm going to be honest, I'm not too impressed with tonight's severe weather risk. I mean, we have almost every ingredient play for severe weather tonight, but the problem is these storms are slowly moving, and they're just going to be training on top of each other and developing on top of each other, so that kind of just limits our severe weather threats for tonight. But still, some of these storms could create some gusty winds, potentially up to 50 miles per hour, maybe some small hail, but again, that's going to be pretty much it for tonight with tonight's severe weather risk. But again, severe weather risk tonight is very low, but it's not 0. Again, isolated storms. We're watching closely in Kerr County. Again, this is going to be the hot spots for tonight, unfortunately, as well as Llano and Mason counties. But 2 isolated cells have collided together, just entering Kerr County. As of now, it's making a direction towards the Ingram, or really it's making a direction either towards Ingram and Kerrville. So between there, that's where this isolated shower is starting to come towards. And it's actually intensifying with the latest radar scan. That means it's actually becoming a little bit stronger now than what it was just a moment ago. And it's a little tiny shower, but again, towards the Kerrville area, any shower that comes, that obviously doesn't impact to anything. And I'm pretty sure there probably are some people searching for missing people into the night. I'm sure there's people doing that right now. I'm pretty sure. But still, that could interrupt some people trying to search for people tonight, if anybody's doing that tonight. And again, I'm pretty sure I'm sure they got people that are doing that overnight. But if that's the case, we're watching this isolated shower getting closer and closer between Hunt and Kerrville in Kerr County. In northern sections of Kerr County, we got some light showers right now. In northwestern Gillespie County, a little shower right now. Some showers right now in Mason County, but that's about it. Switching over to the Tom Green County radar, just south of San Angelo. Again, a pretty good cell right now north of the city of Mason. Some lightning with it, but again, just a good old storm. Switching over to the radar site in Williamson County, you can see nothing across the I-35 corridor, but where's the nearest storms? All the way out towards northwestern Llano County. And you may be thinking, maybe asking, okay, we have storms, but why is it not like in Burnett? Why is it not in Marble Falls? Why isn't it in Johnson City? Why isn't it in San Antonio? Why is it not in New Braunfels or Austin or east of 535? Why is that not the case? It's because we have a stationary boundary that's just sitting right on top of areas across the hill country, and the storms are just sitting there. But the frontal boundary that's stationary is slowly pushing to the southeast, and will actually continue to slowly push to the southeast every single hour tonight. Again, slowly pushing to the southeast. The storms that develop are going to be slowly developing, but the storms that do slowly develop will be slowly moving as well. So, in terms of everything, it's slow. Everything is slow tonight. But if you're under a flash flood alert, we do not want you moving slow. We want you moving fast. I know it's late at night. You may be running slow, but move fast if you do get under an alert. So, let's see here. Let's take a look at some cameras again. This is a look at Bee Cave, Texas. Again, this is a KXAN weather camera. And you can see that there is some flickers of lightning in the distance. So, obviously, we are getting some lightning across southwestern sections of Travis County. Again, these storms are so electric. The charges and the points are traveling so far from the storms. Again, just most of central Texas is just, or really west of I-35, is just getting lit up right now in the sky of just lightning right now. A lot of people may be thinking it's white fireworks potentially, but yeah. Anyways, here is Santa Rita Ranch. Look at this. This is a scene right here. This has got to be my favorite camera for tonight out in Santa Rita Ranch. A thunderstorm. You may be thinking the thunderstorm's in the distance. No, it's not. We do not have a thunderstorm over here. It is all the way in Lampasas County. And the lightning is traveling so far from the storms. It's just insane how we're seeing that right now. With the lightning this crazy. And it makes me think, is the radar not showing a thunderstorm right here? Again, we're looking in western Williamson County towards Burnett County. And it's just insane how we're getting a crazy lightning show just like this. And all the storms are just north of Burnett. That's wild. Or potentially, maybe, we're seeing the lightning travel from Llano County, potentially. That could also be another factor, probably, but still, conditions are for surely wild. All right, for tonight's weather risk, we do have the risk for a strong storm, maybe a severe thunderstorm tonight. I am monitoring or now noticing our first strong storm advisory for tonight in Tom Green County, just southeast of San Angelo. I know we don't cover San Angelo, but in tonight's terms of severe weather tonight or the risk of it, here we go. Here's our first alert for tonight. So strong storm alerts for the risk of pea-sized hail and 50-mile-per-hour winds until midnight tonight, going in for Tom Green County. Of course, seek shelter inside and stay away from being outdoors. All right, let's go back to Kerr County. That's where we're monitoring those showers getting closer and closer. So, latest radar suggests the isolated showers starting to weaken a little bit, but maybe a new shower developing just northwest of that parent storm. And again, this storm is just literally sitting right here. It's barely moving. So, yawn, pretty much. But still, the storm we're watching. And also a new storm starting to initiate in northern Kerr County. And it looking like a pretty good downpour just to the west of Medina. But again, that's about it. Northwestern Gillespie County, some storms. Mason County, Llano counties, some showers and storms for y'all this evening on the Doppler NextGen radar. All right. Once again, if you guys have any questions, comments, or anything like that, want to say hi, feel free to do so. The chat it works tonight, so of course, if y'all want to say anything, y'all may do so. And of course, tons of y'all are messaging me personally on other social platforms. And I appreciate y'all doing that, but if anybody's watching from those other platforms to here on YouTube, just please message me on YouTube, then on my other platforms, because it's more better, I guess you could say, to talk on YouTube than look at my phone for a quick second and reply to everything. But I do understand why you are messaging me. Anyways, I do want to mention this, guys, with tonight's flood risk. Yes, we do have a decent flood risk tonight, but I'm also monitoring the risk for some more showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. I'm a little optimistic to think or see what they do, but I think they may extend the flood watch later tomorrow night, maybe into Monday morning probably, because latest model suggestion saying storms could be quite heavy probably overnight Sunday as well, just like tonight. So I would not be surprised if a flood watch maybe were to get extended until like 10 o'clock tomorrow evening or sometime Monday morning, but we'll see what happens. So again, tonight is not our only risk of flooding. We have another risk later tomorrow and another risk the day after. So again, we're watching all this very closely. We're monitoring it for y'all. And of course, if you keep it here on the Storm TV Network YouTube channel, you can get all the latest updates with coverage and all the information that you need to know before you go to sleep this evening. And of course, if you plan to go to sleep, before you do, go to settings on your mobile device, or well, if you're watching on mobile, go to your mobile device and go to settings, go to weather alerts, and make sure those are toggled on so you can get alerts if they get issued in your neck of the woods. Let's see here. Again, we've been live for more than an hour and 40 minutes now. 0 breaks so far. So that's wonderful news. But I may take my first break here. Again, I should be taking every break I can, but I'm not. But we are here. All right. Okay, there we go. The bottom banner updated it by itself. That's fantastic. Okay, so again, guys, thunderstorms right now across sections in northwestern Llano, portions of Mason, a little sliver in Gillespie County right now, and yes, there are some showers out there in Kerr County right now. But overall, this is pretty much it for what we're tracking. The activity, the intensity of this should only start to increase and expand in coverage here throughout the next several hours from now. But what I'm going to do is, everybody, since we're just seeing some, it's not exactly, it's kind of light activity, but you also see some red, which is heavy activity, but mostly light activity is what we're seeing right now. But again, I don't want to. We're just repeating myself. I'm just been repeating myself for the last hour and a half, almost 2 hours. I'm kind of getting tired of doing that almost. So what I'm going to do is, for at least for the next hour or two, I'm going to be not talking. It's just going to be the radar on. I'm going to be on standby mode, which means that I'm going to be sitting right here still, replying to messages on other social platforms, get caught up to everything. And then, once I'm done with that, I will return back to the stream. So, next update with me will be at 12 o'clock in the morning on your Sunday. So, that's in about 15 minutes from now. So, if y'all want to join me in 15 minutes from now with another update on radar, synopsis, and information that you need to know before you actually go to bed tonight, if you do plan to do so, join me here in about 15 minutes for some more updates. But if you want to wait to 15 minutes and listen to the music and me showing the radar, you are more than welcome to do that. But for now, thank you for tuning in for this hour, more than an hour and a half of non-stop coverage here on the network. Again, I'm trying to save my energy until like an actual alert, and when I'm like really needed to be here. That's kind of when I'm waiting for that time, you know. But hopefully, me getting off air for a few minutes is understandable. Again, I'm trying to save my energy for like a big time alert that could get issued later tonight. Again, I'm gonna be up all night long tonight. I need to be taking every break I can, even when there's no alerts. That's a good time to take a break. But when there's alert, that's when I gotta be really active and be watching. Again, we do not cover land passes county. You do see a flash flood warning over there. We don't cover you guys. But before we get off the air real quick, for anybody that may be watching over there, or if you got any friends or family, about 1 inch to 3 inches of rain has fallen in that warned area for land passes and mill counties. If you see water on the roadways, turn around and do not drown. All right. Please stay safe. All right. So I will see y'all back here in about 15 minutes from now. Again, I'm going to take a miniature break. I'll see you back here. And the next update with me will be here at 12 o'clock in the morning. So I'll see you guys here in just a little bit. I'm Chief Forecaster David Alford for Storm TV Network. This was a special weather update. More updates and more at 12 a.m.
Bring a storm while it's happening, devastating many, impacting lives. David Alford, Chief Forecaster for Storm TV Network, is here for you ahead of the storm and during the storm for more than 4 years.
Or not. Check out Storm Plus now streaming live on Stream endlessly. Exclusively watch minute-by-minute updates.
And we got Arnold in the chats saying, sending love and prayers to Texas. Everyone, please stay safe. Yes, I want everybody to stay safe. Definitely prayers indeed here in Central Texas and in the Hill Country and really anywhere across the Lone Star State. We have tons of flood alerts out there. So again, that's definitely a very good point there. But yes, sending love and prayers to Texas, definitely much needed, especially ever since last weekend. But same impacts, unfortunately, are in play tonight. All right, but thank you for that. Prayers for sure to the Lone Star State. All right, more updates with me, guys, here in about 13 minutes.
Weather in Central Texas can be unexpected a lot of times. Stick with Storm for your trusted local weather updates so you can get your daily forecast updates and storm weather coverage from a trusted team you can trust. Stay ahead of the storm with Storm Austin. Storm Austin, Austin's trusted local weather. Weather in Central Texas can be unexpected a lot of times. Stick with Storm for your trusted local weather updates so you can get your daily forecast updates and storm weather coverage from a trusted team you can trust. Stay ahead of the storm with Storm Austin. Storm Austin, Austin's trusted local weather source.
Could cause an impact or not. Check out Storm Plus now streaming live on Stream endlessly. Exclusively watch minute-by-minute updates.
Bring a storm while it's happening, devastating many, impacting lives. David Alford, Chief Forecaster for Storm TV Network, is here for you ahead of the storm and during the storm for more than 4 years.
From the Storm Austin and San Antonio weather team, this is a special weather alert.
Hey everybody, I'm Chief Forecaster David Alford with Storm TV Network here. We're coming on the air to deliver you guys an update of storms that are active right now across Central Texas. Also, we've got some live cameras that we'll show you here in just a moment. But look at your bottom left of your screen. That is a weather sensor for Austin, Texas. We're sitting at 82 degrees right now. It feels like 91. But again, that's what it is out there right now in downtown Austin. All right, here's the latest at some cameras before we get to the updated radar. It's going to load here for a second, but this is going to be a live look at Bee Cave, Texas, where it is overcast. And you may notice the sky kind of flashed a little bit. That is lightning in the distance. But hey, do you guys want to see better lightning? Let's go to Santa Rita Ranch out in Liberty Hill. This camera is facing towards Burnett and Lampasas, and you can actually see from this live camera shot of all the amazing lightning strikes. I mean, just look at that. It's an electric storm. The atmosphere is so electrifying this evening, or this morning, I should say. And again, you can see that just lots of lightning out there right now. So again, that's what things look like out there right now in Santa Rita Ranch in Liberty Hill. This camera is facing towards the Bertram area, Burnett, and Lampasas. All right, active radar right now does hint out on some storms across sections of the hill country. We do have some pretty good storms, nothing strong or severe. We do have a severe weather threat tonight until 6 a.m., but I don't really expect much in severe weather tonight. Flash flood risk, though, is already verifying for areas towards like Lampasas County. All right, we're tracking a storm right now impacting northwest of Kerrville right now. No lightning to be reported from the storm yet, but just east of Hunt, Texas, just near Waltonia, near Ingram, just northwest of Mount Wesley, we have some isolated storms out there right now, creating a quick, slow downpour, about 1/10 of an inch potentially falling in where we have some light showers at right now in northern Kerr County right now, just northwest of the city of Kerrville. As of now, nothing catastrophic, nothing like that happening, just a good old downpour producing about 1/10 of an inch of rain. But if it continues to sit there, it could quickly bring up near 1/2 an inch of rain potentially over Interstate 10. We'll see how things go, but more than likely, we're going to stick with 1/10 of an inch, and maybe 1/4 of an inch of rain could be possible as well. Let's see here. Across areas towards Mason County and Menard, right now we got some storms. Not a whole lot, actually, across Mason County. I'm going to be honest. I thought the thunderstorm activity would be a lot more widespread by now, but things are really taking their time to blossom. And the more they take time to develop, the better risk and chances for more insane weather later tonight. We're already starting to see a cluster of storms now starting to really fire up together. Anywhere from Goldthwaite to San Saba to northwestern Llano County, we just have this cluster of storms that are now formed together. So this is probably going to be the likelihood area for the next potentially couple hours, if this goes correctly, where it could just be raining in this area for quite some time potentially. So again, we're going to watch things closely as things just continue to rain out in the hill country. And the latest update here coming in from the Weather Prediction Center, a level 3 out of 4 moderate risk of flooding across the hill country, which we'll take a look at here in just a second. Meanwhile, we have a level 1 out of 5 marginal risk of severe weather this morning from Kerrville to Johnson City to Marble Falls to Burnett to Llano to Mason to Sonora, points all the way towards Dallas-Fort Worth. Severe weather is not very likely tonight, but we cannot rule out the risk for some small hail and gusty winds with some storms. But again, the moral the activity of the weather tonight will just be some excessive rainfall, potentially catastrophic flooding, like we saw last weekend. So, portions of western Burnett County, northwestern Blanco, portions of Kendall County, all of Llano, Kendall, and Mason counties under this moderate risk of flooding. Between 3 to 6 inches of rain is possible, but the latest update from the National Weather Service is saying anybody that's in the flood watch, the potential risk is there to see 9 inches of rain or a foot of rain between that level there. So again, some catastrophic impacts could be possible, again, for portions of South Central Texas. And again, where we have the storms at right now, some parts of the hill country are seeing storms where we do not need any more rain. The ground is so saturated, just like a sponge would be, it's squishy. Our soils here are very squishy, so we do not need any more rain. And the more rain we see, that could lead to runoff, and the rivers, lakes, they're kind of disturbed. They're pretty high. So again, we're watching things very, very closely. Praying these floods stop. Let's see here. Yeah, so much flooding happening across the United States too for different other states, unfortunately. Praying we'll get more places that need it in southern New Mexico. Okay, so southern New Mexico needs some rain. Hopefully all this raininess can go towards southern New Mexico, because where we are at here in Central Texas, we do not need any more rain. And actually, I have a drought tracker that we can look at. Y'all are going to be impressed. Last time I've ever shown a drought tracker on stream, it's never been good. So we actually have an updated drought tracker, and I'm actually happy to talk about this. So you see this yellow right here? That is abnormally dry. That technically means that we're not under a drought. That means we're kind of like in the pre-stages of going to be in a drought, but you're not in a drought pretty much. So where we have the yellow, again, you're not really under a drought, but you kind of are, but not really. But when you get to that vanilla shaped color, that's moderate droughts, like Lockhart and New Braunfels, that's moderate droughts. If you go towards that oranger color, towards like Kerrville and Floresville, that is a severe drought. San Antonio is an extreme drought. And then we have an exceptional drought still for sections of just west of Bexar County. So an area that really significantly needs more rain, it's going to be over here, just towards Hondo and Divine. That's where they significantly need the rain. So really, I know San Antonio saw catastrophic flooding just a few weeks ago, but unfortunately, they're going to need some more rain. Same thing with Uvalde, and even, unfortunately, Kerrville, New Braunfels, Rock Springs, those areas will definitely need to see more rain to get out of the drought. Again, areas towards like Burnett County, Llano counties, Williamson counties, and Travis counties, we've seen nearly 20-plus inches of rain for a good chunk of those counties. That's why we're no longer under a drought. And this is the best I've seen the drought in our area in quite some time. We'll get a new update on Thursday from the drought tracker people. And the cutoff of when the drought tracker quits updating, that is on Tuesday mid-morning, I believe. So all the rain that we get this weekend will count in the drought tracker update. And that will be the same story if we get any more rain tomorrow night, going into parts of next week. And by the way, forecasted later today and going into tomorrow. Just going to point that out. So this is not the only rain chances that we have in the forecast here throughout the next couple of hours. All right, so across Kerr County, we're watching these isolated downpours right now over hard-hit catastrophic areas. Again, just towards Kerrville, Ingram, Hunt, Texas, some storms right now that we're watching for y'all. As of now, these storms are not catastrophic. They're just in the catastrophic zone areas. But again, this is an area that we are watching closely for our friends over here. Of course, if you guys got any questions, comments, or anything like that, feel free to mention that down in the chat. Want to say hi, feel free to do so. Let's see here. Not Reduce. I can't pronounce that. Reduso? Is that right? Reduso? That does not sound right. But they had catastrophic flooding too. 3 lives were lost last week. I know not to Texas. Yeah, Texas is yeah, it's been pretty bad here. Oh wow, so yeah, the deaths in New Mexico is pretty bad as well. So that's really sad. What in the world happened? Just a second. What in the world just happened? Some reason YouTube decided to remove your comments in the chats. Why? I have no clue. A second, let me see if I can figure out why. That's weird. Okay, YouTube, I don't know what's going on with that. Alright, look at this, guys. We got these showers starting to develop right now. Wow, we have two isolated showers that are colliding together just northwest of Mount Wesley, northwest of Kerrville. This is going to be interesting. Storms are progressing northeast, but they're slowly moving. Like, they're very slowly moving. So this is going to be interesting how things progress here throughout the next little bits. So this is going to be potentially an area to watch here throughout the next little bit. Another cluster down towards southwestern Kerr County, another area to watch closely. And we're also monitoring some of these other storms in Llano County and San Saba County right now. They're producing some very heavy rain as well. But is actually these storms are starting to extend further out southwest now into Mason and Llano counties. The question is can these storms travel further more southbound? As of right now, no. But again, we're watching it. Ro-e-do-so. Ro-e-do-so. Is that right? Ro-e-do-so? Right. Ro-e-do-so. Ro-e-do-so. There we go. Ro-e-do-so. Yeah, a lot of y'all have been trying to help me with pronouncing words in the last 48 hours. My apologies for that I cannot pronounce city names or county names correctly, guys. It's just one of the things about me. I can't pronounce certain things correctly, so I apologize. Just future reference, if you guys continue to stay tuned to me in the future, I won't be able to pronounce some things. But it does take time. I got to learn. Plus, when I'm doing streams at a current time, I typically look at an area where it's most favored for like flooding or when a impactful event could be occurring at the night, whatever it is, whatever the time is. I usually look at the area. I look at the cities, look at the counties to see if I don't know how to pronounce it. And usually I re-say it and re-practice it, but then usually it works. Sometimes it doesn't. But just a heads up if anybody was wondering on that. Alright, so, against storms right now, this storm has an interesting arch with it in Lampasas and San Saba counties. I'm a little curious if we have a wind gust that's attempting to occur. So let's go to our velocity tracker here, and let's see what the latest velocity is showing. Yeah, this is San Saba County. We don't cover San Saba. We don't cover the San Saba area, but tonight we are, I guess. Radar is suggesting about 26 mile per hour winds. So that is 31. It's all 31 mile per hour winds. How you get a special weather statement or strong storm advisory? You got to have wind gusts above 30 miles per hour. And the latest radar is suggesting over 30 mile per hour wind speed. So I don't know if they will issue a special weather statement because literally the county ends right here, and they're just going to be, if they were to issue a special weather statement, it would probably be for like that, and there's probably not a lot of people that live over here too, probably. So we'll see what they do though. But again, just area to notes, some gusty winds upwards to 30 miles per hour possible in southeastern San Saba County. All right, another area that we're watching very, very closely is these new showers that are really starting to get going right now, just northwest of Kerrville right now, in Kerr County. We do have a shower that's just rapidly developing right now in the Ingram area. Also a shower developing in southwestern Gillespie County, just south of Harper, southwest of Morris Ranch. Again, this is where we got some showers that are developing right now. How much rain has exactly fallen in this particular area? Let's go and take a look at the latest total precipitation coming in from the radar. And so far, the radar is estimating pretty much nothing. It's saying about a tenth of an inch, and that's exactly what I was saying earlier. Is that this little storm that we're seeing over here, it's just about maybe a 100th of an inch to maybe a tenth of an inch. That's about it. In the last hour, the radar is suggesting nearly 100th of an inch to nearly 200ths of an inch right now. So again, that's pretty much all that we're tracking right now. Again, it's just a pretty good storm. Again, nothing catastrophic, thankfully, coming out of the storm. It's just this little isolated cell, these two isolated cells converging into one, just producing some few hundreds of rain. That's about it. Thankfully, it's just that. I mean, we've had worse in this area, so at least we're getting a few hundreds of an inch of rain. That's about it. But again, we don't want any more rain in this area. You have it on the map. People can look at it. Yeah, it's true. Thank you very much. But yeah, it's very true. Sometimes if I can't pronounce a city name or a county name, I usually just circle what I'm talking about or highlight what I'm talking about, and hopefully and usually the person understands what I'm mentioning about. Hopefully that is the case. All right, so again, towards Ingram, that is where we got some storms. No lightning, though. No thunder, from what I've been told right now. And I do know some people, actually, that are, like, in Kerrville right now and in Hunt, Texas, that I do communicate with. Like, I talked to them literally around 11 o'clock when we took a miniature break of doing coverage. So, if anything crazy gets happening, there's a potential possibility that we may be in a phone call with one of them later tonight. We'll see. But, as of now, we're obviously staying phone call free. And when we had the incredible flooding event in Burnett County last weekend, I had people from Burnett County on the stream on a phone call with me at 6 o'clock in the morning. And that's when we had a lot of people watching at that time last weekend. So I hope that's not the case into tonight, into the early parts of this morning. But again, we will see how things progress. All right, so right now that's what's happening in Kerr County. Just a few isolated showers just northwest of Kerrville, but that's about it. Llano County still in the action right now in the northwestern side of the county. But what I'm going to show you guys that's still in the action right now, it's Santa Rita Ranch and Liberty Hill in western Williamson County. I mean, just look at this. Look at this amazing view of the sky. Lightning, boom. There might be some thunder potentially too, probably, but it's probably just lightning. And I think this is a way of Mother Nature saying, all right, we're sorry that y'all couldn't get a really good 4th of July. Here is a light show for you in honor for that, probably. I don't know. But, again, a nice light show that we are experiencing across sections of the area. But again, not everybody is seeing this afternoon. This morning. My brain is stuck right now on saying that. And of course, if you guys got any questions, comments, or anything like that, feel free to comment down below in the chat. If you guys want to say hi, feel free to do so. And if you're new watching and you are liking the coverage at least, I guess you could leave a like on it if you want. And of course, if you're in the Austin, San Antonio area, we specifically focus on forecasts here locally in the area, but sometimes we do national weather coverage. So if you guys want to see more coverage like this in the future, make sure you subscribe to the channel if you guys want. And of course, if you do, I highly recommend turning on the notification bell so you get notified when I post in the community announcements, when a new video, or when a new stream starts. Very helpful to be on time when we go live. All right, storms right now, again, just northwest of Kerrville right now, just towards the Ingram area. That's where we got some light to moderate showers right now. In far southwestern Gillespie County, that's where we also got another area of light to moderate showers. Again, latest radar suggesting only a few hundredths of an inch of rain has fallen in this area in just the last 10 minutes. We are starting to see some red on there, which is an indication of the storm growing. It's intensifying, which means as the storm grows further out, the rain rates start to increase, and and actually where the storm is at, it's actually developing right on top of the Guadalupe River, which is obviously not good news. So if this storm continues just to sit on top of this area, or continues to backbuild or anything like that, and gets stronger and gets heavier, there's a risk that we could have some impacts to the Guadalupe River here in a little bit. We'll see though. But again, the storm it's starting to grow here in coverage and actually get more intense. No lightning coming out of the storm as of now. No reports of that on our lightning detector. But again, we are watching things very, very closely. But again, this is going to be an area to watch, area of concern for tonight. Again, I think the main focal points tonight across central Texas is going to be Kerr County, Mason, Llano, Burnett, far western Williamson, and northwestern Travis counties. I think those are going to be the main areas that everybody is watching tonight because we've seen so much catastrophic flooding in the last, since last weekend. And even in San Saba County, too, there's been some pretty bad flooding. Here where I live at, I live in Marble Falls. You can see it right there. Here's the Storm TV studios. That's where we're broadcasting from. Guess how much rain that I saw over the 4th of July weekend? 18.5 inches of rain, literally on the dot. That is insane. And we saw some rain a few days ago, and that probably added like maybe a 1/10 of an inch to it. So maybe about 18 inches and a half. Just add 10 decimals to that. But again, just wild to see that much rain. And then just like 3-4 miles to the east of me, over 22 inches of rain. Just 3 miles to my east. Of where we're broadcasting from, or northeast of where I'm broadcasting from. So again, it's insane, it's wild how things go. And again, unfortunately, well, actually good news. As of now, well, here's the thing. None of the models were forecasting 20 plus inches of rain last weekend. Tonight, that is not the forecast case. Everybody's forecasting between 1 to 9 inches of rain, but some isolated pockets upwards to a foot of rain is possible. So as of now, nothing near 2 feet of rain is forecasted as of right now. Now, could there be the possibility of that happening? There's a small chance, but I think that greater risk will happen towards the areas in that level 3 out of 4 moderate risk of flash flooding that we have for tonight. And you may be thinking, maybe asking, what exactly and where is that moderate risk of flooding that we've been talking about for the last 2.5 hours? It's right here. Far western Burnett, northwestern Blanco, northwestern Kendall, Gillespie, Llano, Burnett, Mason, Kerr counties points northwest. That's where we have that greater risk of seeing rainfall amounts upwards to a foot of rain. How long will we live for? It's going to be an all-night event tonight. I will be doing these occasional breaks, which means that I'm not talking. I'm still here on my computer. I'm just on standby mode, or it's a rest, because I want to save my energy for like a flash flood warning, or if a flash flood emergency were get issued, But for at least the next 10 to 15 minutes, I'm going to be here here live at least, talking and providing details and information. But again, the stream, guys, will continue all night long tonight. I do have the ticker on the bottom of the screen that does update every time when a new weather alert gets issued, which you will see here tonight. And of course, if y'all plan to go to bed tonight, just make sure you have a way to receive weather alerts. That's really recommended. So again, we'll keep eyes on that closely for the rain tonight. And hopefully, again, you guys got those alerts. And again, as the night progresses, there's a small chance or medium chance that my words might start to jumble up together because it's night. It's late at night, and my brain doesn't work super well late at night. So if I start to not make sense at times, I apologize. Just a heads up notice there. Of course. And of course, if you guys have any more questions or comments or anything like that, y'all can always say them anytime. But yes. Alright, let's go back to Kerr County right now. Still monitoring this isolated shower. The red has disappeared. So that is good news. That's a sign of the storm weakening a little bit. And the moderate downpour is no longer on top of the Guadalupe River, so that's wonderful news. It's just north of the Guadalupe River, north of Ingram, in Kerr County, a county that we do cover here in the storm viewing area. Again, just northwest of Kerrville, that's where the storm is at. It's not strong, it's not severe, it's not creating flooding concerns. The only thing it's doing is adding just a few hundredths of an inch of rain. The highest amount of rain I've seen so far was maybe 0.05 of an inch. That's about it. That's barely anything. So, again, that's all that we're seeing right now from this parent storm right now north of Ingram. The Ingram area did see some rain, but again, that's about it. But again, everybody, you see how there's not a whole lot of activity on the radar. I'm kind of surprised. Most models were suggesting, even the most trusted one that was forecasting this, was showing widespread storms by now. And that is not the case. All the widespread storms are happening north of our viewing area, except for clipping Llano County and just a few little cells in Kerr County and Gillespie counties. In the bright side, this potentially could be all that we get tonight, but with some models that I'm looking at, the latest synopsis indicates that the storm activity is just going to only increase and grow throughout the next couple of hours. And by the way, you may be thinking, maybe asking, hey, why is it not raining in Burnett? What about Marble Falls, San Antonio, Austin, or areas east of 535? Why is it not raining over there? It's because we have a stationary boundary that is just sitting on top of a portion of central Texas. It goes from like outside of Killeen, just outside of Lampasas, points all the way towards like northwest of Kerrville. That's where we have this boundary that's sitting at right now, and that's why we're not seeing any storms happening east of the boundary. So earlier ago, we were watching these two storms that looked like were going to impact Kerrville, but they did not, because this boundary was blocking those storms to impact Kerrville, thankfully. But it did impact the N-Graham area. So again, that's all that we're watching and keeping our eyes on here throughout the next little bit. So now if we go ahead and take a look at, let's see here. Let's go back to the hill country, the northern hill country. Again, Lampasas County. We don't cover Lampasas County, but in tonight's update here, we are flash flood warning underway right now in Lampasas County. I do got some unfortunate news. It looks like some very heavy rain potentially could impact y'all here in just a little bit, so we're watching that. I would not be surprised if the flash flood warning were to get maybe updated to, instead of saying 2 to 3 inches of rain, to maybe 2 to 4 inches of rain potentially, just because of this very heavy rain band that's about to push them. And we're also watching this heavy storm right now in northwestern Llano County right now as well, as this new little storm is connecting with this storm in San Saba County. Anything else developing in Mason County? Nothing right now. We are watching some storms back off towards the west. Could these storms make a run into our area? Again, all these storms are moving to the northeast. So again, we'll see how things go here in a little bit from now. Let's switch to our new Braunfels radar. Let's see. Kerrville, again, some storms. I mean, there's not even lightning or thunder from these. It's just some good rain that's coming down. Just a few hundredths of an inch. You know, it's pretty good, right? A few hundredths of an inch of rain just north of Ingram, northwest of Kerrville right now. The shower is just sitting there. I mean, the shower's starting to grow in size, but the intensity has just been the same for the last 5 or so minutes. So again, we're watching this closely as this continues to progress to the northeast. Also, looks like a new little tiny shower developing just to the northeast of there as well. So again, right now, just 3 tiny isolated showers in our area. We're really 4. One in southwestern Kerr County, 1 little shower in northern Kerr County north of Ingram, 1 tiny shower in southwestern Gillespie County, and 1 decently sized storm in northwestern Llano County, and it does include, or it does clip portions of Mason County as well. So again, just that little area of storms that we're tracking and watching for y'all this evening. So I know the radar is pretty boring. It's not really active as most of us thought it would be by now, which hopefully is a good sign. Obviously, we don't need any more rain. We don't want any more rain. But still, I got something else that we could look at here in just a second. So I do want to point out something. Even though Lake Buchanan is not seeing anything right now, there's a thing called the Colorado River that if anything falls right in this area, or right in this area as well, this will eventually fall into Lake Buchanan. So we most likely got some very, very heavy rain that is falling right now over sections of the Colorado River, and eventually will make its way into sections of Burnett County here in just a little bit, or towards the lake, but Canyon here in a little bit. All right, so this storm is interesting. We do have a severe weather threat tonight. No tornadoes expected, according to the Storm Prediction Center. There is a risk for hail and winds, but the reason why I went in velocity mode is because this storm has an interesting look to it. So you got some heavy storms, heavy bands of rain that are underway. So, of course, where the storms are at, that's cooler air. But we have this influx right here, where we have warm air coming into the storm. We have a little hole right here, and sometimes rotation attempts or tries to develop when we have something like this. So that's why I went in velocity mode and trying to see if anything like that's trying to occur. And a new scan came in, and there's still that little hole right there, but where we had that clear indication of actual warm air coming in, that has just been taken up. So as of now, just mainly looks like a good rain event. And again, we're not expecting tornadoes or anything like that, but again, it was just an interesting look to the storm. That's why I went investigative mode on the Doppler winds on our velocity track. But yeah, again, that's about it on the radar. Just a chunk of the activity outside of our viewing area. Thankfully, it's outside of our viewing area because we do not need any more rain in our area. All right, just north of Ingram, northwest of Kerrville, some moderate downpours still, but that is about it. Let's go ahead and take a live look outside right now in Bee Cave, Texas. This camera's from KXAN, so if y'all were to search up KXAN.com, go to weather cameras, y'all can actually find this yourself. So it's not like my personal camera, but here it is in Bee Cave, where we got some lightning in the distance, and it is a storm hundreds of miles, well, I don't say hundreds of miles, but 20 plus miles, or over 80 plus miles away, I should say, from where the storms were at. Tons of electric charges definitely coming from these storms all the way from Lampasas County. This is camera shots coming in from southwestern Travis County this evening. But once again, we are keeping eyes on that closely. All right, let me show you an impressive shot. So this is Santa Rita Ranch. There you go, lightning. We got tons of lightning in the distance. This camera is facing towards Burnett and Bertram and Lampasas. And where we have all the storms at in Lampasas, yeah, we got a monster of a storm just like that we're seeing from the lightning. It is wild. So, as we return you back to the radar right now, again, there's just not a whole lot to speak of, not a whole lot to show or to present to you right now this early morning. But the trend is that the activity of storms should really start to rapidly intensify here in just a little bit. I mean, things were looking like widespread storms are starting to get going, but now things are just kind of falling apart, which I'm finding very interesting. But we'll see how things go here in the next couple of hours. That does not mean a flood threat, and you don't need to be off guard. I still want you to be on guard and everything. I'm just saying that the storms are, I don't know, are they having a harder time to develop? They might be. But overall, we are in a really uncapped environment, so I find it interesting how we're not seeing like widespread storms happening across the area. Very strange for sure. But overall, the bulk of the storm activity is just north of our viewing area. Well, barely, except for far northwestern Lanark County. But however, the majority of the storms are just north of our coverage area. So again, that is what we're watching for you guys this morning. Some storms towards El Dorado, just south of Tom Green County and San Angelo. Some storms over there now. There's a flood advisory in effect for the El Dorado area. But again, that's about it. Again, here in South Central Texas, no flood warnings or advisories right now, but Lampasas, including the city of Lampasas and Coppers Cove. Again, we don't cover that area, but tonight's stream we will. There's a flash flood warning that's underway right now where likely significant rainfall has already occurred in this area. Between 2 to 3 inches of rain has fallen. Another additional 1 to 2 inches is possible. But you see this really area of red? I got a feeling that 3 to maybe 4 more inches of rain is possible because this is heavy rain. It's slowly moving and it's just sitting. Yeah, see that right there, guys? It's slowly moving. It's also developing more. So that's why I'm thinking that there potentially could be much more higher amounts of rainfall than what the flash flood warning is predicting at this time. But again, we will see how things go here throughout the next little bits. So, again, I know a lot of y'all are worried and concerned about the weather tonight. You may be looking at the radar, you're like, why do we need to be concerned about anything? I know, things are just taking some time for sure to develop. Some models, again, have indicated that barely anything will happen tonight. Our most trusted models, though, are being very careful, and some of them are being really insane with widespread thunderstorms. And again, widespread thunderstorms, that is not the case, and that should have been the case 30 minutes ago. So thankfully, again, that is not the case right now. Thankfully, it's not. And again, the Weather Prediction Center has upgraded us to a level 3 out of 4 moderate risk for portions of Burnett, Blanco, Kendall, Gillespie, Llano, and Mason counties tonight. Back off towards San Angelo and the Big Lake area towards Rock Springs and Coleman and Brady. But again, we'll watch this closely. Also, the Storm Prediction Center out in Norman, Oklahoma has outlooked portions of south central Texas in a level 1 risk of severe weather tonight. Yes, we are under a severe weather risk. And so far today, there's only been one strong storm advisory, and that's been towards San Angelo. That was actually before 12 o'clock this morning. That's when that alert expired, I think. But anyways, a weather alert, special marginal risk of severe weather is possible. What exactly is this meaning? It's saying that the risk is there for an isolated, low-grade severe storm. So gusty winds up to 60 miles per hour, possibly, and some potential large hail upwards to quarter size, 1 inch diameter, but I don't think we'll have that significant of hail. I think we'll have, like, if we have any hail, it'll be very tiny, like pea size probably. But for gusty winds, I could see that being a problem for some, potentially up to 30 or 40 miles per hour probably. But again, that's the latest here with what the Storm Prediction Center is outlining for sections of the Hill Country, and even does include sections of the western Wilco area in Williamson County and even northwestern Travis County, over towards like the Lakeway region this morning here. But again, the activity, there is not much to speak of. We barely got lucky in Kerrville to see a storm this morning. The storm just missed. But Ingram was one of the areas that got impacted by flooding. Y'all did get about 5/100 of an inch of rain, which is barely anything, but y'all did see some quick storm. Well, actually, it wasn't that quick. It was very slow moving. But the storm is starting to fade away. And to see any new development further back down to the southwest, if anything develops from Medina to Uvalde to Rock Springs, this will come our direction towards the Hill Country, but as of now, nothing is developing. So things are rather quiet across the area. But again, that doesn't mean that the activity is done for tonight. I guess, I don't want to say we're in the lull in the activity. We're just having a really hard time for things to develop for some reason. And just want to mention this. We have a really good environment for storms to develop tonight. I'm just a little surprised that nothing is really getting going right now. So, again, that's the latest with everything that we are tracking here at 12:37 this morning. Alright, so, of course, I'm going to save my energy. I have a lot of energy in me to talk and continue covering this, but since we're getting later into the night, of course, how it goes for almost every person, the later into the night, the more sleepy you get and stuff like that. I plan to do an all-night stream and be here all night long. So, in order for me to be successful on that, I have to take breaks, take a moment to reply to messages on other social platforms, and just relax for a moment. And especially since we have 0 flood alerts in our area. But before we actually get into that, real quick, they just issued a brand new flash flood warning for San Saba County. Again, we don't cover San Saba County, but they just issued a new flash flood warning. One thing I do want to point out, the Colorado River that does feed into Lake Buchanan, there's a possibility that Lake Buchanan is rising right now, potentially, because of how much heavy rain is just falling on top of the Colorado River. And again, these storms are moving to the northeast. They're not moving southeast. They're moving northeast. So you may be thinking, hey, these are coming right towards Burnett. They will later tonight if they can hold together, but they're moving to the northeast. It looks like the boundary is now developed towards Fort Hood now. So from Fort Hood to Lampasas to Llano, that's where the boundary is at now. Earlier, it was from Gatesville to Babyhead Creek. And now it's from Llano, Lampasas to Fort Hood. That's where the frontal boundary is stalled at right now. And again, the frontal boundary is slowly moving. Anyways, latest update from the National Weather Service. So they are saying about 1 to 2 inches of rain has fallen in the warned area for San Saba, Chapel, and Bend and Cherokee. Again, the let's see here. What's it called? Colorado River is in the flash flood warning, and all that water in that, all the rain that's coming from the storm that's going into the river, I believe it's all coming down towards Lake Buchanan. So again, potentially a rise to Lake Buchanan, possibly. But again, we've had some very heavy rains falling in this area for quite some time now. Literally, for quite some time now. Nearly 2 hours of this area being seeing rain for now. So that's why we have a flash flood warning. Again, 1 to 2 inches of rain has fallen in Lampasas County, Mills County. We've seen over 2 to 4 inches of rain potentially. The alert says 1 to 3 inches, but I think it's about 2 to 4 inches of rain. And they may update it to 2 to 4 inches of rain here in a little bit. We'll see. But again, we'll see. Lampasas, you guys, I don't think you all have seen any rain in Lampasas, but y'all are under a flash flood warning. I love that. Llano County, not a whole lot. Burnett County, nothing except for 1 lightning bolt. Blanco, Gillespie County, barely anything right now. In Gillespie County, there's 1 little tiny shower that's really trying to hold on for dear life, but it's just falling apart just northeast of Ingram, just north of Kerrville. But again, we're watching things very, very closely. All right. Again, just want to point this out, everybody. This is not our only risk of storms tonight. I mean, tonight was supposed to be like the crazy, widespread thunderstorms. Again, it's only 12 o'clock in the morning. Most of the models say stuff don't really get going until like 2 a.m., so we'll see. But this is not our only opportunity for rain. We'll get a small lull in the action, so a small break in the action, we believe sometime in the afternoon tomorrow, and then we'll get another round of showers and thunderstorms for your Sunday nights, which could linger into parts of your early Monday. And some new model guidance has actually been indicating that we may have rain chances going into Tuesday, possibly. I'm not 100% positive or confident about this yet, but some models have been watching that, so we'll see what happens. But just want to give you all the storm alerts that, yes, there is the risk and already a possibility for rain going into parts of Tuesday for later this week. But yeah, we're going to be watching things very closely. All right, I'm going to take my second miniature break. I think this is how we're going to do it for the next few hours, if nothing crazy is happening. We're going to be live at a new o'clock of the hour and do like 30-45 minutes of coverage, and then come back, take like a 15-20 minute break, and then come back every time we hit a new o'clock. I think is what we'll probably do. Again, I'm trying to save my energy for like, if we get anything crazy tonight. I think we should. I think something should get going, but if nothing, I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I'll let y'all know if I think we're good for tonight. As of now, I'm holding on to. We need to be on guard. Crazy weather's happening. We gotta be on guard. I mean, look at this. We already have a new isolated shower developing on top of the city of Mason. So you can still tell that stuff is still attempting to develop. Look at this towards Gatesville. We have a storm right now in the Gatesville area. For some reason, we have flown all the way to Arkansas. Let's go back to Central Texas. Look at this. Special weather statement. Strong storm advisory for the areas west of Waco this morning for gusty winds up to 40 miles per hour. And as I've been mentioning, the risk will be there for gusty winds in this area storms tonight. And that's where we do have a low wind, severe weather risk, a level 1 out of 5 marginal. But again, I know it looks like much is not happening right now, but I just want to point this out. We do have one little shower attempting to develop right now in Mason County. So that is a sign that we still do have some moisture out there. It's just things are really taking their time developing. But again, if nothing continues to get going in the next hour or two, I will let y'all know what I think in my honest point of everything. But as of now, we're still going full red mode. Still, you need to be prepared in everything mode right now, and continue to stay tuned to the forecast overnight. If you plan to go to bed, make sure you got a way to get alerts tonight. That's gonna be the moral of the story for the rest of this evening or this morning here. So for now, I will return you guys to the radar and music. I'm going to be on standby mode. Next update from me should be around 1 o'clock in the morning, maybe. I may push it back until maybe 1:30 potentially. Maybe we'll do 1 o'clock. We'll see. But we'll see how things go. But as of now, this is what I got here on the radar. We're going to go ahead and... we got some... Before I go real quick... I would not be surprised if we got a special weather statement or a strong storm advisory get issued for Lampasas County, especially for areas towards like Lomita. We're seeing some wind gusts up to 44 miles per hour. That is a special weather statement criteria weather alert right there. So we'll see what they do here in the next few minutes. And again, this is owned by the National Weather Service office in Dallas-Fort Worth. So we'll see if they issue a new special weather statement for the Lomita area. And as you can see, just in the northeast of there towards Gatesville, they've issued a strong storm advisory. So I got a feeling that they'll issue a new weather alert for sections of Lampasas County here in a little bit. One thing, before we go real quick, one more thing I'm also starting to notice is we're starting to see this little line starting to develop. And this is, obviously, you can clearly see where the boundary is at right now. But as the boundary is stationary right now, but it is slowly progressing to the southeast. As it slowly progresses, if this line continues to develop, we'll start to see some more storms. And actually, that might be why we're seeing storms areas. Yeah, we're seeing storms just south of Tom Green County. It's because of this boundary right here. But then I'm confused about how we had these isolated showers that popped up ahead of the boundary. Interesting. I don't know. The weather is crazy tonight, guys. But again, I know you don't see much on radar. I know all the activities to our north. I still want y'all to be safe. I want y'all to be on guard tonight. Continue to keep it here for updates. But again, next update y'all should see from me should be sometime around 1 to 1:30 in the morning. That's the next time that y'all will see me with another update. So, with this update here, for the last 45 plus minutes, we're going to go ahead and return you back to the radar music. I appreciate you tuning in. Of course, if you got any questions, comments, or concerns, feel free to throw that in the chat here on YouTube. But another way to get in a faster contact with me is on Twitter or Instagram at davidalfwx. I'll actually show you how to get in contact right there. Just tag me or message me personally. But again, on any social platform, it's davidalfwx all together. If you guys have anything that you want to say to me, want to say hi, have any questions, anything like that, feel free to DM me. But for now, this is what I got for now. Again, I'll see you guys back here sometime between 1 to 1:30 in the morning. We'll give another update on radar. We'll probably go through rainfall totals, live cameras, pretty much everything that we just did in this update here. But again, I'll see y'all back here in about 15 to 25 minutes from now with more updates. So again, I'm trying to save my energy for the potential risk for some more impactful storms. Again, this is just the beginnings of things developing. Storms should really start to fire off here soon, at least in the next hour or two. And they should, but if they don't, this is going to throw a wrench into our forecast for the next couple hours. We'll see how things go, though. All right. I thank y'all for watching. More coverage with me continues in just about 25 to 35 minutes from now. I'll see you guys in just a little bit. For now, the radar music takes over. I'm Chief Forecaster David Alford here in the Storm TV Network Weather Center here in southern Burnett County.
Happening. Devastating many, impacting lives. David Alford, chief forecaster for Storm TV Network, is here for you ahead of the storm and during the storm for more than 4 years.
Could cause an impact or not. Check out Storm Plus now streaming live on Stream Endlessly. Exclusively watch minute-by-minute updates.
A lot of times. Stick with Storm for your trusted local weather updates so you can get your daily forecast updates and storm weather coverage from a trusted team you can trust. Stay ahead of the storm with Storm Austin. Storm Austin, Austin's trusted local weather.
I do not think I have the green screen set up on here. Oh, I do. Hey. Hey everybody, David here. Alright, we have the green screen set up. It works. I forgot I named it a different name. But here we are on the green screen right now. Here's the radar. Again, right there, so we got some of those thunderstorms right now. Again, nothing strong or severe, except for right over there, that blue box is a strong storm alert for the Gatesville area. But that's about it. But some storms right now across San Saba and Lampasas counties right now. Some moderate to heavy downpours. Between 1 to 2 inches of rain is falling in San Saba County. Nearly 2 to 3 inches of rain across sections of Burnett County, across sections of Lampasas County. I looked at Burnett, and that's why I said Burnett County, but Lampasas County, City of Lampasas here, Lampasas County there. But again, that's the weather alert right now. Over towards the hill country, as of right now, it's quiet. Nothing's happening right now. Some flooding concerns that we're watching out towards south of San Angelo near El Dorado. Storms in the I-35 corridor, there's nothing. And in areas east of I-35 towards the coastal plains, there's nothing. It's quiet, it's boring, and there's not really a whole lot to talk about. And it's good that it's quiet and it's boring, because obviously we do not want these flooding rains. And thankfully, here in central Texas, all the flooding rains are occurring just north, barely to the north of our viewing area. If you see right here, a storm and another storm right there, just creating mayhem, unfortunately, this morning for our friends over here. But as we notice, this little thin line right here, storms, is actually starting to grow out in nature more into San Saba County. And the question is how further southwest does this develop? Every single model almost is suggesting that more storms will develop further to the southwest, but storms are having a really hard time to do that somehow this morning. But as this continues to get stronger and beefs up more, as it goes more southwest potentially, the more southeast it goes, we may get some new storms here soon across sections of the hill country. We'll see, at least here in central Texas. But again, Lampasas, San Saba counties points north. We do not cover these counties, but we cover these counties here. But again, just barely to our north of our area, we are dealing with some thunderstorms this morning. And again, thankfully, thankfully these strong storms and flooding is just north of our area. So it's literally just north of our area. Like, this is probably like sprinkles, but overall it's about it. The only thing that we're really getting an impact from the storms is this Colorado River that's right here, where heavy rain has been sitting at, and all that water is going right down to Lake Buchanan, which is good because we desperately need the rain still out towards the lake. The lake is at 86% capacity as of 2 days ago, so that is wonderful news that we're seeing an increase here of the lake rising up even more. But again, we're watching things closely for that. But again, that is the latest what the radar is showing here at 1:02 in the morning right now with some storms. Again, just 2 for flash flood warning, another one right there, another flash flood alert, another flash flood alert. Again, this is where we've had some significant rainfall already in the last 2 to 3 hours already. And here we go with just moderate to heavy downpours still underway right now. So again, the question is, will we get more storms to develop further down to the southwest? Latest radar suggesting out towards the west, so just towards San Angelo feed, they are saying some storms off towards the distance, but Mason, Llano, Gillespie, Kerr counties, there's nothing happening right now. There has been some isolated downpours, but those have fallen apart. Nothing today in like Burnett, Fredericksburg, point southeast. There's nothing been developing. Kerrville, y'all almost got a storm today, but it impacted the Inman area. Is that right? Inman, I think, but somewhere in that area, that's where there were some impacts, unfortunately, this morning. But it was just like a few hundreds of an inch of rain. And if we were to get anything new to develop, at least southwest bound, it would develop anywhere from Fredericksburg, Kerrville, back to Route 83 points northwest. This would be the zonal area for new storm development. And as of right now, nothing is developing. So conditions are really quiet right now. Not as predicted, too, I'm going to be honest. Again, everybody was leaning more towards heavy widespread rain across the hill country. There's not a single drop of rain happening in our viewing area. So it's kind of quiet. But again, Lampasas County and San Saba counties are taking up all the activity right now with flooding concerns. It's not good they're saying flooding, but it's good that they're taking it away, at least from Burnett and Williamson, Travis, and even Llano counties. But San Saba County, they do not need any more rain. I drove by San Saba County for the 4th of July last weekend. If y'all scroll through my YouTube shorts, I filmed a house in the river, in the San Saba River. A few homes now are in the river of San Saba, and here we go with some more heavy rain that's occurred. I don't know if this heavy rain has done any influxes to the San Saba River tonight or this morning, but I'm hoping this is not a very similar situation that we had last weekend. So, anyways, some reason I got out of my mood of sitting down, so now we're standing up now, and I feel like moving around, so that's why. And I think if I move around more, I think we'll get less tired. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not that tired too, even though it's 1 in the morning. But, anyways, we're still here tracking things for you. There's not a whole lot we're tracking right now. Again, Mason, Llano, Burnett, Gillespie, Kendall, right here. Blanco and Kerr counties. These are the counties we cover. Nothing right now. Then we cover Bexar County. We cover Calumet County, Hayes, Travis, Williamson, Milam. We got Lee County over here, Bastrop County. This is Guadalupe. This is Guadalupe. That's Caldwell. Gonzales County here, and then Fayette County is right over there. So that's all the counties we cover. We cover 19 counties here. Here in the Austin, San Antonio area, here on the Storm TV Network channel. So there y'all go. All right. Of course, if you guys got any questions, comments, or anything like that, y'all can do that. Throw that out in the chat. And I wish it was one of these days where I had my pull-up desk and I can just do that. Actually, no, I don't have a desk with me. I don't have that with me today. I don't think. I would have to search for it. When I have my miniature break again, I'm going to see if I can find a little desk. It's probably very unlikely that I can find one, but I will work on it. So again, we will see how things work here in just a moment. Let me see if there's any updates here coming in from the Weather Service. The Colorado River near San Saba has risen up 2 feet, just under 2 feet in just under an hour. The rainfall rates are about 2 to 3 inches of rain. So that will do some influxes to the hill country here soon. About 40 minutes ago, forecast models, like the high-res models, are saying that 2 to 6 inches of rain could be possible for the hill country from now until noon this afternoon. And as of now on the radar, there's nothing across Llano, Mason, or Gillespie counties, and that's where most of the models are saying where the bulk of the rain will be at is in those counties. This model that I'm looking at says 6 inches of rain in Llano County. Nothing right now in Llano, so we'll see. But again, we're starting to see some new storms starting to fire off in northwestern San Saba County. So we'll have to see if more storms can attempt to develop more further southwest band. And I think storms can continue to develop more southwest. It's just taking its time to get going. But again, a flash flood warning in effect for Lampasas County until 2:30 this morning, with rain coverage at least expected to grow, and it's actually only growing this morning in that county. The Storm Prediction Center has decided to issue a marginal risk of severe weather for today here in Central Texas. So we have a severe weather risk that expires at 6 o'clock in the morning for our area, but now they've decided to issue a level 1 risk of severe weather, I think, for the entire viewing area now. Let's take a look at that. This new prediction, or this new outlook, I should say, from the National Weather Service. So let's see. Latest, okay, there we go. Yeah, they are saying that today's severe weather risk will go from the city of Llano to Burnett to Killeen to northwestern Kerr County points southeast. San Antonio is also included in our severe weather threat today. New Braunfels, Austin, Round Rock, Georgetown in a severe weather risk today. Gonzales, LaGrange, Lockhart, Luling. We got Bastrop, we got Giddings, and we got Rockdown, Cameron in today's low end severe weather risk for this afternoon. Or really from now into this afternoon, the risk is there for some hail and wind. So again, we're going to watch things closely as things progress. Let's take a look at what the threats of the weather could look like. Any tornado threats? Let's see. There are no tornado threats. There is a wind threat, and there is no hail threat this time. So that is great news to see. Let's see if they've updated the flood risk. The flood risk has not been updated for today. So this flood risk got updated yesterday. Since it's 1 o'clock in the morning now, your brain may be thinking today's Saturday, but it's Sunday now. Hello, guys, Sunday. But anyways, this was updated on Saturday, not Sunday, but these risks go until Sunday morning at 6 to 7 a.m. So we have a new outlook that should come out, or has it already came out, or is it about to come out? Okay, yeah, it's not come out yet. So we have that risk, that moderate risk, that red you saw until 7 o'clock this morning. But then we have this risk right here after 7 a.m. until 7 a.m. on Monday morning. We have this level 2 risk of flooding. But I have a feeling that they'll probably move this level 2 risk to include sections, the Austin and San Antonio area here, probably in the morning tomorrow is what I think they'll do. So again, or this morning here. So I think we'll see what they do here in just a little bit. But again, they've updated the severe weather risk for today. Again, we are now under a level 1 risk of severe weather for pretty much the entire viewing area, exception for Mason County just about. But Kerr County, Gillespie, almost Llano County, Burnett, Blanco, literally all the counties under a marginal risk of severe weather this afternoon. And this morning, so pretty much from right now until the pre-hours of the evening today, we got this risk for some strong to low-grade severe storms. Maybe asking, what exactly is a low-grade severe storm? That is gusty winds up to 60 miles per hour, and you have to have or 1-inch size hail in diameter, and that is quarter size. So one of those two criterias have to issue or get an alert for a severe thunderstorm warning to be issued in whatever location. So again, one of the two has to be a reason why we have a severe warning. And tonight, in today's case, the main risk will be the gusty winds. However, the hail threat is very low. But one thing that we have noticed so far this morning is there is a tiny hail risk out in this area, and actually I think the hail risk was towards Tom Green County, towards San Angelo, but this one is just mainly a wind risk, so excuse me. But yeah, keep an eye on that closely. All right, let's see. No new development on the radar right now. Of course, if you guys got questions, comments, or anything like that, feel free to throw those out in the chat. Checking radar, or checking a few other things. Seeing nothing else right now. Governor Greg Abbott posted 3 hours ago, said that heads up Texas, this is what to expect from late tonight to the morning hours. A flooding event potentially tonight, so that is pretty much already verifying, but just north of our viewing area. So far, I'm not getting any other updates. Of course, late into the night, and especially on Sundays and on the weekends, we get limited updates on the weekends, unfortunately, like last weekend. So we're not getting much information right now. Tonight's the night to remain extra vigilant across the line passes, San Saba, Llano, and Guadalupe rivers for sure. Surprised there wasn't a Colorado River mentioned into that. So far, no new details. Yeah, nothing new right now. I guess we'll check back here in a little bit to see if any new information comes out from the National Weather Service. But again, not a whole lot. Again, I apologize. I don't have a whole lot of details to bring y'all, but it's the weekend. It's early Sunday morning. Not a lot of people are awake at this time. Most people are actually off of work or anything like that. So not a lot of people are on shift, like National Weather Service wise or SBC wise or probably something like that. But not a lot of people are on duty tonight, and I'm sure there's probably extra forecasters on standby tonight, I think, for the Austin, San Antonio area, maybe San Angelo too. But actually, I've not checked their social media pages yet, so let's see if there's any updates on their accounts. Let's go to NWS Austin, or San Antonio, but let's see, did they post anything? Okay, they gave us an update 2 minutes ago. They said at 1:10, a cluster of heavy rain and storms with ongoing flooding concerns are occurring to the west-northwest of the Killeen area. So right over here, here's Killeen. All that flooding is to the west-northwest of our viewing area. They're saying short-term model guidance continues to show that activity will backbuild southwestward into the hill country with additional flash flooding concerns. So, again, that's the latest synopsis and information that we are receiving from the National Weather Service this morning. And they're saying that backbuilding should develop here soon. And again, that's what most models are showing. Again, this is interesting. We have storms right here. We have storms over here, but we have nothing over here. So, question mark is will we actually get backbuilding that attempts to develop? That is a good question, and we'll see if things can. I'm kind of curious. Is there anybody else live streaming the weather like I am right now? I want to know if there is. Just kind of curious who else is awake right now covering this. But anyways, flash flood concerns. Typically, we're on air for severe weather. Last weekend, we were here for flash floods, and here we are this weekend, second week in a row, covering flood alerts. Last weekend, we did not use the green screen at all. This weekend, we're using some of it. But anyways, there it is. I am noticing that line right there is starting to thin out a little bit. So that little shower activity is starting to weaken just a little bit. Still some moderate to heavy downpours right now across Lampasas County. A pretty good sail in northwestern sections of where those storms were at in western San Saba County. But that is about it from what we're tracking right now. Brady, a few cells right now. Maybe an area to watch right there. Again, really anything at this point. I'm just watching because, again, the risk is there for new storm development. It's just taking forever. But again, little blips. We'll see. All quiet in Babyhead now. 24 is just radar. Yes. Okay, I know where Babyhead is. I used to live in Llano County. But yeah, things should be fairly okay over there right now. I'm curious, though. Are you seeing lightning? Do you hear thunder? Anything like that? There's some lightning bolts just here north, though. So if you are seeing any lightning, let me know. I'm curious. But the radar is indicating some lightning bolts just north of Llano County. Okay, there we go. Here we go. One shower, guys. One shower right now in our viewing area. Northwestern Llano County, we got a blip on there. Just barely outside of our viewing area. One little blip. We're probably getting some clutter, bats or something probably right here. Hopefully it's a raindrop, but I think it's bats because the boundary is way over here. And if we have something developing over here, I will be shocked. But we'll see. Nope. She's live again. Okay. So you're saying no to the lightning. Okay. So that means that the storms or lightning is not traveling as far anymore as they were before. So good to know. Thank you for letting me know. And again, it's from Babyhead area in sections of Llano County. And yep, she's live again. I see her live right now. Okay, anyways, again, that's what we're tracking on the radar right now. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick little miniature pause here. There's another person streaming right now. It's KView. Y'all know them. Rivals, I guess you could say we are right now. So I'll let you go to their stream because I'm sure some of y'all are probably going to go to her stream real quick. So I'll let you go back to her. We'll come back with some more updates in just a little bit. You know what? We'll just go back and forth. We'll do that. All right. Anyways, I will go ahead and let y'all go to KView stream, and then I'll be back in like 15-20 minutes. But the radar will be on with more.
Covering a storm while it's happening, devastating many, impacting lives. David Alford, Chief Forecaster for Storm TV Network, is here for you ahead of the storm and during the storm for more than 4 years.
From knowing if the right weather conditions could cause an impact or not, check out Storm Plus now streaming live on Stream Endlessly. Exclusively watch minute-by-minute updates.
Weather in Central Texas can be unexpected a lot of times. Stick with Storm for your trusted local weather updates so you can get your daily forecast updates and storm weather coverage from a trusted team you can trust. Stay ahead of the storm with Storm Austin. Storm Austin, Austin's trusted
All right, and welcome back over to the stream. Sorry about that, everybody. We had some competition that was on air on another YouTube channel, but they're going back to their radar. We're kind of just going back and forth. I don't know. We're doing this back and forth thing, but they don't know. It's just a thing that I'm doing. That I'm saying we're going back and forth. Anyways, back to the weather, back to your coverage right now. Back to the more of a serious note here. We have flash flood warnings underway right now across Lane Passes and San Saba counties right now. These are pretty good storms that we are seeing right now. 1 second, I got a message from KView. 1 second. 1 second. Okay, okay. Good. Good. Okay, so once again, we're tracking these storms right now. Strong storm alerts just to the northeast of our viewing area. But again, we're watching things very, very closely. Again, flooded concerns from San Saba right here, Lane Passes, to Mills counties this morning. So again, lots are tracking. A pretty good storm, potentially blossoming right now in western San Saba County. But again, that's about it with right now. But latest model suggestions does say that the storm activity should start to increase here in the next hour to 2 or 3. But again, we'll be watching and monitoring the trends of everything here very, very closely. All right, for now, I will go ahead and return y'all back to the radar and music. I'm calling one of my weather buddies real quick. We're discussing about tonight's risk of flooding, and I'll have more information probably around 2 o'clock in the morning. We'll see. But for now, I hope you guys stay safe. If you plan to go to bed, before you do, be sure to receive weather alerts. But for now, I will see y'all back here with another update around 2 o'clock this morning. Unless we get any updates ahead of time, I will return a bit early. Thank you. Alright, good morning everybody. I'm Chief Forecaster David Alford. We're streaming live on the Storm TV Network channel where we're tracking flooding concerns just outside of our viewing area. Here we are at a 1:45 in the morning update. Flash flood warnings underway in San Saba and Lampasas County. A new update from the LCRA that the Colorado River has gone up about just under 2 feet in the last hour. About 2 hours ago. So that's where we would be seeing that Colorado River at, and that water is actually going to come towards Lake Buchanan. So Lake Buchanan may rise up potentially a foot. We'll see how things progress here in a little bit. But storms are rapidly intense right now in Lampasas County, back towards areas like Gatesville and just north of Colleen right now. Some pretty good storms in western San Saba County near Richland Springs. Question is can new storms develop across Mason, Llano, and Gillespie counties? The risk is there. We are monitoring the conditions obviously very closely here, but we're going to watch it as things will attempt to develop. Of course, if you guys have any questions, comments, or anything like that, feel free to comment down below in our live chats. But again, guys, this is with what we're tracking right now on the Doppler radar. We got nothing on the radar right now. New short run model runs have now been showing that the risk is there, in the confidence, I should say, is still showing that storms, I guess you could say, almost likely will happen across the hill country. Again, according to most models, if not all. So we'll see how they go. But again, some models are saying between 3 to 6 inches rain from Burnett to Blanco to Kerrville, unfortunately, to Mason. So they're saying somewhere in this area, the risk is there for 3 to 6 inches of rain by noon tomorrow. But again, we will see how things go and how they progress here in just a little bit. But again, that's just one model intake. Some other models are saying much more higher totals, and some are being less bold. Some of them are just saying below an inch, but still, the more likelihood is 1 to 4 inches of rain is possible in this given area. So we'll see what happens. But again, question is can any new storms initiate back out over here? If so, here we go. But as of now, we're tracking pretty much nothing here in South Central Texas. The Mason County radar, or San Angelo radar, just in Tom Green County, which we get a better view of Mason County, shows nothing at this standard point in time. Anything else developing right now? Nothing in San Antonio, nothing in Kendall County, nothing in Kerr County. Things are pretty dry right now. We did have some isolated downpours earlier, but they have fallen apart. Now we just have these thunderstorms again across San Saba, Lampasas counties. Richland Springs getting a downpour, northwest of Colleen, Gatesville, some storms right now. But you may be asking, yes, we've seen the radar like this for more than a couple hours now, and we have flooding concerns happening right now. But why is the main reason? What's the culprit of why we're seeing this just area of just heavy rain? It's because we have a stationary boundary that's underway right now, and that stationary boundary is holding up the storms instead of developing more to the south or going east, or, well, the storms are going northeast, but very slowly. But instead of it going south or southeast, we got this boundary that's holding them together. But the boundary in the last, I think, hour and a half has slowly creeped more to the southeast, so Lampasas. Soon we'll see rain here in a little bit, but again, the boundary is slowly pushing to the southeast, very slowly, like literally very slowly. So that's why we got some crazy flood concerns right now across San Saba and Lampasas counties right now. But again, rain chances should start to intensify probably here in the next hour and a half, maybe, for Burnett County. We'll see. But overall, things are just staying north of our viewing area because of that frontal boundary. Again, all these storms are moving northeast, but if that boundary can push southeast, which again it slowly is, they'll be pushing southeast, they'll be moving southeast, but the cores will be moving northeast. I guess that's how the moral of the story will be, maybe. Maybe we'll get new storm development that will occur. We will see, but Again, this is just the latest with what we're thinking with right now this morning. Of course, I am handling all the online stuff and on KTX with the weather and everything. We have forecaster Johnny and Chris, as well as Steve and Eric. They're all here with us as well tonight. So I am in a group call with them currently right now. They're muted, obviously, but if anything pops up of their concern, they're going to come on and chime in and update us. If you're watching KTX, there's some live exclusive coverage underway right now on there with better graphics and them doing wall-to-wall coverage, as I'm doing mainly the online updates here. But anyways, again, back to the weather right now. Again, still we got some flash flood warnings right now just north of our viewing area. Again, none of my 19 counties I cover are under any warning, advisory, or anything. It's just flood watches. That is it. Again, all the flash flood concerns are just north of our viewing area. And the reason why we're talking about San Saba and Lake Pasas counties, primarily those two counties, is because you may, if you live in the Austin area, you may watch at least one or two TV stations that actually do cover these two counties. So that's why we're kind of talking about them. And I've mentioned them in past streams that we will only cover these two counties if there's flooding, tornadoes, severe weather, winter weather, or anything. So that's why we're covering and talking about these two particular counties. We're not really super covering them, but at least here in the last hour we have, because this is literally the only area that's getting anything. Alright, you just passed out. Did you mean like you were so tired you passed out, or you passed out about something else? Hopefully it's because you were too tired, but yeah. Anyways, again, a cluster of storms right now. Still underway. The heavier bands of storms are just north of Lynn Passes, north of Kempner, just towards Gatesville, and all the way up towards west of Waco. So again, that's just the majority of the activity. You guys watched my stream a few days ago. We were moving around the radar with my hands and everything and clicking up here. My system I was using for that quit working, and how the green screen and the camera was so poorly set up, it doesn't work super well anymore. So I just completely disabled the hand draw tool now. It kind of worked. It was kind of helpful with the stream the other day, but I'm still figuring out things with the dragging and everything. But anyways, we'll get back here in the future with being able to move it with my hand instead of coming up to my computer and dragging. It would also be helpful if I had like maybe like a stand-up desk maybe, and I have my mouse or something or keyboard, and I can just do it from here. That could also be helpful, but not tonight. Alright, so again, storms still underway right now across sections of... actually, I have this little table right here. I could do this. I could do that, actually. Okay, I'm thinking of all the possible ideas. Of course, if you guys have any questions, comments, or anything like that, feel free to comment down in the chat. Our live stream chat here on YouTube does work, and it is accessible for, I believe, anybody tonight. So y'all can check it out if you want. Alright, so, again, this is the activity zone. It's just over here. One thing I am starting to notice very closely, here's two factors that may occur. I see an outflow boundary starting to occur right here. Typically, when you have an outflow boundary, that is a sign of stronger winds coming out of the storms, and an outflow boundary typically kills a storm. But one thing I'm noticing is, since we have this outflow boundary right here, these areas are actually starting to collide together with rain. So I think tonight's situation, I think it's actually going to only help storms connect and develop. So as it's starting to collide together, question is does this area right here potentially get more bigger or more widespread with rain here in the next 20 or so minutes? We'll see. But again, the reason why we're thinking about that idea of rain maybe starting to come more together is because we're starting to see the shower activity starting to blend in together right now across areas north of Colleen. But again, we will see how things progress here in the next little bit. But again, that's the latest with the radar right now. But again, as mentioned, outflow boundary starting to develop. So that's something that we're watching for us this morning here at 1:55, nearly 2 a.m. So again, that's what we are watching, as mentioned. Anything else? That's pretty much it. Just that outflow boundary and just some good storms. Let's take a look at your outlooks of like severe weather today. Again, the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center has a level 1 out of 5 marginal risk for some strong storms today for gusty winds up to 50 or 60 miles per hour from Bexar County and San Antonio to Kerrville County, Bandera, Bernie, Fredericksburg, Gillespie County, Llano and Burnett and Blanco and Hayes, Travis, Williamson, all of the coastal plains, all under a level 1 out of 5 marginal risk of severe weather this afternoon. This could go into the afternoon as well. So this morning, this late morning, midday, afternoon, and evening hours, we'll have this risk for some strong wind speeds today. All right, let's see if we got an excessive rainfall outlook. Does not look like we have got an update yet. This is our update that we get. This is what we got last night, or it is, well, tonight is last night, but it's overnight right now, stages of the night. But we have this moderate risk of flooding across the western hill country. Here's day 2. This is where they would update today's outlook, and they have not done that yet. So we still have a level 2 risk. So our outlooks here, I believe they expire at 7 o'clock in the morning, so that moderate risk expires at 7 a.m., but I got a feeling this would be today's outlook after 7 a.m. So this would be our outlook today. And as of now, they have a level 2 risk of flooding for Llano, Gillespie, and Mason counties. I have a feeling that they'll probably extend this slight risk closer to the I-35 corridor, and they'll probably issue this level 1 risk of flooding to probably include more of the viewing area. That's probably what they'll do here in just a couple of minutes or whenever they update this risk. But again, there's the bullseye of that moderate risk of flooding for tonight. And that's the area, the risk for the potential for some very excessive rainfall. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at our active alerts across the area. A reminder, we have an active flood watch in effect for Bexar County all the way up towards Williamson County. The I-35 corridor points west. And then we have a flood watch in effect for Milam County as well. So only one county in our eastern county is under a flood watch. In the metro, the entire metro under a flood watch. And in the entire Texas Hill Country, again, also under a flood watch. The latest update as of 11 o'clock, according to the National Weather Service, they were saying between 2 to 4 inches of rain is possible in areas in the flood watch. And I guess you could say it's near or surrounding. And they're saying the potential risk is there for up to 9 inches of rain to potentially up to a foot of rain across sections of the area. So this is something that we're going to have to watch and we're going to need to monitor here throughout the next little bit. Let's see here. Love this. No idea your credentials. Okay, thank you very much, Jenna. No credentials. I'm 17 in high school. I'll be a junior this year in high school, but no specific credentials. But for this little network that I run called Storm, I'm the chief forecaster, but that's how it goes. I have my own little weather team too, just to add, but yep. But as you can see, everything is not like the best with everything. I mean, you can tell like every time I'm off the air or they have some glitches, everything's not the best in here, but try my best. All right, but anyways, thank you very much. All right, guys, so again, storms still continuing right now across sections of the northern hill country, like far northern hill country. Again, we don't cover San Saba or Lake Passes counties, but tonight we are, because that's the only 2 counties that are getting action. None of my 19 counties I cover are seeing a thing. So if you guys watch TV in the Austin area, there's 2 TV stations here that do cover these 2 counties. That's the only reason why we are covering these 2 counties. Just in case anybody watches those 2 Pacific stations. Just to help y'all out. In case anybody... I don't know if we have anybody watching in these 2 counties. We probably don't, but if anyone is, hopefully I'm informing you, hopefully. Alright, thank you very much, Jenna. Appreciate it. Alright. Oh, wow. And you spent... Oh, wow. Okay. And you just donated $20 to the stream. Wow. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. I'm speechless right now. But thank you very much. Yes. Tanya. Tanya, is that right? Tanya? Yes. Let's see. Well, I'm going to say prayers to Central Texas for sure because already we got some impacts to San Saba, Lane Passes counties right now. Flooding concerns happening now, potentially in the low water areas. There's probably some impacts underway right now. So if anybody's getting impacted with those, obviously prayers for these people over there. But again, keep eyes on that. Do I plan to do this as a carrier? I unfortunately do not know what that means. I'm sorry. I don't know what that means. My brain is not the best at 2 o'clock in the morning. I mean, there's been times here on the network or on the channel that I've done streams like late at night, but I'm still kind of getting used to everything. And it's the summertime, so my brain's usually in working weather mode. And typically when I'm live and everything, well, I'm usually up until like 2 or 3 in the morning almost every night, but I'm typically not talking. I'm usually just like watching YouTube videos or something, but just, you know, not talking at this time. So just that's why I may mumble here and there or may not make sense sometimes. It's because of that, because I'm not talking as usual. Oh, career. Career, that's understandable. Yes, I plan to make this my career. I plan to go to college. I hope it works. But I plan to go to college. As of now, I plan to go to A&M. Fun fact about me, I've been interviewed by Fox Weather before. It's a national weather company. Been there. Or not been there, but I got interviewed by them, online at least. Been to 2 TV stations, or I've been to one Austin TV station twice in 1 year. That's KView. Met the chief and met a regular meteorologist there. Both fantastic fellas, or Hunter Williams and Jordan Dansbury, very amazing meteorologists there. I'm trying my best to expand more TV stations in my area. I got some there's a station in San Antonio that wants to see me. There's a station in Chicago that wants to see me. Another station in New York that wants to see me. Not interviewing me, but they just want to meet me, I guess. But there's a lot of stations out there that want to meet me. But yes. You're okay, Houston. Fox. What's the station down there in Fox? Okay, I know you're talking about that in Houston. Yeah, they got some good meteorologists down there for the Fox weather side of things in Houston. So I'm curious, are you watching in the Houston area or are you watching in this area? But, yes. And of course, if you guys want to join the conversation in the chat, feel free to do so. The chat does work this evening. Fox 26? Is that it? Fox 26? Let's see. Yep, Fox 26 Houston, that's right. Just making sure. Okay. I'm checking the weather chats, National Weather Service chat here, and trying to see if there's any new updates. Don't have much as of right now. It is like 2 in the morning, so I don't expect much meteorologists to be awake right now, or much of anyone to be awake right now. You have family all over? Okay. I do too as well. Yeah, Fox 26 live weather, Mike. I've heard of that name before, Mike. But yeah, Fox 27 in Houston is a pretty good station down there. Alright. Once again, guys, we got some storms out there across the hill country. Northern hill country, Lake Passes, and Saba counties under flash flood warnings. About 1 to 2 inches of rain has fallen in the San Saba area. Colorado River, too, I want to point that out, has also been seeing some impacts. Latest synopsis from the LCRA, I believe, that they've said that at least 2 feet of rain, or 2 feet of water, I think it's gone upward for the Colorado River, but it's going right towards Lake Buchanan, I'm pretty sure. So that's wonderful news because Lake Buchanan, we're at 86% contained as of 2 days ago, and more water we can get, the higher it gets. I used to live near Lake Buchanan, so I know how all the people are over there, and I know how the folks are. We've been wanting it to go up higher and higher for years now, and it's starting to go up finally, so that's awesome. But yeah, it's wonderful news that we're getting some water feeding into the into the Lake Buchanan. And also, we have another stream that goes from McClaw County, just south of Brady, I believe, through San Saba County. Streams here. So we got 2 different source ways of getting water into Lake Buchanan. One source right here, then another source right over here. So either way works to give us some pretty decent rain for Lake Buchanan. But again, at least 2 feet of water gets an increase into the Colorado River, according to what I saw on Twitter moments ago. I'm going to check one more thing real quick. I'm going to see if they've updated the percentages of the lake levels. Let's see. Nope, it doesn't look like they've been updated yet. But it does look like they are in the stages of updating them right now. So good to know. Checking their Twitter right now to see if anybody has said anything about the event or anything. So far, nothing. Let's see, anything updates from the Austin Weather Service? Nothing in the last hour on Twitter from the National Service. Latest weather chat in the Slack channel. So far, I have not seen much to at least talk about on air. So that's pretty much everything I have for right now. Thank you very much, Jenna. But yeah, once again, guys, we're monitoring everything for y'all this evening. But again, all the storms are mostly north of our viewing area. Again, we have a stalled out boundary that is just not letting the storms come here. I mean, it's good. We don't want any more rain here in Central Texas. I mean, we've seen so much rain in the last since last weekend, and here we are, 2nd weekend in a row under a flood watch. And right in this corridor, this is where we picked up nearly 20 plus inches of rain. Just imagine if this was on top of 20 plus inches of rain. We're just adding another 1 to 4 inches of rain from what we had last weekend. So thankfully, that is all to our north as of now. By the way, maybe asking, where are we broadcasting from? We're not broadcasting from downtown Austin. We're broadcasting from South Marble Falls. So with that, we are in the hill country, so yeah. But all the storms are just north of where we're broadcasting from as well. And actually, where I live at, we've seen 18.5 inches of rain last weekend. That's a lot of rain. And of course, if y'all are here in South Central Texas, let me know where y'all are tuning in from. If you're tuning in from anywhere across the Lone Star State, let me know where you're tuning from. But if you're not tuning in across the state of Texas, let me know where you're tuning from, wherever you are. Kind of curious where some of our viewers are tuning in from tonight, here at 2:10 in the morning, just about. All right. But yeah, storms underway right now. Again, these storms are just sitting on the same area, and it has been for the last couple hours, so it's just, I just keep repeating the same things pretty much. But as I have been mentioning, I said I've been monitoring this little outflow boundary, aka I believe the frontal boundary. I'm pretty sure it is. It's now starting to enter Burnett County. The city of Lampasas, y'all just got a downpour. I was actually in the city of Lampasas last weekend, just to add. And I've been to Lampasas quite a few times. It's a great city. Anyways, looks like a pretty good storm coming to Lampasas here in the next couple of minutes. In northwestern Burnett County, we'll keep eyes on this shower here. This is an interesting croissant shape here. would not surprise me if we got some warm inflow coming into the storm as it meets cooler air. If that's happening now, we may got some gusty winds starting to occur, maybe up to 20-25 mile per hour wind speeds. If you are in southwestern Lampasas County, again, this warm air fuels into this cooler air loft of where we have the storm. Curvature, croissant look, just about where a C or a claw, if you want to say. And with that shape, there's an indication there might be some wind gusting into that storm. But very interesting from what the radar imagery is showing right now. This is probably my favorite radar events to see so far tonight. I like this. Okay, this is going to be part of the bloopers that we'll have. I like it. All right, anyways, downpour in Lampasas still continues. Just north of Kempner, we got some storms. Again, this outflow boundary is what we're watching right now as this progresses to the south. This is where I used to live. I used to live right over here. And this is the Lake Buchanan, the one I was just talking about. And all the activities just to the north. I have a lot of friends that live over here, and even some family that's over here. So just north of y'all, there are some showers right now. But that's about it. And of course, I know tonight's concern is Kerrville and portions of the metro. Let's go ahead and talk about those areas real quick, and then we'll return back to the other areas. So, as of right now, there's only 2 blips of green popping up in western Gillespie County. So probably a quick little shower or sprinkle, but that's about it. So Kerrville is somewhere in this area. Here's Ingram. Hunt, Texas is somewhere over here. As of now, no showers right now. Earlier ago, like 2 hours ago, we had some isolated downpours that did develop, but those have fallen apart. New radar scan shows maybe something popping up here, maybe something there. We're going to watch it as things start to get going, potentially. Again, we don't want things to really get going because we are in our area here in Central Texas is very saturated, and we do not need any more rain. Being for real, we do not need any more rain. I know it's good we need the rain. Some of us are still under a drought. If you if you watch TV in the Austin, San Antonio, or if you watch TV in Austin area, it's pretty much southern Travis, southern Gillespie, points south of where there's kind of a moderate drought. Areas north, it's either just a normal, abnormally dry, or it's just you're okay, there's no drought. So we're doing okay, but areas like south of San Marcos, New Braunfels, San Antonio, especially just south of San Antonio and southwest San Antonio, exceptional drought is underway right now. So where we have all this heavy rain that's happening now, that needs to be down here because there's really bad drought concerns happening right now, just southwest Bexar County in San Antonio. So again, just southwest San Antonio, some bad drought happening now. And again, that's where we need the rain at. Will any of this affect the Brazos River? I don't believe I covered that particular area. I cover Guadalupe River now. We covered, I forgot the river name, and that goes through Fredericksburg, but it goes towards Lake Travis. I cover the Colorado River, Lena River. I think it's all the rivers I cover that I can remember right now. But Brazos, that sounds familiar. The Brazos Valley, isn't Brazos Valley towards College Station? Pretty sure that's right? But will any of this rain make it over there? I'm going to assume somewhere over here potentially. Actually, it's probably best if I get an exact pinpoint of where that's at. So give me like a city maybe that's nearby the Brazos River. I can probably tell you my predictions on that. Tonight, Dr. B is helping me survive the stream. Not a sponsor, but yes. But yeah, I know counties from Mason, Gillespie, Kerr, Kendall, Bear, Gonzales, Fayette, Lee, Milam, Williamson, Burnett, Llano counties, and all the counties in the middle so well. Except for that one river that goes through Fredericksburg, or that's near Fredericksburg. But anything else, I know so well. I know almost every single town here in Central Texas, even the tiny ones. I know most of the river and creek names. I know all the lakes. And I know almost every single road. So I know this area very well now. Just took me like 1 year to get used to all this. Okay, it runs through all of Texas. I like in Richmond, but in Richmond, and I believe, aren't you like towards Houston potentially? I can do a little bit of outside coverage, I think. Richmond, Texas. Oh, I was right. It is way over there. Okay, so just southwest of Sugar Land. The risk is there this afternoon. So we'll kind of just do a Houston forecast. So anybody that's watching like towards Houston or anything like that, we got storms well off towards your northwest right now. The risk, I think, is there later today for a few isolated sea breeze storms to expand. Man, for some reason I like covering the Houston area. It's probably because the Gulf is right here. It's probably, I like covering this area. Anyways, sea breeze showers, storms will develop potentially towards Houston later this afternoon or this late morning, and that could be in flex with these storms out towards the northwest. The boundary, though, I believe should survive enough as it gets closer to Houston, but overall there is a storm risk today towards the Houston area and areas surrounding. Now for the Brazos River exactly, it's kind of hard to exactly pinpoint where that will be at, exactly where the storms will fire up at, but there will be those hit or miss storms. So yes, there's a rain chance, but it's not like super crazy high. Actually, excuse me, we got what, maybe a 60% rain chance in Houston, I think. I haven't really paid attention much to Houston weather. I'm gonna be honest, I used to pay attention to Houston weather a whole lot, but since we've had these flood events last 2 weekends, I've just been crazy focused in Austin and San Antonio. But Houston, yes, I'm pretty confident there's a storm chance today, either it being sea breeze or something like that off towards the northwest. But hopefully that helped you there. But again, the risk is there for some storms. Okay, my prediction was correct in Lampasas County. My predictions so far, I've gotten 0 of my predictions incorrect tonight. And I've maybe guessed like maybe 30 predictions already of like weather alerts and what could get issued and what could happen. And I said that they would probably update, I said wouldn't be surprised if they upgraded or updated this to 2 to 4 inches of rain, and they did that. So, wonderful. All right, anyways, when did they update? An hour ago. So I'm just finding out an hour ago, but all right. The Brazos by Waco I'm worried about. Yeah, here's Waco. Storms coming in right now. It's a pretty good, I guess I could call this a complex of storms just about. I mean, it is a complex together. This is kind of the formation of a complex of storms. I'm going to call this a complex of storms. This is a pretty large complex. I mean, we got the outflows in it. I mean, we got everything to be considered as a complex of thunderstorms. So we're calling it complex. But yeah, the Brazos towards Waco, some very heavy rain. If there's a river or creek or anything that's like in here, there's flash flood warnings happening right now. So watching that closely. Let's see here. Kerrville in the bullseye again this morning. The storms are forecast been over the area for up to 10 hours today. Yes, that's what majority of the models are predicting. We had a shower that did develop nearby like 2.5 hours ago, but that barely missed Kerrville. I mean, it missed Kerrville, but it impacted areas just west of Kerrville. And the reason why we didn't have a shower impact was because of the boundary that we had, but now it's more shifted northwest. Anyways, yeah, the risk is there for showers today in Kerrville, Mason, Fredericksburg, Llano, Burnett, Marble Falls, Johnson City, Horseshoe Bay. Pretty much anybody across Central Texas and the Hill Country has a storm risk. There's nothing really firing up right now over here, so I'm optimistic here. What about over here? Let's see. All the storms are moving northeast. But if these storms continue to back build, and if they can hold together, these could make a run to the Hill Country. As of right now, these most likely will come towards Mason County, maybe even Llano County. Confidence of that's actually increasing right now. Question is can we get anything to pop up here? Can anything pop up over here? If so, we'll get some influxed moisture into our area and storms. But again, it's just going to be this area that we're going to watch. I've kind of just given up hope almost here for new storms to fire up here. Again, almost every model is predicting that, but they're just going all over the place. So I'm going with this cluster probably that may, but we'll see. We will see. But I did tell you guys here in a few hours I will give you my honest opinion about, are we completely done and don't have to be super worried about the significantness of here with that new development. I'll tell you probably my thoughts around 4 in the morning potentially. But my new thinking is, I think this area here is going to be now our main flood concern. We already have flood advisories, but I've noticed in the last few hours here, the expansion of the rain is starting to grow. So as that continues to grow, oh, this is looking very similar to last week almost. As it starts to grow, the intensity of this also starts to increase too. So we potentially may be having a... Oh, no, I have no words. The models, I don't think any of the models were showing us. There might have been a few, but most of the models were saying development would happen here, but the development has pretty much failed to do that. So we had some development, but it wasn't the best. But really the show's back out here. So the question is does this make it over here? And so far it looks like it might, it could, and it probably can. So we'll see how things go. Critical flooding possible again today. They're firing up and combining. Okay, good. Okay, glad y'all are seeing this with me as well. Okay, good. It's not my late brain just going weird. So yes, y'all are seeing this with me. They are starting to collide together. So that is wonderful news. Jenna just became a member. You are a light breeze. All right, that's fantastic. I know you're probably looking at the perks or all the features with becoming a member. I know there's like literally there's like nothing cool about it right now. Once we get finally a nice day where there's not like crazy weather here in Central Texas, I'm going to be working on some things for like members on the channel. Some cool features, chat features, emojis and stuff like that. So just give me like a few more weeks maybe till I can get that going. We just gotta hope no more of these events happens, but soon I'm gonna make the member side of things on the YouTube channel much better than how it is right now. So I'm sorry there's not much to offer on there. Say what you think, because like you said, you've been right. So far I've been right tonight. Again, models have been suggesting storms. I've been very optimistic about new storm development over here, and I've been saying that for the last 2.5 hours. We've been streaming for about 4.5 hours now, so I've been very optimistic about new storm development. I mean, we've had storm development, but it's just not been as widespread as what everything was predicting. So now my focus is back out towards the west. So again, we're going to watch things very, very closely. All right. It's what you're doing that matters, not what perks. I get it. Okay, well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. All right. So, once again, guys, all the flooding concerns are out towards the west right now, just west of Junction, just south of El Dorado. Let's see, what is Tom Green County looking like right now? We got some flood advisories right now, actually in Tom Green County, just to the I think the city of San Angelo is included in this, but just city and points south, we just got flooding concerns. So yeah, with these isolated cells, earlier they were isolated, now they're thinning out, but the cloud tops are thinning out on the higher levels, but the downpours are starting to increase on the lower levels. So now, as we got that, cloud tops are starting to expand, the shower intensities are starting to expand. I don't know if that made sense. My brain is going all over the place right now. But again, showers, storms, that's what we're having right now across areas south of San Angelo. So we have two different areas of storms that are, again, the top concern for us this morning. Again, it's just a big blob of storms from Killeen to San Saba to Waco to Fort Worth almost. Some new storms firing up just southeast of Abilene, and in this blob of storms from San Angelo points down to the south, just west of Route 55 potentially. So again, keep an eye on all of that. When you're famous, remember me. But for real, I'll definitely will. I'll remember you as that one person that tuned in at 2 o'clock in the morning, maybe. A lot of people have said that to me before. Remember you? Okay. Anyways, again, we're watching everything very, very closely. Let's see. It looks like a new flood alert has been issued for San Saba County. They've issued a brand new flash flood warning. About 1.5 to 2.5 rain rates have fallen in the warned area until 5:30 this morning. So, again, new flash flood warning got issued about 1 minute ago for San Saba. Again, just north of our viewing area. And again, I want to point this out. All the flooding concerns are happening north of our viewing area, which is phenomenal. This is very good news because most people are asleep right now. And people that are tuning in right now, we're just lucky. Well, would I say we're lucky to be up right now? I don't know. We're just overwatchers of things right now, so which is good. So again, all the activity mainly to our north. But I'm going to be honest. I think if y'all want to get like a little bit of rest of sleep and don't have to worry, I think for the next hour or two, I think we're okay. I hope. I think we are. If you're in Mason County, maybe another hour until things start to come, but for anybody else, I think we're okay for now. Unless we start to see crazy development. All right, I want to backtrack what I just said now. But again, these are just one of these events where it's just kind of hard to forecast because remember last weekend where we had significant flooding and catastrophic devastation across the area. We didn't get any like visual ideas of what the future could look like until like 6 p.m. the night as the event begun. And then here we are tonight where we didn't get an update until 6 p.m. the night has begun. So there's kind of some similarities here kind of from last weekend to this weekend. But we have not seen widespread rain for more than 17 hours like last week. So that's good news. And I'm talking like July 3rd, July 4th, July 5th, July 6th. So yeah, but anyways, there are some similarities in like how the models are progressing from last week to, or last weekend, 4th of July weekend into this weekend, unfortunately. But as of now, we're not seeing like how widespread the devastation was a few weeks ago. All right, or last weekend. Weather making machines are active this morning, definitely so. Max Velocity, oh I love him. Was once, we are now. Time and perseverance are friends, and you're. Oh, thank you very much. Is there really nobody else covering this right now? Yeah, definitely not hard to overwatch. I have been a weather enthusiast ever since I was 2nd grade, maybe. I'm a junior this year. So, trying to find my words. So yeah, I've been interested in the weather for quite some time. And again, I've been interviewed by National Weather Television, Fox Weather before. So, I guess some people interested, I guess you could say, to what I do already. And it's phenomenal, I guess you could say. Again, my brain is kind of all over the place tonight, so I'm sorry here and there if I like pause or I'm thinking. It's just my brain is all over right now. Okay. The activity is going to pick up in a couple hours. It could. It could. I mean, if this area just only continues to increase, which I think it might, yeah, we could see some more rain and storms. I'm noticing the blips are going all over the place right now across from Eden to San Saba County. So I'm kind of curious if these blips start to grow bigger and collide together. We'll see. Wouldn't surprise me. But we'll see what happens as that starts to fizzle together. We'll see. If that happens, well, it's going to be an interesting event that we're going to have tonight, or for the next couple hours this morning, or next several hours this morning, I should say. And then heavier downpours off towards the west. That should march to the east. Actually, these are marching northeast, I believe, instead of east. That's how the trends are going with these storms over here. They're marching northeast because that stationary boundary goes all the way over here. It must be, that might be how it is. Again, I'm trying to figure out the whole boundary situation and exactly where the swirl is in the motion and everything. There's a lot of factors into this radar imagery that we're getting tonight, and just so much other information and stuff tonight. Heading towards Kerrville. Okay. So it's actually kind of good that I have another person in the chat having eyes on the storm or on the radar, because I've been having my eyes on the storm for more than 4 hours and a half, 0 breaks. I mean, I've had breaks of talking, but I've been staring at the radar for 4 hours and a half. So it's good to get another perspective from what other people are saying. So that's good, because I need that for sure. But yeah, again, as I've been mentioning, these isolated cells, and even what EL said in the chats, that these isolated cells are starting to collide together. Exactly what they're doing, and they're gonna become a big old blob together and push northeast. I started after being in a tornado in the 4th grade. Wow, that picked up our car and blew out our windows. Holy. Went through a little PTSD. I understand that. And living in Houston was the worst therapy ever, to say the least. Yeah, I believe that. That's, yeah, Houston. And you got the hurricanes last year. Yeah, not a good combo. And actually tornadoes, that's another way how me getting into the weather and everything, tornadoes was a big way of getting sparked. Fun fact, I'm from Texas, but I spent 11 years of my life in Kansas. And the Joplin, Missouri tornado, which was an E5, was a big inspiration for me to do this. Well, that's actually one of the reasons, but the real reason was because of a tornado that destroyed my city and a tornado that almost shredded my home, which was just across a river from me back in 2013, maybe? Or no, might have been a few years before that. I don't know. But I have a whole lot of weather phenomenals, history, in a lot of ways on how I want to continue this. And then with the flooding, this past weekend has just been a big inspiration for me to continue covering this. And y'all tuning in too has also been another big inspiration for me to continue doing what I love. And I appreciate everybody that does this. Okay, I am really scared to look at that. What is going on? What do we have here? This is for the Guadalupe River. We have a flood warning that's in effect right now for Hunt, Texas, Ingram, Texas. Let's see. They're saying at least 6 inches of fast-moving floodwater can knock you off your feet. What? Okay, what is it? Wait, 1 second. Let me turn you guys back to the radar. Let's see. Latest synopsis. Oh, wait, here's the real information. I'm like, where's the information of this alert at? Here it is. Guadalupe River hunts. I actually know a few people that are in the Hunt area, like volunteers or my friends, and family related. So, so as of 2:20 this morning, it was at 8 feet. They're expecting it to go to up to 10 feet. Well, no, they're expecting it to go up to 14.6 this afternoon. But as more water comes in, or more rain starts to come in, what they're predicting right now could potentially go higher, probably. But yeah, definitely, EL. There are over percussions right now because of the volunteers there. There are more volunteers and visitors on a holiday. Exactly. It's a good chance of flooding Kerrville again today. There should be some type of alerts. I agree, and we've been mentioning this for the last nearly 4.5 hours. I've been given the storm alert about this, saying, hey, the risk is there for more flooding today. We even have a moderate risk of flooding this afternoon, or this morning. My brain is all over the place, guys. But I've been mentioning how we have that risk for flooding, and here's our... Oh, by the way, we even have a severe weather threat today, too. I'm just going to point that out. Yes, a severe weather threat, but I do not expect much as of right now for today's severe risk. But yeah, look at this. We got a flood risk. That is a level 3 out of 4 moderate risk. And it's absolutely ginormous. But again, that's where we have with today's moderate risk. Again, Kerrville's right in it. The risk is there for flooding, and it wouldn't surprise me if we were to see some similar, well, not probably as extreme as we saw last weekend towards Kerrville, but the Guadalupe River, we're watching very, very closely. And again, they're expecting the Guadalupe River to rise up at least 14, not 14 feet, but it's at 8 feet, I believe, right now. It's going to go up 10 feet here in the next hour or two and go all the way up to 14 plus feet this afternoon. I think the highest was, what was the highest number? 25 plus last weekend? Maybe it was higher than that potentially, but they're saying up to 14 feet this afternoon. And it wouldn't surprise me if it gets higher because of this. And again, where we have a moderate risk of flooding today or tonight, it's all in San Angelo. I'm curious, are these all flood advisories? Okay, there we go. We got some flash flood warnings. But majority of these are flood advisories in a moderate risk of flooding tonight. So that's very interesting how we have that factor there. But anyways, there are some flash flood warnings. Nothing too crazy right now, but where we have the showers and storms right now, they're just going to continue to expand in coverage. And that's why we have a ginormous moderate risk of flooding tonight. Yep, get your family out of there. And so we're just gonna, you know what, I'm going to over exaggerate this as much as I can. Now, I don't want to, well, unfortunately, okay, this is kind of a serious situation, probably about to be really developing here soon for areas towards Guadalupe River, areas towards Ingram, Hunt, Texas. Kerrville's not in this alert as of now, but areas in this particular zone, we need to be on high alerts. I hope okay. So is there any search parties happening overnight that they are doing over there? I don't know if there's anybody like searching for missing people still overnight. There might be, but I don't know if there is. But if so, they need to get people out of there immediately, especially if they're by the Guadalupe River. So we'll see what they do here, and hopefully we get some updates here. And one thing I'm starting to notice is some shower activity starting to increase. Remember me talking about how we may get something developed if we can get something over here. So I'm going to move northeast. It's exactly what's starting to happen right now, and we mentioned that like 3 hours ago. So here we go. And I think I might have said it earlier. Yeah. So again, there might be some like leftover people that are probably still searching, but they probably have less people that are in the Kerrville area or probably in Kerr County because of the flooding risk tonight. But I have some some friends that are actually still in this area, specifically in Hunt, Texas, and they are in the flood warning right now. So we're watching this. This is weather-wise. Me and the WeatherWise creators. We're kind of like best friends. If y'all watch Ryan Hall, y'all, he uses his radar here and there, but I use WeatherWise. But as y'all can tell, I've customized it into my own version. And of course, if you guys go to the description of the YouTube channel, if y'all want to check out all my other socials, I have the links to every single social platform I have. I have literally any social media platform you can think of. But the main ones I use is listed in the description. If you guys want to download the app here of WeatherWise on your phone or Android or Apple, the link is down there. So again, yeah, and I'm kind of okay. I'm in the middle stages, I think, of trying to get WeatherWise to actually be a promotion with me. Like they promote me, I promote them. I'm trying to work on something with that. So just a heads up. All right. Flash flood warning. No flash flood warning. This is a flood warning though, but they're expecting the Guadalupe River to increase how it is right now. Right now it's at 8 feet. They're expecting it to go up to 14 feet. So that is a storm alert that we are delivering on air right now. So 12:30, yes, of course. So we're going to quickly come back to this real quick here. I want to talk about storms over here, as storms are now starting to enter the northern counties here in central Texas. So again, we're broadcasting right here. We got some isolated blips popping up just near Bertram, with showers popping up. But as I've been telling y'all, I said this earlier, we have two factors that may try to be in play. This outflow boundary, typically outflow boundaries do, well, actually let's break down the reasoning what an outflow boundary is. An outflow boundary is winds coming out of the storm, strong winds typically coming out of the storm, and typically it kills the storm, but in tonight's case, it's only bringing and increasing and developing more storms. And this is where we have the outflow, that's where we have our stationary boundary set up at, but we're actually starting to see some development ahead of it. So that is very interesting on how that's working right now. But in far northern Burnett County, northwestern Burnett County, far northeastern Llano County, some isolated blips of showers are starting to occur. The shower chances potentially may start to increase here in just a little bit, so we're going to watch this closely, guys, as things start to get going. Again, it's just this corridor right here that's extended further southbound. But again, I want to talk about this. I'm kind of worried about the Lake Buchanan situation. Lake Buchanan is almost at 100% capacity, full pull, almost 100% full pull, which means it's going to be completely full. But we got some rivers, creeks, streams that occur, and eventually that will go all the way down to Lake LBJ. There's a possibility that they may have to release some water through going through Marble Falls. And if anything, well, actually, I better not say anything else. I had a crazy thought in my head, but I'm not going to say that. Like, it's weather-wise. But anyways, if anything gets going, they're going to have to release water. But unfortunately, more rain is ahead. Again, these storms are going northeast. But as this boundary develops, they're kind of fighting over what direction they go. Because as this pushes southeast, they're going southeast, but they're going northeast too. So they're kind of going all over the place. So yeah. Yep, the low pressure system. There we go. Low pressure system has been over the Ingham and Kerrville area from 4 a.m. to 10 a.m. Longer today. Heavy rain and storm activity. Lightning will be deadly. Yes, we could have some significant cloud ground lightning today. And again, the area of where we have the low pressure system will be it's typically set up. I think, isn't low pressure system back over here? I think it is. We have two different systems in play right now. Is the boundary, low pressure system, and there was some word that the Storm Prediction Center called this system. I forgot the name of it. It was 4 letters. It starts with a W, I think, or an E. I forgot what it was, but it's like I want to say it's rare, but it's a system that we had last weekend. But we're watching it. There is a camp near Marble Falls. I live near Marble Falls. That camp got destroyed, I believe. I believe that camp got destroyed. Is it an RV camp or is it a camp? Again, I live in Marble Falls, so I know this area very well. But I know an RV park got destroyed by 20 plus inches of rain last week. last weekend. So most of like the RVs and camps around me are I think gone now or got severely impacted. But anyways, I have some inside people here in the Marble Falls area and Burnett area, and if just to let y'all know, I have inside people for a lot of counties here, so if I see something that's crazy, I usually give them a heads up. So if I'm not talking for a moment or I'm on my phone, it's because I'm doing a little heads up, just an FYI thing. Alright, anyways, but yeah, I got some inside people here. I have a lot of inside people here in Burnett County, so if I say something's going to happen, almost everybody believes me. And just to let y'all know, I'm the weather guy at my school, so pretty much anything I say, they almost pretty much do. So, the dedication. When it comes to winter weather, though, I'm always like overhyping. Let's see how. All right. Anyways, back to your serious report here. All right. No one else is talking about the storm yet. Thanks again. Of course. Is there really nobody talking about the storms? I guess they're saving their energy, which makes sense, I guess, to cover this. Don't blame them, but. I mean, we already got people impacted right now with storms. Why not cover that? Well, since we're not like an actual TV station, I can pretty much cover wherever I want. But since I kind of want like my own area I cover. I already have that pretty much. It's for the Austin, San Antonio area. It's like my area I cover. And I do cover Kerr County now as of yesterday afternoon. But this is kind of like my area I specifically like want to update people on, but I definitely do not mind to do coverage outside of my specific area. So yeah, just to add that. Don't know where that came from in my head or how that sentence came in my mind, but just to let anybody, just to let anyone know, that's why I have my own little viewing area I cover. You're a weather mom at my son's school. Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, it kind of goes the other way around. If you guys look at my YouTube videos, you'll see some green screen videos. Those are done at school. Yeah. Camp Champions and Camp Buccaneer Springs. Yep, those sound familiar. I do not know exactly what camp it was, but there was two camps. I think those camps were okay. Oh, those camps. Okay, there's one camp that's on a hill. That camp can flood easily because it's on a hill, but the roads are all like dirty and the area's just it's not really a good area to be at. But I know what camp you're talking about. And there's another camp that's kind of in a low-lying area, but I don't think there might be a creek that's behind there. I'm pretty sure. I think there is. I think it's Colorado River that's behind there. So there's one camp that I know here in Marble Falls that's nearby. That there's a creek, I believe, where the Colorado River's behind, and then there's another one that's on a hill where it's just dirt on the terrain, and the dirt just turns into water very quickly. So, yeah, two camps. Question is there a camp happening right now? Don't know. I'm the only one talking about the storm. Wow. Or storms. Okay. Just keep doing this. Way more effective. Change more to others, not current subscribers. Yeah, definitely. And I'm going to be honest, the more y'all chat, more interactive y'all are with me, the more I want to be on here talking about the weather and talking to y'all. When the chat's not super active and you wonder why I'm off doing the radar and just letting the music and radar take over, it's because when there's not an active chat, I don't want to say bored, I just lose interest very quickly. So, well, I have interest still. It's just, I don't know. I like having an active chat. So, anyways, appreciate everybody that's chatting right now. We got Anthony in the chat saying, how's Liberty Hill and Temple? I actually have a camera in Liberty Hill. So, let's go to Liberty Hill right now. So, let's take a quick break from me and the green screen. And let's go to our Liberty Hill camera. Where are you, Liberty Hill? It's called the Santa Rita Ranch Cam. But this camera is facing towards Liberty Hill. It's also faced towards Burnett. It's also faced towards Bertram. And it's faced towards Lamb Passes. There it is. So, there you go. Some lightning in the distance from the storms. just to the northeast of Liberty Hill right now. Again, that's in Lampasas County where we're seeing the storms. Oh wait, they're also entering Burnett County too as well. So again, an amazing shot that we are seeing right now from this. Yeah, thank you very much, Storm Dakota, for letting me know about camps in my area. Like, I knew about some camps in my area, but I just moved into my city here, and as soon as I moved here, I've had like 0 days of trying to figure out how things work here and where everything is. So you helping me out is very helpful. So thank you. If I'm not following you yet on Twitter, I definitely need to after this stream. But thank you. All right, so that's Santa Rita Ranch. Again, you can see some dark clouds in the distance. And by the way, this is obviously not my personal camera, but if y'all want to check out that camera yourself, it's on kxan.com. Go to the weather cam section. You can check out that cam right now for yourself. All right, and you also mentioned Temple, right? Temple. All right. Is that Bell County? Temple's in Bell County, right? Don't know. But let's switch to this radar. And yeah, don't worry, guys. We'll focus on Kerr County here in a moment. There's just so much happening around me. All right, Temple is about to get some pretty good storms. Looks like a thunderstorm approaching the city of Temple right now. Here in about 3 to 4 minutes from now, you're probably hearing the thunder, maybe some lightning, maybe some sprinkles, maybe quick showers. That little alpha starts to come your way. But the bulk of the rain should not happen until 3 to 6 minutes from now as this alpha comes in. Question is, do you get this corridor right here? If you get this corridor, there might be a little pause in the rain for a little bit, but if it's coming in like this, you may get some good rain. So the original thinking was it's moving to the northeast, but now I think it's moving to the... Is it moving south now? One second. Bell County. Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you. All right, 1 second. I'm gonna open up my app on my phone. For some reason it's super laggy when I do the loop the radar on the computer, so I'm gonna do it from my phone. So let's see. Is it moving south or is it still moving northeast? It's not even letting me push the play button on my phone. There we go. All right. Well, okay, where are we moving to? Are we moving southeast or are we moving northeast? Yeah, I've been right this whole time. It's moving northeast. But that's so interesting. The latest feed that I've just been seeing from this area of storms, like it was this corridor of storms, like the heavier storms was further up in the last like hour. It's been going back down, so it's sort of going back and forth. So that is so interesting. Just looking at the last radar loop, that's phenomenal. But since we have this alpha boundary that's occurring as this develops more to the south, I think we'll have a better risk, I think, here for some new storm development like here and here and here. By the way, right in this corridor, right here and right here, right here and right here, we've seen more than 20 plus inches of rain since last weekend. We do not need any more rain. And if this corridor right here comes right over here, we're talking 2 to 4 inches of rain easy in just an hour potentially. So and it's starting to backbuild. So Lampasas, y'all are getting hammered right now with very heavy rain. If this continues to go further, if this continues to follow the outflow, if it continues doing that, the storm chances just really increase for portions of Burnett County. But the city of Burnett, yeah, the flooding impacts there, it's bad. Lots of the city is just, it does not look good anymore as it did before. But we'll see. But again, I'm hoping that we do not get this heavy swath of rain. Again, the radar is kind of having a hard time just pushing it northeast. It just keeps going back and forth. And since we have this outflow boundary now, it's starting to help push things to the south. And as alpha boundary is developing, we have new storms that have collided with the outflow boundary. The question is do we get new development ahead? And it does look like we are attempting to get these storms colliding together. You can see a little green line fizzling together. That's a sign that they're colliding together. So we may get these colliding areas to get going here soon. So yeah, this is tonight's events. Yes, the model's kind of forecasted. Yes, rain was forecasted, but this is now kind of switching over to a nowcasting situation almost here. Because not a single model predicted that this would go wobble wobble. They said it was just going to be training. It is training, but it's also extending further. Well, it did say further south, but it's not further south as it was exactly predicting. But yes. Okay, let's see here. Bell County, yes. Camp, not camo. Yeah, camp. Android or iPhone? I'm using an Android, but I'm upgrading to an iPhone here soon. The app I'm using for the radar that's on your screen right now, it's a premium app I have downloaded on my computer, but on my phone, it's on Android. But again, I know y'all probably have Apple phones. Don't worry, I'm upgrading to an Apple one. Don't know when, but soon. I noticed GL, they have closed all okay, good. They've closed all those camps. That's good news. Autocorrect, understandable. Weather app shows almost southeast movement now. Yeah, I'm starting to see that southeast movement now, and I hope that is not the case, and it looks like that is beginning to be the case right now. We're starting to see some new storms firing up now as this outflow gets closer. We're starting to see these areas collide together. Will these collide together? We already got some development ahead of it. Not looking good, especially for this area. And this is one of the areas where we do not need rain to start at least in the first part for our viewing area. Yeah, it's pushing very slowly to the south, very slowly. It also keeps back. It's also back building further to the south too. You just woke up playing on my phone, followed. I didn't even know it was going to rain here in Temple. Yep. Most people didn't know it was going to rain today, or tonight, or well, it is Sunday now. Hello, guys. Good morning. It's almost 3 in the morning, but yeah, rain. I mean, you just got lucky pretty much to see rain right now. But eventually, overall, you would see rain later today. I bet you probably the forecast models were saying rain maybe later today, maybe for you. But since the outflow developed earlier, it was like over here, and somehow it just shifted more to the southeast, and it now includes you, and now it's all the way down to the south or north. Guys, the models are just all over the place, and I just can't find the predict model or the accurate model. So I'm just going to stick with a nowcasting situation. Y'all are just going to have to trust into what I say, I guess. You don't have to, though, but just going to give you guys my synopsis with everything. And so far tonight, I have been correct with pretty much everything I have mentioned or predicted so far tonight. So far tonight, I've been almost correct here. Oh, you have Android too? Okay, yeah, Android's pretty nice. There's Android has better features than Apple, that I think. You're the only forecaster I hope more on that are watching. Yeah, me too. I'm trying to inform people, spread the word that yes, storms are happening tonight. And I really hope people are maybe hearing the thunder in the distance. Maybe that's giving the sign to, okay, we got to find somebody who's live. Maybe get a radar update, what's going on. Because there we go. New flood advisory has been issued for Burnett County here in Central Texas. So now this is actually a county I cover that's now under a weather alert. Yeah, we're watching the Guadalupe River closely. Now this is where, guys, this is the beginnings, I believe, of where things are starting to really get crazy, and this is where I'm going to go all over the place. And I may go fast with a lot of things. I know we got Guadalupe River concerns. I know we got Burnett County concerns, but we have not talked about this, so let's talk about this now. And we're just going to be going back and forth with things tonight. All right, so Flood advisory has been issued until 6 o'clock this morning. It's nearly 3 a.m. Let's see here. For Burnett County, they're saying about an inch of rain has fallen already. Wow. They're saying additional amounts up to 2 inches possible. I have a friend that lives in the Briggs area, so he is in the flood advisory. Lake Victor, Watson, Sunny Lane, all included in this flood advisory. And again, you notice that areas where it's not raining yet, you're under a flood advisory. It's because they're anticipating this. So yeah, now my confidence of these storms moving south has now gone to maybe probably 100% now that these are going south now. And I think this is interesting because the boundary that we had was more of a sideways stance, and now it's turned all the way. That's so strange. But anyways, things are going southbound now, and there's a flood advisory, and now the National Weather Service is predicting that these storms should come into more of northern Burnett County here in just a little bit. Again, Briggs, Mahomet, Silver Creek Village, all under a flood advisory right now until 6 o'clock in the morning. Between 1 inch of rain has fallen so far, but we may get 2 inches of rain potentially. I do, some of y'all are messaging me personally on like Snapchat or stuff like that. If you guys have anything you want to say, feel free to say it in the chat, because it doesn't, I'm trying to be better with getting off sidetracked with covering this and checking everything, but at least I got the YouTube chat. But anyways, yep, lows that come in from the north always take over anything coming from the south. Makes sense. That makes sense very well. But again, flood advisory, guys, again in effect for northern Burnett County here in central Texas. All right, we got a storm firing off in Gillespie County right now. We do have a flood warning for the Guadalupe River in Kerr County. Again, as of yesterday, we do cover Kerr County now, so just to point that out there. But anyways, Ingram and the city of Hunt, or town of Hunt, under a flood advisory, or excuse me, a flood warning. They're expecting the Guadalupe River to increase. Right now, as of about an hour, it was a good hour ago, it was around 8 feet. They're expecting it to increase to 10 feet in the next 30 minutes to an hour, and potentially could rise all the way up to, what, 12 or 14 feet earlier. So as of right now, nowhere near what we had last weekend from what it sounds like right now, but we're watching this closely. So they were saying nearly 14.5 feet. So something we're watching. Where am I at? If y'all are curious where we're broadcasting from, not from downtown. I actually have it right here. It says Storm TV Studios. That's where we're broadcasting from. Just south of Marble Falls, here in Burnett County. But yeah, that's where we're at. Heavy band of storms. Oh wait, y'all can't see it. The banner's in the way. Heavy round of storms coming southbound. So this is interesting. If this goes southbound, what happens over here is it's going to collide together? I guess so. Again, none of the models that I can remember showed storms coming from north to south. It was all in a slanted look. Because remember earlier, we've been live for 5 hours now, but nearly 4.5 hours ago, when I showed you the frontal boundary, it wasn't a tilted look. It was sideways. Like, it was like this. And now, it just made a completely it just did a, 180 degree turn to the south. It went from this to slant, and now it's potentially going down to the south. And from what it looks like, it's beginning to go down to the south. Question is this, since it's going to the south, is this area going to, as of right now, this area of rain is just sitting here. It's literally, we just have this broad area of low pressure, I believe, that's just sitting right over here. And it's just growing in precipitation, the rain is at least. And as that develops, this area is just sitting here with rain. And it will rain for the next several hours. And as that continues to rain for hours and grows in coverage, this may meet together, and this potentially could slow down this boundary system that we have that's coming in from Colleen and San Sabin passes. So again, I'm gonna be honest, I don't have a single idea of what the future could look like in the next hour or two. Well, rain. But since I last gave you all updates, as we've been on air for more than 5 hours, I've given you so much different synopsis. But one thing I've been telling you is rain and storms will happen. And here we are with storm chances starting to increase across the area. And of course, we got the chat going. So, of course, you guys got questions, comments, or anything like that, feel free to deliver that down in our live stream chat here. Okay, why is the webcam that close to the ground? Gonna lose the camera as soon as the river rises. We have a we have a camera that's by the river? If you can send that to me, that'd be fantastic. But good to know there's a camera over there. Backstory, I lived in Texas all my life. Age dropped from 37. So yes, in perspective, what you're doing, I've been doing since my tornado experience, just not on social media. I'm camera shy. Okay, well, good to know. So I'd assume you probably post stuff probably when there's like alerts or something you post. I did that for a few months, and I'm like, and then I did live streams eventually. It didn't show my face for like a year, and then yeah. Oh, fun fact, here on the YouTube channel, guys, it's the YouTube channel's birthday. I created this channel more than, what, 3 years ago? Yeah, 3 years ago on July 11th. So just a few days ago. So, yeah, happy birthday to the Storm TV Network channel. And then I had another YouTube channel back in 2020. So yeah, I've been doing YouTube for about 5 years now. But this YouTube channel for about 3+ years. Always. Okay. So you've been posting always. All right, good to know. All right, so again, this is the latest with what we're tracking. Again, we have a flood warning right now in Kerr County, just west of Kerrville right now. And I'm going to be honest, Ingram, Hunt, I know some people in Hunt right now. Someone that's actually kind of, not a relationship-wise or anything like that, but like, well, I don't want to, how do I explain this? Someone that I know really well that's in the Hunt area right now. And they are doing evacuations. They're not evacuations. They are search and rescue. And I could ask him right now to see what they're doing in Hunt. And again, he is in Hunt, Texas. That's where they're stationary. That's where they're placed at. Because there's some certain people that I guess we're told to stay back. But he's there in the flood warning. And I don't know if he's like by the Guadalupe River or not. So I'm about to, if I start to really worry, or if y'all think something crazy is going to happen, let me know, and I can send out a message and see what they're planning to do out in Hunt and Ingram. Because I'm sure whatever they do in Hunt, they'll do the same in Ingram. And eventually downstream towards Kerrville, eventually towards Comforts, and down towards Kendall County here in central Texas. But again, we'll keep eyes on this closely. Again, the river, Guadalupe River, is at 8 feet as of an hour ago. It's expected to rise up to 10 feet here in the next hour and a half, as floodwaters and heavy rain waters are coming into the Guadalupe River now as we're speaking. And they're expecting the river to rise up to nearly 14.5 feet by the afternoon tomorrow. So this is something that we're going to need to watch here closely. You're using WeatherBug camera on Camp Verde. Okay, thank you for that. Still wondering why it's highlighted through no rain close to it. Text your friend. Text my friend. Got it. So again, 1 second, guys, as I text one of my friends in Hunt, Texas. Let's see. Y'all are under a flood warning. What are the plans for y'all? Question is, are they awake? And again, he's a volunteer that's in Hunt. Not like permanently, but he's a volunteer that's there helping out, searching for flood victims that are gone or been missing for days, and he's been helping for the last 24 hours. I assume you went to sleep. Most people probably went to sleep, but I'm hoping there's that one person that's been up all night or has been constantly worried about the weather. So I'm very curious and interested in what they've done for people in the flood warning. So again, just text him. We're gonna see if he responds. If he doesn't respond, that means he's asleep. But yeah. Yeah, I told him that flood warning in your area. What's the plan of what y'all are gonna do? So that's what I said, and we'll see what we get in response. I probably won't get a response until probably midday tomorrow. We'll see. Maybe they're evacuating people. That could be another thing. No time to check phone. Maybe, I don't know. But I'm hoping that is the case because there's a flood warning, and I hope nobody is by the Guadalupe River because yes, the waters are increasing. Well, we got this northeast, or was it going north? I don't know. Anyways, we got rain about to come towards the Guadalupe River. So no matter what, the river is going to increase here, and we got some more storms back off towards the west. That's another sign here that storms are getting closer and closer to the Guadalupe River area. Yep, no regrets. Number one thing I love to do is keep people informed, update them, and make sure they're okay as weather either breaks before or happens. That's always been the motto for me for quite some time. All right, here in Burnett County, a flood advisory underway from Silver Creek Village for areas towards Mahomet over here, towards Line Passes. We're watching things like that closely. If the Guadalupe River is rising, Camp Mystic will be underwater. That is true. I mean, Camp Mystic and Guadalupe River are like almost the same crest, just about. So I think what we need like 2 or 3 feet or so for the river to rise, and then it belongs to Camp Mystic again potentially. Obviously, there's no camps happening right now. I don't think they have anybody stationed out there, especially with tonight's risk. I'm pretty positive there's nobody stationed out over there tonight. But one thing I'm just curious about is, do we have those people that are looking at nighttime on foot by the Guadalupe River searching for people? Do we have those kind of people doing that kind of job right now? If so, we need them out of there now, as we have a flood warning that's underway right now, specifically for the Guadalupe River as well. So again, this is going to be interesting here how things progress throughout the next little bit. And again, we got people sleeping in these areas too. I believe they have evacuated some people, but some close people that I know, they've told me that they have spent the night there tonight, and they are there tonight. Last time I spoke to them was like 6-7 hours ago. And I've just texted them about 5 minutes ago. No response. So still sleeping most likely, or hopefully they're evacuating. It's one of the two. But again, they're in Hunt, Texas is the specific person I'm talking about. But we got 2 storms about to come your guys' direction in Hunt, Texas, just west of Kerrville. These storms are slowly moving, but they're also developing. They're also increasing in coverage and in intensity here as it gets closer and closer to Kerr County here in central Texas out in the hill country. And again, these storms are dropping some decent amounts of rain, about 1/10 of an inch to maybe 1/4 of an inch. But as these potentially if these collide together, that's a good indication that the rainfall rate may be higher than what I just told y'all. Yep, we may have to be listening to the scanners. We actually, maybe in the next 20 minutes, we may have to get the scanners going just to be safe. And of course, I have access to scanners. And of course, if y'all have access to scanners and y'all want to tune in a little bit earlier than I am, before I do, y'all can let me know. I mean, I got radios here for I got 4 radios here. One's for Travis, one's for Williamson, one's for Burnett, and one is for Llano County. But sometimes I do get frequencies outside of where I'm at. So again, we'll see, but we'll have to use probably the online version. They said they were, but then they closed everything. So hopefully that meant they stopped searches, but they have retired National Guard out, that there hasn't lost their touch. Yeah, hopefully not. What exactly is my friend doing? He has a dog that's like sniffing for people. That's what kind of job. But I assume they're asleep potentially. But again, they are in Hunt, Texas. So yeah, was the entire town of Hunt underwater, or was it just by the river? I wasn't for sure. Again, I'm just a weather guy, just forecasts. I do coverage, but I wasn't like back then. We weren't crazy focused on this area back then or last weekend because, well, on Saturday at least, because it wasn't really in our area. And I was like, what was going on with the weather? It was just a whole lot of factors in that night. But on Sunday, the day after, we covered Kerr County. Crazy than I've ever covered any area. It was hard jumping back and forth from Kerr County to Marble Falls to Burnett to Travis to Williamson counties, covering over 170 plus deaths. Over 4 people died here in my county. Even somebody that died in my community. A fire chief died in my community. 17-year-old girl died in my community as well. Travis County as well. We had some deaths. Williamson County deaths too. So I mean, it's just hard covering 2 different areas that this is closer to home, and this is also another area that's impacted me. So last week and a half here, it's been a real struggle for me just to continue things, and it's kind of hard to keep on a normal face and not, I don't know. But anyways, I'm trying to hold strong and continue with all this. Okay. Hunt got hit bad, but it's all privately owned property, so it's hard to get into there. Okay, so one of the stories is my friend he knows these people in the Hunt area, and that's probably how and why he's there right now. That makes sense. Okay, storms out in West Texas, or not, this is not really good. West Texas is like way west, but just west of our viewing area, we got this area of storms that have developed. They're slowly progressing from west to east, but they're starting to enter northwestern Mason County. One thing that I was predicting earlier, I said, what if these collided together? What if they developed together? And that's exactly what is starting to do right now, that this area of line of storms is starting to form together and will push to the southeast. So, again, that is what's happening right now with this. So, again, 2 clusters of storms, one right here, not a whole lot here, but it is colliding together, and eventually, I believe, this is going to be a big line of storms here very soon. And again, all the future models were saying that this was going to be a slanted outlook. So all these storms were actually from Dallas to Kerrville almost. It was in a shape like this. Instead, it's like this. So I don't know how. Typically, the models are very correct, but just interesting how that shaped up. But anyways, here we are. The rainfall amounts is going to be the question on how accurate the models were correct. We're going to find out here in a few hours from now. If Virginia Hollis is still alive, she is likely starving and tired. Yep. How much people are still missing from the floods in Kerr County? I don't know. Last time I heard it was like 100 people. I don't know. There might be less than that now. But if anybody's still missing over there, Kerr County, obviously they can't hear me or anything like that, but flood warning now. More rain and storms coming their way. Not a good situation. And people have been gone for more than a week. That is insane. It's been hot, humid the last couple days. I cannot imagine that situation they're dealing with right now. And I believe here in Central Texas, there's, I think, 1 or 2 people still missing in my area too. So, I can't believe that. It's just crazy. 3 kids still missing. Goodness gracious. Been over a week now too. Here we go again with round 2. Second weekend in a row of storms. As of right now for next weekend, just going to fast forward to next weekend, it looks hot, triple-digit heat, and sunny right now for next week. But some updates, I was looking at some computer models earlier, some computer models saying by the end of this week and to potentially this weekend, a hurricane may impact portions of the Gulf of Texas. I'm like, It's a little too far out, but some models, or most models, are actually indicating that a hurricane may come towards Houston or somewhere in the coast of Texas. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but just giving you the storm alert that some models are already predicting that a potential system may impact Texas. We'll see, though. As of now, as of today, I think it should say well off towards our east, but if any changes happen, we'll let you know on social media. But for now, just update to next week, or later this week, I guess you could say. We'll watch it closely. And then in the tropics, about a 20% chance of development, but again, we're watching it closely. Over 100 people still missing. Goodness gracious. I don't want to comment on survival rate. I've been through floods too many times. I just pray for closure, but I keep my hope. Yeah, me too. Prayers and hope for sure. I've never been through floods or anything like that, but where I used to live at, and just like a year after I left living there, entire yard and house gone from floods just because of me living by a river, like literally just by a river. Back then, when I lived in Kansas, so I've never been specifically in a flood, but some properties I used to live at have been impacted by floods, but I've never been like directly in a flood. So obviously prayers and thoughts go to people that are still missing and have been impacted by the floods over the last since the past weekend. Yep, hurricane chances of Texas about 20%. And again, the trends are going upward just a little bit for portions of the Gulf. So we'll watch it closely. Natural disasters are like, you had Boulder, Missouri had an EF3 tornado. Goodness gracious. I think I've heard of that tornado before. EF3, Boulder, that sounds familiar. Alright, storms in central Texas. We got Burnett County right now under a flood advisory. Wall of rain coming through the northern side of county. Again, these storms are moving very slow, so you can see why it's taking a long time for these to progress to the south. We're going to sit back down now is what we're going to do. But yeah, that is the latest with what the radar imagery is showing us. Tons of y'all have been messaging me on other socials, so I'm going to quickly check those. So let's see what's going on. Okay. The Weather Prediction Center has now did some updates to our viewing area. It does include where I live at, but also does include portions of the Austin area too. They're saying that anywhere from Williamson, Temple, Burnett, Marble Falls, Colleen, towards San Angelo, that rainfall rates up to 2 to 3 inches per hour, spotty 4-inch totals. But there could be an area of 3 to 6 inches of rain potentially, but there could be some isolated areas up to 8 inches in a likely flash flood. Some may be significant. All because of this wall of rain. So again, that's going to be from Central Texas. That's right, it's an MCV. That's what it was called, MCV. That MCV is the reason why. Concern for cluster of storms to shift eastward and merge with more mature complexes could present a worst case avulsion for increased duration to push those isolated additional 8-inch totals through 15Z. Regardless, aerial coverage of intense rainfall to induce flash flooding is likely, and given placement to the hill country, a few locations of significant flash flooding could be becoming an increasing problem. Again, that's just one of some details that I just gotten So the new update is they're saying that. Oh wow, this is not looking good, guys. Newest updates are saying that things are looking a lot more worse than what we've been predicting to you more than 5 hours ago. They're saying that the rainfall amounts are potentially going to be higher than what we were originally thinking. Or actually, they're more confident, I guess. So 2 to 4 inches of rain, they're changing that to 3 to 6 inches now. So that's going to be quite devastating. That actually does verify. And the trend of that verifying is quite possible now. And they're saying potential amounts anywhere from 8 to 9 inches of rain potentially. Tons of y'all are now pinging me on Twitter, so I appreciate that. A lot of y'all are realizing I'm in the flood concern. Exactly. If anyone is searching for bodies or missing people in the Guadalupe River, get out of the river now. Flood warning is in effect for those in Ingram and Kerrville and Hunt. River's expected to rise. People that are camped out down there, we're hoping that they are sleeping in hotels tonight because, boy oh boy, we got some crazy concerns coming their direction. We also got Reed Timmer in Lampasas, Texas. This is the closest he's ever been to me, but looking at some scenes I just reposted on Twitter, the entire highway 183 northwest of Lampasas is unsweepable, and the entire road is just water. So, oh my gosh, literally the entire interstate or highway is just a lake. So, okay, I have not, okay. So I kind of need to be more serious about this than how I am acting right now. Again, I just saw some video on Highway 183, and this goes for miles, of conditions of the highway, just feet of water. I'm surprised there's not a flash flood emergency, I'm going to be honest, for Lampasas County. And it's been raining in Lampasas County for more than 5+ hours. And just looking at Highway 183 from the video Reed Timmer posted on X just about 20-30 minutes ago, there's people like trapped in the water, there's people driving just trapped in there. I mean, it's not good. And I've been saying this all evening long and morning. Do not drive. If you don't have to be out and about across Central Texas this afternoon, or this, where are my words? If you don't have to be driving around this morning, please do not. Please wait until like the later afternoon. And I've been mentioning this before the storm's begun. I said, if you need to do anything, go to the gas station, get some food, go to Walmart, anything like that, that was the time to do so. Now, here we are at 3 in the morning. If you need to go to Walmart, H-E-B, they're closed unless you're buying 24/7 one. If you are, quickly go there. But if you're not, it's time to hunker down. Again, Lampasas, I've seen so much video of streets just looking like rivers. And it's the same thing for areas towards Highway 187, just northwest of Lampasas. Burnett, this potentially could come your way. Llano, just to the northeast. We got some very heavy rain. So again, this is not looking good. And unfortunately, again, I saw some video of people trapped in floodwaters, like vehicles trapped in floodwaters in sections of Lampasas County, in northwest of Lampasas. So the situation is very serious right now. We got some updates in the... Yes, we were talking about North Texas earlier, like 3.5 hours ago. We were showing North Texas weather because none of this was happening. By the way, guys, before we talk about that and read your comment real quick, the Weather Prediction Center is now upgrading our rain chances, or how much rain we could see across the hill country and towards Kerrville, now towards West Texas. Again, originally thinking was 2 to 4 inches of rain. Now we're thinking 3 to 6 inches of rain. Isolated pockets up to 8 to 9 inches, maybe a foot of rain in some spots. So again, we're watching things really, really closely here throughout the next several hours. But General Cat coming in from North Texas, he's saying Fort Worth posted an update on X around 3:15. 4 to 6 inches of rain has fallen in Lampasas County. Yep, we were just talking about Lampasas County. Yeah, Lampasas County, 4 to 6 inches of rain. I mean, I just saw the video. It's really devastating over there right now. And actually, I was in Lampasas city and the county itself just last week for the 4th of July. We're driving through it, and it's just absolutely insane. And the camera went down. Hey, is there a way you can get a feed, get the camera from like a minute before it went down or something? Because we need updates on that camera now if we can. Yeah, the kid is doing what he wish. Yep, long night tonight. Yep, weatherbug is not the best sometimes, but it's helpful sometimes. Yep, storms continue to push more north. Yeah, storms are pushing north towards DFW. They're also pushing south. So again, let me go ahead and show you all this. Let me give you all a better prediction here. This is probably something that y'all may want to record, clip, send to your friends and family over here, because this is where things get, I guess, scary, if y'all want to say. I love it how the weather mesoscale discussion says 0666, and it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Okay, anyways. Okay. Anyways, here's what we got. So, latest synopsis coming in from the Weather Prediction Center. They are saying that this complex of storms and this complex of storms colliding together in areas towards the hill country, originally thinking 2 to 4 inches of rain, scratch that out. 3 to 6 inches of rain looking more possible or likely now. Already 3 to 6 inches of rain falling in Lampasas County, where it's been raining for more than 5 hours. More of that activity should push further southbound, in areas and isolated amounts could see rainfall amounts potentially up to 8 to 9 inches in some spots. Potentially a foot of rain would not surprise me in some spots as well in this mesoscale discussion. So anywhere from Austin, Round Rock, Georgetown, Rockdale, Cameron points west to the entire hill country, we need to be on guard for the risk of 3 to 6 inches of rain and rainfall amounts isolated up to a foot of rain possible. So again, as we continue to follow this devastating news right now this morning. Broadcasting this, thank you very much. And again, I know my content or whatever I have on air right now may not be the best, or how I'm presenting myself may not be the best, but all I'm trying to do is just spread the word, get people aware, and give them a storm alert with what's coming their direction here in the next little bit. Or it could be happening right now. All right, so let's go ahead. Let's take a look at rainfall amounts that have fallen in the last little bit. Dear Lord. And we have a brand new flash flood warning here in my county now. My NOAA weather radio is about to go off, so we're going to go ahead and let my radio chime itself. So, again, a brand new flash flood warning here in Burnett County, where I live at. My radio is going to go off here in about probably 2 seconds. Or any second.
National Weather Service in Austin, San Antonio has issued a flash flood warning for northern Burnett County until 7 a.m. Central Daylight Time. At 3:32 a.m. Central Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Up to 2 inches of rain have fallen. The expected rainfall rate is 2 to 4 inches in 1 hour. Additional rainfall amounts up to 3 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Life-threatening flooding. Thunderstorms producing flash flooding. Source: radar. Impact: life-threatening flash flooding of creeks and streams, urban areas, entering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Be especially cautious at night when it is hard to recognize the dangers of flooding. What locally heavy rainfall could lead to flash flooding across portions of south central Texas. Rainfall amounts of 2 to 4 inches with isolated amounts near 9 inches are possible. Where a portion of south central Texas, including the following counties: Bandera, Bexar, Blanco, Burnett, Homao, Edwards, Gillespie, Hayes, Kendall, Kerr, Kinney, Leno, Medina, Real, Travis, Uvalde, Val Verde, and Williamson. When, through Sunday evening, impacts, excessive runoff may result in flooding of rivers, creeks, streams, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Additional details: a weak upper-level system approaching from the north combined with above-normal moisture will result in locally heavy rainfall across the region tonight through Sunday evening. This rainfall, along with saturated soils, will lead to rapid runoff. http://www.weather.gov/safety/ flood. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop.
Alright, so for more than 12 plus hours here in south central Texas, we've had a flood watch been issued. I hope in the time when y'all got that notification or heard about the risk for flooding tonight was a thing tonight. I'm so thankful tonight that the big significant flooding risk for a good chunk of central Texas won't happen until almost now, until the time when we're going to wake up in the morning. That's the one thing I'm thankful of, because a lot of people are maybe starting to wake up now. Some people are early birds that wake up 3 in the morning. Church is this morning and stuff like that. So I'm thankful that it's happening kind of around this time, because some people are starting to wake up now. But if this happened 12 in the morning, like Lampasas is saying, I'm afraid that people in certain areas in Lampasas and even far northern sections of my county here, and even in San Saba County, we could be dealing with some potentially catastrophic flooding right now. I know it says 3 to 6 inches of rain, but that is pretty impactful, pretty catastrophic. And I've seen Highway 287, I think it's what it's called. No, excuse me, 281, and Reed Hemmer's driving through there. I can't believe I'm saying this. Reed Hemmer is just a county away from me. But anyways, he follows me on Twitter too. I was going to throw that out there. But anyways, it's just, this is a crazy situation, guys. So again, this is where things start to really impact me personally. This is where y'all start to notice kind of more of a mood change from me and more of a serious pinpoint note with everything. So welcome to a new phase 2 of things here, starting here in about a few moments from now. But again, we got Storm Chaser Anthony Payton in the chat there. Good morning to you. Broadcasting this right now. Dude, you're doing the good thing. Thank you. Later, you got a post on how those things work. Just bought one, but found out the NOAA Center in Galveston is no longer so me. Are you saying that there's not a weather radio in Galveston anymore? Wow. Yeah, I almost called it on point just about. Yeah, we've been live for about 5 hours and a half now. 0 hours of sleep. And I plan to cover this and keep you guys informed as long as I can. I am headed to the movies later this afternoon to see the new Superman movie. I really hope the event is over, but as of now, it looks like the event will continue for a good chunk of today, potentially, and going into tonight. We'll see. Because we're expecting another round of storms later tonight as well. In case nobody knew about that, so there's another round tonight. Thinking about starting up your broadcast, that is a good idea to do. Yeah, so I'm going to be so exhausted during the entire movie. I'm just going to be sleeping, probably. That's what I was told today. Yeah. All right, so as mentioned, as I had a feeling that would get issued, a flash flood warning has been issued for my county here in Burnett County. I have some friends, even family in Lake Buchanan. There's a pretty good storm just northwest of there. I am actually genuinely kind of concerned about Lake Buchanan's situation. Lake Buchanan is at right around 90% contained at full pool. And we just need 10% more. And we've seen 3 to 6 inches of rain plus in the San Saba, Colorado River area. And it's been raining there for more than, 4 plus 5 hours now. And I'm genuinely kind of concerned what's happening with Lake Buchanan. Question is will they open the dams? They may open the dams potentially. And if they do, the dams will go out from here, I believe. This will go all the way down towards Marble Falls, I believe. So we're going to have to see how things work. I'm actually going to go to the LCRA website right now to see if they're talking about anything about this, because I am starting to get to that level of concerned and worried about things right now. Last updates from the LCRA was 16 hours ago, so not getting much. But latest LCRA rain gauges saying over 8 inches of rain across sections of Lampasas County, already almost in northern Burnett County too, which is absolutely insane. Again, if you're just joining us, my goodness, I just keep looking at the, I'm scrolling on X here and seeing if there's any new updates, and I'm just seeing so much talk about how a hurricane may come towards Texas next week or later this week. Just want to give you all the heads up. Yes, some models are indicating that we may get some tropical developments coming our way later this week. We'll see, but goodness gracious. All right, anyways, for this particular area, Burnett, Lampasas, Llano points towards San Angelo, we have been issued in a mesoscale discussion called 0666. That's the watch number, 666, here at 3 in the morning. That goes well together. Anyways, they're saying that significant flooding could be possible. Again, we were originally thinking 2 to 4 inches of rain. That's what everybody was thinking. Now it's increased to 3 to 6 inches of rain. So again, not looking good at all right now for a good chunk of our area. I hope we see no more deaths. I can't bear it. Seeing reports of deceased children really broke me. Oh, me too. I don't know if y'all saw a video on my Twitter. I was literally crying, or I was literally done crying, and it was just me like doing an update. Don't know why I told y'all that, but yeah, I literally cried. Anyways, I have a HD channel for news, and neither the West Channel or AccuWeather mentions. Are you kidding me? None of the Weather Channel, AccuWeather, nobody's talking about this. Wait, no, none of the big networks are talking about this. I know Lampasas is like a small city with like maybe 10,000 people, if that, but we got flooding here in Texas again, and catastrophic flooding potentially, and nobody's covering it except for me. We need more people covering this. I know I'm not like a big name or anything on YouTube or anything really, but I need like Max Velocity or someone to go live to really spread the word out, because it's just hard for me to just do this. I don't have a lot of people tuning in, so it's just hard to spread the word or inform people. But I'm trying my best as much as I can, and I have been for the past 5 hours, almost 6 hours. And I appreciate everybody that's been trying to post and trying to help me out on Twitter that I'm alive and everything. So I appreciate everybody helping me out with that. Yeah, same thing too. Yep, understandable. But again, I need like a big name person that does weather needs to go live because obviously it's not working for me. Well, it makes sense that none of your local TV stations are covering this in your area because you're in Houston. This is Austin area, so it makes sense why none of the TV stations over there are covering Central Texas flooding. But they'll probably mention it in your morning. They'll probably mention it in like morning newscasts this morning potentially. Here in Central Texas, there are probably it's KView on right now. KView is not on right now. What? Okay, KView is not on apparently for once. They have the radar, but they're not doing coverage for once. Nothing on KXAN. What about Fox 7? Nobody's covering this? Man, if I ever become meteorologist or chief or whatever, if we have an event like this, I'm streaming until... I'm going to be streaming like I'm doing right now if I ever became a big role or whatever. But anyways... Yeah, no matter it is. Remember me covering flood advisories, flash flood warnings? We had none of that in my area for a long time. I'm going to be doing the exact same thing I'd be doing if I had a big title like that. But anyways, yeah. OBS has a big update. Yeah, I made sure my OBS updated before we went live. All right, look at this. A new scan came in. Just isolated showers are just blossoming across areas west of Burnett, east of Burnett right now. Again, right here is where we've seen over 20 plus inches of rain last weekend. Right here is where we've seen 5 to 15 inches of rain west of Burnett, just near Silver Creek Village. So we are getting some downpours. We are getting some storms right now. But the bulk of the activity is right here. I'm going to go on Reed Timmers. I don't think Reed Timmer is live. Is he live right now? I know he's on Twitter posting, but there's no way he's live, is he? Reed Timmer. Oh, wait, it doesn't. Oh, wait. My mic does work. No, he's not live. What? Yeah, we need more people to cover this, and there's not a lot of people. I know. Ah, goodness. Let's see. Retimmer post anything else? Nope. Last update was 43 minutes ago. Yeah, I just hope Retimmer comes down to where I am at. That'd be awesome. That would make this entire streaming 100% worth it. I mean, the stream's already 100% worth it right now, but it'd be double that if Retimmer comes through my city. He's like over here is where Retimmer is at. He's literally, I live right over here. He's over here. He just needs to go down 281 and then be at the movies at 3 o'clock. Just randomly over there, and then voila. All right. Anyways, again, storms right now. Flash flooding concerns just north of Burnett right now. Lampasas, Kempner, San Saba. We got reports of 2 to 4 plus inch of rain totals in this area. So LCR rainfall totals are saying up to 8 inches just near Lampasas. So we are seeing some significant flooding. Unfortunately underway right now. It's kind of like the Burnett situation, just almost, where we had almost 12 to 14 inches of rain in Burnett. But this time right now in Lampasas is between 4 to 8 inches, but potentially it may go higher as this moderate to heavy rain just continues to sit and sit and sit in this exact same area. I found out the eye of Barrow was hitting my house because I saw news people standing out around in my hood. That is interesting to say. Wow. But yeah, once again, guys, we are monitoring all of this very closely. Of course, we're following that breaking news right now out in Kerr County. I know I keep forgetting to mention this. Right now, I'm just crazy focused. And again, guys, how it goes for me, if there's storms affecting my county, I'm crazy focused on my county. So my apologies for me just not... My apologies for not focusing on this area. This area should have the intention very wellly. my county saw more rain than Kerr County did, but Kerr County got more of the devastation than my county did. It's because they got a river over here, and yeah. Okay, anyways, Kerr County, Kerrville area, west of Kerrville, we got some showers right now. On the Guadalupe River right now, some light downpours underway now. There's some moderate showers just southwest of Ingram. Again, I got a buddy that is in Hunt, Texas right now. Again, I have no updates on where his abouts are. If they evacuated, no idea. But he was sleeping in the Hunt, Texas area. So, hoping he's evacuated somewhere. But again, we're still continuing to follow up on that. But Ingram and Kerrville, heads up, guys. We got some storms happening now. Off towards the distance, we got some more storms to your southwest. This potentially could come northeast, and monitoring more storms off towards the west eventually will come to the east as well. So we're giving you the alerts, the storm alert here, that these storms are coming your way, and eventually more storms coming here in the next little bits. So again, that's what we're watching out towards Kerr County. And again, we'll get a new update on this alert here in about, probably in about an hour or two maybe from now, but we will see how things go from now. Once again, guys, a flash flood warning underway here in central Texas. Again, we have one flood warning, one flood advisory, and one flash flood warning in our viewing area, and a flash flood warning in effect for Burnett County, just north of the city of Burnett, but Mahomet's included in this alert, Silver Creek Village included in this alert. So again, we are watching this very, very closely. We got Gordon Harlan in the chat saying light rain just north of Babyhead. It's been thundering a lot northwest of us. Okay, that is in Llano County. All right. There you go. So you said thundering a lot to your northwest. The big core of the storm is to your northeast. Right now, that's the really good strong storm. So if you're getting any rain, it's probably light to moderate rain maybe, but you're like on the outer edge of the storm. If this can continue back building, you will see more storms here soon. Maybe a blip popping up near Valley Springs, and maybe an indication of new developments, but we will see what happens. But overall, some showers underway as of 3:49 this morning. You just heard stream. That's wonderful news. We need a lot of people streaming this, and it's crazy how I'm the only person that's doing full-on coverage just like this, and none of the big name companies, I guess, that do weather or news are covering this. So again, devastation in Lampasas County. I'm gonna be honest too, guys. I mentioned this last weekend. On a stream last weekend in Burnett County. I was here. The same thing. So for Williamson, Travis, and Burnett counties, I was telling y'all my thankings last weekend of them issuing a flash flood emergency. My friends were sending me so much video of their yards looking like lakes and ponds. And I'm seeing kind of worse conditions out in Lampasas County. I'm a little surprised that we do not have a flash flood emergency because of how heavy the rainfall rate is occurring, and we are literally seeing a flash flood right now. And a lot of people are asleep right now. We kind of need that emergency to ping on people's phones, and you just saw the new scan. The moderate rain activity is still continuing over portions of Lampasas County. And again, over Highway 281, that's where I've seen so much just roads covered in water. I mean, it's impassable to drive. So why do we not have an emergency in effect for sections of Lampasas County? And again, I know I'm not certified or anything like that, but I'm usually really accurate on predicting weather alerts when they get issued. I mean, moments ago I was talking about flash flood warning maybe and a flood advisory. I nailed that. Flood warning, though, that kind of came out of the blue in Kerr County, but we have that now. But if you watched my other streams last several times, I've been super accurate with issuing or thinking of when new alerts will get issued. But again, just a little surprised there's not a flash flood emergency for areas towards Lampasas. Again, rainfall totals surpassing 8 inches. And this is happening at nighttime. A lot of people are sleeping. We may have people driving out there right now. We have storm chasers in there right now, are literally stuck in the road as water is just getting into the vehicle. Reed Timmer, for an example. But again, it's just insane. How do I send info privately or pictures? I have ADHD, so nothing. Oh, if you want to send me like pictures or video or anything that's happening in your neck of the woods, the best way to send me anything, if y'all have anything, the best thing to send me stuff is on X at davidalfwx. That is the best thing to send to me. If you guys are having anything in your area. But again, we are watching everything very, very closely. And of course, let's do some Twitter looking here real quick. And again, I apologize, or not apologize, I appreciate everybody that's reposting my stream and trying to spread out the word as much as I can with this alert. But again, you can see one of my good friends posting about this. I mean, guys, it is I don't want to say incredible night, but it is oh my gosh, guys, I just predicted in a flash flood emergency again. We got a brand new flash flood emergency for San Saba County, though, which is very close to what I was mentioning about Lampasas County. In my mind, I was thinking San Saba County too. But trust me, we're going to get a new flash flood emergency for probably Lampasas County too. So again, breaking news right now. A flash flood emergency has been issued for San Saba County until 7 o'clock this morning. Again, we don't cover San Saba County, but in tonight's update here, we are. Flash flood emergency, San Saba County, underway right now. 6 to 8 inches of rain has fallen in the Warren area in San Saba County. And again, in Lampasas County, LCRA rain gauges are saying up to 8 inches of rain has fallen also in Lampasas County. So I would not be surprised if we got a new flash flood emergency extending into Lampasas County. Question mark is would or could this include sections of northern Burnett County? I think it might be a little too soon to do that for Burnett County, but we'll see. But Lampasas County, I definitely could see that happening, and especially San Saba County. So again, we are... Here we go again tonight with the predictions accurately getting issued of alerts. So let's take a look at the rainfall rates here in the last little bits coming in from the radar. Our radar is estimating, you don't even see pink on there, it's surplusing 5 inches. Again, nearly 8 inches of rain has fallen in city limits of Lampasas and where we have a flash flood emergency in San Saba County right now. And where we have that flash flood emergency, all that water is feeding into Lake Buchanan. And Lake Buchanan's kind of at the stage where it doesn't really need more water. We're kind of at the point where we're almost at 100% full pull. We're probably going to be at 100% full pull after this right here. So, just going to point that out. But again, we have 2 different areas. It even shows a little bit of northern Burnett County, just barely seeing over 8 inches of rain too. Again, we have Reed Timmer that is in Lampasas area right now. I saw a video about an hour ago of literally him in floodwaters and him trying to help people. He's a daredevil for real. But goodness gracious. And again, he's literally just like 30 miles away from me. Just come down south. We're just okay. Anyways, again, we're monitoring all of this very, very closely for y'all. Again, that's in the last hour. Now, total precipitation. This is suggesting. How much is this suggesting? Nearly. Oh my gosh. This is suggesting nearly a foot of rain. One second, that can't be correct. This is saying anywhere from 8 to 11 inches of rain. From that red you see there, in the last 24 hours, it says 8 to 11 inches of rain. Now, in the last hour, we are seeing over 8 inches of rain. So, that is obviously quite the concern. But once again, guys, flash flood emergency has been issued for San Saba County. Who's all included in the alerts? We have the Colorado Bend State Park in this. Seek higher ground now. We got Chapel, US 190, the San Saba Lampasas County line. It's time to take cover now, as we have this flash flood emergency. It would not surprise me if we got a new flash flood emergency, including the city of Lampasas. This is giving me flashbacks to last weekend, where we just had heavy rain sitting on top of Burnett, but instead it's in Lampasas and in southeastern Lampasas and San Saba County. So we're gonna see what they do here in just a moment. But yeah, I can literally feel it in my body right now that they're going to issue an emergency here in just a moment. I'm very confident we're about to get a new flash flood emergency. Again, over 8 inches of rain. Radar is suggesting over 8 inches of rain too over here. Where is our flash flood emergency at? Also, one thing to add. We have National Weather Service office differences. This is owned by San Angelo. This is owned by Dallas-Fort Worth. So they may have different criteria potentially. But over 8 inches of rain, I would throw out the alerts. But yeah, guys, this is a devastating situation right now across San Saba County right now, as well as sections of Lampasas County. Again, over 8 inches of rain have fallen in this warned area. Okay, that's nice. But yeah, guys, this is some devastating information that we're passing along to y'all. Again, a flash flood emergency underway right now in San Saba County. I know we keep saying that. I know San Saba and Lampasas counties, we don't cover y'all, but if y'all are familiar with like TV stations here in Austin, 2 TV stations do cover San Saba and Lampasas County. So in case you're trying to find that specific TV station, you're trying to see if they're live, well, they're not. We are. So that's why we're covering these 2 counties tonight, or this morning. On your Sunday, too. All right, we got rain right now in downtown Burnett. This is where things are really starting to get going right now. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, LCRA rain gauge saying rainfall over 8 inches plus east-southeast of San Saba by about 15 miles. I've seen some rainfall gauges as well near Lampasas, over 8 inches as well. And I've actually seen video in Lampasas of people getting stuck in flooded roads. Even a motorcyclist, US 281 is completely engulfed in water right now in Lampasas and surrounding. So I'm just very shocked we don't have a flash flood emergency out for Lampasas County. Burnett County, I don't know if it's time to throw out the emergency yet, but I can see why Lampasas could be under one. But still, guys, this is just insane. He's the 26 Fox. Okay. Nice to know. Man, I need a fan in here. I'm like sweating in here right now. Sorry to say that, but I am sweating in here. It's hot in here. Whew. But yeah, if you guys have any friends or family that's here in Burnett County, Central Texas, or Lampasas County, or San Saba County, please feel free to share the stream to them. I'm trying to get the word out as best I can. I'm not like certified or anything to tell y'all everything, my predictions or anything, but doing what I love, I guess. Well, trying to inform people is what I'm trying to do. That's pretty much all I'm trying to do. So, again, really trying to spread out the word of what's going on here in Central Texas, especially here in the Hill Country. If you know anybody that's over here, please share the broadcast to them. As just devastating floods are just starting to take over across Central Texas. But yeah, live on the tropics there. Good morning to you. We have a flash flood emergency in San Saba County, just outside of our viewing area, but in today's purposes, we are covering San Saba and Lampasas counties. I would not be shocked if we got a new flash flood emergency for Lampasas County. Here in Central Texas, we have one flash flood warning. And again, that flash flood warning is in Burnett County. Then we have a flood warning. Quickly, let's go back to the Guadalupe River, where we're following that breaking news right now in Kerr County of a flood warning for the Kerr County area. That does include Ingram. It looks like we have a storm actually getting into the Guadalupe River area. So the overall summary of everything, the latest predictions of everything that we thought earlier, completely no. You know how the storms were supposed to be from like Dallas slant, it's supposed to be like slants. Now it's all down. So everything's going southbound now. This was originally going northeast or southeast. Well, really northeast trends, and we had a boundary. Now it's all going south, and then we got this other band of storms too, also coming in. So now they changed their prediction to 3 to 6 inches of rain, hours of rain potentially, and isolated amounts near a foot of rain is possible. Areas across the hill country, and really it looks like Burnett County is the first county in our area really experiencing some of these dangerous flooding rains now. And even here in not here in Llano County, I'm in Burnett County. Here's where we're broadcasting from, right there. So just north of where I'm at, we got some flooding rains right now. But in Llano County, where I used to live at, we got some pretty good storms coming into town right now. And just north of Llano, some heavy rain. Buchanan Lake Village, Tao, I know that area very well. Storms happening now. And I've been saying this for the last several hours now. I am really worried about Lake Buchanan right now. I am really worried about Lake Buchanan because we are at nearly full capacity, being an actual lake again and a running lake. And I'm afraid that they're going to have to release the dam, which has not been released. I don't think we've had Lake Buchanan release water out of the lake in a long time. And I think tonight or this morning, we may have that case. As just heavy rain is just sitting right on top of Lake Buchanan. And I've mentioned this before. We need water and rain to just sit on top of Lake Buchanan for quite some time. And we could eventually get the lake back to normal. And we have a brand new flood we got a brand new flash flood warning, including Llano, where I used to live at. My weather radio is going to go off for Llano County. Again, guys, the situation is just getting worse here in Central Texas with flooding.
The service in Austin, San Antonio has issued a flash flood warning for western Burnett County, northeastern Llano County, until 6:15 a.m. Central Daylight Time. At 4:06 a.m. Central Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain into the warned area. Up to 1 inch of rain has fallen. The expected rainfall rate is 2 to 4 inches in 1 hour. Additional rainfall amounts up to 3 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Life-threatening flash flooding. Thunderstorms produce flooding. Source: radar. Impact: life-threatening flash flooding of creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Llano, Buchanan Dam, Buchanan Lake Village, Lone Grove, Baby Head, Stills, Bluffton, Toe, and Valley Spring. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most of flood deaths occur in vehicles. Be especially cautious at night when it is harder to recognize the dangers of flooding. Your local forecast. Flood watch remains in effect through Sunday evening. Today, mostly cloudy with a chance of thunderstorms. Showers likely.
So once again, we have a new flash flood warning predicted for Llano County, including the city limits where I used to live at Buchanan Lake Village and Tao under a flash flood warning. So I got a lot of friends in the Tau area. And again, I know the Tau area so well, and we have flash flood alerts happening right now. I may have to call one of my friends that's in the alerts. Hopefully he's watching, or hopefully his mom's watching or somebody's watching. But again, so what is happening right now? I've been mentioning this for quite some time now. I said this outflow boundary right here is only going to create new storms. It's going to make the storms much expansive, and it's exactly what has been happening. The storms are more expansive now. From Lampasas to Burnett, we got moderate to heavy rain that's happening right now. It's expanding west, it's expanding eastward, and it's continuing to expand. This moderate band of rain is continuing to expand, and it's eventually going to approach closer and closer to Marble Falls, Bertram, and Highland Haven here in just a little bit. So moderate to heavy downpours will continue for quite some time, and this will bring the risk for potential flooding. In northern Burnett County, we have flash flood warnings right now. That new scan did not look good that just came out, so I am obviously getting worried with our flooding situation, potentially from Burnett points northward now. Highland Haven, northwest towards Kingsland, that's going to be an area of concern throughout the next couple of hours. But again, this corridor here, this is an expanding area of heavy thunderstorms that are just sitting on top of an area for quite some time, producing heavy rain, flooding rains. And if you go towards Lampasas, almost every single street, if not all, it's just water. You can't even drive. We have a lot of storm chasers that I've been told, and storm spotters, and even in the weather chat, that it's impassable to drive in a good chunk of Lampasas County. And unfortunately, it looks like that this could be the same story for Burnett County as well as Llano County. We have a flash flood emergency in San Sapa County, and this is likely to be the case right now. So again, we're watching everything very closely right now as things are starting to really unfold across the northern hill country here at home, here in central Texas, in Burnett County and in Llano County. So again, we're watching things closely as things really start to really get going right now. So again, the things that we're seeing right now, the weather is just beginning to unfold. Things are getting worse and will only continue to get worse throughout the next several hours. So, just be safe, stay inside, do not drive. I know we've seen so much rain last weekend. We're going to be adding at least another inch to 4 inches of rain potentially, maybe even more than that possibly. It's not looking good. So again, I am hoping for everybody to stay inside, don't drive. That's all I'm saying, don't drive, stay at home, don't go anywhere. The weather is just going to continue to get worse. Again, even where Lake Buchanan is at. Lake Buchanan, I wouldn't surprise me if Lake Buchanan was pretty much at 100% capacity, at full pull almost. Because we've seen rain for about 6 hours, heavy rain, where we have a flash flood emergency. We've seen 6+ inches, or we've seen over 8 to 10 inches of rain in the in the Colorado River that's been fueling into Lake Buchanan, and now we just have heavy rain just pouring on Lake Buchanan right now with a flash flood warning on top of that. So now we're adding 2 to 4 more inches of rain on top of that. So now I'm thinking Lake Buchanan's really gone up now ever since hours ago. And in Burnett County, storms, it's a wild night, guys. Guadalupe River has risen up just a little bit. Yes, it has. Yes, the worst case scenario definitely looks like it's happening again here in Central Texas. And the ARRR model was right, but it was kind of wrong exactly where things would develop, and the timing was significantly incorrect. Guadalupe River has risen a little bit. Yes, the Guadalupe River is supposed to increase. It's supposed to increase every few hours, I believe. Guadalupe River towards Kirk County, there's a flood warning. If anybody that's tuning in from that county or is curious, again, there's a flood warning underway right now in Guadalupe County, in Kirk County for the Guadalupe River. About 2 to 4, the river was at 8 feet last check about 2 hours ago. It's expected to increase to 10 feet here in about an hour from what it showed earlier, and it's expected to be up to 14 feet later this afternoon. My gosh, look at this, everybody. This is just swath of just heavy rain. This is flooding rain right here. We'll have to see if they decide to throw out a new flash flood warning for the city of Burnett points north. They're probably talking about it right now. They're like, should we just put out a warning for Burnett? Because it's literally... And one thing that we're tracking and noticing is it's just extends the outflow boundary that I've been talking about. It just continues to push to the south, and it just continues to develop new storms right behind that. That's why we're seeing so much moderate to very heavy rain in this area. That's why it looks like a big wall of yellow. It's because we're just seeing this big expansive events right now, and again, it's all because of that outflow boundary. And you may be asking, what outflow boundary? It's this right here. This is the outflow boundary, and it's developed all the way down to the southwest. Burnett, and it is impacting areas towards Kingsland as of right now. And I'm going to be honest, I am starting to overthink things, overworry things with our Highland Lake system right now. We've seen so much rain last weekend. Things were slowly doing better than a few days ago. We saw flooding rains again. Then we had like a day or two of okayness. And this, what we had a few days ago, is much worse already than what it was a few days ago. And it's continuing to get worse. I mean, we have wave 1 right here, maybe a pause, a wave 2 back here. We may get another round 3, round 4 back there potentially, if things can continue to develop. Again, as I mentioned, we're kind of in a nowcasting situation because the models have been all over the place. But the one thing that I've been told, one thing I told you, and the one thing that I've been consistent about is, yes, rain would happen, but the models were just going all over the place. The timing was incorrect. Just everything was all over. So again, one thing we told you was rain would happen. This is what's happening now. Not everybody will receive rain, but some of us are experiencing some torrential downpours. We're getting some updates. Raining at Camp Mystic right now. That is in Kerr County. As we all know, significant devastation there last weekend. You said it's raining over there, so... Well, it might be. I don't know. But just west of Ingram, that's where we got some showers right now. Near Hunt, Texas, that's where we got some showers right now in that flood warning. We got some heavier showers right now across sections of southwestern Kerr County. We got a flood advisory that's in effect right now for northwestern Mason County, including Brady, just back towards Junction right now. So we're watching these areas very, very closely. Okay, guys, I've been talking about this for quite some time now. Where is our flash flood emergency for Lampasas County? We have the exact same rainfall totals, maybe just a little bit higher from the flash flood emergency in San Saba County that we have in Lampasas. And by the way, we have a city that's in this. Over here, there's not a city. There might be some towns, but we got city over here. That's just getting dumped right now with heavy rain. The worst case scenario likely unfolding right now in this general area. Let's take a look at our rainfall totals here. Latest synopsis, these bullseyes right here are indicating well over 5 inches of rain. It doesn't even pop up on the legend that I have on your screen. It pops nearly 8 to 10 inches of rain potentially. So again, where is our flash flood emergency for Lampasas County? I'm not trying to scare anybody. I'm just looking at what I'm seeing right now, looking at the facts from the rainfall amounts coming from the storm. Burnett County, if the rain activity continues to hold up like this, we potentially could get a flash flood emergency here in a little bit. We'll see. But again, nobody drive, stay home, stay put where you're at. If you are in a flood-prone area, if you plan to leave, think what route you're going. If you're going north to Lampasas, don't go that way. It's flooded. Don't go to Lampasas. If you're going south to Burnett towards Marble Falls, that's a good place to go to for right now. But again, if you're in Burnett and you're in a flood-prone area, now's the time to think, okay, we're in a flood-prone area. We need to go. You need to go. Because this is moderate to very heavy rain. We have a flash flood warning just north of the city of Burnett right now. But again, if you're in area that can flood very easily. It's time to evacuate, time to go south to Marble Falls. I hope you know somebody that's over there in Marble Falls. I don't know. We need evacuation centers. That's the thing. We need these safety places that need to be open beforehand before the events begin. So in case anyone's like worried or scared about the risk of flooding tonight, people need to go to a certain place where they know where to go to as the flooding event begins or is about to. So, and then we just wait until during the event happens or after the event happens, and it just creates so much mayhem. So we need these events to happen beforehand, of these evacuation routes beforehand. So again, we'll see how things progress. But again, Burnett, Land Passes, heavy rain right now. Burnett, not really heavy rain. It looks like the rain has just shifted to your northwest, but we're watching it closely as that pushes more to the southeast. Land Passes, still moderate rain right now. And again, the only reason why there's probably not a flash flood emergency in Land Passes County is because it's owned by a different National Weather Service office, and it's operated by someone else. So their criteria on the exact alerts is probably different from what we're seeing. Yes, multiple inches of rain have fallen across Land Passes County and San Saba counties, Llano County and Burnett counties. This is actually just the first hour that we're seeing rain right now, and we've already seen over 2 to 4 inches of rain in just 40 minutes. That's me saying that is insane. In just about 40 minutes, we've already seen 2 to 4 inches of rain already, or will soon. Goodness gracious. All right, I am really curious about Lake Buchanan. We got Destiny in the chat saying just starting sprinkling in Southeast Temple. Let's go to Temple, Texas here. Oh yeah, look at that. We got some downpours starting to come in from your distance, just north of Little River Academy, Temple, outflow boundary right here, by the way. But little sprinkles, the activity of downpours should start to increase here in the next probably a few seconds or in the next minute here. But moderate to heavy downpours look possible for you as these storms continue to progress more to the southeast. They're not as intense or as flooding or as impactful they are over across Land Passes and Burnett and Llano counties or San Saba counties, but those storms that you will see some pretty good rain out of those. So it's the leading edge of these storms right here that are just being so insane. And I think, okay, Mother Nature is knowing that I'm covering this for sure because she's just letting this sit right on top of these areas. She's not moving it. She has to be because it was in Burnett area and then she pushed it back. Goodness gracious. Looks like we have a flash flood emergency for the Gatesville area. Wait, do we not? No, we don't. Oh, we don't. Okay. I thought we did. We don't. Sorry about that. We don't. Tons of y'all are messaging me privately on other social platforms. Please message me here on YouTube. I'm not checking any platforms right now unless I know it's specifically impacting like somebody I really know. That's when I'll check on other platforms. But please, if you got anything, message me on the YouTube chat. And for anyone that's watching right now, if you guys got questions, comments, or anything like that, feel free to comment below in the chat. But once again, everybody, this is the very heavy swath of rain right here. It's from Kingsland, barely north of Burnett, back all the way towards northwestern Williamson County, towards Bell County, towards Colleen, Kempner, Land Passes, Coppers Cove, just towards the Colorado River, Buchanan Lake Village. We got Tao over here, Babyhead. We got North Atlanta, some pretty good downpours right now. I mean, these are flooding rains right now. We have flash flood warnings underway for multiple of these counties this morning. And here we are at 4:30 a.m. just about as these storms are causing an impact to our day today. Again, no flash flood emergencies, nothing like that right now for any of our counties. But again, just literally barely out of our viewing area, there is a flash flood emergency that's happening right now. And again, we are watching all of this very, very closely for you guys this morning. I just have this wave of tiredness that just smacked into my face right now. So, I'm trying my best to hold on, and I'm going to hold on, forcing myself to hold on. Again, I've gotten 0 hours of sleep. It's 4:30. I'm still holding on. Anyways, storms continuing right now, northwest of Burnett right now. Here is the corridor of very heavy rain right now. Another corridor north of Lano, very heavy rain as well. Maybe asking, maybe thinking, how much rain is exactly coming out of that particular storm? Let's take a look, shall we? Oh, wow. So towards the Buchanan Lake Village, Tau area, just about 2 inches of rain, almost, has probably fallen where I used to live at in just 40 minutes. That's insane. Where we have a flash flood emergency, we have about 3 to 9 to 10 inches of rain that have fallen in the emergency area. And then we have a flash flood warning in northern Burnett County for nearly 2 to 3 inches of rain. In Lampasas County, nearly 2 to 3 inches of rain as well. And in particular, the 24-hour rainfall totals, they're saying that this is near a foot of rain. I'm going to be honest, I kind of wouldn't be surprised, but again, the latest synopsis saying that this is near a foot of rain across sections of Lampasas and in San Saba counties. And really the heavier swath of precipitation is being indicated across Lampasas County, where we don't have a flash flood emergency at this period of time. New flood warning for Sonora, Texas. I don't think we covered Sonora, but... Oh, there's Sonora, right over there, just near Interstate 10. Please stay safe, everyone, if anyone's tuning in from there. You're good, and the only broadcasting this storm still. I'm still looking for any other news and nothing yet. Nobody else is covering the storm? Goodness gracious. Hope you record covering so you can repost and say, I know, for real. But yeah, as I predicted, everybody, with some help from the Weather Prediction Center, or actually, no, this was not from help with the Weather Prediction Center at all. I completely forecasted this. Earlier, it was storms, and then we started to notice an outflow boundary that started to develop. And I said, hey, this could create some new storms, or it will kill the storms. But I said, in tonight's case, this is only going to help the storms increase. And it's exactly what it has been doing in the last couple of hours. So, or really the last hour. So, again, we're seeing the scenes of the storms here is starting to really intensify this morning. And again, from Burnett to Lano, that's where we're seeing some very heavy rain just north of those cities. But once you get towards Lake Buchanan, Buchanan Dam, Buchanan Lake Village, Tau, Silver Creek Village, over towards the middle of nowhere, to Lampasas, to Mahomet's. This is where we got some likely flooding underway right now. Between 2 to 4 inches of rain is falling in warned areas right now. By the way, if you see water on the roadways, turn around and do not drown. And again, I highly advise anybody here in Central Texas to not drive. Stay home, stay where you're at. We got flooding concerns across the area. We got flooding concerns down towards Kerr County. Please stay home, as the concerns are still pretty rapidly bad. We still got moderate to pretty heavy rain right now in Lampasas County. It's been moderate to heavy rain for more than 2 to 3 hours now. Rainfall rates and amounts are inching upwards to 8 to 9 inches now with some new updates from the LCRA. Still no flash flood emergency, so very interesting on that note there. But again, we're watching all this very closely as things progress this morning. New scan came out just a moment ago, I think. Nope, nothing did. So again, we are watching all of this very, very closely. Alright, so let's quickly, before we do, let's read this comment here, and then we're going to take a live look outside at Santa Rita Ranch and get a good view of what the storms look like outside. 2/100 of an inch of rain have fallen in the Hunt, Texas area with Camp Mystic, Hart O Hill, Summer Camp, Camp Fleming Grove. Okay, so barely any rainfall totals, but it is raining there. So thank you for that report, Storm Dakota. Alright, let's go take a look outside right now at Santa Rita Ranch where things are overcast. But as soon as I push the play button, watch the sky light up like crazy. And especially since the storms are really close by. So, there we go. There's lightning. There we go. Come on, we need more flashes. There we go. Oh, that was a nearby one. Oh, wow, look at that. Oh, I bet you if I were to go outside right now, I can probably get some really amazing shots of the lightning. I wonder, is this cloud ground lightning? I think some of this lightning has attempted to be near the ground potentially. But where exactly are we looking at? This is in western, this is in western Williamson County. This camera is faced towards the Burnett area and is faced towards Bertram and Lampasas. That's where this camera is faced towards. And again, we're getting an incredible shot of all the lightning and storms in the distance. By the way, this camera is from KXAN, so of course if you want to check out this camera yourself, just go to kxan.com, go to webcams, and check it out. I have the permanent, personal link that nobody has, but y'all can check out this camera yourself. It looks like it might be windy there too. It's hard to tell with all the pixelations that are happening, but it looks like the trees, the leaves, it looks like the trees might be moving a little bit, possibly. Also, obviously, you can see the thin, low-level layer of clouds, but overall, guys, it is just a light show out there right now. In Santa Rita Ranch, this is in Liberty Hill, just pointing west towards Burnett and Bertram and Lampasas. But again, an amazing view that we are seeing from this live shot. Oh boy, what a storm. Let's go ahead and take a live look out there at BK, Texas. This is in Travis County. Let's see, can we get a good idea of what the lightning is? Okay, it's purple lightning. I was curious what the color of the lightning was. Is it white? Is it actually purple? And it's purple. So we got some purple lightning out there right now. This is again in BK, Texas. This is in southwestern Travis County. We're watching it closely. Alright, we got some updates. Finally, some national weather talking about something. They are just now mentioning your area on AccuWeather, but they are more focused on Oklahoma. Why are we more focused on Oklahoma? What is happening in Oklahoma? What happened to Ain't No Love in Oklahoma? Let's see what's going on. Quickly, is there flooding in Oklahoma too? Oh yeah, there's flooding in Oklahoma too, but not as bad as it is here in the Lone Star State, especially here in Central Texas. So it looks like we have these moderate to heavy showers right now across Llano and Burnett counties, but we got some really heavy rain right now entering Mason County now. And it looks like that this frontal boundary is really trying to stall out now across this area, because I've been noticing that, you see how the storm is going up from Burnett northeastward towards Bertram, how it's curved like that. It's very interesting how the storm is attempting to be more curved again, like how it was earlier. We also have an outflow boundary right here too, just outside of Gerald, south of Florence. So it's also interesting how things are blossoming. We had storms in Kingsland. Where did all those storms go? Are we losing energy? What is going on? I actually don't know. And it does look like the coverage of storms is actually have gone down just a little bit, which I find very interesting as well. But we're going to have to see how things progress here. Yeah, I am tired as well. Not like severely, well, kind of severely tired, but not like crazy tired. But I am quite tired. Again, I've gotten 0 hours of sleep. We've been live for more than 6 hours and a half now. And we are continuing to truck on with the updates. I'm going to see, let's see, any of the other like local TV stations here in Austin covering this. There's no way it's just me covering this. We got Kens 5 just showing a live radar loop. Okay. Man, KVU is still not doing anything. Okay. So again, I'm just trying to see who else is, covering this as well. Starting to sprinkle at Camp Waldemar. Ooh. What's with the color of lightning? We had a reddish pink lightning before the tornado I was hitting with this. You're going to have to ask me another time about that question. I have an answer for that, but right now my brain is not in a lightning... I can barely talk correctly. You'll have to ask me another time. Actually, I have the answer for it, but right now I don't. But I have the answer for it. My brain is all over the place. And as I've told y'all, as we continue more to the hours of the stream, the more my brain starts to get really tired on, man. It's really getting tired. Okay, storms still continue. I think this is where they're talking about where the flash flooding risk is just only going to increase. Because we have this area across Llano, Burnett, Lampasas counties where it's really heavy rain. But we're about to add some more heavy rain potentially right here as well. Here in just a little bit. So again, we're watching things very, very closely. Nothing in Houston or AccuWeather or Weather Channel. So nobody is covering this flooding event again. Nobody's covering these storms here in the Austin area that I know of. It's just me covering these. So, yeah. I'm just waiting for like one of the TV networks to maybe go live or something. And I can just maybe call it a night. I don't know. I'm going to be on for a while. I'm glad I took my miniature breaks earlier because those were definitely needed. I've only taken 2 breaks ever since we've been live for 6 hours and a half, so... Woof. But yes, I'm getting worn out. Y'all may be starting to notice that. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm starting to get worn out. I think we and David are the only ones covering this. Yeah, for sure. And of course, if you guys got any questions, comments, or anything like that, feel free to comment down below. If y'all are experiencing storms in your area, feel free to let me know. But again, yeah. Alright, I'm going to take a look on the Twitter here. I'm going to jump over to LCRA here and see if they posted anything about like lake levels or anything. Man, where we have that flash flood emergency at right now in San Saba County, LCR rain rainfall totals are saying nearly 9.5 inches of rain in the heart of the flash flood emergency right now. But again, we're watching all this closely for y'all. All right. No new updates from the National Weather Service. We did get an update at 10 in the morning. Or 10 in the morning. We got an update at 4 o'clock this morning. They said heaviest thunderstorms from San Sabbath to Colleen with rainfall rates of 2 to 4 inches per hour have drifted southward into northern Llano and Burnett counties. Flash flood warnings are now in effect as flooding is happening or will be beginning soon. And most likely, where we have those flash flood warnings, flooding is probably already happening right now in those given areas. So again, we're continuing to watch and monitor all this very, very closely right now. Anything else? Let me check notifications. But again, guys, we are, and it's a long night. Okay, let me go on Facebook here, because there is a group chat here where I can get they talk about everything that's happening in the community. Let's see. They're really talking about nothing? Wow. Usually they're always posting about water rescues at this time or something. Okay. Well, it's good to know that there's no water rescues happening. So at least it's not that bad of flooding, maybe? I don't know. But again, we'll see what's happening. Again, okay, we got an update. The National Weather Service has just updated the flash flood warning for Burnett County. They are saying between 2 to 4 inches of rain have fallen now in the warned area. They are saying that 3 more inches of rain is possible to be more fallen into Burnett County here in the warned area here in just a short period of time. So again, they just updated it for 2 to 4 inches of rain already, but 3 more inches of rain is possible. By the way, this is areas that experienced 15 to nearly 20 inches of rain just last weekend. And here we are this weekend where we're going to be adding another 4 to 8 inches of rain in Burnett County. This is rain that we do not need. Lampasas County, I'm just going to be surprised. I'm surprised there's not a flash flood emergency over there because I've seen so much pictures and videos of just flood. Like everything's just flooded out in Lampasas County. It's just really devastating over there. But anyways, Lampasas County is very interesting for sure right now. Again, the moral of the story, guys, is do not drive. Stay home. If you go north of Burnett, that's where road conditions are not the best. If you go north of Llano, northeast of Llano, that's where driving conditions are most likely undrivable. Blinding rain, especially here at 4:42 in the morning. Things are just not good to be out and about. So again, please do not be driving around. If you are under a flash flood warning or advisory, if you see water on the roadways, turn around and do not drown. So again, please do not be driving in this. Stay home. And that's going to be the moral of the story for pretty much the entire central Texas area here in the Hill Country. If you're in Burnett, Blanco, Llano, Mason, Gillespie, Kerr, and Kendall counties, please stay home from now until further notice as we got round of storms that are going to be blowing through the area that will most likely produce very heavy rain. And we've been seeing very heavy rain for quite some time for portions of Llano and Mason counties. And again, here in just the past hour and a half, we've already experienced 2 to 4 inches of rain. I've already seen some pockets nearly 5 inches of rain in Burnett County, and we've already seen rain for just barely an hour and a half now. I mean, these storms, guys, they're very slow moving. They're creating tons of problems, tons of impacts. And in Lampasas County, especially the city prior and areas northwest of Lampasas, that's where we've been seeing so much flooding. And it's still pouring down rain right now in Lampasas. The conditions right now in Lampasas are just really unbearable. So again, from Burnett points north, Llano points north, please do not be driving. Again, if you go anywhere further north of Burnett and Llano, the conditions are just going to get worse. The road conditions are going to be worse. You could be potentially driving into flooded roadway areas. Again, I've seen so much video in the Lampasas County area, especially nearby the city of Lampasas. People getting stuck, trapped in waters, and again, the rivers just overflowing, as well as the creeks and the roads just ponding into rivers. So again, it's just not a good situation. Now, I am very curious about Lake Buchanan. The the Colorado River is in the flash flood emergency right now in San Saba County. That actually goes into Lake Buchanan. And we have a flash flood warning right now for the Lake Buchanan area. So I'm very curious with what exactly is happening with Lake Buchanan. Are we going to be at 100% full pull? I think we might. By probably here in a few hours, I think we'll be at 100% capacity for Lake Buchanan. I'm pretty confident about that. Question is how high does the water get? How much water does feed into the Lake Buchanan system? Will we need to open the floodgates? That's a good question right there. As of right now, no updates from the LCRA, but we're watching it closely. We do got some unfortunate news right now. A brand new flood alert has been issued for San Saba. This is a flood warning. If you are in San Saba, if you guys are living by the San Saba River, you need to evacuate right now. Just barely a week ago, I was driving through San Saba, and the San Saba River took over people's homes. And here we are this weekend, and the San Saba River is going to take over your homes again, more than likely. So please, if you are in the San Saba River area, or if you know anybody that's over there, call them now. Get out of there now, as likely the river is starting to potential overflow itself right now this morning here. It's at moderate flood stage. They're expecting this to get up to 24 feet. So again, this is going to be significant. So please get out of the San Saba River area as you're about to become part of the San Saba River. Get out of there now. Actually get out of there now, because things are getting worse right now. Across Kerr County and the Kerrville area, we have a flood warning in effect right now. No rain right now in the Kerr area, but we are noticing some blips of green, a sign of isolated showers starting to appear. But the weather just to the north of y'all right now. No new updates, unfortunately, that I cannot give to y'all right now because the National Weather Service has not released any new information. But hopefully here soon we get a new update about this flood warning for Hunt, Texas and Ingram, Texas here in Kerr County. So again, we will see what happens here in the next little bit. Heavy flooding rains underway right now, again under sections of Llano and Burnett counties right now. Again, between 2 to 4 inches of rain has fallen in just a very short period of time. Lampasas likely seeing a good chunk of the flooding right now. Same thing with San Saba County. We are seeing so much flooding right now. Again, I'm going to be honest, this is a worst case scenario. We had that this week. We had that last weekend. We're pretty much seeing it this weekend as well. Just shave off just a couple inches of rain. I think most of us should stay below a foot of rain, but there's probably some areas that are probably near that level of a foot of rain possibly. So, especially where we have that flash flood emergency right now. And as we take a look at the rainfall amounts in the last hour, this radar is estimating over 3.5. 3.5 to 4 to 5 inches of rain. But in the total precipitation, it is saying nearly a foot of rain, just barely outside of the flash flood emergency into Lampasas County. That's why I'm like, where is our flash flood emergency at, if that possibility is there? So again, we're watching that closely. But again, guys, this is the latest here what the radar is showing. Again, very heavy rain right now across Burnett and Llano counties right now. If you're just tuning into the stream, we've been on air for more than almost 7 hours now, non-stop, 0 minutes of sleep. And I plan to be here longer than what we are right now. So again, I appreciate everybody tuning in for this live, big time, severe update here with flooding and concerns across the northern hill country. And again, we are kind of in a stage where it is a worst case scenario situation. We are pretty much in that level right now. So we're watching things very closely right now for a lot of communities as they're getting impacted with very heavy rain, storms. And again, this is rain that we do not need. Many of these areas last weekend have picked up tons of inches of rain, and we're adding just more to that, to the buckets. And again, this is not what we need. And then out towards Mason County, out here in Mason County, we've seen over 20 inches of rain last weekend as well. Where it's raining at, just south of Brady, that's the Colorado River. That's going to go through San Saba, and eventually that will go towards the Colorado River, towards Lake Buchanan. So we're going to be adding more rain waters to Lake Buchanan. So this is why I'm stressing about the Highland Lake system here with Lake Buchanan and everything. Because we have a flash flood emergency right now for the Colorado River by the eastern side of the county of San Saba. We've seen over 8 inches of rain to nearly a foot of rain potentially. We're seeing heavy torrential downpours on top of Lake Buchanan right now. And if you look outside of Brady, we have very heavy rain that's occurring right now. Eventually we'll go through the San Saba River area. Then eventually we'll go through the Colorado River. And eventually we'll make it to Lake Buchanan. So we have these multiple ways of water to get into Lake Buchanan. Unfortunately, I think we may get a little bit too much. And again, latest update, we were around 86% capacity or full pull of Lake Buchanan. And now, I think we're probably somewhere in the 90% range or more. Let me see if I can actually give you all the latest numbers. Lake Buchanan water level. Oh wait, this says 86%. Okay, they're saying 86% as of today. So, I guess majority of this water has not all the way fallen into Lake Buchanan yet, but as the hours continue today, the risk for more water will continue to go in towards Lake Buchanan. So again, we're watching this very, very closely. Once again, if you guys have any questions, comments, or anything like that, feel free to throw that in the chat there. Again, guys, it's been a very long night watching, monitoring, and discovering all of tonight's weather impacts to South Central Texas, especially here in the Northern Hill Country. Across Kirk County, where we have a flood warning right now, just barely west of Kerrville, but Ingram and Hunt in this flood warning right now. We got some storms to your west. There was some downpours in the warning earlier, but those have gone away. No new updates from the flood warning in Kirk County, but for the Guadalupe River, they're expecting this to rise up to over 14 feet by this afternoon. So again, we're watching this very closely as this starts to undertake a lot of pressure for a lot of people towards Kirk County. And my prediction was correct for today. I told you guys how I think I was telling y'all how I think today's level 2 risk of flash flooding will go all the way east of I-35, and I forecasted that correctly. Here's another forecast of me being right again. But yeah, there we go, level 2 risk. I am following some interesting information. The Weather Prediction Center does have a level 1 risk of flooding for portions of the viewing area on Monday now for tomorrow. For portions of Llano and Mason counties, we'll have to watch this closely as things progress. But again, my prediction was correct of a level 2 risk of flooding to be expanded into the I-35 corridor. So pretty much the entire viewing area is under a flood risk today. And then we have a level 3 out of 4 moderate risk of flooding until 6 a.m. this morning for portions of Burnett, Blanco, Kendall, Kerr, Gillespie, Llano, and Mason counties. Again, until 6 in the morning. But now, after 6 in the morning, we will get replaced with this level 2 risk of flooding this afternoon, or this morning here. So again, that's the updates there with the Weather Prediction Center. So again, 2 flash flood warnings right now in Llano and Burnett counties, a flash flood emergency right now in San Saba County. So again, we're watching all of this closely as this weather progresses on the map this morning. But yeah, these storms are just training. It's just a training effect that is occurring right now. I would show you the live river levels, but it doesn't work super well on my PC, so I'm looking at my phone. Yeah, I've been looking at the LCRA hydromats, and most of the numbers have been giving y'all 8 to 9 inches of rain. That's coming from the LCRA hydromat. But again, let me give you guys some new information. Let's see. So rainfall in the past hour, according to the LCRA, they are saying nearly 3 inches of rain in San Saba County. Nearly an inch of rain towards Silver Creek Village. In northern Burnett County, we've seen over an inch of rain. Over 2.5 inches of rain in Lampasas County. That does include the city of Lampasas. Rainfall in the last 2 hours. We have rainfall amounts up to 5 inches across San Saba County, as well as 2 inches in Lampasas County, and nearly an inch in Burnett County. Yes, they need to continue. They need to update the lake level updates because I'm still getting the old percentage of 86%. So they need to do some synopsis here and see what's going on with that. 4 minutes till Houston news starts. Hopefully updates on this area. Hopefully y'all get updates over there. Let me know if they talk about Central Texas. Kind of curious. I don't think any news networks start until like after 6 in the morning here in Austin. I don't think. Is there any news stations on at 5 in the morning here in Central Texas? I don't know. But anyways, again, guys, we are monitoring these storms. Again, flash flood warnings for Burnett and Llano counties right now, and Lampasas and San Saba, a flash flood emergency in San Saba County, a flood advisory in Mason County, flood warning in San Saba County and in Kerr County right now. Yep, of course, not just a rain. We got a lightning threat. If y'all don't believe me, there being a lightning threat, let me just show y'all this live shot at Santa Rita Ranch. This is a live shot at Santa Rita Ranch in Liberty Hill, Texas. Look at this lightning. You'll see in a second. Here it is. And 3, 2, 1. I don't know. Okay, where's the lightning? Wow. I'm curious. Do we have a wall cloud? We may have a wall cloud. Those cloud tops are so flat. The lightning isn't as crazy as it was earlier, which is interesting, but yeah. Alright, y'all want more of a colorful look into the lightning? I got you covered. Here's a look at Bee Cave, Texas. You'll see some purple lightning in the distance as we approach 5 o'clock this morning. we're not really getting a best view of the purple lightning as we were earlier, but you can kind of see in the distance of some of the lightning that is happening. And again, this is in southwestern Travis County in Bee Cave. So once again, of course, if y'all have any pictures, videos, or anything like that, feel free to send it to me on Twitter at davidalfwx, so I have an idea what's happening in your neck of the woods, and so I can get updates with what's happening over there. All right. Buchanan was 1,002 before last week. It was, oh wow, that's increased a lot. But before 1020, the Colorado Bay, which is a tough there. Okay, so yeah, the Lake Buchanan's definitely going to increase a little bit more now. Dogs with the best smell and hearing are actually Chihuahuas, as evil as they are. Oh boy. But yeah, once again, guys, we got these storms out there across the area. As mentioned, we just have so much. That's a wall cloud for sure. Okay, good. Okay, glad y'all are saying or seeing that too. When I looked at Retimmer's post like 2 or 3 hours ago, it looks like a wall cloud when he posted it in Lampasas before the storms rolled in. But if we go back to the live shot in Santa Rita Ranch in Liberty Hill, y'all can actually see like the cloud tops thinning out in the lower levels, and that makes me think, hey, is that a wall cloud? Do we got something developing? I don't know. It makes me, I want to go outside now, for real. But we'll see. Oh wait, this is the outflow boundary that we're seeing right now. If I go back to the radar, that camera is literally based somewhere right over here, and we're seeing these clouds. So that is wild. Heavy thunderstorms still continue across sections of northern Burnett and northern Llano counties right now, where we do have a flash flood warning for 2 to 4 inches of rain, which have fallen in the warned areas. If you see water on the roadways, turn around and please do not drown. Or, well, you kind of don't have an option to not to drown, because if you get swept away, you're at a really high risk of drowning. So, again, please don't drive around. I've been saying this all morning long. Please do not drive. Please hold steady where you're at this morning. If you're planning to go to church, I don't know about that idea. If you go to Lampasas, they've probably maybe postponed church today because of catastrophic flooding, almost. But again, we're watching it closely. Again, nearly 8 inches of rain have fallen in sections of Lampasas County, and there's not even a flash flood emergency. So that is interesting on that level there. Let's take a look at how much rain has fallen according to the radar. So last hour, the radar is estimated, oh wow, nearly 2 to 3 inches of rain across sections of northern Burnett County. But as we take a look at the 24-hour rainfall totals, they're not being super impressive, but they are saying roughly around 4 inches of rain in far northern Burnett County, right around the Burnett County and Lampasas County line. That's where we nearly have 4 inches of rain. And then further into Lampasas and areas northwest of Lampasas, that's where we most likely have how much? Most likely have up to 5 inches of rain or so. My brain completely stopped working on me. It's 5 in the morning. We've been live for 7 hours. My apologies for my brain buffering there for a second. Yeah, these are not super cells. Typically, when you do get a complex of storms just like this, it could obviously could be a wall cloud with this with the complex of storms, but it's very hard to tell if there was a wall cloud or not. Yep, these are some massive size thunderstorms right now across sections of Burnett, Llano, Mason, San Saba, Brady areas, and Lampasas counties. Alright, we got a new flash flood warning that's been issued for Mason County here in central Texas. It does include the city of Mason, and it does until 9 o'clock this morning for 2 to 3 inches of rain. Oh, it could be a shelf cloud. That's the word, shelf cloud. It might be a shelf cloud. Alright, so I don't know if my weather radio goes off for flash flood warnings in Mason County. It used to when I lived in Llano County. So I don't know if that will, I don't know if it will go off for Mason County. We're about to find out. Oh, it does.
Has issued a flash flood warning for northern Kimball County in west central Texas, southern McCulloch County in west central Texas, northern Mason County in west central Texas, southeastern Menard County in west central Texas, until 9 a.m. Central Daylight Time. At 5:01 a.m. Central Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area from Cleo and Junction to Hex to Cottensi and Volca. Between 2 and 3 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts up to 2 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard, life-threatening flash flooding. Thunderstorms producing flash flooding. Source, radar. Impact, life-threatening flash flooding of creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Brady, Junction, Mason, Saline, Long Mountain, London, Hex, Streeter, Yates Crossing, Calf Creek, Grid, Camp Air, Cottemsey, Camp San Saba, Volca, Art, Fredonia, Roosevelt, Pontotoc, and US 377 near the Kimball-Menard County line. This includes Interstate 10 between mile markers 434 and 456. Turn around, don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most of flood deaths occur in vehicles. You're listening to NOAA weather radio station WWF91 in Llano, broadcasting on a frequency of 162.425 MHz, originating from the Austin San Antonio Weather Forecast Office. The current time is 5:06 a.m. Central Daylight Time. The National Weather Service in Austin, San Antonio has issued a flash flood warning for western Burnett County, northeastern Llano County, until 6:15 a.m. Central Daylight Time. At 4:06 a.m. Central Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain moving into the warned area. Up to 1 inch of rain has fallen. The expected rainfall rate is 2 to 4 inches in 1 hour. Additional rainfall amounts up to 3 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard, life-threatening flash flooding. Thunderstorms producing flash flooding. Source, radar. Impact, life-threatening flash flooding of creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Llano, Buchanan Dam, Buchanan Lake Village, Lone Grove, Baby Head, Stills, Bluffton, Toe and Valley Spring. Turn around, don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most of flood deaths occur in vehicles. cautious at night when it is harder to recognize the dangers of flooding.
So, once again, guys, we are monitoring a new flash flood warning that just got issued for Mason County here in south central Texas. About 1 to 3 inches of rain has fallen in the warned area, again across Mason County, or will fall in the warned area soon. So again, we're watching that incredibly closely here, and then of course we're still following up on the flash flood warnings right now in Lampasas, San Saba, Burnett, and Llano counties right now. Between 2 to 4 inches of rain have fallen in those warned areas right now. So again, we are continuing to watch all of this very, very closely. Yep, Tao is on the threat list too. I actually used to live in Tao. I actually live there every other weekend now in Tao, just to throw that out there. But yes, you are under a flash flood warning right now in Tao. Lake Buchanan, definitely. We've seen. I haven't seen Lake Buchanan yet, but we've seen some quite significant improvements in the last month for sure. From where I'm streaming at, I am doing okay. There's a logo right there called Storm TV Studios. We've actually relocated to Marble Falls now, is where we're broadcasting from now. And as of now, you can see all the storms are just staying to my north. But yeah, these storms are slowly, I don't even know these storms are slowly moving south anymore. They're kind of just sitting on the same area and just almost raining themselves out, pretty much. Earlier it was raining in Burnett, earlier it was raining in Kingsland, but it just lasted for maybe 5 minutes, and then now it's just gone. And now the storms are just slowly pushing back further to the north. Llano, though, we got some interesting storms. I think since the storms are no longer going further south, it's because of this cluster of storms back out towards Mason, which is, I believe, is the stronger complex of storms that are going out from west to east. So again, we have 2 complex of storms that have been in play into our weather. The one complex of storms you see is from Llano to Burnett to all the way towards Bell County, towards Temple. Then we have the second complex of storms from Richland Springs back towards San Angelo, towards Junction. And that is actually a stronger complex of storms, creating a lot more flooding concerns and, again, very heavy rain. So, unfortunately to say, areas that have experienced flooding, like San Saba County and too much rain, we're going to be adding another inch to 4 more inches of rain for counties like San Saba and maybe even Lampasas counties, maybe even Llano and Burnett counties. We're going to be adding another inch to 4 inches of rain here throughout the next couple hours as these storms progress west to east. They're moving a little bit faster than the storms are right now in Llano and Burnett counties, but still, they're storms that we are going to still need to watch and monitor here throughout the next little bits. Alright, so I have one request for everybody that's watching right now. If you know anybody that's in the area right now, share the broadcast to them if you want. I'm trying to spread out the word, trying to inform people with what's going on this morning. I've gotten 0 hours of sleep, been live for 7 hours. It's 5 in the morning. It's like last weekend where we had flooding across the area last weekend, and I was here. Alright. Rain will drift southeastward in the coming hours throughout all of the coverage. So yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. So really, our main attention is starting to be out towards the southwest, towards Menard Junction and Mason. This is where the impact should start to include like Kerrville potentially, Fredericksburg, Mason's getting impacted now. But again, these are going to be areas that we're going to need to watch throughout the next little bits. This is a little interesting. Looks like maybe a little outflow boundary attempting to develop right now in eastern Mason County. We'll see how long that goes and how long that develops for. But yeah, once again, guys, this is pretty much everything that we are tracking right now on the Doppler radar. I'm going to check Twitter here to see if there's any new information or details that I need to pass along. As of right now, it doesn't look like much. Man, I'm just looking at Twitter, and almost every single person is saying a hurricane's coming to Texas later this week. I mean, the risk is there, but we're still several days out. So we're watching that closely in a tropical update. Now back to your local weather, where we're tracking flooding. Here we are back to the present time. Guadalupe River is expected to rise over 10 feet. Yes, it's expected to go up to about 14 feet. Maybe even higher. We'll see. Yeah, they just said we are now at level 1 risk of flooding where I am. Oh, wow. So y'all now are in the risk of flooding in the Houston area now. So you stay safe today as well over there. Let's see. Any other updates? Let's see. Reed Timmer post anything lately? Nope, he hasn't posted in over 50 minutes, so big old oof right there. I'm gonna check Facebook here. This is another. See if anybody in the community chat has said anything. Man, nobody's posting anything right now. Okay. So, no inside, in-depth information about, like, serious impacts or anything like that here in Central Texas. Okay, so we got some good news. The Weather Channel is finally doing coverage. We're finally not the only person in the United States covering Central Texas floods for more than 7 hours. So, finally, we got some more people starting to cover the events. I'm going to hold on for at least another hour, maybe. As more people start to wake up, I'm going to be on for at least another hour and hold on as best as I can. Again, no hours of sleep. I am very exhausted. All right, towns and camps will be affected. Hunt, Kerrville, Camp Mystic, Hearts O Hill Summer Camp, Sam Jolunta for boys. Yeah, we're going to have to watch that closely. Alright, one of my weather friends just sent me a picture of what the HRRR model is showing. Okay, that does not look good. I mean, if you're watching the stream right now, I mean, you can already pretty much tell where the heavy core of the rain is at right now. See how it's like heavy rain across Burnett, Llano counties? That's pretty much where the core of the rain's happening now. But crazy. Yep, I just checked your Discord. I just saw what you said there. Definitely quite interesting there what the HRRR model is showing in just a few hours from now, potentially. But really from now. But yep, I understand the headache. I got a major headache with a mixture of a concussion, so that goes well together with covering the weather and staying up all night. Second week in a row, covering weather all night long. And it's 20% tropical storm for Houston. They're being dramatic. Well, there's 20% chance, but since most of the trends are showing a tropical development potentially coming towards Houston or areas over there, they're just trying to prepare people. And sometimes when there's tropical development, I guess it's always good to be overdramatic. But since it could happen later this week. I mean, I think since today's Sunday, I think it might be a little too early to be super dramatic about it. But, yeah. But very interesting. But yes, you guys, if you're just tuning into the stream in a tropical update, most computer weather models are now hinting that a tropical system may impact areas towards like Houston or even portions towards the Texas coast. We'll watch it closely. If anything happens, we'll most likely go live for it, especially here in the Lone Star State. But we'll watch it. As of now, it's only 20%. But we'll see. All right, showers right now are beginning to blossom more into Burnett now, so we're finally getting some rain returning to city limits now, finally. Don't get excited they're mentioning it, but not making a big deal. Okay, good that they're not making a big deal about it, because I think it's a little too early to make a big deal about it, and they're also trying to be careful about it, which is smart. If I were to make a big deal about it, I would wait until like Wednesday to do that. Yeah, I typically don't hype tropical developments, tropical storms or anything either. Now, when I have like a really good confident feeling that we're going to get something, I usually overhype it. But as of now, I am not. I'm saying that the risk is there that something could come towards the Texas coast, but we're watching it. And I'm not even saying directly Houston. I'm saying the coast potentially. So a lot of uncertainty still. Lots to monitor, lots to watch, and a lot of fine-tuning to the forecast. Stay tuned to your local TV station for updates, everybody, for the next few days. If you are here across the Gulf in the United States, not just Texas, like Florida, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, stay tuned for updates. Man, these storms are very heavy right now, producing some heavy downpours, tons of lightning, tons of thunder right now. Again, we're watching this closely as this is unfolding on top of South Central Texas right now. Again, one flash flood emergency right now underway in San Saba County, unfortunately. So again, of course, prayers go out to people out in that area, as there's potential serious impacts happening right now. But the unfoldingness of the heavy rainfall event here in South Central Texas is just only going to continue. We are far from over. Oh, wow. That's crazy, Jenna. That's right. That's probably why you were curious about the Brazos River earlier. That makes sense now. Let's take a look at our satellite here. What's this show? Oh, wow. We have tons of moisture here in Central Texas. Holy. This is our clear infrared long wave satellite imagery, and you can see it's just... Holy, that's insane. Latest radar track shows pretty much the exact same thing from earlier. Training effect and storms are just sitting on top of the same area. Yeah, it makes sense. I understand why you would do that. Alright, let's take a still image shot here in Marble Falls from where we were broadcasting. This is a still image shot at 10:30, or excuse me, this was a still image shot at 10:37 this yesterday evening on your Saturday. Here we are now, and it's just cloudy. All right, here's a look at Bee Cave, Texas. This is in southwestern Travis County, where y'all can see it is overcast. Very hard to see though, but you'll see some lightning in the distance here and there. Those random flashes, those are signs of lightning happening out there. Here's a look at Santa Rita Ranch in western Williamson County. This camera is faced towards the Bertram and Burnett and Lampasas area. We've been seeing an outstanding lightning show from this camera all night long tonight. Let's see if we can catch anything cool in this next live shot as we are presenting this camera live to you on air. Yeah. Oh wow! Look at that lightning. Goodness gracious. Yeah. So that's how it goes. All the weather networks that you're all seeing right now, they're live this morning. Not like your news stations, but like the national weather companies. They are likely running pre-recorded shows right now until probably 6, 7, or 8 o'clock in the morning. That's how it usually goes. And then they'll eventually go live, like actually be live. So that's how it goes, especially on weekends. Nobody's really up this early on weekend mornings. So, except for your local news people, always trust in your news people because they're always actually there usually. But when it comes to national weather or national news, it's always pre-recorded for most of the segments and shows they do. But here on the Storm Network channel, as you can tell, we're here in real time. It's live. Here's me, very exhausted right now. We've been live for more than 7 hours and a half, 0 hours of sleep. Here in Austin, it's 79 degrees right now, and it is overcast. Alright, we got a question. What about Richmond, Texas? Let's go ahead and pull up Richmond and take a look. You're in Fort Bend County, okay. Okay, so you're over towards the Houston area too. The risk is there for storms later this afternoon today towards the Houston area. You have been included in a flood risk this afternoon, or really just late morning to the afternoon. So make sure you gotta wait to receive weather alerts and stay tuned to. If you watch the news over there, stay tuned to your most trusted station in the Houston area. But storms are quite likely today, and my forecast is so far being accurate. I said sea breeze storms may develop because earlier ago we had somebody ask about what the weather could be like towards Houston. Well, it was about the river, the Brazos River, but I just did a Houston forecast, and I said kind of just depends where exactly the storms develop at. And I said the risk for sea breeze storms will attempt to develop, and that's what's occurring right now. For areas southwest of Houston. So, again, that's what we're watching right now this morning. All right, back to Central Texas. Devastating floods are underway right now this morning, especially San Saba County, where we have a flash flood emergency right now. The latest update, 27 minutes ago, they're saying between 6 to 8 inches of rain has fallen. The Colorado River at Bend River gauge has jumped about 12 feet at 3 o'clock this morning. Goodness gracious. Flash flooding is ongoing or is expected to be beginning soon. All this water will make its way into Lake Buchanan here soon, guys. You hear that? Up to 12 feet of water is in the Colorado River Bend area. That is insane. And again, that's coming right towards Lake Buchanan. So that's wonderful because we need more water in Lake Buchanan, but this could cause some problems later in the next couple hours. We'll see. Alright, so we have a flood warning for the Ingram area as well as Hunt, Texas right now. Oh yeah, the pretty is nice. Yeah, I see. Flood warning underway. No new updates from the National Weather Service with this, but they're saying we're about 10 feet of water, or 10 feet of, well, the Guadalupe River is at 10 feet right now, but it's expected to climb about 4 more feet in the next couple of hours towards Guadalupe, towards the Kerr County area. So, of course, we're watching that area very, very closely. Let's see here. Any other updates coming from any other things that I'm seeing right now? Of course, if you guys got any questions, comments, or anything like that, feel free to comment in the chat. But yeah, what a night so far here in Central Texas. We're about to trade that night into a morning now. Well, it's already morning now, but right now, most people would call this the overnight. And then after 6 o'clock in the morning, it is changed to the pre-early morning hours. Actually, I think that starts at 5:30. So here in a moment. Williamson County right now, we have some storms. Not really in the vicinity right now. Well, it kind of is in the vicinity, but it's just outside of Williamson County that we're watching right now. Again, here's Williamson County, Round Rock, Lander, Thrall, Jarrell, Florence, all the storms to your northwest right now. It looks like one little tiny storm north of Florence, but that's about it right now. Some storms towards Temple, but that is about it right now. Guadalupe River is about halfway up the cabins. Is that pictures that you're seeing or with reports? All right, we just got an update, a flash flood warning until 8:15 now for Burnett County and Llano County. Are we sure we got an update?
National Weather Service in Austin, San Antonio has extended the flash flood warning for western Burnett County, northeastern Llano County until 8:15 a.m. Central Daylight Time.
We did.
At 5:28 a.m. Central Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 1 and 4 inches of rain have fallen. The expected rainfall rate is 2 to 4 inches in 1 hour. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 4 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard: life-threatening flash flooding. Thunderstorms producing flash flooding. Source: radar. Impact: life-threatening flash flooding of creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Llano, Buchanan Dam, Buchanan Lake Village, Lone Grove, Babyhead, Stills, Bluffton, Toe and Valley Spring. Turn around, don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Be especially cautious at night when it is harder to recognize the dangers of flooding. Flooding is occurring or is imminent. It is important to know where you are relative to streams, rivers, or creeks which can become killers in heavy rains. Campers and hikers should avoid streams or creeks. The current time is 5:30 a.m. Central Daylight Time. Flash flood warning remains in effect until 7 a.m. Central Daylight Time this morning for northern Burnett County.
So that was a new flash flood warning that got issued for Llano and Burnett counties. We previously had a flash flood warning right here, just north of Burnett, and another one just north of Llano. But they decided to issue a new flash flood warning for the Buchanan Dam that's now under a flash flood warning. So from Stoltz, Buchanan Dam to Silver Creek Village, that's where we've got a new flash flood warning that's been issued. So really the entire area of Lake Buchanan is now under a flash flood warning, which is absolutely insane. Williamson, so back to what we had a moment ago, Williamson County, things are looking A-okay for right now. Again, we should stay dry for now in the metro, in the Austin metro area, but again, showers and storms to your northwest, but we should get some rain here in a little bit from now. Weather channel is on now. It's great. Flash flood emergency for San Saba. Yes, we've had the flash flood emergency for a couple hours now, or what, 2 hours maybe. And that flash flood emergency does still continue this morning. Yeah, flash flood emergency. So they just updated it. They're saying 6 to 8 inches of rain still in the flash flood emergency area. Yes, as mentioned, please get out now. As soon as a flood alert was noticed in San Saba County, I told a lot of people to please, if you are in the flood warning in San Saba County, or if you're by the river, you need to evacuate now because the river is likely going to go up in last weekend on the 4th of July. There's a YouTube short about this. I was driving by and it was just a flood warning like we're having right now in San Saba County. Homes were part of the San Saba River. So unfortunately, I think that's the case right now. And there's potentially people sleeping in water right now, possibly. So again, that was the case on July 4th, and there's kind of some similar impacts just a little bit in San Saba County to what we had last weekend. However, storms underway now across Llano counties and Burnett counties. Again, they issued a flash flood warning. Like literally the flash flood warning was just for like this area, but they just decided to extend it out now to include Buchanan Dam is what they did. And then we don't have a flash flood warning right here. Will they decide to just cut that out? We'll see. But then another flash flood warning out towards Mason County. I broadcasted you. You were right. Yes, thank you very much. You got this. Keep going. More. Are you asking? You got this. Yep. I'm trying my best to hold on. Me sitting down just made me tired, so I think if I start moving around more, I might start to wake up more. We'll see. But once again, guys, this is the active radar right now, showing you guys these alerts. Again, a flash flood warning underway right now across Mason County, the city of Mason, northeast of Mason, northwestern Mason County, and western and southwestern sections of Mason County, all under flash flood warnings this morning. And of course, if you guys have questions, comments, or anything like that, please deliver those comments in the chat. Anything else? If you do see water on the roadways, if you're driving around, turn around, do not drown. If you are walking around, exploring what's flooded and what's not flooded, please don't do that. Stay inside. It's not a good idea to risk your life, especially in a situation like this tonight or this morning, as we have tons of flood alerts out there across northern sections of the viewing area. So, you may be asking exactly how has tonight's weather event unfolded tonight. We had a complex of storms from Llano to Burnett counties that was all the way up north, just from Lane Passes to Brady. Then we had this new complex of storms that developed out in West Texas, or San Angelo, West Texas, and has collided with our other boundary of storms. So we've had two complexes of storms collide, and now they are together. So now it's just one. And it looks like a training effect of storms is just continuing to happen right now for areas in the northern hill country, for Mason County towards McClaw County, San Saba, unfortunately, Lane Passes, portions of northern Burnett and Llano counties, again, all getting impacted by this significant flooding. Am I going to be okay? Potentially. Just going to be very tired. Again, later today, I'm going to be watching the brand new Superman movie. I'll probably be sleeping the entire time, though, because I've gotten 0 hours of sleep, been live for 7 hours and a half, and it's nearly 6 in the morning. But when we had a flood threat like this last weekend, I was up till 8 in the morning. So, but I've gotten way more less sleep tonight, the other night before that one night last weekend. So, yeah. Anyways, I'm trying my best to hold on as much as I can, guys. But again, another dangerous flash flooding event has taken shape across the area this morning. Lake Buchanan is just less than 6 feet from being full pull. I've been talking about this all morning. But again, just stay plugged to the forecast this morning for updates because, again, the risk for catastrophic flooding for some areas, that the risk will still continue. So, again, we are watching all of this very closely as things are unfolding across the hill country. I mean, flood-wise, LOL, drink cucumber or lemon water, keep going. That is funny. I've been drinking Dr. B's. That's been helping me survive. But yeah. But again, guys, we got a pretty decent line of thunderstorms right now. We got some very heavy rain right now in the city of Llano and north of Llano, and then a pretty good storm in Mason and areas northeast of Mason right now, where we got some of those darker reds on our radar legend in the medium. That means light to moderate to heavy rain. That's what we're watching very closely. Even some dark red having indicated some very heavy rainfall underway right now across, again, sections of Llano and Mason counties right now. And again, it's just the rain that's just sitting there, and it's pouring down rain very quickly, and it's moving slowly. So that's why we have these boxes you see on your screen, polygons of flash flood alerts this morning. So again, I know some of y'all got church this morning or waking up to go to church this morning. I unfortunately am going to say this. I highly advise you probably not to go to church this morning because of these alerts that we are seeing this morning. Especially if you're in Lampasas, San Saba, Brady, and even Mason. Going to church this morning, as of now, does not look like a good idea. Just because of all the flash flood impacts that we are seeing this morning across the area. And again, especially San Saba County. San Saba County has been the most hit hard county so far this morning. Nearly a foot of rain has fallen in San Saba County. We don't cover San Saba County, but tonight we have been because we cover these counties here. It's literally just a county north of us. And we cover Lake Buchanan. Obviously, it's in our area. But the stream, Colorado River, feeds into Lake Buchanan. So, kind of helps me out covering San Saba County tonight. So anyways, San Saba County, you're under a flash flood emergency right now. Significant rainfall has fallen, and we're continuing to see waves of heavy rain. Right now it's light rain in the flash flood emergency, but we're about to add some moderate to very heavy rain to that flash flood emergency here very soon. Also, we're about to get this heavy swath of very heavy rain push more into Llano and eventually push into Burnett. If this continues to push southeast like it's trying to progress to do, if it is, this eventually can make a run to the Storm TV studios if this band of storms could hold together. We'll see though, but as of now, I think it's going more of a northeast direction. It's going more of a southeast direction, but it's just again, guys, the complex of storms, they're just like staying in some places, and they're just outbuilding is what they're doing. They develop ahead, they backbuild, and they dissipate, and they backbuild again. They're just going back and forth with everything. So it's just going all over the place with the radar. And this is why tonight's forecast has been difficult, because everything has been changing. My video of lightning has been on the Weather Channel. I don't know what do I search up? David Alford's video of lightning on the Weather Channel? I don't know. You'll have to send a link or something in the chat if you find it. So apparently us filming video of the lightning got on the Weather Channel. That's impressive. But yeah, thank you for letting me know. If you find a link or anything to that, let me know. But yeah, once again, guys, we still got some flooding rains this morning across Mason, Llano counties right now. Burnett County and Lampasas County, thankfully, it is just lighter rain now. Some of the yellows are moderate rain, but most of it is just light rain, thankfully. But when you see some of that darker orange, red, and dark red, that's really extremely heavy rain that's falling right now, and it's just not good to be under those. Okay, you're on it now. Thank you very much for that. And of course, I don't want to forget about Kerr County. Unfortunately, we have a flood warning from Guadalupe River. As of now, the river is just going up 14 feet. But since we have very heavy rain right now in Mason County, the Llano River is going to have an impact. Right here is the Llano River. And we have heavy rain falling on top of the Llano River in downtown Llano, or just outside of Llano. And as you go more south, oh wow, you see that new update? It's just kind of interesting. But look at this. Okay, here's what we're watching now. This is going to be the new corridor right here. This is where we're starting to see the expansion of the storms really start to expand even more now. And right here, guys, is where we're starting to see the risk for very heavy rain once again. Remember how we had very wide rain earlier from Burnett to Lampasas back towards Buchanan Lake? This is exactly what it's shaping up to do right now. Instead of it being over here, it's now over here. And again, the Llano River, I wouldn't be surprised if it floods again. Because this is very heavy rain. It's just sitting there. And as the heavy rain just sits there, as all that heavy rain goes away, it's just following it. And we have another band of very heavy rain as well. Eventually, this will make a run towards Lake LBJ, towards Kingsland, to where I live at. They potentially may have to open the floodgates again. And we had rain just like this a few days ago, and we got, 2 or 3 inches of rain. They had to open the floodgates. That's how bad the water and how the water is here in Central Texas. So we may have the floodgates open potentially again. And then this will eventually filter into Burnett County, into Lake Travis. And Lake Travis really needs to rain. More water in it. We're at what 70% something capacity full. So that's great. But we'll be probably adding some more water to it. And Lake Buchanan, guys, you heard this correct. Full pool. We're only 6 feet away from being completely full at Lake Buchanan. We're almost at 100%. I have never said that before. 100% of Lake Buchanan being full. That is, I can't believe I'm saying that, almost. So again, we're just 6 feet away from being full pull at Lake Buchanan. And that's literally breaking news because Lake Buchanan has not been full and I don't even know when. We just keep getting back-to-back droughts. I mean, we've been needing an event like this here in Central Texas for a long time now, especially for the lakes. And this has been so beneficial. Unfortunately, this has caused some significant impacts to life and property and just so much other stuff. But the lakes and the ground and the soil, we need this. But after this, we do not need any more rain for like 2 months at least. But unfortunately, since we're seeing so much rain, the days and the afternoons, it's going to be so humid for the next several months as the moisture takes over. So just a heads up, guys, on that. They're talking about North Carolina flooding, but they showed the same lightning video you did. That's insane. Imagine if my face was on the video. That'd be funny. But yeah. But anyways, guys, we've been needing this rain. It's beneficial and it's not. Again, here in Central Texas, I tried to explain this method last time. I'm not going to explain it super well this time. But here in Central Texas, especially in the hill country terrain is so hilly. It's just easy for just water to just run off very easily, especially in like low-lying areas. But overall, the soil, the grass here in Central Texas, the dirt, it's so thin. It's thin as like a little sponge. And it's because we get so much water that sinks into the sponge. It's so squishy. So every time you walk after a heavy rainstorm occurs, it's so squishy, just like a sponge. And as soon as we see that heavy rain, it starts to just sit on top of the sponge. So it's just the dirt and soil. So all that heavy rain that falls is just sitting right on top of the ground, just like a sponge would do. So the sponge will stop absorbing the rain or the water. It will start to go everywhere. And that's exactly what we're starting to see with some of these grounds out across Mason, Llano, and Burnett counties, as well as San Saba, Limpasas, and McCall counties this morning. So again, we're watching this. So will all of this eliminate all of the droughts? This has. Last weekend we saw significant rain, nearly 20 plus inches of rain. We are no longer under a drought as of Thursday for portions of Mason, Llano, Burnett, Williamson, and all of these areas north. No longer under a drought. Far southern Travis County, down towards Gillespie County and Kerr County, and all the way down towards San Antonio, they're under a really bad drought still. But areas like here where I live at, I'm only in a abnormally. That means that it's dry, but I'm in the leading stages of being into a flood, in a drought, but I'm not in a drought yet. But areas like Burnett, Buchanan Lake, Llano, Mason, points north, no droughts. So it is very nice. But most of this has. And again, we're seeing tons of rain where we do not need any more rain. We need more rain. Unfortunately, we need more rain towards Kerrville. I mean, we don't, but drought-wise, we do. Same thing for southern Gillespie County and areas further to the south. We need more rain. But we do not need any more of this rain where it's at now. So, yeah. Okay, post-hated and flooding, but also about to pass out because, church. Yep, most people got church this morning. Again, if you're in Central Texas, I would recommend on holding back on church maybe, or see what your church is planning to do because of the flooding risk in our area. Like Llano, that's a nasty storm coming to downtown right now. Mason County, you're all getting hammered. San Saba, no, please don't go to church. And then Limpasas County, not looking good either. So again, please be safe, be smart. You guys should be driving around across the area. Again, storms are still underway this morning. Alright, so now I'm going to check here if we have any new updates coming in from the National Weather Service or anything like that, or any like local meteorologists have to provide anything. Let's see. Over 4 inches of rain has been reported 11 miles east-northeast of Tal. We've seen over 9 inches of rain almost just 15 miles east-southeast of San Saba from the LCRA. Nearly 4 inches of rain in Richland Springs. Lamita has seen nearly 4 inches of rain. Colorado River near San Saba has picked up about 4 inches and a quarter. So we've seen some pretty good rainfall rates already. Let's take a look. Has Reed Timmer posted anything lately? Again, Reed Timmer is literally in Lampasas. He's over here. I live right here. He's literally just down the road from me. Just come on, drive south. That's all I need. Anyways, again, he's pretty near me. But anyways, we are keeping eyes on things for you guys. As of now, I'm not getting any other details or updates. I'm going to go check our Facebook here. Not my Facebook, but I'm going to check the store reports here. Yeah, let's go here. Yeah, still no new reports of anything. So that is absolutely berserk. Okay, so let's go back to this here. Anyone else covering this? No one. Wow. But yeah, no new updates except for those rainfall totals across San Saba and Lampasas counties and Llano and Burnett. So again, already impressive amounts. I mean, he's very true, though, about what he said. It's very true. If you guys want a lake or a river to come back, we need flooding to occur. And unfortunately, there's a cost that does occur. Not a good one. Not a good one at all. Yeah. Once again, guys, rounds of storms still continue across the hill country right now. We're watching it all for you right now. The hourly totals are probably insane, right? 4 inches in just the last hour? Wow. So, Llano, nearly 4 inches of rain in the last hour. That's crazy. I'm a little curious if they'll do some extensions to the flash flood warning to maybe include the entire northern county. Alright, Weather Channel's on again. Are they covering Central Texas floods? Hopefully. But once again, guys, monitoring all these alerts right now. Of course, if you guys have any questions, comments, or anything like that, want to say hi, feel free to do so. If you want to let me know where you're tuning in from in Central Texas, it would be fantastic so I have an idea where some of our viewers are tuning in from tonight or this morning. And again, I hope you're having a great start to the morning so far, as it is really busy already out there so far today. Let's go ahead and take a live look out there at Santa Rita Ranch. This is in Liberty Hill, Texas, where we're going to see a lightning show out here in just a moment. So now as we go ahead and there we go. Okay, not much of a lightning show at all, but come on, where's the lightning bolt? Okay, there was some lightning in the distance. That camera is based over here in Williamson County, and the camera's faced towards Burnett. There's not really a whole lot of thunderstorms popping up because we have some little showers that are bubbling up ahead of the storms, so that's probably why we're not getting crazy lightning shots. Okay, it is nice. But once again, that's the latest. Again, some very heavy downpours underway right now across sections of Llano and Mason counties right now. Again, this is the Llano River that now we're dealing with. And I'm kind of worried that the Atlanta River is actually probably going to overflow itself, flood itself again. And if that does happen, we will get a new flood warning for the city of Atlanta, and eventually it will include where I live at here in Marble Falls. I will be under a flood warning here probably in a few minutes. I got a strong feeling that they're going to issue a flood warning because the river is going to probably go to moderate stage or something. But and you just saw it in the chats. We've gotten updates about 4 inches of rain in just the past hour. That is a sign of the river potentially going higher. And again, this is just one wave of storms. So how it goes is one wave of storms here. We've had this heavy blob of storms in the Mason County area, but the Atlanta River's over here too. So it's been pouring down rain. So all that rain that's been pouring is coming ahead of the cluster of storms. And we have this another cluster of storms, and we had more storms before that, an hour or two before that. And then as the storm is happening here, it's just following everything. And then more rain behind that. So the Atlanta River, at some point here, it's got to go to a moderate stage. So check out DMs. Let's see what you've sent me here. Yes, I have noticed that. Most models are actually saying it's coming right towards Texas, so we'll see. And of course, if that does happen, maybe some coverage. You're going to have to hurry on those graphics. All right, anyways, storms. Again, Mason County, Atlanta County. Again, the reds and yellows you see, that is moderate to quietly full heavy rain right now. They should issue a flash of emergency for Llano. Looking at the radar tolls. Yeah. Let's go ahead and take a look at rainfall amounts. I mean, it's been raining in this particular area for quite some time now, and it's actually been worse than Burnett County and Lampasas. I mean, I'm going to be surprised. I'm surprised Lampasas County was not under a flash flood emergency earlier because of so much video and people being rescued, and just insane. I'm surprised there's not one earlier today. And they have time to do it now. It's a moderate band of rain is about to come in now, but some radar estimates are saying up to 8 inches of rain in parts of Lampasas County. But here in Llano County, we've had so much rain in the last 2 to 3 hours. We've had 2 to 4 inches of rain in just a short period of time. I think the criteria of them issuing a flash flood emergency is between 5+ inches of rain. I think that's the criteria. But they potentially could do that a bit earlier, because since we have this heavy band of rain coming into Llano, we're about to get this ginormous blob of rain coming in as well. So I actually agree with y'all in the chat. Definitely would not be surprised if we got a flash flood emergency potentially being issued for the city of Llano and areas west. And they may even include all of northern Llano County potentially, because we've seen so much rain in the last couple of hours. But we'll see. But one thing that I'm very confident of what they're going to be doing is issuing a river flood warning or a flood warning for the Llano River going down towards Marble Falls. Got a strong feeling that alert will get issued here very, very soon. So as we go and take a look at rainfall amounts in the last hour here, so we'll look at the last hour, then we'll look at the 24-hour period. Last hour saying potentially up to 5 inches of rain just north of the city of Llano. So y'all can see right there, nearly 5 inches of rain matches up right there. So there we go. We're kind of right at that criteria level right there. Yeah, I agree too. I agree with you. In the last 24 hours, radar suggesting just about 4 to 5 inches of rain as well across sections of Llano County. So again, we do not need any more rain across Llano County either. And again, where most of this water is falling, it's falling on the Llano River. And again, the Llano River, we got more heavy rain right behind that too for the Llano River. And this area just continues to grow. Remember 10 minutes ago, I was telling y'all how this area is starting to expand. It's expanding even more. And since this is kind of connecting together, this may connect. We'll see. If this connects together, we got probably a worst case scenario coming for the city of Llano here in the next 3 or 4 minutes probably, if this connects together. If this connects together and we continue the moderate to heavy rain rates, we got a worst case scenario coming to downtown Atlanta. So I'm giving the all heads up right now that if this connects together, if it tries to, we could have some troubles, especially if this were to become yellow or red. If that does happen, that means very heavy rain's happening and will continue for the next hour to 2 hours potentially. And again, this is slow moving rain and rain that we do not need. Again, just north of there, a flash flood emergency. Lake Buchanan has seen so much rain. One thing I have noticed, the shower activity is becoming more isolated or kind of numerous. It's just kind of fizzling out across Burnett County. Why is that? I have no clue. It's also kind of doing the same thing near Buchanan Dam, but some showers are just fizzling around. A little hole right here. Interesting, I know, but just something that we're watching. And then just fizzly, and then just fizzly, and then just becomes widespread once you get more into Llano County. Yeah, book anchor indeed. But once again, this is a very serious situation that I am really starting to keep my eyes on right now. Moderate downpours in Llano right now, but some very extremely heavy rain is about to fall into downtown Llano. And this is a really bad storm. And by the way, I do got some family in Llano. I even have some friends in Llano as well. I think now is a good time to give them a heads up that the worst case scenario is coming right for Llano. And I'm being like very, very honest about this. I'm not like trying to scare anyone like crazy, but the confidence, when I have like really high confidence, I usually just show it, and here I am just showing it. So I think the worst case scenario is coming in right for Llano. We have a flash flood warning in effect right now, but I have a feeling that this may get upgraded to an emergency potentially. Again, latest radar estimates suggesting over 5 inches of rain, and this is potentially going to add another inch to 2 to 3 to potentially 4 inches possibly, especially with this guy right here. If this continues back building, if this connects together, yeah, we're definitely going to flash flood emergency. But however, we will get a flood warning getting issued for Llano back towards Marble Falls, because I have a feeling that they're going to release water. They're going to open the dams towards Marble Falls. So again, we're watching things very closely for you guys this morning. Power is out for most of Llano County. Yes, I was getting notifications. Since I used to live in Llano County, I was getting tons of notifications about that. So thank you for that. We'll take a look at that in just a second. Okay, that's nice for Houston. Hey, Brownie. Yes, Llano. Again, the worst case scenario is coming right for Llano. Significant heavy rains coming your guys' way. I don't want to say catastrophic, because I literally don't. Well, let's see. In Llano, we've seen already 2 to 3 inches of rain. This potentially has 2 to 4 more inches of rain, so we're going to be adding, 6 inches of rain potentially. However, the Llano River will most likely flood again, like we saw last weekend, especially if the situation like this continues to get more red. If we get more red on here, yeah. And again, I hate to overhype things or anything like that. I hate doing that. But tonight and right now, I think it's one of the situations where overhyping may be needed. And I hope my overhyping with this is wanting you to take action, like being really honest here. So please stay away from the Llano River, as it's most likely getting higher right now. Please stay away from low water crossings, as those will likely start to flood. Just stay away from anywhere there's water. Stay away from low-lying areas. Get to high grounds now. That's why we do have a flash flood warning too in this area. So please take action. Do not hide. It is far from weakening. It is back building. Look at this. It's just new scan came in. Just heavy downpours just west of the city of Llano right now, and it's slowly pushing eastward. We're actually starting to see the moderate and heavy shower activity develop more northward now too. As that continues to develop, it gets more into the flash flood emergency zone in San Saba County. Still some significant downpours right now in western Llano County, northeastern sections of Mason County. all this, if it can continue to hold together, will push into Llano County. But again, I'm expecting the worst case scenario here soon for portions of Llano County. Really from Llano points west. But again, keep an eye on this. You're looking at the distance radar sites. That's understandable. I do that sometimes. Quite a bit of times, actually. Alright, I'm going to hop on Twitter here and to see if there's any new information or details that I need to pass along coming in from the National Weather Service. Let's see. Alright, so we have a brand new flood advisory. What? We got a flood advisory for Llano and Gillespie counties for 1 to 3 inches of rain? What? Something is not adding correctly. Oh wait, okay, yeah, okay, yeah. So I see why there's a flood advisory for there. I thought the flood advisory was for areas north of Llano. I'm like, what? Okay. I agree with that flood advisory. The flood advisory goes in effect until 9 o'clock tonight. But once again, I would not be surprised if we got a new flood warning here in a little bit, probably, for the Llano River towards Marble Falls. New updates here from the models are now saying that we could have storms going into... Okay, so the models are saying that we could have rain chances all day long today until like 3 p.m. this afternoon, possibly. And then they're saying that the activity of storms will return after 11 p.m. tonight and will linger all night long tonight, going into portions of our Monday and potentially Tuesday as well. So that's interesting. Oh well, I appreciate everybody for watching the stream here. Over 1,000 and 1,500 plus views on the stream so far. Thank you all for watching. Over 70 plus likes on the stream. I appreciate you guys hitting the like on the stream. The more y'all like the stream and the more y'all watch, and I guess let's see, the more y'all like consistently chat in the chats and the more likes we get, the more people can actually see this like live stream. So I appreciate everybody for doing this. All right, so what will happen next? I go to sleep. No kidding. I really need sleep, but we're continuing this. All right, I really do not want to talk about this, but look at this. We got dark red. We have a widespread swath of dark red. That is the worst. I have seen it in kind of a little while from now. So dark red now entering western Llano County. So that means it's getting stronger. The activity is getting better now. That means the storms are much stronger. There's even lightning too, so that means the storms are intensifying. And we're also starting to see some new development as well. Hey, did we have rain near me? Hey guys, look at this. A little tiny downpour just west of the studios here. That's fantastic. Just to the south of Horseshoe Bay. Come on, just come my way. I want some rain. Some rain just near east of Highland Haven. Storm right now in Kingsland right now. Some showers. We got some little blips of green, tiny showers out there. One near the Burnett Airport. Some showers near Fairland. Some storms near the Summit right now. Near Oatmeal, probably some storms out there, but that's about it. Some showers north of Summit again. Shady Grove, some storms over towards Bethel and just north of Pleasant Hill. We got some isolated showers this morning. We got some moderate to heavy downpours right now northwest of Lake Victor, northwest of Pleasant Hill, west of Sunny Lane. The showers and all of that still does continue. Yep, we just continue. No sleep. I'm going to be watching a movie later today at an actual movie theater, and I will be sleeping there, I guess. Because the latest models are suggesting that we could have rain all morning long until the early parts of the afternoon. My electricity just flickered. By the way, there's been a common theme now. Every time it rains here now, the power goes out for a split second. When that happens, we're done. So, just want to give you guys a heads up. If I get a power hit, and it's even for a second, I will not return back to streaming because my computer takes forever to get back up to what the speed is. So, if we lose power, if we lose internets, I will not return. Even though I really would want to. Just a heads up. Just a heads up. They've issued a flood warning in Burnett County. The Lampasas River is expected to rise up to 26 feet. Oh boy, that's going to cause some big-time flooding right now. So we're going to keep eyes on that closely. The threat of considerable and potentially life-threatening flash urban and small stream flooding continues across the area. Concerns of ongoing heavy rainfall continues to linger through this morning. That is coming in from the National Weather Service of hydrological discussion, which I am in full agreement with. Again, but yeah, thank you for posting that. But again, a flood warning in effect for the Lampasas River. So that is something that we're watching closely. Again, over 20, this is expected to rise over 20 plus feet. So that is absolutely wild this morning. Again, a flood advisory underway in Llano County. One thing I'm noticing, the radar is indicating some pink. That is indicating potentially some very heavy rain or maybe some tiny hail. I don't think we have tiny little hail from the storm, but just to double check myself, let's go to our hail tracker. Let's be safe. Hail tracker. Oh, okay, there we go. Our hail tracker is indicating some small hail up to maybe pea size. We do have a severe weather risk for our area this morning and tonight. We have a level 1 risk for mainly gusty winds, but wouldn't surprise me if we did have some storms that did produce some small, like very tiny small hail. And again, new scan, got rid of the pink, and now things are looking okay. But again, still watching things very, very closely. All right, Mother Nature is listening to me. I think I said make the storm become bigger, and she's actually doing it now, just west of the network studios here. So give me some rain. So storms that we're watching closely. So it looks like the event is going to start kind of soon for me. We'll see, but yeah. There's a town called Oatmeal. Yeah, there's a town called Oatmeal. I found that out 3 years ago. I was like, Oatmeal? One of my friends that lives there, I'm like, Oatmeal? Wow. It's going to be a nice city. But that's between Burnett and Bertram on 29. Yep, that is definitely rain. Yeah, I was like, I don't know if that's hail. It's definitely rain though. Yep, complex. That's why we're seeing so much rain. This is increasing the risk of rapidly developing flooding impacts. Furthermore, rises to minor and moderate river flooding are forecasted through early next week. So they're saying flooding impacts from rivers could go into early next week, which is insane. Again, Lampasas River, already seen some impacts. The Guadalupe River, which has seen barely any rain today and tonight, they are already under a flood warning right now. Here in Llano County, no flood warning yet, but I got a strong feeling that we're going to get issued under a flood warning here in a little bit. And if they do issue a flood warning, it will be for a good chunk of Llano County going through Marble Falls. And the flood warning ends literally right here at the TV studio. So I live at the perfect area. So that's why I'm like, river flood warning. But anyways, we'll keep eyes on that. But I'm quite confident. Your theater might not be open, just saying. Yeah, there's a possibility. After we had flooding rains last weekend, the Chick-fil-A here in Marble Falls did not open until 10:45 in the morning. It was a sad day. But again, that's the latest with what we're tracking right now. Let's see. Any potential impacts towards like the Fredericksburg area or the Gillespie County area? The storm bot is nearly ready. Oh, you've been working on it. Fantastic. Thank you for that. Thank you for making that. Oh wait, we just exposed oh, okay. Alright, anyways, as of now, we're not seeing, so there's a little creek or river that runs through Gillespie County, and it goes up towards Lake Travis. As of now, a few little sprinkles, that's about it. And if the creek goes, I don't know how far the creek goes, but it may go over here potentially. If so, it's doing some impacts. Oh wait, Guadalupe River goes all the way up here, I think. Is that right? If the Guadalupe River goes all the way up here, we're definitely getting a lot more water coming into Kerr County right now. If that's the case, we'll see though. I hope that's not, but we will see. We will get updates. All right. Let's see how far the rain is. How far? Oh my gosh, look at this. The storms are just continuing to backbuild out towards the west. Storms are still developing just southwest of San Angelo. It's going to be a long next couple hours, guys. And that's what we've been saying for the past... We've been live for over 8 hours now. And this is what we've been saying. It's going to be a busy next couple hours. And here we are in the next couple hours. The event of rain. See this? This is just... This, okay, this is actually insane. That is a lot of rain. And most of it is really heavy rain too. Goodness gracious. Yeah, this is extremely heavy rain. Not like crazy. You're gonna be blinded by heavy rain. Well, actually you could be, but this is insane. That this is so much rain that's coming into our area. We do not need this. If you're right, everyone, this channel owes you $5. Owes me $5 about what? Did I say something? My brain, I haven't got any minutes of sleep. It's 6 in the morning. I have forgotten what I've said. I don't know what I said. But anyways, this is insane. This is insanity right here. And the trend is, we had this complex of storms, was supposed to go northeast bound, but it literally did a 180 degrees and has brought the storms southbound. And then we had storms develop out here, and it collided with the other complex. And in this complex of storms is taking over this original complex of storms, and then this is creating more storms right behind the original complex of storms. As we have a disturbance in MCS, I believe that's what it's called, that has been developed across portions of the area. There might be some rotation near Llano. What radar are we looking at? KGRK or the sad one in San Angelo? Just called a friend in the area to move to higher grounds. Thanks for the updates. That is fantastic news. I hope they actually do get to higher grounds. But good job for spreading the word, especially if anybody's under flash flood alerts. All right, rotation. I don't see any rotation right now on our radar, but I do see some gusty winds. Radar suggesting wind speeds over 35 miles per hour. That is just below a special weather statement criteria. How you get a special weather statement or a strong storm advisory is gusty winds above 40 miles per hour with small hail from pea to penny size. And as of now, we have wind gusts just below 38 miles per hour. So we're almost at a special weather statement alerts for northwestern Llano County, but this is going to be an area to watch as we may get a wind burst of just blowing rain and storms out here in northwestern Llano County. So this is going to be an area to watch, an area of concern, I guess you could say, throughout the next little bits. Let's switch over to another radar site, KSJT. Let's see what this is suggesting. Doesn't show much. I don't see much of rotation, I'm going to be honest, that I guess you were seeing. Maybe it disappeared, I don't know. But no rotation right now. I've been under 30 miles per hour before. Yeah, me too. I think most of us have been under 30 mile per hour winds before. The highest wind speeds I've ever been under was like 92 miles per hour back in Kansas with softball-sized hail. All right, Mike says 9 inches in Lomita. Well, obviously when Mike says it, it's correct, obviously, right? But yeah, Lomita area, right over here in Lane Passes County, definitely nearing 9 inches of rain over there. Okay, this is a very interesting situation over here. The southern edge of the storm wants to come right for me. What did I do to you, Mother Nature? But anyways, just look at this. This is the core right here that's really starting to intensify. If this holds together, this will bring rain to me and storms. But again, we're watching it very, very closely as this progresses to the southeast. Barely. But yeah, one interesting storm. This is probably the craziest storm we've seen today. But my favorite storm today that we have covered today was a croissant-looking storm where it looks like a little claw. I love that storm. I'll have to find video of that. But that's my favorite storm for today. All right. Once we get a new flash flood warning, I need to get me some more Dr. B. All right. Let's see. Last hour, radar is adjusting. No rain. Yeah, I find this concerning. The radar is adjusting nearly 6 inches of rain, maybe even higher than that, for areas north of Llano. Why is there not any talk about that? Don't know why. And I'm not talking just like a little tiny area of Llano. I mean, we have like a very big swath of area where it's big flooding potentially. Let's see. Radar is suggesting how much rain? Nearly 5 inches of rain is what the radar is suggesting right here. So just west of Babyhead and just south of Cherokee, northwest of Llano, east of Valley Spring. This radar is suggesting nearly 5 inches of rain, which I actually agree with because we've seen so much rain in the last couple of hours in the zone as more rain is coming in from the west too, by the way, to the east. And you may be thinking, okay, all right, that's just 5 inches. I think we're okay, right? No, look at this. We got more, and more rain. And the rain doesn't end, Llano County. That's just one little guy. We got rain back all the way towards Big Lake, Texas. This is about, what, 100-mile stretch? Hey, Alexa, how far is Llano, Texas to Big Lake, Texas?
From Llano, Big Lake is 196.8 miles away by car.
Okay. So nearly 200 miles away from Big Lake to Llano, we have storms. These storms are 200 miles apart, and it's still raining in areas south of Big Lake to Llano. So, I mean, these storms are traveling far. The electric charges are very far with the lightning, and the thunderclaps are loud with tons of heavy rain and flooding rains underway. We have nearly 150 miles of flash flood alerts from Llano to El Dorado to Sonora. I mean, it's just insane. But again, nearly 200 miles of storms from Llano to Big Lake. Technically from Burnett to Big Lake is where we have the storm. So that's probably what, maybe that's surplusing 200 miles. Probably like 220 miles probably from Burnett to Big Lake is where we have the storm. So again, these storms are hundreds of miles apart. It's just insane. So again, white the weather we are seeing here in Central Texas. Again, I know it shows mainly adjusting here, but model runs are saying it's going to push more to the southeast. It's going more southeast. We'll see. It's starting to do that. We're actually starting to see some new development ahead of the storms. We'll have to see if that can continue further southbound, but as of now, the core, the heaviest of the rain is occurring, thankfully as of now, just north of Kerrville and north of Fredericksburg for now, but Llano, towards Marble Falls, Johnson City, Cottonwood Shores, an area to watch, to monitor here throughout the next little bit here. Okay, Matt, under a special weather statement. Understandable. But anyways, guys, this is a very large area of showers and storms, very heavy rain. This is not the day to be out and about. Today is one of those days where you need to stay home, for real. Of course, if you guys have any questions, comments, or concerns, or anything like that, feel free to let me know in the chat. If you want to say hi, feel free to do so. Let me know what's happening in your neck of the woods. If you're here in Central Texas experiencing rain, or you think it's flooding in your area, let me know what's going on. I would love to know what's happening in your area. All right, so let's go ahead and take a quick pause of radar. Let's go take a look at a camera at Santa Rita Ranch in Liberty Hill, Texas. Let's see how things are looking at. Oh wait, the sun is rising. We got daylight. Oh, I survived the night. I've been up all night. Oh wow, the sun is up. I've been up all night long. Oh wow. Okay. Anyways, look at the clouds. Look how flat those clouds are. Wow. Oh my gosh, we can actually see the lightning for once. It was like orange and yellow and gold and purple. That was the weirdest lightning I've ever seen, but so pretty too. But look how thin those clouds are. Look how fast the clouds are moving too. This is just a pretty shot. I could just stare at this forever. But anyways, Santa Rita Ranch for you here at 6:25 in the morning. It is gorgeous view out there of them clouds. Here's a look at Bee Cave, Texas, where it is also looking overcasty out there, and it's just gonna be how it is today. Here is a look at Marble Falls, Texas, where it hasn't rained yet. It does not look that folly out here in Marble Falls, but yeah. But yeah, it's also overcast here in Marble Falls. But yeah, guys, quite the storms that we are experiencing here in South Central Texas. Again, I'm quite surprised that we do not have a flash flood warning yet. For southeastern Mason County or western Llano County yet. We might get one here in a little bit. We'll see. But again, heavy storms coming into the county right now. Anywhere from, let's see here, new flood alerts has been issued. I assume it's for the Lampasas River. Oh wait, it's a flash flood warning. It's for Bell County for the Lampasas River till 9:30. Watching that closely. We're also following some breaking news this morning. Nearly quite a few people out there without power this morning. Let's take a look at the latest power outage trackings. Oh my gosh, look at San Saba County. Over 1,000 people without power. Lampasas 180. Here in Llano County, we got 3,000 people without with power. Burnett County 241. Mason County, 0 people without power. Gillespie 65. But again, in Llano County, over 3,000 people without power this morning. That is absolutely binoculars. So again, continue to watch things closely. But yeah, this is a crazy morning, and the morning is just starting to unfold even worse than how things were going for tonight. Again, this was an overnight event into tomorrow. Tomorrow is now today, and I am exhausted because I haven't slept at all. Once again, this is the latest with the radar. We'll have to see if they extend the flash flood emergency out for eastern San Saba County. We'll see if they do, but As of now, flood alerts still continue across Llano, Burnett, Mason counties here in south central Texas. There's even a flood advisory is mentioned for portions of Mason County too. One thing I'm finding very interesting is that we're starting to see this shower with this wall of rain. It's just now really growing. So it goes from San Saba County to the far northern Gillespie County now. That's where it's just good old showers now. Speaking of showers, let's go. We got some showers falling right now, or is in the vicinity here of the TV networks. And then just 20 to 30 miles to my northwest, a monster thunderstorm coming into Llano. It looks like we may have a straight line damaging wind threat potentially, how it curves like that. What are the winds with this monster? Let's see. Okay. 23, 26, 31. So nothing too bad with this. But again, still watching it closely. Again, the Lampasas River is starting to flood over just a little bit. So that's why we got flash flood warnings in effect for Bell County and Burnett County and the Kempner area, Lampasas County. Again, the flood or the river is starting to overflow. They're expecting it to go over 20 feet, I believe. So that's why we have those flood alert notices out this morning. And of course, if you know anybody that's in those areas, give them a call now to get out of there now or get away from the creeks and the river, because it's going to go crazy here soon. All right, we got some very heavy rain incoming right now for sections of Llano County. At this point, I'm just surprised there's not a flash flood emergency in this county, because we're just getting back to back to back to back with heavy rounds of rain and storms here in the last 2.5, 3 hours. So goodness gracious, it's insane. Same thing with let's see, Burnett County, finally just isolated showers and storms, but that is about it. And of course, the showers and storms are developing about 200 miles away from our area. We go from Llano to Big Lake. That's nearly 200 miles, and that's how far the storms are across the area. So these storms are traveling all the way back towards West Texas. I mean, these storms are just developing. They're insane. But yeah, here's a big picture view. See, here is, sorry about that lag there. Here's Big Lake, Texas. It's right over here. Here's Llano, Texas, right here. This is 200 miles just about. So these storms are still developing, and the rain chances will continue pretty much all morning long this morning, and could continue into the night, or could continue into parts of the afternoon later today, if this continues to be slow moving exactly like how it is. And again, these storms are so slow moving, it's just creating flooding concerns, and it's literally the leading edge that's being the most impactful. And then after you get past the leading edge, it's just light to moderate downpours at occasional times, potentially very heavy, but still, it's definitely been something that we've been meaning to watch here over the last couple of hours. And since we've been live for more than an hour and a half now, the coverage of this has increased significantly more. Earlier we started off with a special weather statement at 11:30 for Tom Green County for just one storm, and that one storm is now a complex. So things can change in just hours at a time. The weather changes very quickly. Ever since 11:30 at night yesterday on your Saturday, and to here we are now on your Sunday morning here at 6:30. Things have changed a lot, tremendously, from that one little storm to a ginormous complex of storms producing flooding, catastrophic flooding, with a flash flood emergency right now in San Saba County. So again, we are seeing some impacts this morning. Flash flood warnings for Bell County, Llano County, right over here in Burnett County, Lampasas County, San Saba County, McCall County, Mason County, a flood advisory for Gillespie County. And then more flash flood concerns off towards our southwest. A flood warning, a heads up in Kerr County. They're expecting the Guadalupe River to increase in size. So people in the Guadalupe River area, like towards Hunt, Texas, and Kerrville, time to get out of there, get away from the rivers, as the river's expected to overcrest its size here in the next couple of hours. Of course, if you guys have any questions, comments, or anything like that, feel free to comment down below in the chat. If you want to say hi, feel free to do so. And let me know where y'all are tuning in from. I'm kind of curious where some of our viewers are watching from this morning. But once again, guys, shower and storms continue. The entire county of Mason County is getting drenched right now with heavy downpours. And I'm kind of surprised at this point that the entire county of Mason County is not under a flash flood warning. Surprised that's not the case right now, but we'll see if they decide to issue the entire county of Mason County under a flash flood warning. Also, we have the Llano River that's also right here. The Llano River is just getting a lot more water in it right now, so it would not surprise me if the Llano River were to potentially overflow itself or get to moderate flood stages potentially and get a new flood advisory or flood warning for Llano back towards Marble Falls. We'll see if they issue that alert here, but if they issue that alert, that should be issued here in the next 10 to 45 minutes from now probably is when they'll probably issue that alert. But I've been saying that they should issue this alert a long time ago, but we are just waiting. Also, Lake Buchanan, a quick pause in the precipitation for right now. You all have seen tremendous amounts of rainfall in the last 2 to 3 hours, potentially up to 3 to 4 inches of rain already. We're about to get some very heavy rain coming to Lake Buchanan here soon. And by the way, Lake Buchanan is almost 100% full. Yeah, you're hearing that right. Almost 100% full. We are 6 feet away from Lake Buchanan being completely full. 6 feet away. That is insane. So again, we are watching this closely. And now we got some breaking news here coming in from the from the Weather Prediction Center. They have now upgraded our flood risk for today to a level 3 out of 4 now. As you take a look at this, sections of Killeen, Gatesville, Burnett, Llano, Mason, Fredericksburg, Kerrville, Kendall County. Look at this. We're literally on the outskirts of the moderate risk. But again, a good chunk of our hill country counties now under a moderate risk for flooding this morning. Across the area. So again, here we are. Here's a moderate risk for flooding for the Guadalupe River, for portions of the Fredericksburg River over there. We got Llano River. We got Lampasas River. We got Lake Buchanan in this alert. We got the aquifer in this area. So again, here we are with a moderate risk for flash flooding this morning across central Texas. Again, that's a level 3 out of 4. They pulled the trigger. And then as we approach your Monday, the Weather Prediction Center is already outlining sections of the northwestern hill country under a level 1 risk for flooding. We're also under a level 1 risk for severe weather today as well, so we're watching things closely for that as well. But again, breaking news, the Weather Prediction Center has upgraded our flash flood risk for today to a level 3 out of 4 for areas from Burnett to Blanco County to Kerrville to Kendall County, points northwest. So we're watching that closely. All right, we got Rich in the chat saying watching for New Braunfels on the Guadalupe River. All right. We actually have here at Storm, we have a chief forecaster that lives, for Storm Team 4, but he's associated with Storm, but he lives in New Braunfels as well, so just to add that there. But anyways, New Braunfels, of course, we're watching things for y'all. Again, this heavy band of rain should impact a good chunk of our viewing area later this morning. Oh gosh, I cannot pronounce your name, but you're watching from Kerr County. And in Kerr County right now, we got storms in the northern section of the county right now, a flood warning just west of Kerrville, but we got Hunt in the alert right now, and hopefully everybody is obviously moving inside now as we have the serious rise of the Guadalupe River to increase here throughout the next couple of hours. Again, Llano River here should start to rise up even more. Again, we've been watching Lake Buchanan all morning long. Been mentioning how if we start to see some more rain like this, since we have a flash flood emergency that is going down towards the Buchanan Lake, I think we could go to 100% full, and my confidence of Lake Buchanan being 100% full is 100% confident. I'm 100% confident that Lake Buchanan is going to be 100% capacity, full pool. So, we'll see. We'll have an update. I think the new update from the LCRA is in about an hour from now, so we will see how things progress with this new updates. Let's see here. Isolated showers beginning to develop right now across sections of Hays County right now. Some blips just northwest of San Marcos. Some little showers just in the western side of Hays County, but that is about it right now. Again, the bulk of the activity right now, guys, is just towards areas west of Llano. This is where we just have a training effect of storms. And it's been raining really heavily west of Llano for more than 45 minutes now. We've had some heavy rain here and there in Llano, but not as heavy as what we're seeing just west of Llano. I mean, this band of heavy rain has just been sitting here for quite some time. And again, in southwestern Llano County, that's where we're experiencing some extremely heavy rainfall rates. See that dark red? That is some very heavy rain that is underway this morning. And in that moderate colors, that yellow you see there, and some isolated red totals. But again, still something we're watching very, very closely. All right, so an update here. We have a flash flood warning in effect for Bell County, Burnett County, Lampasas County, Llano County, Mason County, a flood advisory for Llano and Kendall and Gillespie counties. There we go. And we have a flash flood emergency right now in San Saba County. Then a flood warning for the San Saba River, unfortunately, this morning. Then a flash flood warning for the Lampasas River as well. Would not surprise me if a flood advisory gets issued for the Llano River here in the next hour or less. And then a flood warning in effect for the Guadalupe River out in Kerr County with an update of the alerts this morning. So again, that is a broader view, bigger picture here of all the alerts that we have in effect across central Texas this morning. And again, we have quite a few alerts, especially for areas west of I-35. And it's really, really far west of I-35 where we're seeing all of these alerts. All right, I'm hopping on Twitter now to see if we have any new information or details. As of now, we're not seeing much. Again, moderate risk of flooding today. Now includes a good chunk of the hill country. Let's see. Any updates from the National Weather Service? 32 minutes ago, they said the heaviest rain continues over northern and Burnett counties. Do not drive into flooded roads or around barricades. So that's the only updates that we got for that. Any updates from the LCRA? Nothing new from the LCRA, but we'll probably start getting reports from them here in an hour or so from now, potentially. But again, we will see how things go throughout the next little bit. Once again, if you guys got any questions, comments, or anything like that, feel free to throw that in the chat. I'm kind of curious where some of our viewers are tuning in from this morning, so if y'all want to, let me know where you're watching from, and so I have an idea where everybody's tuning into. We've been live for more than 8 hours and a half now. I've gotten 0 hours of sleep. It's 6:40 in the morning right now, and I am feeling tired, but great. I'm still holding on as best as I can to provide information to you guys this Sunday morning. All right, so again, storms to continue right now. Again, west of Llano, that's where we have some very heavy downpours underway, and still some pretty heavy downpours over Mason County. Northwestern Gillespie County, some pretty good storms. Over towards the Junction area, some pretty good storms too. Brady, some good storms. Eden, some storms right now. But again, the entire county of Mason, San Saba, and sections of the Clark counties are all engulfed right now in heavy downpours, unfortunately, this morning. And again, areas that are under flash flood warnings, we do not need any more rain. And by the way, areas north of Austin are no longer under a drought as of Thursday, thankfully, but areas south of Austin are under a drought. So where we need this really heavy rain, we need to focus further down to the south. Not specifically towards Kerrville because of what's happened last weekend, but we need all that flooding to happen further to the south because the drought over there is at the top max risk. So we need all this heavy rain down to the south. But again, it's kind of good that we're getting some good rain. The only benefit I'm seeing from this is lake rises. The creeks are rising a little bit. Some of them are actually overflowing, but the only thing I'm seeing good from this is just the lakes are rising. That's about it. Yeah, it's the only thing I'm seeing is lakes are rising. That's the only benefit we're getting from the rain this morning. The ground is well oversaturated, so we don't need any more rain. But once again, guys, watching from all the way in Australia. That's funny. But yeah, guys, this is the latest with what the radar is presenting across the hill country. Again, they've upgraded our flood risk today to a level 3 out of 4 moderate for Burnett, just outside of Marble Falls. I think, well, technically Marble Falls could be included, but just barely outside of Marble Falls in areas over here, points northwest in that risk. So again, that's the latest from this Weather Prediction Center. There's a few little blips of green near the station, so we're keeping eyes on that, but I'm watching this corridor here. Question is will it come my way? Will it survive enough to come my way? I will find out here in probably another hour or two from now. Again, these storms are slow moving, by the way. Again, the storms are developing from all the way over here in Llano County to areas south of Big Lake out in West Texas. That is nearly 200 miles. Again, these storms are 200 miles apart, just about. Or not really apart, they're together, just 200 miles away. So that is insane, just to think that. Storms from where I'm at in Llano to Big Lake, it's nearly 200 miles. That's insane. And again, the storm chances should continue most of the morning today into parts of the afternoon, but then we should get a lull in the action of the storms later this afternoon into the evening, and the activity should start to pick back up after 11 p.m. tonight, and it continue for most of tomorrow night going into your Monday. And then we'll get a lull in the action on Monday, more storms Monday night into Tuesday. And then as of now, I think things are dry after that. Again, that's the latest with what the models are showing for the next 72 plus hours for Central Texas. And yes, the risk is there for flooding again later tonight going into tomorrow. So I would not be surprised if we got a flood watch extended until Monday now for the area. As of now, flood watch is going to expire at 7 p.m. this evening, but I would not be shocked if they were to extend the flood watch longer and maybe extend it into Tuesday. We'll see. But again, we're watching things very, very closely with the rain chances. This is looking very similar to what we had last weekend, where we had 4 days of rain. Yeah, we'll see. Wow, indeed. All right. They issued a flood advisory for portions of Mason County until 9 o'clock. And that is the latest update from what we are getting. But yeah, this is a impressive storm system for sure. This is definitely overperforming, especially for some certain areas across the hill country. But yeah. I am noticing this corridor right here, showers and storms now starting to become scattered in heavy bands of rain, but eventually it's starting to become more numerous. So I got a feeling here that we might start to see some more numerous bands of showers and storms that could potentially be very heavy rain going up from Junction to Llano potentially. So maybe an area of flooding that we're going to need to watch here throughout the next hour or so as this continues to progress. But again, right in the circled area, that's where I'm monitoring the uptrend of very heavy rain potentially here in just a short period of time. So again, we're watching all of that very, very closely. So, once again, another dangerous flash flooding setup is expected to continue through our area this morning. A large complex of slow-moving torrential rain developed into the nights that we had tonight. And this complex will continue to slowly sag southeastward into our area. While not every location in the hill country will experience flooding, but where the heaviest rain develops, it could cause a flooding threat tonight, guys, or a flooding threat today. At least over 8 inches of rain has fallen in areas towards like San Saba and Lampasas counties. Of course, the San Saba area has prompted a rare flash flood emergency. And again, this is just north of our viewing area. But by the way, all this rain is sitting into Lake Buchanan, which is now within about 5 feet of full pull from Lake Buchanan, which is wonderful. The Weather Prediction Center is continuing to outline a moderate level 3 out of 4 risk for flash flooding for the hill country through our morning today. In the zone, isolated pockets of rain could approach 10 inches. The National Weather Service has issued a flash flood watch until 7 p.m. this evening, but it wouldn't surprise me if it were to get extended until tomorrow morning on or Monday, just because it's seeing some new trends of more heavier rain showers potentially later tonight. We'll see. However, through this morning, westward rain, the heaviest, will continue to be over sections of Mason, Llano, Burnett, and northern Gillespie counties. The flooding is certain in locations, but could be significant and potentially life-threatening. Both flash flooding and dangerous floodings will be possible. Ensure you have a way to get weather alerts and have a plan to get higher ground if needed if you live near a flood-prone creek, stream, or river. The flood risk is lower for the Austin Metro and I-35 corridor, but is certainly not zero. Scattered to numerous heavy downpours are expected by mid to late morning into the afternoon, where a level 2 out of 4 flood risk has been outlined for most of the I-35 corridor. So also monitor the forecast closely for those locations. So overall, coverage rain is likely to diminish through the late afternoon and early evening, but some scattered downpours will remain a possibility through the evening and early overnight hours for our tomorrow. So again, we're definitely going to have to keep our eyes on that very, very closely as things get in updates. But again, this morning we have been getting confirmations of a shelf cloud across the area, getting some new pictures out at the Enchanted Rock State Park of a shelf cloud on there. So again, that's something that we are noticing out in the distance. Let's see here. The rain has now entered the Guadalupe River watershed. Yes, it has, and really unfortunately, actually, it has. And it looks like the heavier part of the downpours are actually occurring right now. So we're watching that closely. All the rain is definitely a blessing and a curse. Definitely indeed. The rain is only being very helpful to like the lakes, but that's about it. Power just came back in North Llano County. It's fantastic. Lazy lawn care guy here. What do you think for San Antonio? We'll take a look at that in just a second. Did David lose power? No, I did not lose power. I'm still here. We're still running as normal. Did not hit a power hit yet. My power did flash for a quick little second, but overall we've been okay. I just want to super jinx that this is and say it will probably be last rain event. You'll say this is our last rain event until December? That'd be crazy. I mean, I'm going to be honest. We kind of need that to happen. But I have seen some new signs that a tropical system is developing out in the Gulf. Some models do want to take it to Central Texas, but most of it's mainly towards like Houston. But we'll keep eyes on that closely. Again, we're several days out. But anyways, just just don't be super alarmed yet, everybody, about that risk of a tropical development. Again, still several days out. A lot of ironing out will occur, and lots to watch and monitor. All right, here at the Storm TV Network channel, we do cover San Antonio, Bexar County. We cover y'all. So here's what we got for San Antonio. As of now, some light downpours potentially getting going just northeast of Bexar County, southwest of New Braunfels. That's potentially maybe radar clutter, but if anything's happening, sprinkles or a quick little shower, that is about it. However, today's flood risk is a level 2 out of 4 for portions of Bexar County. So these storms off towards the northwest, they will attempt to make a run to Bexar County late this morning into the afternoon and could again pose a flash flood risk today. However, we'll get these isolated storms like we're seeing across Fayette County this morning. This activity could start to widely increase across Gonzales, Caldwell, Bastrop, Guadalupe, potentially Comelt, and portions of Bexar County. So this is going to be an area to watch for isolated sea breeze storms to get going. But the question is can this activity hold together, and how far southeast will this go? Will it just stay? The question is, some models are actually saying it may just stay over here, but most of the more right models that I kind of want to go more with are saying this will blow through the entire area, but it's going to take a long time, and it has been moving for a long time. So, again, we'll watch it. But again, rain chances today in San Antonio are quite possible. Yeah, I guess the bats are taking off once again here at 7 o'clock in the morning just about. So, that's probably what we're seeing on the radar right now, which makes sense. Thanks for the excellent coverage this morning. I had no idea we were getting more rain. Man, that's what a lot of people told me. Nobody knew we were having more rain. I'm like, what? Did y'all not get a notification about a flood watch or anything? It's crazy. But, yeah. All right. But good to know. At least another person didn't know it was going to rain today. Highs can reach into 100 degrees by next week. Yeah, I was talking about this like 5 hours ago. I was saying after this weekend, I know this is our second weekend of seeing flooding rains across central Texas. Next weekend, as of now, shows triple-digit heat, very humid conditions, and hot weather. It's going to be sunny and hot. But we are keeping our eyes on that tropical disturbance out in the Gulf. A lot of models do want to bring it to Texas, but we're keeping our eyes on that closely. So as of now, I am backing off on triple-digit heat for this upcoming weekend. As of now, I have temperatures in the upper 90s for highs, but very humid. But for the rest of the week here, I have rain chances. Today, the rain chance is obviously about a 60-70% chance across south central Texas. And then we'll get a lull in the action, which means we'll get a pause in the rain, and the rain chances should start to become more scattered, potentially numerous tonight. Going into your Monday morning, then we'll get a break kind of for the afternoon, maybe get some isolated storms throughout the day on Monday, with temperatures in the 80s and 90s for today and tomorrow. Mostly in the 80s today, but some 90s for some of us today and tomorrow as well. And then on Monday night into Tuesday, we'll get some storms as well. That will be overnight, which could be scattered as well, which could cause a localized low-end flood risk, just like tonight and tomorrow night. So we'll watch things closely for that as well. And then after Tuesday afternoon and Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday into parts of this upcoming weekend, as of right now, no rain is forecasted. So, again, we will keep eyes on things very, very closely. So, I've heard some people say that they would rather trade out triple-digit heat instead of flooding rains that we are experiencing across the area. I can actually agree. I would agree with that. Me personally, I hate triple-digit heat. I love 70s and cooler temperatures, but I can agree about the flooding part. We definitely do not want that, and we definitely don't need any more of that. The lakes, though, again, Lake Buchanan over here, Lake Travis, that's like the only benefit that we're getting from the heavy rains. It's just the lake levels are rising. That is it. Yep, okay, good. So at least some of y'all are getting flood watch notifications. That's important. If you download, if you don't get notifications of when a flood watch gets issued in your area, I would highly recommend downloading your local weather app, like your TV station app or something. That's what I recommend. Bats returning to Bracken Cave. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense why we're seeing the activity starting to increase over there. But thank y'all for letting me know. I'm going to be honest, I did not know we had bats in the morning. I thought it was just a overnight thing. Alright, the city of Llano is now getting impacted, finally. Not in a good way, but finally. Now getting impacted right now with some very heavy rain right now in city limits, as well as in the southwest side, southern and southwestern parts of the county. It does look more and more likely now that this heavier band of rain and storms will come right to the TV studios here in South Marble Falls. So, of course, this is grabbing my attention. It does look like a little isolated showers popped up right on top of the station here, too. So, very interesting on that note there. But, however, this is coming right for me. So, I'm watching things very, very closely. You got the alerts, but maybe I was just in disbelief that it would actually come together. Hard to believe we're getting more. I know. It's really hard to believe that we're experiencing more rain right now across portions of the area. I've asked some meteorologists about the event, like TV meteorologists about the rainfall event. They said HRRR model is just overdoing it. I'm like, are we sure? I didn't say that, but in my mind, I'm like, are we sure? And it's verifying. Actually, it's kind of is it overperforming? It might be overperforming a little bit, coverage-wise at least. I should have stayed returning, taking off. Also been up all night. Yeah, I've been up all night as well. Yeah, I've been up for 24 plus hours just about now. Approaching 7 a.m. I'm exhausted. We've been live for 9 hours. So, as y'all could tell, I'm very exhausted. At risk of sounding like a scam artist, all the rain has me cutting grass mid-July, and it's normally at the beach. That's funny. Yep. And you're going to be cutting grass into parts of... This makes me think, since we're seeing like rain right now here in July, which we typically don't see, makes me think, are we going to have summer for August, September, and October now? And it's going to be actually fall for... November, December, and January. Then it's winter, February, March, April. I don't know. It's like 1 month off. I don't know. Typically, we see like last bit of heavy rain in like June, not in July. So maybe we're 1 month off and things. I don't know. But here in Austin area, we've only seen triple digits twice, I think, so far this year. And that was in May. And in June, we did not have a single triple digit day. There were close calls, but we did not have one. And so far here in July, we've had 0 as well. But we may end that streak potentially this weekend, unless we randomly get more moisture into our forecast. That's pretty much what happened for this weekend almost. A lot of times, a year unless the lawn is unintegrated, I show up string. Oh my gosh. Well, good luck with you mowing the grass next several days or so. We got a weather alert last evening about 8 and this morning at 5. Family's sleeping, but I'm up watching. Your channel just popped out for the first time. We're in Junction. All right. So Junction is... wrong way. Junction is way over there. Here I cover multiple counties in South Central Texas. I cover specifically the Austin, San Antonio area and Burnett counties, but I also cover areas towards like Mason, Gillespie, Llano counties. Typically don't cover Junction, but when it comes to like big time events or regional outbreaks, I do cover Junction here and there. But specifically it's Mason, Gillespie, now covering Kerr County and areas east towards like almost College Station and Gonzales. That's the end of my viewing area. And then from Williamson County to Bexar County. Yeah. All right, anyways. But yeah, just outside of your area. But at least everybody is doing okay. The storms are to the worst of you right now, to your southeast of Junction. As we switch to the radar, the shower and storm activity is just going to only increase here for the next hour or so. But stay safe out there towards Junction, and I believe you are under a flash flood warning. So again, stay safe. Is this due to La Nina? What phase are we in? Are we in La Nina right now? There's been so much happening in my life the past like 7 months, and I've forgotten what Enzo phase we are in. So if anybody knows what inso phase we are in, let me know. I've forgotten, and I typically know all the time. So my apologies for not knowing this morning. And again, I've been up all night long, so my brain is not working the best. We've been live streaming for 9 hours now. No sleep, so I apologize. Your daughter works in High. Okay, High, I know where that's at. That's in Central Texas, and over towards the best weather channel, covering weather before anyone else. Yeah, we've been live all night long. No one else in the United States was covering these Central Texas floods all night long like I have been. So, and now everybody's coming on the air, stealing my credits. They're coming on this morning to provide other people details. Oh well, it always happens. Anyways, here's High, Texas. Over towards High. Let's see. High is in. Okay. 1 second. I thought I remembered it. Let's see. Am I correct? It's in Blanco County. Okay, that's what it was. Okay, I had a feeling it was near Gillespie County. Okay, so your daughter works in High. As of right now, things are looking okay in western Blanco County, but there are storms off towards our northwest, so we are watching things very, very closely. All right, my weather radio is about to go off. We got a brand new flash flood warning, including Williamson County now here in Central Texas. So now it does include the metro here in our viewing area.
Weather Service in Austin, San Antonio has issued a flash flood warning for Central Burnett County, northwestern Williamson County until 10 a.m. Central Daylight Time. At 7:02 a.m. Central Daylight Time, Emergency Management reported flash flooding with water over the road at Route 963 and CR 201 as a result of the San Gabriel River. Flash flooding is already occurring. Hazard: life-threatening flash flooding. Heavy rain producing flash flooding. Source: Emergency Management reported. Impact: life-threatening flash flooding of creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Georgetown, Burnett, Bertram, Florence, Mahomet, Papa, Shady Grove, and Dice. Be aware of your surroundings and do not drive on flooded roads. Please report observed flooding to local emergency services or law enforcement and request they pass this information to the National Weather Service when you can do so safely. The tropical weather outlook. For the North Atlantic, Caribbean Sea and the Gulf of America, northeastern Gulf, a trough of low pressure is likely to form near the southeastern U.S. Coast during the next day or two and then move westward across Florida into the northeastern Gulf by Tuesday.
So that's tropical. Again, we've been talking about this for the last couple hours now, that there's a possibility that we may get a tropical system that may develop over the next few days. Most models are wanting it to come towards Texas. So we're watching it closely. That's why I'm being careful with this weekend's temperatures, saying, yes, most models saying triple digits, but we're also keeping eyes on that tropical system to see if that could throw any like feeder bands our way or anything like that. So again, we're still days away. Stuff could change. A lot of ironing out obviously will occur, so we'll continue to keep you guys informed with that. All right, so we have an update to the National Weather Service. They have just updated our flood watch this morning, and the latest update, it does talk about, let's see if I can tell you. Flood watch is talking about 2 to 4 inches of rain. Between 9 to 12 inches of rain is possible in isolated spots. So again, that's the latest update from the National Weather Service. They have issued, okay, so yeah, that river flood warning has been issued for the Lampasas River. So it looks like they're finally posting the river flood alerts now. So that is some wonderful news now. All right, so now let's read the chat. Actually, before we read the chat and everything, we talk about this. And of course, if you guys have more questions, anything like that, feel free to ask them now in the chat so I can catch up. Hopefully I can catch up a list. We'll see. All right. Anyway, so developing information this morning. We're getting reports from emergency management that there has been water concerns on County Road 201 as of the San Gabriel River overflowing. That goes from Burnett to Bertram. This is actually a pretty active highway, an area too, that is under a flash flood warning. And if you guys remember last weekend, the San Gabriel River near Georgetown, that overflowed big time. And this is the exact same river that is potentially attempting to do that. So this is obviously something that we're following up right now on the stream this morning. Let's see here. Let's go to... Okay, so there's Burnett's latest information. It says the city of Burnett, Georgetown's included in this, Bertram, Florence, Mahomet, Joppa, Shady Grove, and Andes are now included in this flash flood warning for Burnett and Williamson counties in central Texas. So the western portion of the metro in central Texas is now under a flash flood warning. So that's something that, again, we're following up with you guys this morning. And again, emergency management have confirmed there being water on the roadway right now. And we actually do have a live camera in Liberty Hill. This is called the Santa Rita Ranch camera. It's from KXAN. But look at this. If you look far in the distance, that is a shelf cloud in the distance. I've gotten confirmation by many sources that that is a shelf cloud in the far distance. We see the clouds kind of just ravel in the far distance. That's the shelf cloud. So that is absolutely phenomenal of how we're seeing that on this live shot here in Santa Rita Ranch. All night long, we've been getting impressive lightning shots from this, but now the lightning's calmed down as a day has erupted now, I guess you could say, and the skies are just ready to release with rain. But anyways, that is the radar and Santa Rita Ranch. Alright, so let's read the chat here. You think summer's canceled? I definitely jinxed it now. Potentially. I hope not. We'll see. Last I heard, we're in a neutral. Oh yeah, we are in a neutral pattern, but I think they finally figured out what pattern we were in. It's crazy. I had new plants dying from heat stress lately. Yeah, definitely not now. Yeah. If there's like hurricane hitting U.S. no matter what, will we cover it? There is a possibility that we would cover. If there was a hurricane to impact any part of the Gulf, for sure, we would cover it. If it's Florida, I don't know. But if it's Texas, definitely. Especially Texas. If it's Texas, 100% covering it, no matter what. But if it's Florida, maybe. Just depends exactly how it is, I guess. And if it's like Louisiana, probably as well. But we'll see how that goes in the future. If I remember right, I thought they said we were going to have a high number of hurricanes this year. So far, we've had 4 named tropical systems already, and 0 of these have been hurricanes, I think, in the Atlantic. It's only been 4, right? Has it been 4? I don't know. I forgot what count we are with right now in the Atlantic hurricane season. Again, it's 7 in the morning. We've been live for 9 hours. I've gotten 0 hours of sleep. I've forgotten almost everything, except for flooding information somehow. Somehow flooding is the only thing that I can remember. It's probably because I've been talking about it for 9 hours straight. Anyways, scattered showers now across much of the coverage area. Yes, indeed. Most of everybody seeing, well, not most of everybody, but a good chunk of the viewing area seeing showers and storms right now. Again, anywhere from Llano to Mason to portions of Gillespie County. Some pretty good storms out there now. Some storms now entering northwestern Kerr County. So again, we are watching that closely. Oh, hello there, Mike. You just woke up. Lucky you. I've been up all night long. And what you have missed, over 9 inches of rain, potentially a foot of rain in San Saba County. There was a flash flood emergency, but it looks like that just expired recently. A flash flood warning from Burnett to areas north of Leander for the San Gabriel River overflowing again. It does include Georgetown in that alert. We have a flood warning for Guadalupe River. Lampasas River is flooding as well. San Saba River is flooding. Lake Buchanan is almost full pull, which is meaning that it's almost 100% becoming an actual lake again finally. Mason County, it's raining right now, and all the storms are from Llano to Big Lake, and in math progression there and how far it is, it's over 200 miles away, just about, from Llano to Big Lake. So, yeah, these storms are still developing, and they're far away still. But yeah, good morning. Welcome back. Was just skimming through the last 9 hours of your stream. The storm definitely is moving slow. It looks like it's been moving. Yeah, it's been moving so slow. So how things went yesterday evening, I was enjoying my afternoon yesterday, which just feels like it was 2 hours ago, but I was enjoying my evening yesterday afternoon, and then as soon as it hit like 5 p.m., I was in weather mode, just sitting here, and there were storms in the evening, but as soon as 6 p.m. hit, there was no storms for like 4 hours. I was on standby mode to go live. I kept rescheduling the stream. I had a stream set for 6, 7, 8, 9, and I finally went live by 10 p.m. After rescheduling my stream more than 5 times. And here we are. We've been live for over 9 hours now, and we're covering these storms that are causing an impact to a good chunk of central Texas, especially here in the hill country. You're saying Canyon Lake is filled up? No, not Canyon Lake. I actually don't know much of anything about Canyon Lake. I'm talking about Lake Buchanan over here. That's about 6 feet away from being full pool, which is phenomenal. And then Lake Travis is about 70-something% full pool, so that's also some good news. Or 70% at the level percentage. Somewhere in the 70%, and then Lake Buchanan is right around 86% as of 2 hours ago. They're supposed to get some new numbers here in just a little bit, but latest synopsis has said that we're about 6 feet away from the Lake Buchanan being full pool. So that's the latest update that I have right now. Nothing about Lake Buchanan or Lake Canyon. I don't know much about it. I've heard of it before, but I've never covered Lake Canyon before. But yeah. All right, I'm a little surprised that we are not having any flood advisories that have been issued yet for the city of Llano to Marble Falls, because it's just been raining and raining and raining. It's been very heavy rain at times. I'm a little curious how the Llano River is not at a moderate flood stage yet. It probably will be soon as we continue to get more swaths of rain, but I am surprised. Yes, oh indeed. But yeah. Beautiful area. Yeah, I've seen some pictures and videos online of Canyon Lake. I need to check it out sometime, but it looks very nice. Isn't there like a waterfall over there? There's a waterfall at Lake Buchanan. It's very cool as well. But anyways, yeah. Alright, so isolated storms right now across Kendall, Blanco, parts of Hayes, and portions of Travis and some Williamson counties. We have some storms out there right now, just widespread showers and storms to the entire county of Mason, sections of Llano, and sections of Gillespie County, north of Fredericksburg. Seeing some storms right now, and then storms just in the Harper area. Storms, unfortunately, are now entering Kendall County. Kerr County. Kendall County is right here. Kerr County over here, just near Ingram and just near Hunt, Texas. We have a flood warning right now. The Guadalupe River is actually rising up to about 14 feet, or is anticipated to here soon. But as we're getting more waters and more rain coming into the system, it's funneling in. Question is will the Guadalupe River actually increase a little bit higher than what they're predicting right now? We'll see. We'll find out more information potentially here in a little bit. But again, this is the latest synopsis information that we have received in the last 3.5 hours. So, Again, radar right now showing some active storms out there right now. Again, widespread showers and thunderstorms from Mason, Llano, and Gillespie counties. San Saba, Lampasas, and parts of McClure counties seeing some pretty good storms right now. We do not need any more rain across Brady, San Saba, or Lampasas. And I guess that could be the same story for portions of Fort Northern Burnett, Llano, and definitely Mason counties. We do not need any more rain. And we are continuing to get more rain. Unfortunately. And as we go and take a look at the rainfall rates in just the last hour, I mean, just look at this. Between 1 to 2 to maybe near 3 inches of rain across sections of Llano County. We'll have to see if they issue a new flash flood warning potentially for western Llano County, maybe including the city of Llano points west. We'll see if they issue a new flash flood warning for between 1 to 2 inches and a half of rain. So we will see what happens. And they do have a flash flood warning up here for 1 to 3 inches of rain. So we'll see if they decide to issue one right here for that as well. But again, that will be up to them in New Braunfels for the furthest updates. And as we take a look at the total precipitation in the last 24 hours, our radar is suggesting at least 3 to potentially 4 inches of rain possible. But then look at this. This radar is suggesting nearly a foot of rain, which doesn't even pop up on our legend. So anyways, that is quite impressive where you see some of those red amounts on our map. So again, insane this morning. All right, we're getting some updates here from the chat here. 7 miles north-northeast of Burnett, in Burnett County, emergency management reports flash flood at 7:14. Emergency management called and stated water is over the road. That is not good. And that's most likely the case further north you go in Burnett, most likely towards Lampasas. That's also where we're experiencing some flooding concerns as well. Please stay safe in the hill country, y'all. Definitely, indeed. You stay safe as well, as you could be out and about potentially as well in areas surrounding. Let me see if we have any other updates here coming in from Slack, the weather chat, or anything like that. Let's see. So far, nothing yet in the report section. So we'll follow up on that. Let's see if there's any other information here. Again, we've been getting a lot of pictures of shelf clouds across the area, which is pretty nice to see. Mostly over Enchanted Rock area, so that's nice. Getting reports of lightning to my northwest. That's nice. Yeah, so overall, I'm not getting any more updates of anything right now. I'm going to check the LCRA. Let's see any updates from them. Doesn't look like it. I'm actually going to turn it on where I can get notifications when they post new stuff. Let's see, National Service posts anything. They said 16 minutes ago they issued a flash flood warning for Bertram and Burnett because of that report of water being over the roadway. That is about it. I mean, it is Sunday morning. Most people are still asleep and not really paying attention much to the weather, I guess. I guess I can understand why we're not getting much updates this morning as we would typically will on a weekday, but still we are getting some updates. Some updates is good, but the updates are not 100% consistent as they would be during a weekdays, if that makes sense. All right, new radar scan just came out, and it's being more kind of bold here of the showers and storms across Llano and Mason counties, Llano and Gillespie counties right now, but Mason County too seeing some pretty good storms. So now starting to notice this activity starting to increase just a little bit from Llano to near Fredericksburg, eventually getting closer and closer to the Marble Falls area. Probably around 8 o'clock here this morning, I'm going to go outside, touch grass, and just feel the nice wind take me away because I've been up all night covering these storms. All right, we got some updates. The Llano River has just entered minor flood stage as runoff from heavy rain overnight enters the system. We are watching things very, very closely. So again, that's some new information here that we're providing to you on air this morning. So again, as I've been mentioning all morning long, I would not be surprised if you got a new flood advisory from Llano to Kingsland to right here at Storm TV Studios just south of Marble Falls. Would not be surprised if we got a new flood advisory. And that's how it goes. Every time they issue a flood advisory, it goes from Llano, goes from Kingsland, and it ends right here. So again, we'll see if they issue that alert here very, very soon. Of course, if you guys have any questions, comments, or anything like that, feel free to deliver that in the chat. Want to say hi, feel free to do so. If you guys have a location you want me to get a closer look at in the area, feel free to let me know where you want to see. And it doesn't have to be specifically in this region. It could be like anywhere across the Lone Star State, but particularly the stream is favored here in Central Texas. But, of course, I am in a helpful need today, so if you want me to look at any other location here in the Lone Star State, I am more than happy to. But anyways, again, flooding rains still continue this morning across South Central Texas. I appreciate everybody for the support on this live stream this morning. A lot of y'all have been tuning in, especially since the overnight. We've gained nearly 2,000 views on the stream tonight. That is incredible. So thank you everybody for tuning in, and we've gained nearly 40 subscribers tonight, so that's wonderful as well, and over 100 likes on the stream. So appreciate everybody for the supports in the last 9 hours and a half of streaming and no sleep. Again, I'm trying my best to hold on longer to provide details and information to y'all. And again, the events of the rain that we're seeing now is only going to continue to get worse. So I kind of stayed up all night for kind of a good reason and not a good reason. The worst of the events happening now and will continue to happen. So the conditions are just getting worse is exactly what's happening. So kind of just, yeah. But it's alright. It was worth it. We got Levotropics that chat. Hello there. But yeah, guys, this is where we got storms. So again, new update. Llano River has just entered minor flood stages now. So some runoff may start to occur. So we're watching it closely. But again, we're keeping eyes on a discussion of a new flood advisory for Llano through Marble Falls to Llano, Kingsland through Marble Falls here between 7:30 to 8:45 this morning. Again, that's the open window of a new flood advisory. We're following some developing information this morning. A flash flood warning in effect for the city of Burnett to Georgetown. It's because the San Gabriel River has overflown portions of 29 is underwater. Wait, is it 29? 29 is underwater. Is it? What road is underwater? We have reports of Farm to Market Road 963 and County Road 201 are underwater right now because of heavy rainfalls this morning. In Lampasas County, we've seen some tremendous amounts of rain, and unfortunately, we've got another wave of rain coming your guys' way in Lampasas County. And again, we do not need any more rain. San Saba County got some pretty good storms right now, as well as towards Richland Springs, towards Brady, some good rain. Mason, some pretty good storms. Llano, some good rain. Fredericksburg, and in areas out towards near Junction, we got some pretty good storms out there this morning. Kerr County, we're watching things closely for y'all right now as these storms get closer and closer to the Kerrville area, unfortunately. Yes, it's looking a lot more likely now that we will be experiencing some thunderstorms this morning in the Kerrville area. So, right now, all the thunderstorms are just northwest of Kerrville, right over here. Here's Ingram, here's Hunt, Texas. All the activity is just to the northwest, but this is sliding to the southeast. So all these storms that we're seeing right now are coming towards the Kerrville area. And we already have a flood warning for the Guadalupe River to go up to 14 feet. But there's a possibility if this heavy band of rain comes right over towards Kerrville, which does appear pretty likely now at this time being, as this continues to get closer and closer. This is bringing the risk and the threat of the Guadalupe River to actually increase more. So for the feet of water to increase more, and could do some potential impacts to portions of areas like some camps just near Kerrville to Ingram to Hunts. So again, we're watching things very, very closely as things are progressing this morning for this area. But again, that's the latest there coming in from Kerr County this morning. We are continuing to watch everything for y'all right now.
The National Weather Service in San Angelo has issued a flash flood warning for southern Kimball County in west central Texas, southern Mason County in west central Texas, until 10:30 a.m. Central Daylight Time. At 7:25 a.m. Central Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 1 and 2 inches of rain have fallen. The expected rainfall rate is 1 to 2 inches in 1 hour. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 2 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard: life-threatening flash flooding. Thunderstorms producing flash flooding. Source: radar. Impact: life-threatening flash flooding of creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Junction, Segovia, South Lana River State Park, Hilda, Hedwigs Hill, Telegraph, Loyola Valley, and US-87 near the Mason-Gillespie County line. This includes Interstate 10 between mile markers 458 and 476. Turn around, don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most of flood deaths occur in vehicles. Be aware of your surroundings and do not drive on flooded roads. In hilly terrain, there are hundreds of low water crossings which are potentially dangerous in heavy rain. Do not attempt to cross flooded roads. Find an alternate route. Your local forecast. Flood watch remains in effect through Sunday evening. Today, mostly cloudy with a chance of thunderstorms.
So, new update. We got a new flash flood warning, as I accurately predicted for Mason County. I predicted this like maybe an hour ago, saying how a new flash flood warning could be issued for southeastern sections of Mason County, and I was right. So now the entire county just about is now under a flash flood warning for the county of Mason. Then a new flood advisory got issued for portions of northwestern Kerr County now. That is obviously not good, as we're watching some flooding concerns potentially starting to get closer and closer to the Guadalupe River area. Again, between 1 to 2 inches of rain has fallen, but we may get a potential amount of rain upwards of 3 inches possibly here in the next little bit. So again, something we'll keep our eyes on for areas towards Kerrville, Ingram, and in the Hunt area. Alright, good job. No one would blame you, even if you keep the stream going and go touch some grass. I gotta do a few things, but I'll keep you on the back. Okay, thank you very much. Let's see here. Yeah, that makes very sense. Thank you for that word of advice there. That's very understandable, but thank you there for that as well. I loaded up my weather app, and I can't tell if it's storms is moving. Yeah, storms are moving in a southeast turn, but they're very slowly moving. They're going like this. They're taking their time. Yeah, things are really starting to slow down. Yeah, like literally things are starting to slow down tremendously. Things were kind of increasing in speed a little bit, but now things are really starting to slow back down. It's like hitting the brakes, kind of. So it's very interesting how it's just really starting to slow down. So something we're gonna have to watch. But I think we can probably get this to move a little bit more to the east, at least 1 or 2 more times, and then maybe it might just pause out. I don't know. Although from what I'm seeing, storms that hit Lino at 5 a.m. they look like they turn into. Oh my gosh! So yeah, that's pretty bad over there. If that place is already looking like a lake. things slowing down isn't necessarily a good thing. No, it's not. As things start to slow down, we already have a very saturated ground. We already have flash flood warnings. We're just adding more rain, and it's just falling on top of a wet, squishy, soily ground. Just like a sponge. It's just running off. That's exactly what the water's doing right now. Yep, flood advisory for Kirk County until 10:30 this morning. Exactly right here, just outside of our viewing area, outside of Gillespie County. So, again, we're watching things very, very closely as these storms get closer and closer to the heart of Kirk County. But yeah, this is weather alerts that we are tracking and we are monitoring for you guys this morning here on the Storm TV Network YouTube channel. I appreciate everybody that's been tuning in, and everybody to anyone that's new. I appreciate you tuning in this morning. You're joining me kind of at the worst time where I'm not like fully awake or I'm in super smart mode. It's because I've been up all night long for more than 9 hours and a half, all night long. So I apologize if I'm mumbly or anything, and that's going to be to anybody that's watching tonight or this morning. So my apologies. All right, we got some storms out there across Blanco County. Look at that, some pretty good storms over the city of Blanco right now. Some pretty good downpours right now. Got some pretty good showers out there northwest of Dripping Springs. Out in Travis County, some isolated showers just on the west side of Austin. And then in Round Rock, a few blips of storms out there this morning. And then in western Wilco, as of right now, no showers for the time being. However, some pretty good downpours underway right now in Llano County. Some moderate showers now in Llano, points south, and some pretty good showers right now just near the Fredericksburg area. So again, that's the latest with what the radar is showing this morning. So far here at 7:33. Let's take a live look outside here in Bee Cave, Texas. This is going to be in southwestern Travis County, where it is overcast out there and things are stormy in the far distance. But again, that's what things are looking like out there right now. Hasn't rained there just yet. Here's a live look at Santa Rita Ranch out in Liberty Hill, Texas. And you can see it's also looking stormy out there. And it's cloudy. Very cloudy. But that's about it. It looks like it's might have rained there too. We see some rain droplets on the leg of the camera, I assume. So, yeah, that's what things are looking like right now. But yeah, hey guys, there's me, David here. Currently in Austin, it is sitting at 78 degrees right now in Austin, Texas, with winds at 6 miles per hour, gusting up to 12. So that's the latest with the actual temperature in Austin with our weather sensor there. So again, the radar showing an active scene this morning with flash flood warnings and tons of thunderstorms out there here at 7:35, and the continued coverage still does continue. Okay, thank you very much for that. The soils in Guadalupe River watershed are very conducive to flooding. They get wet and then seal up like raining on a giant rock. Well, that is not a good situation, and that's actually some good information to know. Thank you for passing that over. So, again, with that flood advisory underway in Kirk County, we got water coming into the Guadalupe River right now as we're speaking, and it's potentially starting to increase the Guadalupe River size-wise, or how much feet of water we have in it right now. So again, we're watching trends very, very closely. In Mason County, there seems like about 2 inches of rain have fallen across the county, but isolated areas have gotten up to 4 inches over the last day. That's crazy. Yeah, the last day so far, just nearly 4 inches of rain. That's pretty much the same story for Llano County, too. And sections of San Saba and Lampasas counties. So the entire county of Mason under storms right now. But one thing we're tracking, and look at this. This area right here has re-fired up. We got some red that's popping up. So it looks like these storms are going to be doing that thing where they pulse up and they pulse down. That means they're pretty strong at one point, producing some very heavy rain, and then they start to weaken just a little bit and produce lesser rain, but they're still creating some impacts. So I think that's what they're going to be doing for pretty much the rest of tonight across the hill country, or across tonight, for the rest of today, especially here in South Central Texas. So again, lots we're watching, lots we're monitoring, and we'll continue to provide updates and inform y'all with everything that we are seeing. A reminder, we have a level 3 out of 4 moderate risk of flooding this morning in effect for the Texas Hill Country for sections of Burnett, Blanco, Llano, Mason, Kendall counties. So some pretty heavy rain could be possible, and actually it's already happening for a good chunk of the area this morning. And as we go ahead and take a look at our severe weather risk for today, the Storm Prediction Center has actually outlined sections of the Hill Country and a good chunk of the Austin-San Antonio Metro and areas east of I-35 in a level 1 out of 5 marginal risk for strong to low-grade severe storms. Let's see. Storms are still developing out towards Big Lake. That's crazy. Again, from Llano to Big Lake, that is nearly 200 miles away from where these rains and storms are at. So these storms are rather far. In Burnett area, one station or two measured up to 4 inches of rain. That is wild. All right, across Kerr County, we're starting to see some shower activity starting to bloom right now. We got the widely scattered activity starting to blossom ahead of the main core of storms. Eventually, these will meet together. And here we go with some more heavy rain for Hunt and areas towards Ingram. But again, this is the zonal area that we're watching very, very closely this morning as things continue to develop. That's significant, definitely indeed. Again, here where I'm broadcasting from in Burnett County, we've seen some significant rainfalls this morning, 2 to 4 inches of rain, and also in Llano County, Lampasas County, San Saba County. We had a flash flood emergency this morning for San Saba County, but that alert has since been expired, thankfully. But still, we have some ongoing concerning alerts happening across portions of South Central Texas here. As about 7:50 this morning, or not 7:50 this morning, as we are approaching 7:40 this morning, the latest with everything that we are tracking right now. But yeah, there's a whole lot that is happening. And of course, if you guys have any questions, comments, or anything like that, feel free to comment below in the chat. If you guys want to say hi, feel free to do so. And yeah. If you guys have any pictures or videos or anything what's happening in your neck of the woods, feel free to tag me on X at davidalfwx. So we can see what's happening in your area. Speaking of this, here is the latest X feed here, and you can see that we have all the notifications set up right there. So if you post or tag me on anything on Twitter, it will pop up right on stream and right there on the air. But yeah, I have been up for about 24 hours now. I've gotten 0 hours of sleep, so I'm really exhausted right now. It's actually really impacting me right now. I did not realize it would hit me this hard. But I'm trying my best to hold on longer as I can. Alright, I got some people that I know that are in Kerr County right now. They're actually in Hunt, Texas. I'm getting some word. He's a volunteer, and I'm getting some word that they are on standby mode right now. So that means that they're on standby mode to help to, I guess, see if any more people get caught in floodwaters, I guess. I don't know. So again, we're going to continue to follow up on that as I'm getting information from Hunt, Texas. So again, the people that are volunteering, they're on standby mode to help. So I guess they're just waiting to help out as the flood events is now just starting to intensify, or really start to grow, I guess you could say. Let's see. Let's see. Any updates on the LCRA or anything like that? Let's see. Storm Prediction Center updated their severe weather risk for today. So far, no changes. LCRA has so far posted nothing about anything this morning. So of course we're watching that. National Weather Service in the Austin, San Antonio area has so far posted about nothing just yet. So again, we are watching all of this for you this morning as things are unfolding across South Central Texas. Let's see if we have any other updates on this social platform. Doesn't look like it. Man. So yeah, my apologies guys with me like losing steam of energy or not talking. It's because I've been up all night long and I'm starting to lose, like, I won't say focus, I'm just starting to lose my sense of talking because I've been talking nonstop. So my apologies, everybody. Let's see here. We got a new flash flood warning, looks like, that just got issued for Lake Buchanan.
The National Weather Service in Austin, San Antonio has issued a flash flood warning for northwestern Gillespie County, western Llano County, until 10:45 a.m. Central Daylight Time. At 7:42 a.m. Central Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 1 and 3 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 3 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard: life-threatening flash flooding. Thunderstorms producing flash flooding. Source: radar. Impact: life-threatening flash flooding of creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Llano, Keystone, Prairie Mountain, Cherry Spring, Field Creek, and Doss. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most of flood deaths occur in vehicles. Be aware of your surroundings and do not drive on flooded roads. The Llano NOAA Weather Radio Roundup. At 7 a.m. a report from Llano was not available. At Burnett, it was mostly cloudy. The temperature was 70, and the dew point 69. Relative humidity was 97%.
Alright, if y'all remember like 45 minutes ago, I said I would not be surprised if a flood advisory would get upgraded to a flash flood warning for northwestern Gillespie and portions of the city of Llano and areas west. And how I was like optimistic how they issued a flood advisory instead of a flash flood warning. 45 minutes later, they finally issued it as a flash flood warning. So, yeah. Guys, tonight, I have been right about every single alert tonight that I can remember of right now. Every alert I've been right so far. Yeah. Alright, my apologies. I've been up all night, and my brain is just like running so slow right now, and I'm like moving so slow. Alright, speed back up. Alright, there we go. Storms right now across the area. Look at the storms starting to get going. Almost the entire county of Llano County. Seeing some thunderstorms right now. Storms really starting to get going in Blanco County now. So Blanco County, welcome to the club. Seeing some showers right now. I'm talking like northwestern Blanco County though. Areas towards like Fredericksburg, we got some storms. Storms are really starting to initiate right now across more of Gillespie County right now. So again, this is the latest with everything that we're tracking and monitoring right now. You're spot on, doing good. Thank you very much. I'm trying my best. But again, Storm still continuing right now across the hill country. Again, this is the bulk of the activity, but one thing I do want to talk about is areas towards Kerr County. I am in contact with one of my friends that is in Hunt, Texas right now. They're currently on standby mode right now to do help and recovery in case of any new people that do get impacted by the Guadalupe River to potentially to overflow itself even more. But again, they're somewhere, they don't have a specific location in Hunt, Texas, but all I know is they're in Hunt, Texas on standby mode. They're waiting to come out and help in case of anything unfortunately bad happens, and they do have dogs also on standby mode. So that's wonderful news that I have been receiving this morning. Literally just one-on-one messages with me and one of my friends. So again, fantastic information that I have been able to get from Kerr County out in Hunt, Texas. So again, all the people are on standby mode as of now. Nobody should be looking for people right now. I know that's probably something we don't want to hear, but the river itself is expected to overflow itself here soon potentially, and we got some flooding rains off towards the distance. So it's unfortunately, we're gonna have to, if there's not people away right now from the river, it's time to get people away from the river. I would think at least another 5 or 10 minutes until things start to really go downhill for the Kerrville area and areas towards the west. So please, areas west of Kerrville and nearby, we got some crazy storms coming your guys' way. So of course we'll watch this closely. We're getting a flood warning is underway right now for Ingram and Hunt, Texas. We're monitoring the trends very, very closely. That's not our only river here in central Texas that's under a flood alert. We have the Lampasas River in northeastern Burnett County under a flood alert. And then we have a flash flood warning underway for San Gabriel River that goes through areas near Burnett into Williamson County. And that exact flash flood warning is because of the San Gabriel River on top of roads, on top of highways right now across here in Burnett County and portions of western Wilco. So again, that's something that we're watching very, very closely. Question is okay, so we have a flash flood warning for portions of Gillespie County, central and western Llano County, northern and northeastern Llano County. Question is if we continue to see some heavier rain right in this corridor, maybe a new flash flood warning for maybe all of Llano County, maybe even northern Gillespie and northwestern Blanco counties here in a little bit. We'll see if that activity potentially could see. We'll see how that goes. Check out how much rain is behind that main strong part too. It's not going over as soon as the most intense rain moves away. It'll keep raining. Which part? What storm? We'll do the big picture. Let's see. Okay, it doesn't show much, but it's showing crazy rainfall amounts up there in Llano and Burnett and Lampasas and San Saba counties. But once again, guys, that is the latest with everything that's on the radar right now, as the radar is quite active this morning as we have showers and thunderstorms creating flooding concerns across the area. So again, we'll go ahead and go over this one more time, or maybe a few more times, but in this update here, we have a flash flood warning for portions of western Wilco and Williamson County, the city of Burnett, areas northeast of Burnett under a flash flood warning, Llano County under a flash flood warning, Gillespie County under a flash flood warning, and Mason County here in central Texas also under a flash flood warning. But then we have a flood warning in effect for Kerr County. Then we're going to be getting a flood advisory or a flood warning issue for the Llano River to Marble Falls here in the next hour or two. This is information coming in from the weather chat in Slack. So they are in discussion of issuing a new flood advisory or flood warning. So we're keeping eyes on that, as that alert is about to get issued here soon. It's towards Brady and Eden. Oh, yeah, that's way outside of our viewing area. But yeah, areas just north of Brady, they've seen so much rain in the last 24 to 48 hours. It's impressive with all the rainfall they have seen over there, guys. Just to point that out, just in a big picture perspective, so much rain's happened just north of Brady. It's just been absolutely insane. over the last several hours. All right, quickly on a pause of weather. Has anybody seen the new Superman movie? I'm curious. I'm going to the theaters later this afternoon to go check it out. I'll probably be sleeping the entire time while watching the movie because I've gotten 0 hours of sleep and it's almost 8 in the morning. So let me know. Is the movie good if y'all have seen it? If you have not seen it and if you think it looks good, let me know. That will probably increase the hype of me wanting to go. But anyways, y'all let me know what y'all think about the movie. Just add something that's not intense as this off your mind or on your mind. This puts another thought in your mind, hopefully. But yeah. Do only train spotters and meteorologists have access to Slack chat? It kind of just varies on exactly how that works, I guess. I know some people with, if you work with emergency management, you also get access to Slack. If you're a ham radio operator, I'm pretty sure you get access to Slack. If you do like media type stuff, you get access to Slack, and obviously I do media stuff, so we'll offer that. But yes. All right, they just did an update to a flash flood warning here in Burnett County, so I think the radio might go off. Let's see. Well, I guess they're not going to do an update. I don't know. Interesting. Yeah, I just got a notification saying they did an update to the flash flood warning, but nothing's going off, nothing's blinking, so I don't know what happened. Let's take a look at some cameras across the area. Here's a still image shot of Marble Falls, Texas. Look at that anomalous sky. Oh my gosh, there's that little wall cloud. Or not wall cloud, it's the shelf cloud off in the distance. I so badly want to go outside and check that shelf cloud out in person. You know what? Once it hits 8 o'clock, that's going to be my break. My first break I'm taking. And I'm going to be outside for like 5 minutes probably. And just enjoying the nice, cool 60-degree weather in the month of July. It's the middle of July, just about, and it's 69 degrees in July at 7 in the morning. Typically, it's like 83 degrees right now. So, it's nice. I'm soaking the 69 degrees up as best as I can as a shelf cloud comes into my direction. By the way, you see that shelf cloud? If you look in the distance, there's a rain shadow effect as well. So, clear indication of a storm in the distance on this camera shots over here in Marble Falls, Texas. That latest image scan came out 1 minute ago. Here's a new scan that just came out now, so of course watching that. The camera has been repositioned to the Lake Marble Falls area. You can see how nasty the lake looks, but fortunately we're going to be adding some more water to Lake LBJ here in just a few hours, or really in just a few minutes, but soon, much more soon. All right, here's a little behind the scenes on this camera here. This is going to be a Lake Travis camera from EarthCam. Y'all can actually check out this camera yourself today. So we're going to go ahead and make this full screen if it wants to work. There we go. So let's see what things look like out there in Lake Travis this morning. Pretty boring. Black camera. I love it. Is it actually a black camera? Is the camera down? There's no way. Oh, a lovely ad. Alright. Emergency alert came in at 7:53 in the morning. High probability of the Guadalupe River reaching flood stage today. That is not good at all. At Hunt's. I have people in Hunt, Texas that I know. We do got some developing information. The Llano River has now increased nearly 15 feet in just, which has now entered moderate flood stage. So now we're at the criteria of a brand new flood warning to be issued for Llano County and portions of Burnett County. So we're supposed to get a new flood advisory here very soon, just to let you know. So again, Llano River has now gone up 15 feet now. So we're likely seeing potential flooding at the Llano River area. Probably in downtown too. Yep, that's what they did. Just when you thought they gone through enough, prayers for Hunt. Yes, and as I've been mentioning for the past 9 hours and a half, almost 10 hours, one of my friends are in Hunt, Texas right now. He is volunteering, and he is on standby mode with tons of other people. So they're on standby mode, waiting, I guess, to get called, I guess. But he's got a dog, and he can sniff for anything, I guess. Sniff people, and that's why he's over there. And he's on standby mode. So I wish him the best of luck, and I wish everyone the best of luck. I just hope everybody is away from the Guadalupe River. I really hope everyone's away from any type of river. I just give them the heads up about what they're forecasting. So we're gonna get some more updates from him probably in a little bit, hopefully. But again, Guadalupe River, it's gonna increase. We got some information in the chat saying that it may reach flood stage, which I wouldn't surprise me if that were to occur. But again, the Llano River here in Central Texas, in Llano County, the river itself has gone up 15 feet today, so we're at moderate flood stage now, which means typically a flood advisory or a flood warning gets issued for Llano County and the city, and that alert goes to Kingsland, and it goes to Marble Falls. I think they'll probably issue it when they when they actually decide to release water. That's probably when they'll issue it, but we will see how things go here in a little bit. And speaking of Marble Falls, here's a still image shot of what things looking like right now. Look at that shelf cloud in the distance. I bet you if I was outside right now, I would be getting amazing shots. But look at me inside with true dedication, covering the storms, and giving you guys the latest information. Yep, I try my best to provide you all details. But just imagine if outside right now, just imagine the pictures I'd be getting. Holy. I may go outside in a few minutes. We'll see. But anyways, that is Marble Falls, Texas here, just to my north. This camera is by the Chili's here in Marble Falls. That's exactly where this camera is at. I live about 8 miles south of where this camera is at. So just to put it in a painter perspective. Here's a live look in Santa Rita Ranch, where it's also looking kind of stormy out in the distance, gray looking on this Sunday evening, and that's how things are looking like right now. Here's a live look in Bee Cave, Texas. This is going to be in Travis County, and you can see that things are looking overcast as well. Actually, it's not rained there today in Bee Cave, Texas, but rain chances will start to increase here much more than what they are right now. But yeah, there you go. There's a still image shot at Marble Falls of the shelf clouds starting to push in from the west. And if we go back to the radar here in Marble Falls, you can see on Doppler just where we're at Storm TV Studios, just to the west. That's where that shelf cloud is at, getting closer and closer to where I'm broadcasting at. So as y'all know, I'm getting a lot more excited for this shelf cloud to get closer and closer to my area. Again, there's a possibility, this always happens, my power may go out potentially, or my Wi-Fi may go out. If that does happen, I will not go live again. But if we were to get a flash flood emergency, that would be my only way to return back to streaming if my power went out or anything like that. So just for your information, in case anything like that happens. The U.S. government should watch this. The LCRA has announced, breaking news. The LCRA has announced that they will be opening a floodgate at both Ritz and Starkey Dams this morning to pass floodwaters moving into Lake LBJ from the Llano River down to Lake Travis. So y'all are just hearing that here exclusively on the Storm TV Network channel. The Starkey Dam and the Ritz Dam are going to be open for floodwaters to move through. So here in just a little bit, probably at 8:05 probably, they're going to open the flood dams here in Llano County, and they're going to let the water release. And eventually, they're going to issue a flood advisory or a flood warning to be issued from Llano to Marble Falls. And we actually have, and this is you see that little area where there's water? That's exactly where that water will be coming from. This is the Colorado River. Llano River will meet the Colorado River, and this is Lake Marble Falls. So again, that's the latest with everything that we're watching. And there we go, a brand new flash flood warning until 8:15. They just did an update to the flash flood warning.
The National Weather Service in Austin, San Antonio has extended the flash flood warning for western Burnett County, northeastern Llano County, until 10:15 a.m. Central Daylight Time. At 8:01 a.m. Central Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 1 and 5 inches of rain have
1
fallen.
to 5 inches of rain.
The expected rainfall rate is 2 to 4 inches in 1 hour. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 3 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard: life-threatening flash flooding. Thunderstorms producing flash flooding. Source: radar. Impact: life-threatening flash flooding of creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Llano, Buchanan Dam, Buchanan Lake Village, Lone Grove, Baby Head, Stills, Bluffton, Toe, and Valley Spring. Turn around. Don't travel when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Be aware of your surroundings and do not drive on flooded roads. Flooding is occurring or is imminent. It is important to know where you are relative to streams, rivers, or creeks which can become killers in heavy rains. Campers and hikers should avoid streams or creeks.
So breaking news right now, they have extended the flash flood warning until 10:15 now for 1 to 5 inches of rain in northern and northeastern Llano County. This is where I used to live at. Where was this kind of flooding where I used to live at? I'm joking, potentially. But anyways, again, flooding underway in Llano County right now. And by the way, as we were telling you all about just a few minutes ago, the Starts and Starkey dams that are holding up the Llano River, they're going to open the dams. Both dams will open for flood waters to release, and that eventually will make a way to Marble Falls, and eventually we'll go through Lake Travis. So again, we're going to get a new flood alert here very soon for Llano to Marble Falls here in the next couple of minutes from now, or very soon, we'll see. But again, they've just updated the flash flood warning to 1 to 5 inches of rain for Buchanan Lake Village, to Llano, to Babyhead Creek. So again, we are watching this alert very, very closely here. Do you have any timing of the Austin area? I mean, this is kind of hard to predict here. I mean, almost every single model said rain would happen by, they're saying, every model was saying rain by 3 a.m. for everybody. Here we got 8 in the morning, and it's barely just starting to rain here where I live at. So it's kind of a harder situation here. But if storms can continue to develop, like isolated storms continue to develop ahead of this area's storms, this could come closer and closer to the I-35 corridor. But as of now, I'm thinking around 9:30, 10, 10:30, maybe 11 o'clock is when storms could make a run to the Austin area. But we'll see how things go here throughout the next little bit. All right, we got some storms near where I live at. I'm going to take a quick 3 to 4 minute pause of talking to y'all. It may be even shorter than that potentially. I'm going to go outside. I'm going to see if I can see the shelf cloud myself. I want drops of rain to hit me in the face because that needs to wake me up. I've been up all night long, so I need something to wake me up, and I need a good storm to drench on me. So I'll see y'all here in just a moment with more. So give me just a second so I enjoy this nice downpour real quick. Before I do, let's take a look at Marble Falls still camera shots, and it is showing, oh, I better get outside now is what it says. So anyways, that's what I got for now. I'm going to record a video outside too is what I'm going to do. So anyways, I will see y'all here in just a few minutes. Again, I'm going to be gone for like 4 to 5 minutes, so not too bad, but I'll see you guys here on the other side. This is my first break after nearly 4 to 7 hours, which is insane. All right, I'll see you guys here in just a little bit.
covering a storm while it's happening, devastating many, impacting lives. David Alford, Chief Forecaster for Storm TV Network, is here for you ahead of the storm and during the storm for more than 4 years.
Weather in Central Texas can be unexpected times. For your trusted local weather updates so you can get your daily forecast updates and storm weather coverage from a trusted team you can trust, stay ahead of the storm with Storm Austin. Storm Austin, Austin's trusted local weather.
From the Storm Austin and San Antonio weather team, this is a special weather alert.
Yeah, special weather alerts in a glitchy fashion there, but hey, we're on the air. I got some updates. I caught my first ever shelf cloud on picture. It's not the best shelf cloud I've ever caught in, but it was something. So let me see if I can show y'all what exactly I was looking at. Look at this. This is one of the coolest things I've caught in. Well, you can see it right there. See how it's like thin right there? That's what I caught. Very cool cloud in the distance. Hey, y'all want to know how good I'm at predicting at future weather alerts? It worked. I told y'all that a new flood alert would get issued for where I lived at and the Llano River. I've been talking about this for like 3 hours now. And
From the Storm Austin and San Antonio weather team, this is a special weather alert.
I did not mean to click. I did not mean to click that. But as I was saying, I was correct about the flood alert. I was expecting the Llano River to flood over, and my prediction was accurate, very accurate, unfortunately. But it expires in 2 days. Oh wow. I did not sign up for that part. But we have a flood warning for where I live at now. It's expected to go up to 16 feet. Wait, 16 feet? Goodness. 1 second. I need to post this shelf cloud that I caught. And then we can return back to scheduled programming with me trying my best to entertain y'all. I know I'm not super entertaining, but again, I've gotten 0 hours of sleep. And I'm going to post it on Twitter so y'all can check it out yourself if you want. Alright. Let's tag some meteorologists, right? Fox Weather, sure, we'll add you to it. The Weather Channel, okay. Let's add, what? Local people? Bet. Alright. Who else do I add? Weather Nation? Yeah. Alright. Sorry about that. Posting an important picture / video of a shelf cloud here where I live at. But yeah, man, I am the leader for real of guessing when flood alerts will be issued. Today is my day for that. Anyways, it's heavy sprinkles right now where I live at. So I love how it's starting raining right now at my house, and it's raining at the same time in Kerrville. Anyways, I hope everybody's safe. I hope everybody is taking precautions if necessary. Please stay safe, everybody. But again, that's what's happening right now in these areas. Okay, music is so dramatic, I know. Hey Nicholas, or hi Nick. Intermission indeed, but we are back. See, I told you guys it wouldn't take too long. I wanted to be outside forever, but I'm sure y'all missed me. I'm kidding. Okay, let's go to Marble Falls, still camera. Okay, yeah, there we go. I told you I was raining at my house. Look at that, it's raining. On your left side, you just screen by 6 miles. That's where I live. There y'all go. And of course, you see Storm TV Studios on your map right there. That tells you exactly where I'm living at. Alright, y'all want to see this cool cloud that I got? Before we check this out real quick. There we go. Now look at this, guys. Oh, dang it. Come on. Come on. One second, I need to refresh Twitter. I want to show you my video. It's a cool video. It's like these storms are building east somewhere. Yep, okay, that's a good sign for rain to get closer and closer to the Austin area. Okay, please tell me I can scroll. It's not letting me scroll. Why? Why can I not scroll? It's not letting me scroll, guys. Yeah, you're all okay. Yeah, you're all listening. I'm sorry, it's not letting me scroll down. Don't know why it's not letting me scroll down. All I want to do is show you guys a picture of my shelf cloud that I got. Are you telling me I was in the rain? Those light sprinkles for nothing? Come on. I can't even scroll down. Okay. Fine, Twitter. Be like that. Let's try this. There we go. Haha. I beat you, Twitter. Alright, look at this, guys. Look what I caught. A cloud. Yippee. Alright. Yeah, there it is. You can kind of see the shelfiness in the sky. See how it's like thin and gray in the background? Yeah, that's the cloud. But, yep, that's a little shelf cloud I got. Here's a little video of it. It was amazing. And I'm sweating even more than I was before because it's so humid outside. But, yeah. Let's take a look at temperatures right now across central Texas. We are sitting into the 60s in Mason counties and the 70s in Burnett and Fredericksburg. So it's really 70s everywhere across central Texas. Across the state, we are sitting into the 60s for a good chunk of the state of Texas. But there's also some 70s and 80s out there this morning. Here's the camera here at my house, just outside of my house. It looks like that little beach over there is flooding again. So if y'all remember, last weekend, after they let the water release and flood over into my lake, Marble Falls, since it did that, now the little beach here keeps flooding. Now it's the second time. This is like the fourth time in a row it's done this. So that little beach is now flooding over again. So that's nice. Here's a look at Bee Cave, Texas. Let's see what things are looking like right now. It's overcast, still not raining right now in Travis County. Here's a look at Santa Rita Ranch in far western Williamson County. And things are looking overcast right now. One second. What cloud is that over there? Oh well. Can we get my mobile device to work? I don't know. And I fixed the audio. I was apparently on mute the entire time, so y'all didn't hear a single thing I said. So that's wonderful. And I've been back for like more than 10 minutes. Guys, I've been up all night long. Oh my goodness. I've been up all night long. Alright, let's redo every single thing that I just said. Oh my gosh. Hello everybody. David Alford here. Welcome back to a new stream. Or second half of our stream here. It is 79 degrees in Austin right now. Here's my Twitter feed. Look how beautiful it is. I know. Let's go to davidalfwx on Twitter. Take a look at this. Look at this beautiful shelf cloud that I caught in the distance. Yep. There it is. Nice shelf cloud. Wazah. And then I was showing you guys, and I was telling y'all about how accurately I am with forecasting the radar and how good I am at forecasting weather alerts, and telling y'all how I was super accurate about how the Llano River would flood. And I've been mentioning that for the last 5 hours now, and my prediction has been correct. And me literally pinpointing exactly where the flood alert would happen at, 100% correct. Me predicting pretty much every alert you see on your screen right now before the alert was issued, I predicted. So almost everything you see, I predicted. Now the storms I predicted, but not how exactly pinpoint looks like right now. But anyways, almost everything tonight and this morning, I got things taken care of. So anyways, as of now, this is the latest on our radar. This is the latest with what we're tracking. I apologize for the mic not working, but now it works. But again, storms are still continuing across south central Texas. Widespread downpours, producing heavy rain, lightning, thunder. It's raining here in Marble Falls at the studios here. As we go ahead and take a look at our still image shots here in Marble Falls, Texas, y'all can actually see the rain in the distance. And since they have released water from the Llano River, since that's occurring, everybody, you can see that little beach here in Marble Falls is now underwater because of what they're doing with releasing the water from lake. Because of the Llano River. What about to be flooded in the Babyhead area? The heavier core of the storms is just your southeast to where I used to live at in the Tao area. Y'all, those areas are getting impacted right now. Right now it's light to moderate showers, and that should continue for probably the majority of the morning, but the heavier downpours as of right now are staying to your southeast in the Babyhead area. However, some heavier storms right now coming through where I live at here in Marble Falls. I have rain that's coming down right now. You know what the funny thing is there's sprinklers that are going off right now outside that last like 30 minutes, and it's raining. Okay. I wonder why it's so saturated here. I wonder why it floods so easily here. Anyways, there we go. Storms continue in Blanco County, almost pretty much the entire county, Gillespie just about, Llano County, Mason County, some storms. Across Kerr County, as of now, nothing significant for now for flooding concerns. Looks like the worst of the storms have actually barely grazed areas east of Kerrville. Like, this is like significant heavy rain just about. So thankfully that's missed Kerrville just about, but y'all are getting some pretty decent downpours in the Kerrville area and areas to the west. But moderate to heavy showers will still continue for the next couple of hours. All right, finally, we got somebody in the comments saying, give me a review on the Superman movie. Superman review, 18-year-old grandson, gave it a 4 out of 5. All right, thank you very much. I'm going to, if y'all didn't know, after this coverage here, around 3 o'clock this afternoon, I'm headed to going upstream to Marble Falls later. I'm going to be watching the Marble Falls. I'm going to be watching the Superman movie this afternoon with my friend, and we're going to enjoy the movie. But I'll probably be asleep the entire time because I've gotten 0 hours of sleep tonight, so I'm exhausted. But I am trying my best to continue to provide you guys information with everything on the radar. You are what legends are made of. Well, thank you very much. The bar ditches are like rivers alone 60 miles north of Lanao. So you're saying the bar ditches are like rivers. Okay, good to know. So, I mean, we've seen rain in Lanao County, about 1 to 5 inches of rain. I mean, that's pretty heavy.
Weather service in Austin, San Antonio has issued a flash flood warning for southwestern Gillespie County, Kerr County, until 11:30 a.m. Central Daylight Time. At 8:26 a.m. Central Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Up to 2 inches of rain have fallen. The expected rainfall rate is 1 to 2 inches in 1 hour. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard, life-threatening flash flooding. Thunderstorms producing flash flooding. Source, radar. Impact, life-threatening flash flooding of creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Kerrville, Comfort, Ingram, Hunt, Mountain Home, Waltonia, Kerr Wildlife Management Area, Harper, Kerrville Shriner Park, and Cypress Creek. Turn around, don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Be aware of your surroundings and do not drive on flooded roads. In hilly terrain, there are hundreds of low water crossings which are potentially dangerous in heavy rain. Do not attempt to cross flooded roads. Find an alternate route. Your local forecast. Flood watch remains in effect through Sunday evening. Today, mostly cloudy with a chance of thunderstorms. Showers light.
Alright. So now we have entered the secondary of my outfits. The nice polo shirts. I'm sweating like crazy in here, and this is going to make me sweat even more. But if I want to run a professional stream, we got to be professional. Alright. Good afternoon, or good morning, everybody. We are dealing with a brand new flash flood warning that is in effect right now for Kerr County here in Central Texas. This is breaking news as we are coming onto the air this morning. Again, this is not the news that we want to hear. Let's hope the volunteers get away from the river now. Exactly, as y'all are saying in the chat. I am in contact with one of my friends that are in Hunt in the flash flood warning here in Kerr County, and he told me that they are away from the river. They are on standby mode to be on air to help out in case if anybody else gets impacted or gets swept away or anything like that. But after the floods, after the heavy rain occurs, he'll be helping out people here in a little bit. Very smart. Yeah, thank you. I realize since we're kind of now entering a new stage here of now I'm going to be honest here, the entire coverage tonight, or this entire coverage this morning here, is kind of took a different route. So no matter the sweat and overheatness I get, here we go. All right, so once again, guys, we have a flash flood warning that's underway right now for areas in Kerr County right now. It does include the city of Kerrville, so downtown Kerrville under the flash flood warning. Areas towards Ingram and areas towards Hunt under this flash flood warning. Even portions of Gillespie County, even towards Harper and western Gillespie County and southwestern Gillespie counties under a flash flood warning. Again, between 1 to 2 inches of rain has fallen in the warned area, and this will likely do some impacts to the Guadalupe River here in the next couple of minutes to the next hour. We got some very heavy rain about to, actually probably very likely right now, very heavy rain falling right now in town right now in Kerrville, but just west of there, moderate to heavy showers right now, just west of Ingram, just west of Kerrville right now, where it's pouring down rain. I'm going to be honest, we're kind of thankful almost that, well, actually, no, we're not. I was going to say, we're kind of thankful that the storm is not over here, but really it's Kerrville that saw the really bad impacts in areas west. But this time it's mostly Kerrville and areas east because we have a really heavy storm right now on top of this area. But still, not just to speak of that, we got some heavier showers off towards the west of Kerrville as well. So again, this corridor right here is where we're tracking some very heavy showers and storms right now this morning here. Up to 2 inches of rain has fallen. The expected rainfall rate is 1 to 2 inches in 1 hour. Flash flooding is ongoing or will begin shortly. So you can see that in the chat right there that, again, right in this corridor here, that the risk of flooding is just only increasing. New radar scan just came out. The intensity is actually increasing. We actually have a closer radar site to this, so let's give you a cleaner perspective to what things are looking like. And you can see some very heavy rain right now. We got some of that red. That's some very heavy rain. Still, overall, the entire county of Kerr County pretty much just experiencing some very heavy rain right now. So I hope everybody took shelter to high level grounds. Stay away from low-lying areas. Stay away from the Guadalupe River, as the river itself is expected to potentially flood over again, unfortunately. Again, we are kind of in a similar repeat from what we had last weekend, but this weekend we're expecting significantly less rainfall amounts than nearly what we had, 9 inches of rain. This time we're expecting potentially 1 to 5 inches of rain here in Kerr County, even though it's forecasted to be 1 to 3 inches. But just to be safe and just to be a little bit extra and to be on the extra side, the risk is there for potential isolated amounts across Kerr County upwards to 5 inches. Especially where we have these pockets of dark red, that is a clear indication where we potentially could have some isolated 5-inch totals, and exactly where it's just sitting on top of the area. So again, it's just sitting on top of an area where cleanup efforts are underway and just tons of devastations underway in this county, and this county is getting hammered right now as we're speaking with heavy downpours, flooding rains, and impacts to the Guadalupe River for us this morning. So again, breaking news right now, Kerr County in the Hill Country. Over the last weekend, 4th of July weekend, we had over 160 people confirmed dead in this county because of flooding. And here we are this morning here, at least several hours earlier than what we had last week. And last weekend's event happened like late at night. This event's happening here in the morning time where we actually have daylight, so it's better, but still we hope everybody's taking precautions, staying away from the river, staying away from low-lying areas, and move to higher ground as we're tracking this dangerous flash flood alert right now, again in Kerr County this morning. There was a photo of a Fox News crew in Hunt that had to pack up and seek shelter. It looks like the rain is very heavy in town. Okay, good to know. I actually have some friends in Hunt, Texas right now. They are with dogs right now. They're on standby mode right now. But I'm going to be honest. It's going to rain for a long time. And I can't imagine, after the rain ends, I just can't imagine what the roads are going to be like after trying to leave the Hunt, Ingram, and Kerrville area. I'm sure there's going to be flooded roadways for miles, potentially. And especially the further north you go and more northwest you go, the greater the flood chances go. So again, anywhere from Kerrville to Ingram to Hunt to areas surrounding, this is where we're experiencing the risk for some terrific rain. Again, upwards of 2 inches of rain have fallen, but we're expecting at least another inch or two, so at least another 3 to 4 inches of rain totals is possible here in just a short period of time. So again, we are watching all this very closely as this breaking news story is now becoming a headline once again this weekend for a second week in a row in the month of July. So again, a flash flood warning underway right now for Kerrville, Ingram, and Hunt. Right here is actually the flood warning for the Guadalupe River, but areas surrounding that is just a flash flood warning. And it also does include Gillespie County here in south central Texas, including the Harper area, and again towards Kerrville. So again, the latest here with this story this morning, and much more alerts just like this that we're tracking this morning. This is not our only serious flood alert we're tracking right now. I do want to point out something else as well in the big picture real quick in the rest of our counties that we cover. Across Williamson County and Central Texas and Burnett counties, we are getting tremendous reports, as well as Lampasas County, getting tremendous reports of roads underwater right now as people are headed to church or trying to just enjoy their Sunday. A lot of impacts happening across just the hill country as flooding rains are underway. Across Llano points north, 1 to 5 inches of rain has fallen in the warned area. Lake Buchanan has we're almost at 100% capacity of water for Lake Buchanan, and we have not seen that type of percentage in several years in Lake Buchanan. So it's absolutely insane that we're seeing almost full capacity in Lake Buchanan. Following breaking news in Llano County, the Ritz and Starkey dams have been released to open, so floodwaters are now going through Kingsland and eventually towards Marble Falls. We actually do have a still image shot here in Marble Falls, Texas, of what things look like, and you can kind of notice the waters are starting to actually go up a little bit with the last scan that we just showed you moments ago. So again, we are watching everything very closely as the flooding concerns are starting to ramp up across areas where we're broadcasting from here in Marble Falls and areas towards Kerr County, and also in Llano, Mason, Williamson, and other counties surrounding. But again, we're watching everything very, very closely. Yeah, very interesting area, a very interesting hook type shape right there. This is very interesting. There's not a tornado threat. I know there's been so many storms tonight and today that I've been looking at that have had these interesting like notches, and every time I look at them, nothing happens or nothing's rotating. So I'm like, whoa. But this is like the third storm that me or anybody else has pointed out tonight or today. So again, we're watching it. I just want to point this out. I've gotten 0 hours of sleep. I've been live for more than 10 hours and a half now. So I'm going to jumble up my words. And I apologize if I jumble up my words a lot and stutter a lot or mumble. It's because I'm exhausted. But I'm trying my best to hold on with courage as long as I can. And I appreciate everybody for the supports with me trying to survive here longer. These storms are moving too slow for me to justify taking the day off. Lazy lawn care. Yeah, it looks like it's not getting sanitized until later this afternoon. Yeah, it doesn't look like, well, on this right here, it doesn't look like this will get to Bexar County yet. It is starting to enter Kendall County north of Bernie right now. But the shower and storm activity, if more showers can develop ahead of the cluster of storms, like just west of Medania, just southeast of Medania, and then north of Bernie, if we get more activity like that developing ahead, that risk is there. But it just depends exactly where you're at in Bexar County for these isolated storms to pop up. But the risk for isolated storms will start to increase even more for areas towards Bexar County and San Antonio. Yeah, as predicted, again guys, I've predicted, well, yeah, pretty much I've predicted flooding. Again, I said Llano River would flood. I've also been mentioning that the Guadalupe River would flood. The Guadalupe River is starting to flood. Llano River is at moderate flood stages. We're at the point where the Llano River is starting to overflow, that the LCRA has to release 2 dams to let floodwaters go. And it's going through Kingsland and it's going through Marble Falls. Here we're broadcasting at. So I hate... And again, when I try to predict the future of weather alerts in certain counties, that is a prediction, an idea, or something that I see that can happen ahead of time in the future. And I'm trying to give you guys like the heads up that I'm starting to see something. I think they may issue something. I want you to be prepared for it, and eventually later, the alert actually gets issued. I've been wrong only one time tonight of guessing or really being careful or thinking about where I think a new alert will get issued. And since I know this area super well now, I can pretty much just assume now where they'll put alerts at. But again, when I tell y'all, hey, we gotta watch out for this area, maybe in 40 minutes we'll get a new alert or something, that's just me trying to give you a heads up that that risk is there for a new weather alert here in just a little bit. We'll see. All right, so continuing right now, we just got... it wouldn't surprise me if the city of Fredericksburg were to get issued into a flash flood warning here in just a few minutes from now. I mean, it's anywhere from Kerr County to portions of southwestern It's been a long last 10 and a half hours. I'm sorry. Kerr County and portions of Gillespie County, it would not surprise me if maybe almost the entire county of Gillespie County were included into a flash flood warning. We'll have to see if they decide to issue northwestern Kendall County to it, but as of now, it mainly looks like more of a Kerr County and more of a Gillespie County situation of issuing a brand new flash flood warning. And again, they may issue that probably somewhere between 8:45 into 9:25. So that's what we'll see. But again, Fredericksburg heads up, maybe a new flash flood warning in just a little bit, or a flood advisory could be issued soon, as I'm starting to notice some very heavy rain coming into town now. Again, still monitoring tons of concerns right now across sections of Kerr County right now. Kerrville getting some heavy rain right now. You all just heard it in chats, I believe. From what I've heard, that I guess Fox News was doing a live reports in Hunt, Texas, and I guess as soon as the rain came down in Hunt, Texas, they had to take shelter because the rain was so heavy. And with storms like this, you don't want to be out in. You want to hunker down, stay inside, seek shelter, and you don't want to drive around in. That's what I've been saying all morning. You need to stay home, and I said this like 7 hours ago. If you're in Mason, Llano, Burnett, Gillespie, Blanco, Kendall, Kerr, and areas surrounding, I recommend you to stay home, cancel any morning plans and early afternoon plans you have because of the risk of flooding that we have today. And the Weather Prediction Center has actually upgraded our flood risk to a level 3 out of 4 for tonight, or for today, I should say, across a good chunk of South Central Texas. And that level 3 out of 4 moderate risk of flooding, it's already starting to verify, unfortunately, for areas that have been hardly impacted in the last week and a half. And by the way, we still have at least 100 plus people still missing in Kerr County, and now we're adding flooding concerns on top of that. It's just really hard to just, I don't know. I have no words. That's what I'm gonna say. No words. It's heartbreaking. There we go. Heartbreaking. Really heartbreaking. For Kerr County. And again, we're adding 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 more inches of rain, and potentially the river will start to actually increase. And that's why we have a flood warning in effect right now for the Guadalupe River, because it's starting to increase and it's rising much more higher now. So we'll see what happens. I mean, this is looking like another worst case scenario, I'm going to be honest, for Kerr County. Earlier ago, it mainly just looked like moderate rain, but now the red areas are starting to become more defined, especially favoring areas closer to the Guadalupe River. And as it's sitting on top of areas where we don't need any more rain, it's just creating a flooding concern much worse than what we need things to be. We got an update report that Highway 39 and Kerr is shut down for emergency services and residents to use it. So again, you just heard that. So if you live in San Antonio and you want to go to Kerrville, you're not allowed to. It's only for residents and it's for emergency services only. So if you have any friends or family that are probably in Kerrville or surrounding, they cannot get out of Kerrville, I don't think, for right now. It's only for residents and only for emergency services to enter Kerrville and maybe out of Kerrville, but the only thing I know about is going into Kerrville. So thank you for letting me know about that. And of course, the more reports, the more information you guys provide me helps me deliver more information to other people that are kind of like, okay, what's happening? You guys are helping me build a story. So I appreciate everything y'all send me and tell me. Appreciate everything y'all do. The Llano River in Llano is now rapidly rising by 10 feet over the past hour. Again, I told you guys I would not be surprised if the Llano River were to flood. And in the last 5 hours later, I'm right. And again, guys, I told you the worst case scenario has been rapidly developing across the area, and it's just continuing to do that. But Llano River is 8 feet over flood stage, so we are at moderate flood levels right now in Llano County. Lampasas River is very, very close to major flood stage. That's, again, in Lampasas County. And again, here in Central Texas, Lampasas River does go through northeastern Burnett County here in Burnett County in Central Texas. and it does include Bell County outside of our viewing area, but since it does include portions of Burnett County, there's like 2 communities, I think, in Burnett County under that alert, but of course, northeastern Burnett County under that flash flood warning for that river over there. Again, we got a lot of alerts right now. That rain is just sitting. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to be honest. In the last, 15 minutes, the radar did not look like this. It looked like it was, moderate rain, maybe light rain, wasn't too heavy. It looked like the worst of the rain would just stay east of Kerrville. No. It's just developed. It just really developed. And it's just sitting and it's just training on top of the same areas. Why is this? I don't know why this keeps happening. But again, moments ago, it was just east of Kerrville, maybe just light rain. But then as soon as it just started to sit, it just started to grow, and the cover started to grow, and the intensity of the rain started to grow, and now it's just sitting here, it's just ponding all over the same areas. And again, here in Central Texas, our grass, our soil is literally just like a sponge. If we see really heavy rain for quite some time, and since we're in a very saturated ground, especially in Kerrville, things are so saturated, pretty much anywhere across the hill country is saturated right now. It's like a sponge. The more rain we see, the sponge is so squishy. So, yeah, sponge is so squishy, eventually the water won't get to the sponge. It's just going to start to run off. And this is exactly what we're starting to see across areas towards like Kerr County, Gillespie County, Mason, Llano, and Burnett counties right now. Things are just starting to run off. That sponge isn't trying to absorb it anymore. It's just running off. It's laying low on top of areas that are already saturated. So again, that's why we're increasing the rain flood threat in our area. But again, but yeah, one of the worst case scenarios is starting to develop right now in Kerr County. Very, very well defined, I'm gonna say. I'm glad that this dark red is not all over, because dark red means really extremely heavy rain. But we just have this yellow, orange, some red, but it's not as dark as that or as widespread as that, thankfully. If it was, this is where I would probably view call family now in Kerrville. Well, I hope you're calling family right now in Kerrville. If you have any family in Kerrville or in Kerr County, give them a call right now. Make sure they're okay. Make sure they're moved to high grounds and they're away from the river. There's a lot of people I know in Kerr County that were told to evacuate. There's some people that I specifically know that are actually in Hunt in the Kerrville area, and they're still over there. They told me that they're on standby mode to go out. What was the word? To go out if anything, I guess, crazy were to happen. I don't know how to explain it, but again, a few people I know is in the Hunt and Kerrville area, even a few TV people that I'm friends with, reporters, they're also out in the Kerrville area. So of course, I'm getting updates and information from them every so minutes as they are over there. But again, we're watching things closely as likely another worst case scenario is starting to develop across Kerr County. Again, over 1 to 2 inches of rain has fallen already in this warned area. We're just adding another 2 to 3 inches on top of 1 to 2 inches of rain. So this easily could rise the Guadalupe River up another foot or two potentially. And I hope that's not the case, but just from how things have been the last several hours and storms from all the way back to the northwest, yeah, that risk is there. So again, we're watching and monitoring everything very, very closely. Could these storms move north due to the MCV? Actually, some of the models have been saying that the MCV may just sit on top of Kerrville for hours, like the worst of the heavy bands of rain. And some models have saying maybe up towards Fredericksburg, but really, if we're seeing the MCV, it's really starting to develop right around. Wait, is the MCV over here? A second. I find this interesting. We have a little broad area of just lighter rain, but it's just moderate to heavy rain surrounding. That's interesting. Is our MCV developed in here? I have no clue, but this is interesting how we'd have this heavy swath of rain. It's just it's like a little pause, and it's, yeah, it's a C. We got a ginormous C right here. Wow. I'm trying to brighten the mood. We got a C on the radar. Yeah, and by the way, guys, this is not our only opportunity for rain today. We have another chance of rain later this afternoon into tonight. Then we have more rain chances tomorrow morning, more rain chances tomorrow night, into Tuesday morning. As of now, no more rain chances after that. But we are watching things closely. There's scattered rain chances, but we got to watch them. So again, flash flood warning right now in Kerr County here in central Texas. Again, as of yesterday in the early afternoon, I have declared Kerr County to be part of my viewing area. So now we cover 19 counties here in the Storm TV Network area. And again, in Kerr County right now, just tons of heavy rain that's underway right now. One thing I can tell and say is majority of like the significant heavy rain, I guess you could say, is off towards the east. But now we're just starting to see this area really starting to develop right now where it's just light to moderate downpours or moderate to heavy downpours. But if anything starts to develop further northbound, like over here west of Harper or between Harper and Junction, if anything can really get heavy over here, we potentially could see some more significant more rain amounts here in just a short period of time. So again, we are watching stuff very, very closely. In 1 second, Weather Nation has just messaged me. So 1 second, everybody. I apologize for hopping off the air here. Yes, y'all may use it. So my apologies, guys. There we go. Send. Just got a notification here coming in from the LCRA. LCRA says that LCRA has opened one floodgate at Ritz Dam and will open multiple floodgates at Starkey Dam soon to release storm runoff flowing into Lake LBJ. Conditions are dynamic and it is possible LCRA may need to open additional floodgates throughout the day. Flows are faster and water levels are higher than usual downstream of the dams. Please take action to protect people and property that may be affected. Did y'all hear that? Yeah, we got to be careful. So again, anywhere from Llano, or not really Llano, but anywhere from Kingsland to Marble Falls to Lake Travis, y'all heard that. They said it's time to get things taken care of, get things prepared, because there's going to be a lot of runoff coming in from the rain that came out from the Llano River from Mason County to Llano County. So again, areas towards Kingsland, Marble Falls, those little campsites between Marble Falls to Lake Travis and Lago Vista, we need to be on guard for high water. So people towards some, I think we have some campsites that are here in Marble Falls. Two of them, which Storm Dakota was talking about a few hours ago. I don't think there's camp in progress. I hope not. But if there is, they need to evacuate people at those campsites here in Marble Falls if there is camp happening right now. Again, the nearest camp I can think of, there's one on the hill, but that one floods a lot. And there's another one by the Colorado River, and Marble Falls River is Llano River, then it's Colorado River, then it's Lake Marble Falls, and it's Colorado River again. And eventually it goes down to Lago Vista, Lake Travis area. And yeah, so again, they're saying that we could have some potential high waters potentially. So some to get things going, get things prepared, and kind of seek high grounds is pretty much what they're saying right now. From Llano County, Burnett County, going all the way towards northwestern Travis County. So again, be on guard as we have that alert notice coming in from the LCRA. Yep, I have been covering this event ever since 10 o'clock yesterday evening. I have only taken, 5 breaks in the last 10 hours and a half, or we were approaching 11 hours of streaming, and I've only taken 5 breaks. True dedication right here, guys, of streaming the weather. Yes, I am extremely exhausted, but it's going to be worth it. Here in a few hours, if the movies are still open, I will be going to the new Superman movie. Watching it, at least. So, yes, that's the bright side for me. But, yes, the one thing that I'm super happy about, guys, with these storms, it's happening during the day. It's not happening at night. So, That's the one good thing that we're getting from this. It's happening during the day, not the nights. More people are hearing alerts during the day than the night. So it's good that we're getting the rain during the day, but it's not good that we're getting rain, especially for areas where we're looking for 100 plus missing people still in Kerr County. Again, a flash flood warning underway right now in Kerr County. Flash flood warning, I'm going to say until further notice. They have a specific time, but I'm going to go until further notice because who knows when this alert could expire. I mean, look at this. We got bands of heavier showers off towards the distance developing. Guys, today's rain, it's going to last for hours. So this is just the beginning stages of everything. Again, we're still monitoring some heavier bands of showers right now in portions of Gillespie County, just southeast of Fredericksburg. I've been mentioning this for the last 15-20 minutes. I would not be surprised if we got a new flash flood warning for the city of Fredericksburg and areas surrounding right now. So that is a storm alert, storm alerts, flood alert ahead. Or I need a good saying for this. I got a storm alert, storm flood alerts. There we go. Storm flood alerts that we're watching potentially for the Fredericksburg area here in the next couple of minutes or so. So heads up Fredericksburg, maybe a new flash flood warning or flood advisory in the next now until 15 to 20 minutes from now. But again, we're watching things closely as heavy downpours are underway. Over across Kerr County, between 1 to 2 to 3 inches of rain has fallen in the warned area. Another 2 to 4 inches of rain is possible. I know I'm being over too high on the rainfall amounts, but I'm very confident that we could have potentially higher rainfall totals than what the National Weather Service is overlying right now. Again, I'm thinking much more rainfall totals and amounts as we get more bands of storms starting to come in more into Kerr County this morning. And again, devastating situation, of course, underway now in Kerrville. Comfort out in Kendall County, just west of y'all. Y'all probably see the nice shelf cloud right now in the distance and the rain shadow effect. But here soon, y'all will get impacted by storms. North of Medina, getting some storms to your guys' north. Kerrville, Ingram, Hunt, heavy thunderstorms right now. Please stay inside. Do not go outside. Do not go outside. Do not, and of course, if the rain starts to lighten up, do not drive anywhere. Stay where you're at. It's going to rain for a long time. Do not leave Kerr County. Stay where you're at. If you are in a low water area, if you're in a low-lying area, you're kind of not in a good situation, to be honest. But if you're in a high-leveled area, it's fantastic. If you're in a high-leveled area, stay where you're at. But if you're in a low-lying area, I kind of don't have any words, but get to the roof, maybe. Get to the attic. Especially if you're by the Guadalupe River. Again, I'm just trying to be extra precautious, trying to be very safe with this. Of course, if you start, I'm sure, obviously, if you're by the Guadalupe River, you can probably see if it's starting to really rise up. And if you think it's about to really, really get to where you're at, start to climb upwards. That's just going to be the moral of the story for Kerr County. And it's not just Kerr County, too. Areas like towards Llano County. I don't think we have any homes specifically from the Llano River that could impact people, but if you guys, even Lake Passes River, maybe there might be some, but if any river, creek, or lake, or anything, and it's impacting homes or anything, and you think it's going to impact specifically where you're at in the low-lying area, climb to the highest point of a building of where you're at. And of course, as mentioned, always think smart when you are in a serious alert like this. But once again, guys, we are watching all of this very, very closely as these showers and storms continue to progress across Kerr County. Again, tremendous amounts of rain is falling under this area. New scan came in, still showing widespread downpours of storms right now, of rain that we don't need right now. The one thing that I guess you could say that we're getting a benefit out of this is drought relief, I guess. That's the only thing I can find that's good, but everything else is bad. Again, we had a new update on drought on Thursday. We have pretty severe droughts, areas south of Kerrville. So really south of Kerrville is where we mostly need the rain, not Kerrville north. We don't need any more rain here. We need it south. And unfortunately, we're getting all the rain just north of where the worst, that's where the better drought is at, where there's no drought at all, almost. So, anyways, again, unfortunate looks that we're seeing right now on the map. We're watching things very, very closely this morning. I'm going to somewhere in Pflugerville around after 10 in the morning. Is there a bottom line I should take? If you have an umbrella, that's probably recommended to bring. If you got a jacket, probably could bring that instead of an umbrella, but you could bring both of the two. That could work. Don't wear flip-flops. Don't wear Crocs. Wear some nice shoes if you're going to be out and about today across the Austin or San Antonio area, as thunderstorms are in the forecast today. And unfortunately, we are seeing storms again that are causing some impacts with some very heavy rain, tons of lightning, claps of thunder for sure, and again, flooding definitely underway. So again, that's the latest with what we're tracking with breaking news in Kerr County right now. Of course, I do not want to miss out about our other counties here in Central Texas. Again, here in Llano and Burnett counties, we got an update from the LCRA that flood gauge operations are underway right now. They've warned the public for areas from Llano to Kingsland to Marble Falls to Lago Vista to Lake Travis. If you're by water areas, you need to get prepared or get ready to potentially seek higher ground, gather stuff together. If you are by the lake or by the river, by a stream or a creek or anything like that, it's time to get ready. There wasn't like a certain time when they'll do this. It's kind of an unnoticed event, but we're watching it closely for you, and we're going to monitor this throughout the next little bit. And since that threat is there, I'm curious if they'll decide to issue a flood warning going through Lake Travis. I don't know if they will do that, but that's an interesting little thought I had in my mind. So again, we're watching all of this very, very closely. So Jim here in the chat said he has a question regarding the Guadalupe River. At one point, it was 26 feet above flood stage, I believe. I'm just curious, what is the Guadalupe River at the exact point in terms of the level? As of right now, I do not have a single estimate of what the Guadalupe River is at right now. So far today, it has not been at 26 feet that I know of. It's not been at 26 feet. So far, I've only known it being at 8 feet, and then it went up to 10 feet. Let's see, have they updated the flood warning? Okay, they did update it 1 hour ago. So let's see, they've updated it to impacts at 15 feet, moderate. So the latest update at 7:50, it was at 8 feet, but bank full stage is 10 feet. They're forecasting it to be up to 14.6 feet this afternoon. So really right now, it's between 10 and 14 feet right now, between there in Kerr County for the Guadalupe River. But since we're seeing like heavy rain on top of this area, it would not surprise me if what they were predicting an hour ago is probably a little bit higher now, potentially. Especially, I mean, here's one thing to notice. Just imagine if all of this rain right here was over here, and it'd just be training and training and training. So that's one good thing that we're not seeing, is that all the heavy rain just east of Kerrville, but there is these heavier pockets that we're seeing where it's just heavy downpours instead of just widespread swath of downpours over the Fredericksburg area. But anyways, Guadalupe River, it's between 10 to 14 feet right now. It says it's supposed to rise up to 14 feet this afternoon, so really it's between 8 to 10 feet right now. So again, I don't have an exact number yet, but just by the latest reports from the flash flood warning, or excuse me, from the flood warning and for the Guadalupe River area, that's the latest what the National Weather Service has provided us. But of course, I'm sure there might be some websites for that. If anybody can get a hold of those websites and actually get the exact estimate, that would be fantastic. And at the terms of right now, we don't really have time to look around, unfortunately. Kerr County residents reporting over 2 inches of rain in an hour at their property. Holy goodness. So that's pretty bad. So yeah, up to 2 inches per hour. That's pretty fast rain rates underway. We're seeing that much rain. Fredericksburg's likely seeing the same thing. Again, I've been saying this. Wouldn't be surprised if we get a flash flood warning here in the next short term here for portions of Gillespie County, including the Fredericksburg area. Let me make sure there's no flash flood warning for Fredericksburg. Yeah, there's not even a single weather alert for Fredericksburg right now. So we're getting heavy downpours, so wouldn't surprise me. A flood advisory or some sort of alert gets issued for the Fredericksburg area. All right, so yeah, thanks for addressing my question. And this is such a dynamic situation. Definitely is. It could go much higher than they're predicting, for sure.
National Weather Service in Angelo has issued a flash flood warning for northern Kimball County in west central Texas, southern McCulloch County in west central Texas, Mason County in west central Texas, southeastern Menard County in west central Texas, until 11:30 a.m. Central Daylight Time. At 9:04 a.m. Central Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 3 and 6 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1.25 to 2.5 inches are possible. Flash flooding is ongoing. Hazard, life-threatening flash flooding. Thunderstorms producing flash flooding. Source, radar. Impact, life-threatening flash flooding of creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Brady, Junction, Mason, Saline, Long Mountain, London, Hex, Streeter, Yates Crossing, Grit, Calf Creek, Camp Air, Cotemsi, Camp San Saba, Art, Volca, Fredonia, Roosevelt, Pontotoc, and US 377 near the Kimball-Menard County line. This includes Interstate 10 between mile markers 434 and 457. Turn around, don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most of flood deaths occur in vehicles. What? Locally heavy rainfall could lead to flash flooding across.
Alright, so that was a new flash flood warning that got extended into Mason County. They extended it until like 11:15 this afternoon, so some really heavy rain for areas towards Mason County, and that alert will continue for quite some time now. Alright, latest radar in the last hour here. I know this is last 24 hours, but really in the last hour here, we've seen all the way up to about 2 inches of rain, areas east of Ingram and areas southwest of Fredericksburg. The data isn't really coming in the best across Kerrville right now. Don't know why, but I believe we got 2-inch rainfall rates for sure. Closer to where we're broadcasting from, just southwest of Marble Falls, we got some storms right now producing 1 inch to 2 inches of rain that we're watching closely. And just west of Burnett, we also got some storms producing nearly 1 to 2 inches of rain as well. Let's go ahead and pull up our rainfall totals overall in the last 24 hours. And boy, oh boy, anywhere from north to Llano, that's where our radar is suggesting nearly 6 inches of rain. And the further north you go towards like east of San Saba, northwest of Lane Passes, that's where we got nearly 1 foot of rain, which has fallen over those two counties. Sorry about that. It's been a very long couple hours for me, aka last 24 hours for me. Again, I've been up all night long tracking these storms, and here we are in the 9 o'clock hour. This is actually the longest time I've ever done weather. Again, I've done weather, almost in weather for 12 hours straight. Okay, that's crazy. All right, you look a young guy. You're doing a great job. Keep up the great work. Thank you very much, Jim. Yes, thank you very much. All right, so latest rainfall last 24 hours. Here's a closer look at things with the new Braunfels radar site. So towards Fredericksburg, it's indicating nearly 1/2 inch of rain. The green you see is rainfall amounts near 1 inch, and that's pretty much what we're seeing. But we're getting reports of rainfall amounts upwards to 2 inches, but those reports that we're getting are probably more accurate than what we're getting from the radar site here. And again, the radar is way over here, so we're watching things closely. And you remember me predicting, I've been telling you all of this, I've been giving you all the alert, how I think a flash flood warning would get issued for Fredericksburg. That just happened. I told you guys, today is my day of guessing and predicting weather alerts. Here we go. I was right. Again. I hate being right about this, but yeah. Or wait, is it a flood of... There we go.
The National Weather Service in Austin, San Antonio has issued a flash flood warning for South Central Gillespie County, East Central Kerr County, until 12:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 9:10 a.m. Central Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 1 and 3 inches of rain have fallen. The expected rainfall rate is 1 to 2.5 inches in 1 hour. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard, life-threatening flash flooding. Thunderstorms creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Fredericksburg and Taylordale. Turn around, don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Be aware of your surroundings and do not drive on flooded roads. Handling terrain, there are hundreds of low water crossings which are potentially dangerous in heavy rain. Do not attempt to cross flooded roads. Find an alternate route. Your local forecast.
Alright, so, as predicted, I said a new flash flood warning will get issued for Fredericksburg and Gillespie County and even a sliver of northeastern. Well, I didn't mention much about Kerr County, but I specifically said Fredericksburg and areas in Gillespie County, and they listened to what I said. So they were seeing the exact same thing I was seeing. So good news. But again, considerable tag with this. So 12:15, Kerr County and Gillespie County is now under a flash flood warning. Tyndale and Fredericksburg in this alert for 1 to 2 inches rain, perhaps. More rainfall amounts to 3 to 4 inches, perhaps, in the next little bit. So we're going to keep our eyes on this closely as these storms continue to progress from the south-southeast, and potentially, as we're starting to see some back building starting to get going, some more moderate bands of showers are now starting to build. So we're watching things very, very closely. In the chat here, we got recovery personnel should move to higher ground right now within the River Valley in Kerr County. That is definitely highly requested and it should be highly required. That should have been highly required when the flood warning was issued, I'm going to be honest. But again, recovery personnel should be underway right now in the valley area of Kerr County as we are monitoring this. Unfortunately, another round of flooding as it is pushing through Kerr County this morning here at 9:15. So showers and thunderstorms still continue right now. Again, 1 to 2 to 3 inches of rain has fallen anywhere from Fredericksburg to Kerrville, all the way towards what is that city called? Anywhere back towards there's proof I'm getting tired. Yeah, over there towards Hunt. By the way, you're approaching 12 hours in a stream. Yep, we are 11 hours and 13 minutes. We may do some extended. We'll probably just cut out the 1 hour of the coverage because of what's going on. But again, we're watching this closely. So again, continuing the breaking news this morning, again, Kerrville is now under a flash flood warning, as well as Fredericksburg. Between 1 to 3 inches of rain has fallen in the warned area. An additional 1 to 2 more inches of rain is possible here in just a short period of time. Again, Hunt, Ingram, Kerrville, all under this alert. And again, we've gotten some latest information that Kerr County officials are not letting anybody, except for residents and emergency management officials, to come into city limits only. Nobody else is allowed to. I don't know if anyone else is allowed to exit that's not from the county or not, but as of now, nobody's allowed to get into Kerrville as of right now, which is super understandable this morning. If you want to save the stream video, you can rewatch it. Okay, good to know. Thank you for that. But once again, guys, tons of storms that we're monitoring and watching for you guys this morning. Again, showers and thunderstorms still continue. Kerrville, Ingram, and Hunt. This is the primed areas of where we're experiencing the storms. New scan came in. And it's just showing you guys the widespreadness of the storms. Again, from Comfort, I've been mentioning Comfort, y'all will get some storms, and here we go in Comfort. Now a storm has blossomed just to the south of Tybee-Dale, some storms now. Kerrville, so still some storms, and more storms continue to backtrack further out towards the west. Here's a zoomed out picture view, and look at this. It's still raining areas further off towards the west, areas towards the north, and I've been telling you guys this continues to develop further to the north. These showers continue to blossom more and more to the north. We'll get a band for light rain for maybe 30 seconds, and here we go for more than 5 minutes of moderate to heavy downpours. That's exactly what we're experiencing and exactly what's happening right now in Kerrville, Hunt, and Ingram areas this morning. See that little green? Light showers. In just about 30 seconds or in about a minute, it's going to be heavy downpours. So please stay inside for the rest of the morning. If you are in Kerr County, if you're a Kerr County official, I highly doubt any of them are watching, but so stay inside. Anyways, I saw some live shots of the river, and Kerr isn't rising too much as of right now, but expect more later. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't rising tremendously right now, because I know it's moderate to heavy rain right now, but I think things here in the next 30 minutes to an hour, I think the river itself should start to intensify quite more than what we're hearing in the chat right now. Again, this is the latest with what we're tracking on the radar right now in Kerr County. An update here in more of central Texas. Again, we have a flood advisory, aka a flood warning for Llano through Kingsland and Marble Falls. They have let the Starkey Dam and Starts Dam open from Kingsland into Marble Falls, and then all that water will eventually make its way into Lake Travis. So areas that are outside of Marble Falls, some creeks, the Colorado River, there's a risk that it potentially could get near that level of maybe overfilling almost, but it shouldn't, I don't think. But we'll watch it closely as that risk is there, as we're getting so much runoff water coming from Llano into further down. And they are saying that they may have to open more dams potentially because of how, I guess, insane how the water is with this here. And also, we're getting some updates. Lake Buchanan is near 100% full. It's going to be quite interesting how that's going to work. Does the water stay there, or is the dam going to get out? I mean, there's just a lot of questions. So we'll see how things go with Lake Buchanan situation. But as of now, I don't think Lake Buchanan might be that high. I think it's just the Llano River that we're dealing with right now. Anyways, we'll see how things go next little bit. All right, we got a new Weather Prediction Center outlook. They're saying excessive rainfall is very likely. All right, so let's turn on our mesoscale discussion. Okay, this one does include San Antonio, so anybody watching in Austin, San Antonio, New Braunfels, towards Uvalde, Rock Springs, Sonora, I need to be paying attention to this. This is going to be the main corporates, the main area for the next 4 to 6 hours of where widespread showers and storms will be quite possible, producing flooding rains between 2 to 4 inches of rain. It's definitely an area that we're going to need to watch closely. But the latest wording from the Weather Prediction Center is saying the flash flood risk continues this morning across portions of the Texas Hill Country. The extent and magnitude of the event has lowered from what occurred last night into early morning hours. However, some additional flash flood impacts are likely, and localized significant impacts remain possible. So, latest radar imagery this morning continues to show an excess of heavy rainfall across portions of the Texas Hill Country, resulting in areas of flash flooding. The eastern edge of the activity has weakened over the past couple hours, likely due to the low-level flow becoming more parallel to the outflow, resulting in decreased convergence. However, the western area convection has been able to persist with low-level inflow more perpendicular to the portion to the outflow. Okay. So they're saying that... Okay, so they're saying that the risk for 2 to 3 inches of rain and 3 to 5 inches of rain, the risk is there, and it's still possible to occur. But they have been saying that the areas, the leading edge, has been weakening, I guess you could say in intensity-wise, but in coverage-wise, and how moderate the rain is, not so much, as of now. But again, we're continuing to watch it closely as things continue to progress further and further to the southeast. Again, that's the latest update, latest wording here pretty much from the Weather Prediction Center. This Weather Prediction Center outlook expires in about 5 hours from now. But again, guys, this is the active radar. This is what we're tracking. Widespread showers and storms across the Texas Hill Country, and these showers and storms will continue until the late morning hours into parts of the early afternoon. So again, still got some Crazy storms on the radar. Once again, if you guys have any questions, comments, or anything like that, feel free to comment below in the chats. If you guys have, if y'all can let me know where y'all are tuning from here in Central Texas, that'd be fantastic. So I have an idea where some of y'all are watching from. But again, yes, that is fantastic. Let's see here. Okay. But yeah, once again, guys, showers and storms still continue across the area. Let's go ahead and fix the banner right there. It says latest rainfall totals. Let's change that back to your radar. There you go. But yeah, there is the storms. All right. Again, 0 hours of sleep, and I am trucking through. All right, so a good portion of Kendall County over here. Now starting to see some storms on the northwest side. We got some storms for pretty much the entire county of Gillespie, and then pretty much the entire county of Kerr County. Now starting to see some thunderstorms on the map this morning. And again, the activity of storms is going to only continue to increase. The intensity is not like as red as it was, but now it's more yellow and orange, thankfully, as things progress to the southeast. But we're also noticing some potentially heavier downpours developing further off towards the distance. But again, these are moving off towards the southeast, bringing some pretty good rain. Between 1 to 2 to 3 inches of rain have fallen in these warned areas where we do have a flash flood warning. Perhaps we could see some isolated totals of rain up to another inch or two here in just a short period of time. So again, we're watching and monitoring all of this for you guys very closely as things continue to push through south central Texas. So again, stay weather aware, have a way to receive weather alerts as we continue to track everything this morning. Let's see here. So far, no other updates from what we are seeing at the time being. Across central Texas, we got some moderate downpours across the Storm TV studios from where we're broadcasting from right now. But that is about it from everything right now. We are under a flood warning here where we are at. The dam has been released to spill out water. So let's see if the lake has gone up. And it looks like the lake has actually receded back some, so that's good to see. But an interesting little wall of clouds developing in the distance. But again, this is Marble Falls, where there is some rain right now, and this camera is right by the Chili's here in Marble Falls, Texas. Let's see here. Latest rainfall totals since midnight. So far, over 6 inches of rain, according to radar, up to 6 inches of rain in San Saba County just last night. Wow. Over 9 inches of rain in San Saba County. Wow. So far today in Mason County, the highest was 3 inches. Burnett County, just a few hundredths of an inch. Llano County, so far 2.5 inches of rain today. Again, the rain fall and chances are just only starting to increase and to continue across the viewing area. But yeah, LCRA is planning to open multiple floodgates at Starkey this morning, as well as the Ritz Dam and Stacky Dam. So again, that's the latest with everything that we are tracking. Once again, if you guys have any questions, comments, or anything like that, feel free to comment down below in our chat. Let's see here. But yeah, once again, guys, the one thing that we're watching closely is like the LCRA River and stuff like that, where things are starting to increase. Latest synopsis is saying over 40,000 cubic measured feet over the Atlanta River. So that's a lot of water that's going through right now. So again, 18,000 is the stage right now in southwestern Llano County. But again, we're continuing to watch this closely as things progress to the southeast. But yes, I've seen geologists talk about the prevalence of limestone near the surface in that region of Caraville, I believe you call it, and that's one of the biggest problems that trends to run. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people talk about how that is one of the big ways and trends of how one of the ways that floodings occur so easily, like towards Kerrville and Caraville. So that is very interesting, actually. But yeah, once again, guys, monitoring flood concerns out there across south central Texas. Flash flood warnings in effect for portions of Kerr, Kendall. Actually, Kendall County's not in it. So Kerr, Gillespie, Williamson, Travis. Nope. Whoa. Where are my words? Sorry. Sorry about me mixing up the counties there. Kerr, Gillespie, Mason, Llano, Burnett, and Williamson counties here in central Texas under a flash flood warning. For some until further notice, and some expire around 10:30 or 11:50. Again, I've gotten 0 hours of sleep, so I'm like really tired right now. But I'm holding on. I am holding on. But yeah, guys, latest radar suggesting quite a bit of rain across the area in the last 24 hours, which I can actually go ahead and show y'all on our rainfall tracker. And again, you can see rainfall amounts supposedly near Kerrville. This is saying not a whole lot. Obviously, that's incorrect. So let's switch to a different radar site. We'll switch to the radar site in the Bracketville area. And this is predicting about a half an inch to an inch of rain, but then significantly much more totals out towards Sonora and El Dorado and Junction. This is saying anywhere from 2 to 4 inches of rain for areas out over there, but areas over here so far for now, we've seen rainfall amounts just below 2.5 inches of rain for now. So again, lots changed, lots to watch, and lots we're monitoring, but again, we'll continue to watch this for you guys as things continue to develop and continue to push through. Some more flooding concerns, again, as mentioned, across portions of Burnett, Llano, Mason, Williamson, as well as Gillespie and Kerr counties right now. Again, these alerts are going until for a couple more hours as we are monitoring these flood concerns. And as we take a look at your hourly rainfall rates coming in from the radar, what it's exactly estimating, it is, wow. Okay, let's punch up some numbers here. It's saying nearly 1 inch of rain, 1.5 inches to near 2 inches of rain just to the southeast of Fredericksburg. So really from Fredericksburg to Kerrville to Hunt, that's where we pretty much have a widespread swath of 1 to 2 inches of rain, but greater totals of rain likely northeast of Kerrville, or really between Kerrville and Fredericksburg. That's the two most favorite areas right now where we are experiencing some of that localized flooding this morning here at 9:31. So again, we are watching all that very, very closely, and of course more storms further out towards the west earlier today towards Junction and Sonora, and unfortunately there are still some storms out there in that vicinity as the storms have a hard time pushing out of our area. So again, we're watching all this for you. We're keeping you up to date. We've been keeping you up to date for quite some time now. Again, we've been live for over 11 hours and a half now, non-stop. Yes, I am very exhausted, very. And y'all can probably tell with me mixing up my words, not really paying attention much to the camera. So my apologies for all that. But again, I'm trying my best to hold on as much as I can. I'm like so dizzy, me walking around. I need to sit down. That's what I need to do. The more I sit down, the more tired I get. So I'm trying to, oh my gosh, trying to hold on. Oh my gosh. But yeah, guys, that is the radar. Alright, if any of y'all have any more questions or anything like that, feel free to ask them. But yeah. And again, the latest update from the Weather Prediction Center, they're saying that the really heavy rain core, yes, it's still there. It's just not as intense as it was earlier, pretty much. Like when it was all the way out towards Llano and Mason. They're saying it's not as crazy as that was, but I don't know. This radar right here looks very similar. So I don't know. We're watching kind of very similar conditions of these areas, but again, we're watching it closely. Yeah, I'm very tired. I'm trying to hold on. Oh my gosh. I'm getting nauseated because I'm also want to sleep here. Watching from Oregon, thank you for your coverage. Of course, thank you for tuning in. And by the way, guys, my coverage I do, it's usually this is usually my good coverage I do, but when I'm not super sleepy. I'm sorry I'm so sleepy. Again, I have not slept tonight, and it's already in the morning. It's almost 10 o'clock in the morning. I've not slept at all. So, I am extremely exhausted. Thankfully, there's no flash flood emergencies. That's all I'm going to say. As of right now, there's none. So that's wonderful news. As of now, we have multiple flash flood warnings. Again, for Williamson and Western Wilco, portions of Burnett, Llano, Mason, Gillespie, and Kerr counties. Again, that's pretty much all the alerts that we're watching for right now. Here's what I mentioned before. This came from Google AI, but I'm sure this is accurate. Okay. Guadalupe River reportedly at 8 feet in Kerr County as of 9:30. I mean, I could see that potentially happening, or that potentially be at that level. It might be at that level potentially by now. Between 8 to 10 feet maybe, or maybe nearing 10 feet, but most likely 8 to 9 to roughly near 10 feet. Will it automatically send people to that stream? Oh wow. Do you plan to do coverage or anything like that? I mean, I don't mind if some of the stream gets cut up into pieces on YouTube because, like, at least for the first hour to 2 hours to 3 hours, I was pretty much covering literally nothing. So I don't really mind if that gets erased from YouTube, but this core right here, like from 5 a.m. to now, it's really the core of everything. I'm just going to continue this stream going. I'm just going to let the radar and music play. Yeah, it makes sense though. Yeah, I don't mind if some of the video gets cut apart into pieces or whatever, how YouTube wants to do it. Okay. Well, it's saved on my end on YouTube Studio, so at least I got that to look at, I guess. Oh, I can't? Usually it takes like 24 hours and then I can rewatch it. Alright, we're getting some new updates in the chat that residents in central Kerrville are reporting that the town creek is now flooding. And I would not be surprised if that was happening right now too, guys. Oh, well, all the other streams that I've done more than 12 hours, I've been able to rewatch it. Well, I have to wait 24 hours, and then I can rewatch them. But, yeah, as y'all can see on the radar right now, across the Kerrville area, devastating rains just continue to just smack onto that area right now. Alright, my weather radio is probably about to go off. They just updated the flash flood warning for Burnett and Williamson counties. They're saying 1 to 2 inches of rain has been observed, and they've extended the flash flood warning until noon now. So does the radio go off? We're about to find out. So what do I do now since you have it scheduled? What do you want me to do now? So I need to stream off on OBS. So quit streaming on OBS and change the stream key. Oh, well, typically I don't do the stream key. I just go live by destination is what I do. But I can do that. Are we still running like my feed or something? Or are you going to run your own feed? But yeah, search for victims has been suspended in the Kerr County area. Flood threats are ramping up right now. Oh, okay. So all I gotta do is just copy that code and then just pretty much automatically go for it. Alright. I was trying to include the limestone and flash flood alley significantly contributes to the areas, the flash floods, limestone, bedrock, and the thin soil preference. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. Alright, so if I end the stream now, on OBS, or not OBS, I just need to go to Studio, copy the, go to the Go Live, copy that new area, and then put it in OBS, and then just hit Go Live. Okay. Opening up OBS right now. Or, I'm on OBS. I'm opening up Studio right now. Okay. But you want me to end it on my OBS? Okay, that makes sense. Can you post a new link of the stream in the chat? Yep, I definitely need to, Jim. Very long next couple hours. I'm going somewhere later today, so go to the movies. So I'm tired. I'm gonna be so tired for the movies. Okay, so for some reason I'm trying to get the code, but it doesn't give me the option to find the code for some reason. I go to edit. Okay, thank you. But I go to edit title and description. It does not let me do it from there. Or is it get shareable link? Yep. Thank you. I hope everybody has a wonderful day. Please stay safe out there. We're launching another stream, so everything that we did on this stream for almost 12 hours saves. It's kind of weird how YouTube has it. If you make a stream for longer than 12 hours, it doesn't like save anything that you make or do. So we're gonna wrap things up. But for the other part of the stream, it's gonna be music and the radar. Alright, so everybody, that's what I got for now. I thank y'all for tuning in. I will talk to all of y'all later. I am David Alford, and I will see y'all back here in another update. Don't know when, but we'll see each other again, hopefully soon. But thank you everybody for watching, and of course, we'll see you back here later on.
Weather in Central Texas can be unexpected a lot of times. Stick with Storm for your trusted local weather updates so you can get your daily forecast updates and storm weather coverage from a trusted team you can trust. Stay ahead of the storm with Storm Austin. Storm Austin, Austin's trusted local.
From knowing if the right weather conditions could cause an impact or not. Check out Storm Plus now streaming live on Stream endlessly. Exclusively watch minute-by-minute updates.
Covering a storm while it's happening, devastating many, impacting lives. David Alford, Chief Forecaster for Storm TV Network, is here for you ahead of the storm and during the storm for more than 4 years. Covering a storm while it's happening.